First bow to heaven and earth, yin and yang united with heaven and earth as witness. Next bow to your parents whose grace in raising you shall never be forgotten by their descendants. Lastly husband and wife bow to each other sharing one cup and one body never to part regardless of fortune or rank. A sallow elderly man with only a few teeth left in his mouth shouted himself hoarse while two young people each holding a strip of red hemp cloth kowtowed in turn. The bride wore clothes that were neither new nor completely worn out, her head covered with a piece of red cloth. Though exceedingly simple, at least there were no obvious patches on her garments. The groom, however, was in a far sorrier state. His everyday robe was covered in hasty patches of all sizes and he could only drape himself in borrowed cloth to conceal the mess. Zhou Yuan stood amid the noisy crowd offering neither blessings nor contempt, his heart filled only with confusion. He had originally been a proper resident of Lanqing, yet to his astonishment after one sleep he awoke in a world that seemed like a game and yet somehow was not. He called it a game world because in his eyes everyone had a health bar floating above their head and he himself even possessed an attribute panel. Yet he called it seeming and not quite, because over the past month since his transmigration through constant subtle probing he had discovered that the local villagers could not see attribute panels, health bars or anything of the sort. They were simply living breathing people who were born, grew old, fell ill and died, who had to toil diligently and who idly gossiped about the Zhao family's affairs and the Li family's troubles. Just when Zhou Yuan thought that this gamified vision was his very own cheat ability, he heard the elders in the village warn that when going out one must be wary of undying immortal yaomo. Some of those yaomo were very powerful, others quite weak, yet they all shared a single trait: they could not die. No matter how much effort one put into killing them, once midnight had passed they would resurrect all the same. Fortunately each yaomo had its own territory and would never leave it lightly, or else the villages would long since have had no path to survival. The more Zhou Yuan listened, the stranger it seemed. How could such deathless abnormal power possibly appear in the weak? Since these yaomo were so overwhelmingly powerful and seemingly invincible, why would they imprison themselves? What did they eat? What did they drink? Surely they could not all be utterly without desire. Combining this with his own ability to see health bars, a bold conjecture rose in Zhou Yuan's heart. Perhaps those yaomo were game monsters. They were not truly immortal, they merely refreshed at fixed intervals. Yet that explanation did not hold either. If this were truly a game world, then the human NPCs were far too normal. How could such varied emotions and distinct personalities possibly be simulated? For a moment Zhou Yuan could no longer tell whether the world had become gamified or he himself had. A rough calloused hand clapped lightly onto his shoulder with a soft smack and a deeply wrinkled old man spoke. "Shitu, what are you standing there dazed for? Envying Ergou for getting married? Don't blame the village for not helping you leave descendants. Your father went off to join the army early on and your mother died on the day you were born. Even if the village paid to find you a wife once you go off to be a soldier who would raise her for you. And if you are lucky enough to leave some offspring who would look after her and the child. Uncle Dehuang, I am not thinking about that. I was just thinking about the conscription order posted by the county. What is there to think about? You are not planning to run, are you? That would never do. Our village has 67 households, yet we have to send 23 able-bodied men. If you run, another family will have to make up for you. Shitu, in past years it was always other households that sent their men, either to the army or for corvée labor. We all took into account that you were still a child and never let you go. Now you are 16, already a grown man. You cannot keep avoiding it, can you? How could I, Uncle Dehuang? I do have a conscience, I would never flee and bring harm to others." Zhou Yuan had indeed considered escape, but the village, uneasy with someone who had no ties, had assigned 3 married men to eat and live with him. Alone he could not possibly best 3 village men. He could only first learn what he could about this world and then draft his later plans. The rites are complete. With a loud ringing cry the newlyweds were pushed into the bridal room while the village women carried out baskets of soft yellow millet cakes and several bowls of rich cloudy chicken soup. The villagers who attended the wedding had all brought gifts, so naturally they each received a portion of the soft yellow cakes. Zhou Yuan and the other 23 men destined for the army not only had soft yellow cakes but also each received a serving of slow-simmered chicken soup. The soft yellow cakes were made from ghee, that is millet. Their soft sticky texture was decent enough, and if only some sugar could be added to enhance the flavor they would be even better. The rich chicken soup had been simmered for a long time. A fragrant layer of oil floated atop it, and within there were even 2 small pieces of chicken meat. One lacked sugar, the other was short on salt. Zhou Yuan's mind could scarcely summon up any interest in eating, yet his body yearned for it intensely. Slurping noisily as he drank the chicken soup and ate the soft cakes, Zhou Yuan dared say this was both the most tasteless and the most delicious meal he had ever had. Tasteless described the nature of the food itself, delicious was his body's response. His body, long deprived of fat and grease, almost wished it could lick clean the ceramic bowls stained with broth. When he lifted his head he saw that there really were men licking their bowls. Because he himself did not lick his bowl, Zhou Yuan suddenly seemed rather well off by comparison. Shitu, don't waste it, lick the bowl clean. Uncle Dahuang, I have decided to live differently. The first step is to stop licking bowls. Oh, so you are capable now, are you? If you do not want it, give it to me. After filling his stomach, Zhou Yuan set off toward home, and the 3 village men hurried after him, eating their soft cakes as they followed. His entirely different bearing, coupled with the 3 honest villagers trailing behind, instantly made him appear to be the most dignified lad in the village. Tell me, Uncle Dahuang, I am not going to run. Why do you all follow me around every day? Go on home, or if the bride's people see this they will think everyone in Xiaoxi village is too mean-spirited. Shitu, we just cannot set our minds at ease with you. You with no ties and no burdens, if you dive into the deep forest who knows how many people you will bring harm to. That is enough. Say one more word like that and I really will run. All right, we will stop. You are the master here, we will all listen to you. With some fat finally in his belly, he ought to have had a good sleep, yet Zhou Yuan tossed and turned, unable to rest. Partly it was because 2 men sleeping on straw mats were snoring like thunder, and partly because Uncle Dahuang, who was on watch, kept a fixed wary eye on him. The other reason was that his ignorance of this new world left him with a profound lack of security. Yet above all it was because his preliminary plan had failed. On the pretext of needing to see blood, he had seized the right to slaughter the village's chickens. But after he had killed 3 whole live chickens he gained no experience or anything of the sort. His plan to obtain power by hunting domestic fowl proved to be nothing but a delusion. These undying yaomo might very well be game monsters that refresh on a schedule. Perhaps only they can provide experience. It may also be that chickens are too weak to generate experience. Should I try killing a person instead? Zhou Yuan looked at the 3 village men, compared their builds to his own, and decided to cherish his fellow villagers. After all, these people all had families and had helped his former self survive to the age of 16. Even a rabbit does not eat the grass by its own burrow. Better to leave the village and find some scoundrel to experiment on. Shitu, why are you staring at us all the time? Do not you dare act foolishly. If the men of the village do not die on the battlefield only to be killed by one of their own, how laughable would that be? Impossible, Uncle Dahuang. Why don't you sleep on my bed and I will stand watch for a while? I would not dare. Ever since you heard about the conscription order you have been downright uncanny. I still want my boy to serve in the army someday, I cannot let you ruin that for me. Dahuang, how can there be not a shred of trust among neighbors? I cannot be bothered with you. I am going to sleep. Xiaoxi village lay to the west of a stone arch bridge, while the settlement on the eastern side was called Xiaodong village. Since a stone arch bridge had been built here, the volume of flowing water beneath it was naturally considerable. Aside from the floods that easily broke out during torrential rains, the land was excellent for farming in ordinary times. Thus Xiaoxi village and Xiaodong village were not truly poor, it was only that the petty local officials were far too ruthless in their exactions, forcing the villagers of both villages to struggle merely to keep food in their bowls. When Zhou Yuan first realized he had transmigrated, he was ecstatic, yet only 2 days later he already regretted it. He had imagined a life of numerous wives and endless wealth, but reality amounted to a single dry bun and half a bowl of bitter wild greens. Fortunately, the game-like vision that appeared before his eyes offered him unprecedented hope, allowing him to grudgingly accept this strange new world. But 20 days earlier, minor officials from the county had arrived in Xiaoxi village together with yamen runners, announcing a new round of conscription decreed by the imperial court. Only then did Zhou Yuan learn that Xiaoxi village belonged to a country named Dine. Dine enforced a system of 1 conscript from every 3 households. Whenever war or corvée labor arose, each group of 3 families had to provide 1 able-bodied man. To be honest, such a method of levying men could not be considered particularly harsh by ancient standards, but as luck would have it, Zhou Yuan, living alone as a single household, was also included in this round of conscription. Zhou Yuan was aghast when he heard the news. Have me fight your wars? I might as well slip into the deep forest and try my luck surviving in the wilderness. In the deep woods at least he could pilfer a chicken here, borrow some grain and clothing there, but once on the battlefield would a bunch of villagers not simply be cut down like grass by armored soldiers? Yet he had underestimated the villagers' shrewdness. That very day both he and Ergou were each assigned 3 sturdy village men by the Lijiang, the village head, to keep watch over them. Zhou Yuan was guarded because he lived alone with no ties, and Ergou's situation was hardly any better. More than a decade ago Ergou's father had broken his leg while performing corvée labor, and his loins had been ruined as well, leaving Ergou as their only child. When his father heard that their household's turn for service had come, he insisted on dragging his crippled leg to take Ergou's place. Yet this time it was military service, not corvée labor, and the Lijiang refused to agree no matter what he said. In the end, with no other choice, the villagers pooled some money and found a girl from Qiaodong village to marry into the family as Ergou's wife. Now everyone in the village hoped that over the next few days Ergou would do his utmost, leaving the Zhao family in heir before he joined the army. As for Zhou Yuan, he himself had no desire to leave descendants, and the village would certainly not help this orphan single household boy take a wife. First, people feared ruining some girl's life. Second, any parents with a shred of conscience would never throw their daughter into the care of a man with no family to rely upon. Thus, while Ergou married and Zhou Yuan merely drank the chicken soup, Ergou slept with his new wife in his arms, and Zhou Yuan lay in a room with 3 unkempt village men. In this comparison, Ergou was still the winner. Zhou Yuan was the one who was truly miserable. Thinking along those lines, Zhou Yuan could not fall asleep at all. Simply giving up on rest, he got up to test whether Uncle De Huang, who was on duty, had dozed off. "Uncle De Huang, I have changed my mind. Why don't you find a wife for me too? Get lost. What respectable family would fancy you? I don't mind a disreputable family either. I heard the girls from such families are even prettier." "Nonsense. What do you mean by respectable and disreputable? A disreputable family is one like yours with no backing at all. It's hard enough for you to marry, let alone marry someone pretty. I'd call that a joke." We're not on the same wavelength. I was talking about little demon girls, seductress demons. Who said anything about proper village lasses? Well, now aren't you something? You've turned downright wicked, daring to set your sights on demons and spirits. Luckily we're joining the army in a few days. If we left you in the village any longer, who knows how many households you'd bring ruin to and how many illegitimate brats you'd leave running around. De Huang's full name was Zhao De Huang. He was from the same Zhao clan as Zhao Ergou, who had just married. Village folk bore crude names. There were scarcely any truly proper ones among them. In Xiaoxi village, Zhou Yuan's name was Shi, or Stone. It was not exactly an elegant name, but at least it sounded a little better than things like Ergou or De Huang. Unable to sleep, he unconsciously called up his attribute panel and studied it closely, hoping to discover some hidden path of advancement within. Name: Zhou Yuan. Life 98. Essence 1, Qi 1, Spirit 1. Skills none. Experience none. It was an extremely simple attribute panel. Aside from lacking the traditional level indicator, all the core stats were present. Still so perfectly average. After all these days of grueling practice, there isn't the slightest change. Is the effect too minuscule to display, or has too little time passed for any visible improvement? Ever since he learned he would be conscripted, Zhou Yuan had trained every single day just like the other men in the village. No one was willing to walk to their death, everyone was doing their best to exercise, hoping to gain even the slightest bit of strength. But reality was cruel. Aside from the half-day lost that afternoon to Ergou's wedding, Zhou Yuan had been training for more than 20 days. His essence, Qi and spirit had not budged in the slightest, and his life value had actually dropped by 2%. What a mess. Pulled muscles and empty stomach. Whether there was any real effect remained uncertain, but he had shed plenty of sweat already. Experience, experience. As long as I find a way to gain experience, everything will turn around. Drowsiness eventually overtook him and Zhou Yuan drifted off to sleep. De Huang and the other two, however, did not relax their vigilance. They took turns on watch, keeping a close eye on this troublesome youngster. By noon the next day, Zhou Yuan woke fully rested and hurried off to the latrine to relieve himself. Morning, Uncle De Huang. It's not morning anymore, it's nearly time for the midday meal. You might as well go back to sleep, I'll call you when it's time to eat. For the time being, Zhou Yuan was enjoying the treatment of a landlord. He did not have to cook his own food or boil his own water. The 3 village men were remarkably efficient, allowing him to savor for once the highest standard of living Xiaoxi village could provide. That won't do. Bring me my hatchet. If I go a day without practice, I feel uneasy. Fine, wait a moment. Uncle De Huang handed him a hatchet and casually set 2 lengths of dead wood in front of him. Hurry up. We still need to chop firewood for cooking, don't get lost in that ridiculous tetanus-inducing blade technique of yours. Once the wood is split you can practice as long as you like and no one will stop you. I won't hold things up. Once I master cleaving great mountains I'll pass it down as our village's signature martial art. The 3 village men glanced at each other, hurriedly grabbed the sturdy wooden staves at hand and only then relaxed with a nervous curl of their lips. Old Huang was careless. Once he handed over the hatchet. What if cleaving a mountain turns into cleaving a man? Luckily Zhou Yuan isn't completely mad or one of us would be laid out by now. Next time he practices remind each other, we can't afford to fall into this kid's hands. Mind what you're saying, Zhou Yuan being mad is not something we can joke about. If he overhears and reports it to the yamen runners they might make us send another young man and keep the lunatic. Right, we can't speak carelessly. Zhou Yuan is sharp as they come, he's famous as the cleverest fellow in all the surrounding villages. Anyone who dares call him mad can send one of their own sons to fill his place. It was quite the comedy of errors. Zhou Yuan thought the villagers ignorant while the villagers considered him a lunatic. Everyone was putting on a performance. In terms of acting none of them had any right to look down on the others. Fortunately Zhou Yuan was wholly absorbed in chopping firewood and practicing his blade work and did not hear the 3 village men's mutterings. Otherwise he would very likely have introduced his new buff to the yamen runners himself to avoid having his worsening madness used as a pretext for a camp disturbance and being forced to swap places with some normal recruit. Almost, just a little more, break for me. Living up to the villagers' nickname of lunatic, Zhou Yuan muttered to himself, his face flushing red as he stared fixedly at the dead wood and brought the hatchet down in a fierce chop. He was not lying, he truly was practicing a blade technique. Though he knew no formal martial arts he could at least execute this simple honest motion of cleaving down like a mountain-splitting strike. Throughout these days of training his numerical attributes had not changed in the slightest, yet the feeling of each swing had grown more comfortable, more exhilarating with every chop. Ding! You have comprehended, Li Pai Hua Shan, you have mastered a blade technique. You have comprehended split the mountain, mastering a form of sword technique. When the prompt sound audible only to Zhou Yuan echoed in his ears he felt an indescribable sense of relief as if years of pressure had been released in an instant. Ha ha ha. I did it. The 3 villagers shook their heads in helplessness as they watched Zhou Yuan laughing maniacally. What a sin! Although the stone was silly and foolish before, he was honest and loyal, always eager to do any hard or dirty work when asked by the townsfolk. Now with a recruitment order a foolish boy has been frightened to madness. It's a blessing if he doesn't run away, let alone work. Everyone tried to take care of this boy, ensuring he could enjoy his meals and comforts, all in hopes of calming him down and preventing his madness from worsening. But who could have imagined that even chopping wood could aggravate his madness? The 3 villagers exchanged glances and sighed deeply. Cursed task, even a fool has gone mad because of you all. In the end the 3 muttered a few words. The stone was also a coward, wasn't it just military service? Everyone from young to old had to serve once, how could he become mad before even starting? The quietly conversing villagers did not notice that the broken branches in front of Zhou Yuan were cut very neatly if the flatness of the surface was difficult to achieve with a dull axe. Bang! Experience 1 for split the mountain. Zhou Yuan felt exceptionally pleased, chopping one after another until he quickly finished the firewood for the day and his skill split the mountain leveled up to level 2. I probably chopped 30 times but only gained 12 points of experience. It seems not every chop grants experience. However, this is already quite good. I know how to acquire skills now. The key is to remain focused and continuously reflect and correct. The emergence of skills and experience made Zhou Yuan extremely excited. Only now did he feel he had grasped the trajectory of opportunity and gained the qualification for survival. When he prepared to continue chopping wood, aiming to maximize the level of split the mountain, he realized that his hands tightly gripping the axe had unconsciously started trembling. After all, he was merely a flesh and blood human and could not be like a true game character, tireless and as strong as steel. Thus he dropped the axe and prepared to utilize his previous successful experience to train a battlefield skill, running. As everyone knows, as long as you run faster than your own people, your chances of survival increase significantly. After all, Zhou Yuan was just a villager now, his life was not worth more than any other villager. What's wrong, stone? Not training anymore. I have mastered split the mountain and am about to ponder other martial skills. Uncle De Huang, if you trust me, come chop wood in my yard. I won't say anything else, but at least I can teach you how to maximize a trade-off. Who needs you to teach a trade-off? If someone stabs me with a spear I can stab him back without retreating. That's easy to say, but in reality we're not facing just one spear or one knife. If you practice my method well I can guarantee you'll have someone to cover your back, but there's a prerequisite: the opponent can't be armored soldiers. Fine, then your method is not as good as mine. No matter if the opponent is armored or not, we villagers will work together to stab him. We can trample him to death. You've got some skill, Uncle De Huang. Have you been on the battlefield? No, my father has been. He said before he left that military service and everything else is just a facade, only the spear is most practical. As long as you master the thrusting spear it's better than anything else. That makes sense. Find me a long wooden stick later and I'll practice the thrusting spear too. Alright, you're strong. Using a spear is more practical than using a knife. Zhou Yuan originally didn't intend to keep this to himself. If he truly joined the army, these villagers were still more reliable than outsiders. They were a natural small community and losing one person was a good thing. But he didn't expect that the villagers had their own ideas adapting to this world better than he did. Fortunately he was a receptive person. As long as there was reasonable advice he was willing to try. Stone Ergou is looking for you. You didn't see him. If that guy's legs are as soft as noodles, walking like he's sifting flour. Good heavens, he just got married yesterday and today he's in this state. If that guy's wife is definitely not an ordinary person. Let me tell you, luckily Ergou is going to join the army with us in a few days, otherwise he would definitely die at his wife's hands. A villager watching over Zhou Yuan approached him, gesturing towards the door. Enough, I didn't expect you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes to be such a dirty fellow. Who wasn't like this at first? It's called savoring the sweetness and having deep feelings. Stone, how do you understand this? Tell me, have you secretly crept into someone's bed? Good, you little rascal, you're really not a good thing. How many days have we been serving you and you don't say a word about good things? Stop, my split the mountain has been mastered. I just need a dirty fellow to verify my martial skill. The villager glanced at the axe at Zhou Yuan's waist and shrank back. Reluctantly muttering as he walked away, but his voice was a bit loud as if he were afraid Zhou Yuan couldn't hear. Coward, ungrateful, stealing wives, lacking virtue. Zhou Yuan with his righteous stance was not afraid of shadows. With a sharp blade he was unconcerned about harsh words and he couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. In fact, the three villagers led by Uncle De Huang had been getting along well with Zhou Yuan these days. They were worried that Zhou Yuan might go mad and hurt someone, so they were accommodating at every turn. If it weren't for that villager getting dirtier in speech, Zhou Yuan wouldn't have scared him. When Zhou Yuan walked out of the courtyard he realized he had somewhat misjudged the villagers. Ergou's current state was indeed hard not to think about. He saw Ergou's face pale, drenched in cold sweat, his legs weak and trembling even while sitting on a wooden stump. Most importantly, Ergou's health bar had dropped below 90 down to 89. Brother Stone, I have something to tell you. Ergou, don't speak yet, take a breather. I'm not scolding you, why are you working so hard? Besides, the girl is also human. If you're shaking like this, won't she feel sorry for you? Hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Ergou's eyes turned red in an instant, tears almost spilling. Brother Stone, it's not what you think. Chuan Yang is a widow from Qiaodong village and my family's situation is slightly better than yours. What respectable girl would risk being a widow to enter my door? Brother Stone, Chuan Yang is a widow, I don't mind. But from last night to noon today it's already been 7 times, I really can't take it anymore. Yet my father and mother want me to stay home and leave a backup before going to the army. Zhou Yuan, you've suffered, why don't you endure a bit longer? Isn't Chuan Yang trying to give you a child? In our village, although I have a slight reputation, this matter is truly beyond my control. Don't, Brother Stone, don't you always want to go deep into the forest and cause trouble for the locals? Take me with you, let's go now. I can't afford to fall into the hands of the conscripts and Chuan Yang, they're both after my life. Ergou's lamentation did not evoke Zhou Yuan's sympathy, instead it made Zhou Yuan more serious. Ergou, whether we leave or not is not the point. First explain to me what you mean by causing trouble for the locals. Hey Stone brother, please don't mind my lack of experience and words. What I mean is to punish the wicked and protect our village. We should not harm our own people, it is certainly better than the corrupt officials who exploit us. No, Ergou, don't fool me. Uncle De Huang says I am a scourge and I can understand that. After all, he is an elder who takes care of my daily needs, so he inevitably has some grievances. But besides Uncle De Huang, whom have I harmed? Why do they say I am a scourge? Is it because I cannot wield a knife, or are they just itching for a fight? Since crossing into this other world, Zhou Yuan has disguised himself as a reckless and brainless madman to change the foolish and passive fate of his previous life, which often led to him being bullied. The villagers still remember the scene from over 20 days ago when a madman wielding a machete charged from the north of the village to the south. Although his targets fled quickly and were not injured, they were plotting revenge against Zhou Yuan. Yet Zhou Yuan was not a magnanimous person. He lingered around the villagers' homes day and night. Sometimes he would suddenly rush out from behind haystacks, sometimes he would stupidly peek out at street corners, and sometimes he would break into homes at midnight. Since then, Zhou Yuan's name echoed throughout Xiaoxi village and everyone knew he wasn't joking. If he threatened to kill someone, he would certainly do it. The villagers who had bullied his past self were frightened and fled at night to relatives in other villages, and they still dared not return. Zhou Yuan became a local bully and no one dared to provoke him. He thought he had earned a reputation as a brave warrior, but unexpectedly someone dared to voice his true feelings. This person understood him too well and he had to be educated. Ergo, I've taken a huge loss. I've borne the bad reputation without doing anything wrong. How can that be? Tell me who is tarnishing my name, and once I deal with him we can still be good brothers. Stone brother, please don't make it difficult for me. It's not that I don't want to speak, but there are too many people speaking ill of you and you can't deal with them all. Understood. Ergo, let's talk about the old forest. As the saying goes, a man is cheap away from his hometown and goods are precious far from home. Another saying is the fat water should not flow to outsiders' fields. We brothers are so outstanding, why not focus on making a mess in Xiaoxi village, setting an example for everyone to know what is right and what is wrong. Stone brother, is it really good to harm our own people? Why not? It's precisely because they are our own people that they have experience. They know the land and the people, ensuring that we can strike true every time. Ergo regretted it. He initially just wanted to hide from his wife at home and had a bit of an idea to evade military service. But Zhou Yuan's words brought him back to reality. Someone like him with a conscience couldn't join Stone brother in harming their own village. Well, Stone brother, I suddenly remembered that I have a family and can't evade military service. Otherwise my father, mother and wife would all be punished. I have to be conscientious. I really can't leave you to venture into the old forest alone. But if you do intend to harm Xiaoxi village, remember not to harm my family. My family is already suffering enough and has never bullied you, so we can't be left with nothing. It won't happen. Based on our brotherly bond, if I do harm outsiders, I will definitely bring something to your family. That's great. I knew Stone brother was the most righteous. With Ergo's flattery, Zhou Yuan patted the machete at his waist, indicating that everything was fine and that he was going to practice his swordsmanship. Zhao Ergo gritted his teeth and revealed another plan he had come up with. Stone brother, I discussed it with Chuan Yang. I will work during the day and you will work at night. Regardless of whose it is, as long as it can leave a legacy for the Zhao family, that's enough. But I need to say this first: if I can return, my wife and children must belong to me. If I can't return, you take care of Chuan Yang and the kids, and we brothers shouldn't be too picky. Let's see who has better luck. Smack. Zhou Yuan slapped Ergo hard on the shoulder, bending down to stare intently into Ergo's eyes. His serious gaze was quite intimidating, as if it were a sign of anger or a silent interrogation. Stone brother, you. Good, you little rascal, do you want me to block the knife for you? Get up. For your intention, I will also have to go on this military journey to ensure that when you die someone will help you collect your body. That's good. If you can bring my body back, my father and mother will certainly treat you like their own son. Don't joke, you just don't be scared and pee your pants when the time comes. Zhou Yuan was not someone born in this world, so he couldn't understand Ergo's spirit of sharing everything. But he knew that he was flesh and blood and the people here were the same. I'm leaving, Stone brother. Remember to sneak into my house tonight. Get lost. Handle your own matters. You don't always think about being lazy. This kind of thing is best done personally. Stone brother, something's off with you. Do you dislike me and Chuan Yang? No. If you don't dislike me, why not go? Even if you don't leave a legacy, you can still be a man once. It's better than dying without anything. Alright, fine, I do dislike it. I am focused on harming enchanting women and demonic wives. I don't even look at decent people. Zhao Ergo and Zhou Yuan stared at each other, and he suddenly felt that he had lost out, having poured out his heartfelt words only to be rejected in the end. However, he felt that Zhou Yuan had a point. Enchanting women and demonic wives sounded very impressive. Perhaps Stone brother didn't dislike him but had grand aspirations. Then I'm really leaving. I won't leave the door open for you tonight lest it benefits outsiders. Wait a minute. What's wrong, stone brother? Are you having second thoughts? Second thoughts. Nonsense. My Tao heart is steadfast and my original intention remains unchanged. Except for extremely evil beings, no one can catch my attention. Ergo, you are married, which makes you an adult. I have nothing to give you, so let me give you a name. In case you die on the way, you can at least have a proper title. Alright. Let's call you Zhao Yuan after the sun, hoping to remedy your family's imbalance of yin and yang. Zhao Yuan, this name is much better than Ergou. If I leave a legacy, I will use it for my child. If my luck is bad and I can't leave a legacy, then I will use it myself. Suit yourself and hurry back home to deliver the goods. I am still busy honing my skills. Whether it is serving in the military or causing chaos, the priority is to master martial skills first. Ergou was sent back home to make children while Zhou Yuan focused on pondering his skills. At this moment the winner Ergou became the loser. At least he was not as free as Zhou Yuan and could only charge forward in tears, exhausted. Can the skill of splitting Mount Hua be learned? Running should be possible too. But what about eating and sleeping, two things I have to experience every day? I can give it a try. Starting today I will eat less but more frequently, aiming to only eat 3 bites of bread each time, having 2 to 3 dozen meals a day. I can't neglect sleep either. After every hour of exercise I will take a half-hour nap, striving to turn daily living skills into a practice. Let's go, we need to start running. Running fast is the foundation for survival. Ever since Zhou Yuan began devoting himself to the twin arts of eating and sleeping, his reputation for eccentricity had grown even more pronounced. Yet one could hardly blame the villagers for their astonishment. Zhou Yuan's behavior had indeed become profoundly bizarre. Before, though he spoke recklessly and struck with ruthless precision, he at least conversed coherently and lived with a semblance of normalcy. Now, however, he treated steamed buns as sacred treasures, food that could be devoured in mere mouthfuls yet was chewed with painstaking slowness, as if savoring rare delicacies from mountain peaks and ocean depths. Had this been all, the villagers might have simply called him simple-hearted, a genuine down-to-earth boy. But he did not merely eat slowly once, he ate in tiny portions 20 or 30 times a day. Such frequency terrified the village men assigned to watch over him, who feared his madness had deepened. Perhaps he no longer recognized hunger or satiety. Shitu, don't lose your wits. If you burst yourself open, even the ghosts in the underworld will mock you. Uncle Huang, you've lived long enough, you wouldn't understand the heart of one who hasn't. I'm acting preemptively. I'll eat as many meals as possible before enlisting, lest I go hungry once I'm in the army, where not even a single steamed bun may be guaranteed. Still, you've got a point. Tomorrow bring me something finer. Perhaps after a few sumptuous meals I'll stop craving buns altogether. Pa! What nonsense is this? Who said I've lived long enough? You're the one who's had your fill. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. If the army won't even feed a man a single bun, then who the hell would fight for those arrogant masters? Even the king of hell doesn't dispatch starving specters. Surely a grand military camp can spare one mouthful. Not necessarily. If I were general, I'd dispatch cavalry units solely to burn enemy grain stores, guaranteed to leave them howling with hunger. Where on earth did you hear such twisted logic? We're fulfilling conscription duty, not marching off to war. Do you even know what conscription means? It's replacing veteran soldiers hauling grain, digging trenches, felling timber, building walls. The labor never ends. To become a frontline warrior you must first be selected. Ah, so that's why you're not worried at all. You're safe because the village has plenty of young men and you won't be sent to the front lines. Ha, ha, ha. That's the blessing of age. You greenhorns ought to learn from it. Seeing Zhou Yuan still speak lucidly, his madness not yet having seized his mind, Zhao Dahuang exhaled deeply in profound relief. This uncanny boy possessed a strangely skewed intellect. Better to send him to the barracks soon, otherwise some grave incident was bound to erupt. The 3 village men tasked with watching Zhou Yuan assumed Zhao Dahuang had finally calmed him down. Yet the boy spoke one thing and did another, as if his mind held no sway over his body. The very next morning Zhou Yuan repeated his antics, and escalated them into sheer abstraction. Brothers, I pondered all night and grasped the true essence of martial cultivation. The way of martial arts lies in balance, tension and release, motion and stillness. We've all practiced our moving forms, but it's the still forms that truly matter. Think about it, stillness and rest, what do they jointly signify? Sleep. From today onward I shall practice swordplay spearwork, and sleep at will. This regimen will surely forge an exceptional physique. The three village men exchanged glances utterly speechless. Uncle Huang, something's wrong. I'm starting to think Shida's logic makes sense. Am I going mad too? Thump. Zhao Yuan slammed his fist hard against the villager's chest, his gaze sharp enough to devour flesh. Nonsense. What you're hearing isn't madness, it's cleverness. You've grown clever too. Keep that foul mouth shut, or you'll become the most notorious clever man across 10 villages. Ugh. I understand, I'm the most honest of all, utterly devoid of cleverness. Uncle Huang, perhaps someone else should take over watching Shi too. At this rate we'll all be ruined by him. Let's wait and see. Shida's just a bit too clever, that doesn't mean his heart is ill-intentioned. Watching the three men deliberately distance themselves, Zhou Yuan realized he'd overplayed his hand. His habits had shifted too abruptly, devoid of logic or coherence. Were it not for the looming conscription mandate, the villagers would have fled far and wide. Sigh, this is only the beginning, hold on brothers. Having laid his groundwork, Zhou Yuan officially abandoned conventional humanity. His daily rhythm became run, eat, sleep, practice sword, eat, sleep, practice spear, eat, sleep, and so on. Had he trained only by day, the three men might have endured, but he trained by night too. They simply couldn't fathom it. Did clever men require no sleep? Their own rest became impossible. What they didn't know was that Zhou Yuan, tentatively adopting segmented sleep, was equally unaccustomed to it. His mind felt thick and sluggish like congealed porridge. Yet the presence of his attribute panel allowed him to monitor his physical condition precisely, and the gamified pursuit of skills fueled his relentless drive. With undivided focus he swiftly reshaped his entire circadian rhythm. Gradually he entered a peculiar state, not enlightenment but absolute absorption, a fierce, unwavering concentration directed solely toward his goal, indifferent to all external distractions. His intense focus bore fruit swiftly, the first reward manifested in eating. You have mastered nutritive eating, acquiring a life skill. Nutritive eating LV 1110. Effect: precise mastication and ingestion, extracting enhanced nourishment from food. When ingredients are exceptionally rich, minimal health restoration occurs. More efficient nutrient absorption, and minor health regeneration. This is extraordinary. Indeed, the path of skill encoding everyday abilities is viable. The emergence of the nutritive eating skill granted Zhou Yuan rudimentary self-recovery capacity, and lent new resilience to his rigorous training regimen. Gazing at his health bar, now at 91, he resolved to seek restoratives to mend the physical strain accumulated through relentless exertion. Shida, what on earth are you doing out so late? Zhou Yuan's erratic schedule had driven the three village men to the brink of despair. In the end they decided two younger men would accompany Zhou Yuan during daytime antics and runs, while the elder Zhao Dahuang rested by day and stood watch by night. Uncle Huang, I've had another revelation. Martial cultivation demands not only motion and stillness, but also the unity of medicine and diet. Neglecting nourishment is tantamount to draining one's vital blood and qi. You promised me fine fare, but days later you've produced only a single chicken egg. I know you've done your utmost, so I'll take matters into my own hands, and prepare something splendid for you two to soothe your weary stomach. You little rascal, why are you always having revelations? Don't act rashly. Our neighbors aren't well off, you mustn't trouble them. I know, they're not well off. But others are. Follow me. Tonight I'll introduce you to real meat, we'll practice righteous redistribution, borrowing abundance to nourish our own empty bellies. Zhao Dahuang instinctively licked his cracked, parched lips. Night watch had its merits, but left one ravenously hungry, eyes turning green with hunger. Though torn inwardly, his body moved of its own accord, trailing Zhou Yuan out into the night in search of sustenance. Only upon approaching a courtyard enclosed by tiled roofs and earthen walls did Zhao Dahuang snap back to awareness. Sure too, this is the village headman's residence. We mustn't act rashly. No need to fret. Old Li has more than enough. I'll borrow just one chicken, and repay him in a century or two. A century or two? Then isn't that just stealing? Stealing? No, this is borrowing, part of martial cultivation. How many things has Old Li borrowed using his authority as village headman? If he may borrow, so may we. Although the village head was also a villager of Qiaoshi village, he held a semi-official status. Therefore the villagers generally tolerated him and accepted his management. However, Zhou Yuan was different. As someone not from this world, he would naturally not be bound by local rules. Moreover, he had been selected for military service and wouldn't be living in Xiaoxi village for long, so he had no reason to care about the village head's likes or dislikes. After several crowing sounds, Zhou Yuan emerged from the courtyard holding a chicken with a twisted neck. "Uncle De Huang, we are in for a feast tonight. You take care of this chicken, eat it boldly and I'll take the blame. You won't lose out. This shitter, you did this all by yourself, it has nothing to do with me." Uncle Zhao Dehuang clumsily caught the chicken Zhou Yuan tossed at him, wishing he could slap himself. Why was he so greedy? He had been pulled into this mess by this mischievous kid. Look at you being so timid. If you keep this up, I'll eat it all myself and leave no soup for you. Don't. Since you've come, how can we miss out on you? Hurry, let's go to the east slope. My teeth aren't good, so we need to use a clay pot to stew it well. Alright, you get some salt and find a big piece of ginger, I'll go dig a fire pit. In the dark of night, two sneaky figures ran from the north of the village to the east using rudimentary tools to stew the chicken. At that moment, Zhao Dehuang suddenly felt that Zhou Yuan was not crazy. If this kid was likely using his antics to gain benefits. Shitu, I see now that although you are peculiar, you are not foolish at all. There are just the two of us now. After we eat the meat, hand me a stick and I'll fall over while you run away. That's not okay, Uncle Dehuang. I really plan to check out the military camp. What? You want to keep causing trouble and ruin your reputation, yet you really want to serve. What are you up to? You seem unusually conscientious all of a sudden. What are you talking about? I've always been conscientious. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the candy. If I didn't stir things up, would the village take care of me like this? Zhou Yuan's words were half-truths. Initially he did want to escape. Now he no longer wished to run, not because of a sudden surge of conscience but due to the continuous generation of skills. He didn't want to hide in this barren village. Here it was hard to even get full on flatbreads, let alone eat meat. He needed more resources and a broader space. Thus he planned to serve in the military, hoping to secure a position in the camp while learning about the world situation and using military resources to enhance himself. Shitta, you really have a way. They say you're foolish, but I see you are the smartest. You just happened to catch a good time. Back when I was young, families couldn't even afford food and everyone scrambled for military service. No one would have let you mess around. That's what you say, but if you guys hadn't insisted I go, I wouldn't have been playing with you. If you guys were scrambling to go, I might have given my spot to you. Do I look like a fool? Who would believe your nonsense? Although Zhao Dehuang was not young, his hands and feet were exceptionally nimble. He added firewood and fanned the flames without Zhou Yuan lifting a finger, truly resembling a caring elder. Uncle Dehuang, let me discuss something with you. You don't need to go for military service this time, let your son go instead. With your old bones, if you fall on the road you won't come back. While fanning the fire, Zhao Dehuang fell silent upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, which were rare for him. He rubbed his rough hands wanting to say something but only managed to say, "Shitta, the meat is ready. You have good teeth, so eat quickly or it will turn tough. Just leave me some soup. I can't handle these greasy things anymore. Alright, I'll save you a couple of chicken feet to gnaw on. You really have a way. You don't understand polite words, I see you are truly silly." Zhao Dehuang didn't want to talk about his family matters and Zhou Yuan didn't ask further. He picked up a slender branch, broke it into chopsticks and happily started eating the meat. Seeing that this kid was not being polite at all, Zhao Dehuang was worried that he would miss out on a proper piece of meat. So he also broke a branch and dipped it into the pot. He was lucky and immediately scooped out a piece of good meat with skin. The oily chicken skin stung his eyes. Eat up, Uncle Dehuang, don't be polite with me. Tomorrow when you learn to steal chickens, treat me to a meal. Then you won't get to eat it. We can't learn your tricks. The chopsticks trembled, causing the chicken meat to fall back into the pot. With another scoop he fished out a chicken head and the old man happily began gnawing on it. Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhao Dehuang sucking on the chicken head and kindly helped him pick out a chicken foot. Uncle Dehuang, have another chicken hand to supplement. If you can't bite, just let go. My teeth are fine. You little brat, not a single word of sincerity from you. After eating the chicken, drinking the chicken soup, Zhou Yuan lay sideways on the grass observing his attribute panel until his health bar began to rise, revealing a satisfied smile. About an hour later his health bar rose from 91 to 97. Most of a chicken had fallen into Zhou Yuan's mouth, but the recovery was not much and the speed was quite slow. After all, that chicken was too skinny and his food supplement skill level was too low. Zhou Yuan looked towards the river in the east and suddenly sat up. What's wrong, Shirtu? Didn't get enough to eat. Want 2 more pieces? Uncle Dehuang, you should clean up this crime scene properly in a bit. I'm going to wash up in the river. What? Running away again? Didn't we agree you'd serve in the military? Quickly give me a stick or I won't be able to explain. I'll be back soon and no need to deceive you. Zhao Dahuang watched Zhou Yuan quickly blend into the night and let out a heavy sigh before leisurely continuing to gnaw on the bones. Zhou Yuan was not lying. He had just inadvertently caught sight of 2 fragmented health bars moving toward the stone arch bridge. The shapes of those health bars clearly indicated they were human, not the short thin bars of poultry. In the dead of night, what were these 2 low-health individuals doing by the river? Were they planning to duel or jump into the river? Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment but decided to follow and see. It wasn't that he wanted to meddle, rather he was the only one in Xiaoxi village who had a reputation for being associated with violence and had even taken real action. He was worried someone would use his name to secretly kill someone, ultimately placing the blame on him. As he approached the stone arch bridge, he noticed 1 health bar entering the river and disappearing while the other remained still. He did not rush in to check who the health bars represented but quietly waited, prepared to see where that health bar would return. To his surprise, not long after, the person who had jumped into the river resurfaced and after meeting up with the other person on land slowly walked toward Xiaoxi village. Zhou Yuan did not track the person but followed the moving health bar, instead keeping a relatively safe distance without being noticed by the 2. It's actually Ergou's house. Isn't Ergou busy with his new wife? Why is he out here by the river at this late hour? Did he get tired of being at home or is he looking for some excitement? How could he have the time to sneak out at midnight? Perhaps he was tired of being home, seeking some thrill in the wild. Ergou's family was impoverished, their yard enclosed not by earthen walls but by a makeshift fence of branches and wooden sticks. Zhou Yuan searched for a foothold and stepped over. The entire yard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. He approached the only decent house in the yard, cautiously crouching by the window. Mother, I'm cold. Quick, soak in the warm water bucket. Don't let your father go to the Dragon Palace to steal treasures again. If he does, Ergou will be in peril. I won't dare to go again. Today Ergou almost didn't return. I won't go anymore. What? Ergou didn't follow my advice. He couldn't afford to offend the guards of the Dragon Palace. That's how my husband got lost, and Ergou must not repeat the mistake. A young woman's voice came through and Zhou Yuan guessed she was Cui Nyang, Ergou's new wife. Cui Nyang, tell us about the entrance to the Dragon Palace. Our family has been blessed by you. How could we not heed your words? It's just that people have different steps. You said one can only walk 36 steps, but Ergou attracted the attention of the Dragon Palace guards after only 32 steps. Fortunately he ran fast and wasn't greedy, otherwise he would have been in real trouble. It's also because that kid Shirtu is so dim-witted. If he had come to our house he could have helped Ergou out. In this village we can trust Shirtu. If he leaves a mark, our 2 families can become one. Father, why are you saying such things? It's quite embarrassing. But you're right, I trust our family. If I were to enter someone else's home I wouldn't dare to mention the Dragon Palace. I'm afraid they'd bury me alive for those pearls. Cui Nyang, lend me a hand and refill the warm water for Ergou so he can warm up thoroughly. Coming right up. Zhou Yuan listened outside, puzzled. Was Ergou's family not feverish? Who would have thought that beneath the stone arch bridge lay the Dragon Palace and Ergou could still steal things from it? Phew. I finally made it back alive. The Dragon Palace is truly not a place for humans. It's bone-chillingly cold and just one visit could cost half a life. Parents' wife, we've obtained over 20 pearls, which means we're somewhat wealthy, but they can't be seen in public. If I return from military service we can claim they are my spoils of war. If I don't return when Shirtu comes back you can say they are my relics. Pa, don't talk nonsense, you will definitely return. When you do we'll move to the city and live well. That won't work, father. If we all leave, who will keep track of the marks? If the next heavy rain changes the river's course, future generations won't be able to find the entrance to the Dragon Palace. That's true, we need to leave a path for our descendants. When you return with Cui Nyang I'll stay with your mother. After waiting a while surrounded by his family's yearning for a better life, Zhou Yuan quietly left Ergou's yard. I underestimated Ergou. I didn't expect this family to be somewhat scheming. I thought Ergou sincerely wanted to share everything with me, but it turns out he was eyeing my vulnerable background, wanting to rope me in. Cui Nyang is also a clever person, it's just that Ergou's family had no other choice. If she had fallen into the hands of a family with more brothers, they might really have killed her for that so-called dragon palace. Zhou Yuan didn't know whether the so-called dragon palace was real, but there must be some place in the Qingsha River that produced pearls and was relatively safe for Ergou's family to gain benefits. He walked under the moonlight and soon arrived beneath the stone arch bridge. The river had a thick layer of floating algae and the water was somewhat murky, flowing at a steady pace. Zhou Yuan stripped off his clothes, bit down on the firewood knife and plunged into the river with a splash. He had thought that the entrance to the so-called Dragon Palace would be very hidden, otherwise Ergou's family wouldn't talk about marking or counting steps. But to his surprise, what was very hidden to Ergou's family appeared exceptionally conspicuous to him. He saw a black whirlpool on the riverbed covered in mud and water plants. It was prominently marked with 2 lines of blood-red characters. Instance nest of the Qingsha General recommended challenge level 15, recommended number of challengers 510. Very well, the challenge level and number of challengers are clearly marked, adding a new accomplishment to the gamified perspective. However, there was a small issue. Zhou Yuan's attribute panel did not indicate a character level. Is there a bug? What's this challenge level? My gamification can't be incompatible with this instance. How could there be a situation where it doesn't match? Zhou Yuan was not surprised that he could see the instance information. He was used to seeing health bars everywhere. Seeing another instance portal was not strange. But he couldn't understand why the instance portal indicated a challenge level while he did not possess that attribute. Ergou said that 36 steps is a safe area. His legs are short, so I won't compare with him. I'll just take 20 steps. Zhou Yuan was not going to back down. After all, Ergou's family had conducted experiments and it would be a pity to miss such a good opportunity to take a look. He suddenly dove down and touched the dark portal. In the next moment he entered a spacious passage. Although the passage was limited in length, its width could rival a 4-lane road on Blue Star. The most crucial aspect was that the ground was paved with dark red coral with pearls of varying quality embedded in the gaps of the coral, resembling a starry road. On both sides of the passage stood 6 monsters with shrimp heads and human bodies, holding tridents and remaining motionless like hard stone statues. Above their heads not only were there health bars but also identity information. Level 15 cold-tide shrimp soldier. A bone-chilling cold permeated the entire passage and the water droplets on Zhou Yuan's body showed signs of freezing. There are quite a few pearls underfoot. Why did Ergou have to run to the edge of the safe area? Zhou Yuan pried with the firewood knife and finally understood why Cui Nyang's ex-husband and Ergou approached the shrimp-headed monsters. The reason was that these pearls were embedded very tightly, it was hard to pry them out. After a while Zhou Yuan damaged quite a few while prying and only 2 were left in perfect condition. Interestingly, the closer he got to the cold-tide shrimp soldiers, the more fragile the coral ground became and the chance of prying out complete pearls increased significantly. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan's purpose for coming here was not to collect pearls but to check out the Dragon Palace that Ergou mentioned and the instance in his own eyes. Therefore, after acquiring 6 pearls and walking about 20 steps, he gave up the urge to move forward. Although the names and levels of these shrimp soldiers looked like minor gatekeepers, they could still cause localized temperature changes. Zhou Yuan, no matter how reckless, knew he couldn't take on the opponent and had no need to attract their hatred or personally experience their attack power. The last one who was this reckless had his wife remarry. Ergou's family should thank that big brother well. However, not touching or trying didn't mean Zhou Yuan couldn't estimate the strength of these cold-tide shrimp soldiers. Assuming a game rhythm, the initial character attribute is 1, and each level up gives at least 1 attribute point. Then I would have at least a 15-point attribute difference compared to the cold-tide shrimp soldiers, but I cannot assess the skills. Of course, this assumption is only an ideal state. The real difference could be even more exaggerated. With such strength and the instance's refresh characteristics, they truly deserve to be called immortal demons. The level 15 dungeon nest of General Qingsha is beyond Zhou Yuan's current capability to conquer. Yet this dungeon remains immensely valuable to him. He swung the hatchet, brutally shattering numerous pearls, and tossed the headscarf onto the ground before turning back to enter the dungeon's portal. When he left the cold environment and returned to the Qingsha River, the icy waters felt as comforting as a gentle hot spring. He dressed, returned home, retrieved a large covered clay pot and donned a set of thick clothing. Zhao Yuan had not yet returned and the two villagers were sound asleep unaware of Zhou Yuan's actions. After returning to the stone arch bridge he stuffed the two sets of clothing into the clay pot, clutched the hatchet and re-entered the dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon he opened the clay pot, donned both outfits and then began to observe the changes in the dungeon environment. The intact coral floor, the absence of shattered pearls and the vanished headscarf all attest to the dungeon's refreshing capacity. Moreover, this refreshing ability not only rejuvenates items within the dungeon but also external objects left behind. It does not refresh while a person is present but automatically resets when they leave. If one person remains stationed in the dungeon for an extended period, could it potentially serve as a secret base for stockpiling resources? Separated from the normal world, existing in an unknown space with an internal environment of its own, it resembles the legendary paradises of lore. From another perspective, if I were a native of this world I would undoubtedly regard this mysterious space as a hidden sanctuary of fortune between heaven and earth. No wonder Ergou's family calls this place the Dragon Palace, hidden beneath the river, guarded by shrimp soldiers with a self-contained space, truly reminiscent of the legendary Dragon Palace. Zhou Yuan stroked the remarkably realistic coral floor, recalling an ancient text he had studied in childhood, the tale of the Peach Blossom Spring. Excluding the dangerous monsters within the dungeon, it truly could be considered a peach blossom spring for ordinary people, a paradise for seekers of the Tao. The Qingsha River is merely one of many tributaries and a relatively obscure small branch at that. If such places have dungeons, there must be numerous dungeons in this world. Zhou Yuan had played many video games while on Blue Star. He knew that if dungeons were placed in a vast game world without any prompts they would be difficult to uncover. Yet as long as their numbers increased, someone would eventually discover them. Just like now Chuanyang's ex-husband discovered the nest of General Qingsha, which he then told Chuanyang and she subsequently informed Ergou's family. This suggests that some people or forces might pass down the secrets of dungeons through generations, considering them their own hidden sanctuaries. The Great Wei Kingdom families that inherit dungeons and the village elders speak of monsters that never leave their territory, immortal and unkillable. This situation resembles a normal human society merging into a game world. Zhou Yuan shook his head, dismissing his narrow assumptions. He understood too little of this world. Analyzing social conditions based solely on a single dungeon is neither rational nor reliable. However, seemingly unfounded conjectures are not without merit. At the very least, Zhou Yuan could extend his environmental understanding based on his assumptions. According to standard game logic, the intelligence of wild monsters and dungeon monsters should be roughly comparable. The behavior of these 6 Frostwave shrimp soldiers indeed resembles that of game monsters with a range of aggro. If I provoke them solely with sound without entering their attack range, will it trigger their attack determination? Zhou Yuan leaned against the portal, striking the coral floor with his hatchet while loudly calling out, "Hey, over here." The 6 Frostwave shrimp soldiers didn't even glance in his direction, resembling 6 lifelike statues. This phenomenon is highly misleading. Locals might easily let their guard down and get pricked by a Frostwave shrimp soldier upon entering the attack range. Faced with the rigid Frostwave shrimp soldiers, Zhou Yuan instantly thought of methods like digging pits, setting fires, or poisoning. However, the coral floor was surprisingly hard and fire and poison also needed verification against the shrimp soldiers' determination, logic and defense strength. This meant Zhou Yuan would ignite a fire using smoke to affect the Frostwave shrimp soldiers, testing whether they would attack the source of the fire and the arsonist and whether flames could lessen their health. The nest of General Qingsha is an excellent experimental site. I will not leave without gaining some intelligence. Therefore he first returned to the riverbank, filling the large clay pot with branches and leaves before returning to the dungeon. After advancing 20 steps he took out a flint to ignite the dry grass, creating a campfire. Once the flames roared, he tossed in several damp, thick branches. With both hands gripping the front of his clothing, he fanned it continuously, trying to direct the smoke towards the Frostwave shrimp soldiers. As the smoke drifted toward one of the Frostwave shrimp soldiers, Zhou Yuan immediately retreated to the portal. Before long, the Frostwave shrimp soldiers caught the scent of smoke, determining they were under attack, and immediately exited their standby state, rushing toward the campfire to dismantle it. They stepped over the burning branches and continued towards Zhou Yuan, crushing the burning branches to bits, while the other 5 Frostwave shrimp soldiers also entered an attack state. Zhou Yuan retreated and found himself at the portal, leaving the dungeon. Upon returning to the riverbank, he had to admit that the Frostwave shrimp soldiers were not truly rigid and inflexible, they were effective killing machines. As long as they determined they were under attack, even if the attack was extremely weak and unable to cause any harm, they would still switch to an offensive state. The method of poisoning combined with fire seems relatively feasible provided someone can withstand the attacks of the frostwave shrimp soldiers, allowing the fire and poison to take effect gradually. Can living animals disrupt the dungeon's refreshing process? Zhou Yuan dove into the water and soon retrieved a palm-sized freshwater turtle, deftly using grass rope to bind its shell, ensuring its limbs could not escape. Then he took the turtle back into the dungeon, and indeed the burning branches had refreshed. The smooth coral floor and motionless frostwave shrimp soldiers made the place appear exceptionally tidy. Little turtle, this is a great experiment and I will remember you. After placing the turtle on the ground, Zhou Yuan skillfully exited and re-entered. Then something magical happened. The turtle disappeared as though the dungeon did not recognize it as a player-like creature directly refreshing it. The turtle cannot disrupt the dungeon's refreshing process. Chickens, ducks, fish and dogs likely cannot either, not to mention insects. It seems my cockroach poisoning method is no longer viable. The gamified perspective combined with dungeon prompts has led Zhou Yuan into a state of attempting to conquer dungeons beyond his level. However, the reality proved that completely opportunistic methods cannot threaten dungeon monsters. It is similarly difficult for the locals to resolve powerful dungeon monsters through schemes. A level 15 dungeon is far too much for me right now. I need lower level dungeons or weaker wild monsters. Yet the lower the level of the dungeon, the easier it is to breach, making it of greater value to locals. It may be quite difficult to inquire about or explore such lower level dungeons. The murky river water and the verdant water weeds obscure my vision. This prevented me from discovering the anomalies of the Qingsha River in a timely manner, let alone various mountains and buildings. No-weight buildings, illogical buildings. Manors in the mountains, floating boat forts and even temples or Taoist monasteries, all built without considering advantageous terrain. Any illogical architecture may have been constructed to conceal a dungeon. The dungeon general Qingsha's lair offered Zhou Yuan a new line of reasoning. The village elder's admonition and Shui Nyang's former husband's ordeal proved that game monsters and dungeons were not phenomena born with Zhou Yuan's transmigration, they were woven into the fabric of history itself. This immediately led him to consider structures such as cities, fortified manors, temples and Taoist monasteries. In an ordinary world, cities would most likely be built at locations offering either convenient transportation or formidable natural defenses. Temples and Taoist monasteries too would traditionally favor majestic mountains and scenic landscapes. Yet in this world, where game monsters and dungeons existed, the selection of a site carried an additional critical dimension. If I were a native of this land and discovered a dungeon, I would have only two viable choices: conceal it, or guard it. However, concealment is inherently unreliable. If left unattended, others would inevitably stumble upon it by accident. Guarding it, though time-consuming and labor-intensive, would deter intrusion. As long as one possessed sufficient strength, no one would dare force their way into private sanctums like ancestral halls, underground bunkers or scriptoria. When Zhou Yuan contemplated dungeons through the lens of historical continuity, he arrived at a conclusion both promising and daunting. The good news was that he no longer needed to scour the world blindly like a headless fly. Over centuries of recorded history, dungeons easily discoverable by ordinary people had likely already acquired owners, or dedicated guardians. The drawback, however, was that the factions inheriting these dungeons would almost certainly regard them as their most treasured heritage. They would not only go to great lengths to conceal them but also defend them with unwavering resolve. The Great Wei Kingdom, and the dynasties preceding it, successively inherited the legacies of their forebears. The accumulation of dungeons across successive reigns must therefore be vast. Zhou Yuan realized his purpose for enlisting in the military had just expanded. Originally he had sought only access to military resources, and now he had a second compelling motive: to infiltrate the imperial bureaucracy and investigate dungeons firsthand. To him, dungeons were far more than mere sources of experience points. They were vital conduits for rapid self-strengthening, and even held the faint, tantalizing possibility of encountering legendary immortality. Since arriving in this world, he had suffered acutely from insecurity and social marginalization. Given any choice at all, he refused to resign himself to destitution and stagnation. I wonder how the people of this world harness dungeons, and what extraordinary societal forms they have cultivated as a result. Zhou Yuan had once asked the village elder about examinations akin to the imperial civil service exams, but the elder replied he had never heard of scholars attaining official posts through written tests. The Great Wei practiced a recommendation system analogous to the Han-era practice of nominating the filial and upright. Here nobility truly ran in bloodlines. Without familial influence and standing, one could never hope to hold office. Zhou Yuan had initially assumed this system arose from low productivity and limited channels of knowledge dissemination. Now the existence of dungeons suggested a deeper truth: that entrenched aristocratic clans sustained by dungeon inheritance were virtually indestructible. When dynastic transitions failed to sever their roots, removing them from history became nearly impossible. After wringing out his damp clothes, lifting the earthenware jar and securing 6 pearls within his waistband, Zhou Yuan rose and returned home. Zhao Yuan on watch duty poked his head out as a shadow pushed open the courtyard gate. "Shidu, want to train a bit longer?" "No, I'm utterly spent. Tonight I'll sleep deeply." "Excellent. Knowing you're asleep puts my mind at ease. At dawn I'll fetch you a chicken egg to settle your stomach." "Perfect, I can't live on flatbread alone." Zhou Yuan knew Zhao Yuan still cherished hopes of sharing meat together, and feeling had unfairly taken advantage of his junior's generosity, he resolved to offer something substantial in return. He accepted Zhao Yuan's kindness without refusal, murmured assent, and collapsed onto his wooden bed. Perhaps because he had finally discerned his path forward, his slumber that night was profoundly deep and serene. In his dream he progressed from level 1 dungeons to level 100 dungeons, not only becoming humanity's strongest but shattering the boundary between mortal and immortal. Yet just as he soared among the starry cosmos, a cerulean planet suddenly emerged, and unleashed a colossal gravitational pull, yanking him violently from the heavens. "No, you've got no honor at all." With a carp leap somersault, Zhou Yuan tumbled headlong off the wooden bed. Sunlight streamed through the window into the dim, damp room. A wooden stool served as a seat, and atop it rested a coarse earthenware bowl containing a single small chicken egg. "Uncle Dahuang truly keeps his word, says hell bring an egg and an egg appears." Zhou Yuan rose, splashed water on his face, cleaned his mouth with a willow twig, then sat on the stool peeling the egg while reviewing his attribute panel. His 3 core attributes, essence, chi and spirit, remained unchanged, each harmoniously balanced at 1. His health bar had shifted again after last night's meat meal. It had recovered to 97. Yet repeated exposure to the dungeon's biting cold had reduced it once more, to 92. Rounding down, last night's egg had been utterly wasted. Well, if the egg had been wasted, then effectively he hadn't eaten it at all, thus the missing chicken from the village head's household bore no connection to him. Beyond this, the most significant change on his attribute panel was the emergence of a new skill. You have mastered Restoration, a life skill. N Restoration LV. 1110 N effect alleviates fatigue, nourishes the spirit, mitigates adverse conditions, stillness is its essence, motion its origin. The luminous skill description clarified its profound potency. No wonder I woke feeling refreshed and invigorated, without the slightest trace of chill or fever. Sleep itself has become a skill. Sleep and sustenance were the 2 life skills Zhou Yuan valued most. Both represented his most promising avenues for cultivating restorative abilities, and fortunately both proved highly effective, granting him a margin for trial and error. Now, with muscle soreness and diminished health, nothing could hinder his skill cultivation. I rely on my nourishment and restoration skills to recover physically. What about Ergou? He possesses neither. How does he restore his health bar when critically wounded? As Zhou Yuan studied his attribute panel, Ergou suddenly came to mind. That young man had surely entered General Qingsha's lair on the night of his wedding, otherwise his health bar would not have plummeted so abruptly to 89. Looking back, when he came seeking me, his legs trembled and his face was pale, likely symptoms of wind-cold fever, not some boastful 7-mesonite prowess. Zhou Yuan had overheard Ergou speaking in his courtyard last night, so he wasn't worried about him dying of illness. What truly intrigued him was how ordinary people restored their health bars, and whether excessive depletion might permanently lower their maximum health. These thoughts made him restless. Ergou, a fearless self-experimenter, demanded an observer to collect empirical data. "Shidu, off for your run." "Right, both of you hurry up. Or you'll hear Uncle Dawang scolding." "Sure too, let's make a deal. You overslept today, so let's skip the run. These past few days the village idlers have mocked us, calling us cowardly melons, claiming we build no strength, wield no spear, and train only in running away. Then what are we waiting for? Grab your staves. When we chase them down and beat them senseless, they'll finally appreciate the virtue of speed. Ah, here we go. We've been waiting for you to lead the charge, we couldn't act without you." "How peculiar, why didn't those cowards practice fleeing today?" "Who can say, perhaps their courage cracked and their legs went soft. If you ask me, sure too, and the others are simply timid. If we lads enlisted, we'd fight with relish, fearless." "Exactly, I've longed to burst into the enemy ranks and kill with abandon, only my luck hasn't given me the chance." 5 idlers who lived off their wives lay slouched beneath the elm at the village entrance picking jujubes and boasting. To an inattentive ear their words might have sounded like those of wronged warriors. They were in full flow when 3 men came from the south. At first they paid no heed, then on closer inspection they were frightened half to death. "Brothers, it's time for the noon meal. I should go home and check on things. My stomach's acting up, I need to step out." "What a coincidence, I forgot to feed my dog. Lads, let's meet later." At the sight of Zhou Yuan, a wooden stick in hand and a cleaver at his waist, the blusterers after a few perfunctory words vanished like smoke. "Hurry up, move slowly and you won't land a single stroke." With Zhou Yuan and the 2 villagers' friendly admonitions, the 5 ruffians were shepherded back to their homes with cudgels. A 3-against-5 scuffle that ended without injury and routed the opponents left the 2 villagers who accompanied Zhou Yuan elated. "Sure too, you're the man. With scoundrels like these you must strike straight away." Proud to be associated, the villagers puffed up their chests, the old grievance gone. "Let's drop by Ergou's house on the way. He came to visit on the 2nd day of his marriage, I can't forget that." When Zhou Yuan brazenly entered Ergou's yard he realized the boy had fallen ill. Last night Ergou had been lively, by noon he lay burning with fever. Through the window Zhou Yuan glimpsed that Ergou's health bar had already fallen to 77%. Ergou's parents sighed and wiped their tears in the yard while Chuan Yang inside periodically soaked cloths to cool him, a crude attempt at physical fever reduction. To be honest, Zhou Yuan was not surprised. He had personally felt the chill within the Qingsha general's nest instance, and diving inevitably wets the body and hair. Exposure to such drastic temperature swings commonly brings chills and fever in ordinary people, all the more so for Ergou, who had re-entered the instance multiple times. Ergou did not possess Zhou Yuan's recovery skill, nor is this place the medically advanced launching. A heavy cold that is trivial on launching can be perilous here. "Uncle Zhao, has old Luo from Qiaodong village been by?" "He has." "Old Luo says Ergou has an evil wind lodged within him, an external chill. He's gone to fetch medicine. If old Luo's remedy proves useless and Ergou does not improve in a few days, we'll take him to the county for treatment." "All right, if you go to the county tell us and we'll help carry Ergou there." "I always said Sure too is dependable. My legs can't carry me far and I have no brothers to help at home. Lucky that Sure too can be relied upon." Although Ergou's family had designs on Zhou Yuan to bind him into their future interests, their intent was to cultivate ties. Zhou Yuan felt no particular ill will toward them. While consoling Ergou's parents and watching the boy's state, Zhou Yuan soon observed the health bar drop another % down to 76. Coughs escaped from the house. Weak and breathless Ergou's condition bore witness to the consequences of a dwindling health bar. In most games no one blinks if a character drops below 70%, even at 30% players can be vigorous and stories of slim margin reversals are common. But in this real world a rapidly falling health bar is grave, at best a loss of fighting capacity, at worst relentless deterioration and death. This means the nominal health figures of ordinary people are deceptive. Without being fully depleted, a loss of around 40% makes it difficult to maintain combat form. Take Ergou, his bar may still read 76% and seem manageable, but in 10 days, perhaps a fortnight, either the illness will be controlled and he will recover, or the village will set a table for his funeral. Father old Luo only has a few prescriptions and uses the same herbs for every ailment. I doubt he can cure Ergou's fever. We should send him to the county while Sure too is here. Wait, we don't have much ready cash. If Ergou's fever persists tomorrow we'll have to sell land to get him there. Ergou's family was not without resources. The pearls from the instances could not be shown openly. If they rashly produced them, county strongmen might prey upon them. Thus Ergou's father pinned his hopes on old Luo from Qiaodong village, praying the family might weather this calamity. "Ah, we were greedy." Ergou's father breathed, lips trembling, as he whispered a silent prayer for his son's safety. The yard gate creaked open. An old man in threadbare clothes forced his way in with a simple, good-natured young man at his side. "Boil the water quickly and prepare the medicine. My son and I will stay here tonight. If it does not work at first light, I'll take you into the city to see the old doctor." With everyone bustling about, they finally administered the medicine. Ergou's fate would now hinge on fortune. Having done his part, Zhou Yuan planned to leave. But Ergou's parents, worried he might refuse help later, insisted on giving Zhou Yuan 2 chicken eggs. To reassure them and to show he would escort Ergou to the county if needed, Zhou Yuan accepted the token. Although it was only 2 eggs, the 2 villagers who accompanied him were not offended. They split one between them and left the remaining egg for Zhou Yuan. For them helping a neighbor seek treatment was natural. Ergou's family was so poor that no one wished to scold them. Zhou Yuan accepted the egg without ceremony, cracked it and sidled up to old Luo asking about remedies to replenish qi and blood. "Uncle Luo, do you have a tonic for qi and blood? Wrap me 2 doses. Uncle Luo, who would accompany them to the county medical hall, naturally would not be mistreated. He and his son also held chicken eggs. On hearing Zhou Yuan, the man paused mid-peel and studied him carefully. "Sure too, with your ruddy complexion and lively spirit you do not look blood deficient. Is there some hidden ailment? Don't be ashamed, the younger you treat it the better. Let it become chronic and you'll suffer for life." "Uncle Luo, honestly, I'm about to enlist. I've been training hard these days and my waist aches, my back is sore and I don't feel well. I do have a recipe that invigorates blood, disperses stasis and nourishes qi and blood. But true tonics are costly and beyond your means. I have none, so I'll prescribe only common inexpensive herbs." "Very well, I'll try it. If it helps I'll order more." Ergou, after all, is a robust young lad of 16 with a solid foundation of health. After consuming 2 bowls of medicine and sweating profusely, he surprisingly recovered from his fever. Ergou's family was overjoyed and the old pharmacist Luo took the opportunity to quickly prepare the medicine for Zhou Yuan. "Shitu, although this medicine is nourishing, you shouldn't take too much. Remember, medicine can be toxic in excess. Don't worry, Uncle Luo. I will only use it in emergencies. If I need to take it regularly, I'll have to find some precious tonics instead." "You think too highly of yourself. Precious tonics are worth more than you. Ginseng, Ganoderma and He-Shou are not something you can afford to consume." After Luo extracted 12 copper coins from Zhou Yuan, he explained how to properly brew the herbal medicine. Zhou Yuan, relying on his attribute panel, boldly experimented with the medicine's effects. The old pharmacist from the village was not deceitful. After downing a bowl of bitter herbal soup, Zhou Yuan's health bar did indeed show changes. However, initially it did not rise but rather fell. After a decrease of 2 in health, it then increased by 4, which meant that a single bowl of medicine only restored 2 of health. Zhou Yuan observed his health bar drop from 92 to 90, then rise to 94, and suddenly understood the meaning of not being able to recover when in a weakened state. Even though he was currently full of vitality and in good health, if a frail person were to endure such treatment, the potency of the medicine would likely harm them further and restore even less health, making it better not to take it at all. Zhou Yuan believed that there exist recipes with gentle effects and significant results. However, the old pharmacist had neither precious tonics nor good recipes. "What is sweet for me might be poison for others. I possess skills in food supplementation and rest, allowing me to absorb more nourishing effects while mitigating the negative impacts of the herbal soup. This medicine is a tonic for me, a minor health-restoring soup, but it may not be the same for others. The herbal soup can restore health even if it causes initial harm before recovery, and even if it only produces a 2 positive feedback, it is still acceptable to Zhou Yuan. A single packet of medicine can be brewed twice, allowing for a total restoration of 4 health in a day, providing Zhou Yuan with a new means of recovery besides petty theft. With the help of the tonic, Zhou Yuan further enhanced his skill training and soon reaped new rewards. "You have comprehended thrusting spear, mastering a form of spear technique. Thrusting spear LV1110 effect. The front hand is like a loop, the back hand like a lock, energy condensing the spear strikes in a line." The core of the thrusting spear technique hinges on 2 aspects: power and precision. After the skill was developed, Zhou Yuan's thrusting spear technique finally transcended the stage of ineffectiveness with a significant increase in accuracy. Clang! The bamboo pole lacking a spear tip accurately pierced the copper coin hanging from the grass rope. The sound of metal clashing caught the attention of 3 villagers. Just as they thought Zhou Yuan was simply lucky, a series of clangs rang out. The effect of the bamboo pole piercing the copper coin was too direct, far less concealed than chopping wood with an axe. At that moment the 3 villagers were astonished to realize that Shitu had truly developed some skills. Incredible, Uncle Dahuang, Shitu has truly grasped it this time. I've been practicing with sticks these past few days and just hitting the neck is already impressive, yet Shitu is able to strike such small copper coins. Don't compare yourself to Shitu. He's had many insights, it's only natural for him to produce something real. However, this kid has become increasingly strange. He's at least 5 steps away from the copper coin, yet he can still hit the dangling copper plate. It sounds easy to pierce a line, but it's not simple in practice. Zhou Yuan's thrusts were not slow and methodical, instead they were explosive and forceful. In such explosive thrusting conditions maintaining precision was no less than that of a genuine practitioner. Good, this kid has some skills. If he becomes a warrior with this accuracy he could pierce several skulls. A fierce and ruthless spear is essential. You two hurry and serve tea, say some flattering words and let sure to teach you a thing or two. Uncle De Huang, why don't you go? At my age I have no chance of becoming a warrior. You all practice well, a quick and precise spear is better than anything else. The two villagers were very obedient. When they were first chosen to watch over Zhou Yuan they had felt resentful. But now it was different. Zhou Yuan was bold and dared to lead them in driving away idlers, and with his spear pointing wherever he wanted they truly admired him. Thus they brought tea and towels, standing quietly beside Zhou Yuan hoping to learn a few moves, gaining more resources for military service. Who? Zhou Yuan only set down the bamboo pole after his thrusting spear skill reached level 2, stretching his sore arms. The benefits of skill activation were significant. The emergence of skills felt like a benchmark firmly stabilizing the lower limit of technique. The growth of skill proficiency continuously elevated the lower threshold of skills, leading Zhou Yuan to experience a sense of freedom as if the spear moved at his command. Shitu, are you done practicing? Speak up. What should I say? I have comprehended it again. Ah, that's the phrase. Shitu, you've understood it, so you must know the trick. Why don't you teach us? We won't let you work for nothing. Well, surely arrange some tasty food like eggs, beans and fruits for you. Alright, you practice a bit while I watch first. Without a property panel promising rewards for effort it was quite difficult to rapidly train martial skills. Zhou Yuan guided the two villagers for half an hour, yet there was no noticeable improvement in their thrusting spear technique. Fortunately his advice was straightforward and the techniques he explained were clear. Even if the two villagers did not master them they felt they had gained much. After acquiring a new skill, Zhou Yuan's pursuit of running became even more intense. He compressed his rest time, focusing solely on practicing running whenever he wasn't honing his techniques. Shitu, are you running again? Wait until I'm ready to run with you. Sure, is Ergou feeling better? I can get out of bed now and my body doesn't hurt anymore, but I'm still quite weak and keep coughing. As Zhou Yuan passed by Ergou's house he glanced at him. The lad was sitting on a wooden stool basking in the sun. His wife was concerned he might overexert himself, so she wouldn't let him do anything, insisting he rest. His health bar had risen from 76 to 80. After all, being young gave him a robust foundation. Once his illness improved his vitality surged back. If you're feeling weak you should rest more. I have the tonics prepared by old Luo. Once you recover I'll give you a set to restore your health. Ergou, seeing Zhou Yuan wave to leave, hurriedly stood up from the stool and leaned over the fence to call out. Shitu, come here. I need to tell you something. What's up, Ergou? Do you have some secret? Shitu, I almost died this time and I've thought through a lot of things. This pearl is Cui Nyang's dowry. Keep it safe. If you join the army it can be used to bribe the officials for a better position. The round pearl sparkled beautifully under the sunlight. Zhou Yuan instantly recognized it as originating from the nest of General Qing Sha dungeon. It's too precious, I can't accept it. Besides, since we're brothers going to the army together you should be the one to seek a good position. Just take it, sure too. My father sold the fields and asked the village chief to report the epidemic if the county agreed to allow me to enlist in the army. Alright, then you should find a job early and live well. The quotas for household registration are not immutable. If the officials will filter out the disabled and dismiss those afflicted with disease. Among the disabled there is some tolerance, but for disease there is none at all. The officials in various counties will absolutely not allow those suffering from diseases to mingle with the able-bodied, as this is a capital offense that could spread plague to the army. As a result, wealthy young men who fear losing limbs are likely to report sickness to evade military service. Of course this comes at a cost. If the families of those replacing them must bear the expenses of reporting sickness, which can amount to a significant sum. Zhou Yuan never expected that Ergou's father would actually offer up their ancestral land to find someone to take over Ergou's military service quota. This meant that Ergou's family had no escape route left aside from moving to the city to earn a living. At this moment their family could hardly be considered farmers. If they were at best just refugees, and their social status had plummeted from the lowest to an even lower depth. Perhaps due to this devastating illness Ergou's family had changed their mindset. Now they were willing to take on some risks to protect their only male descendant. However, moving to the city without any support, they were uncertain whether it would be good or bad and whether they could ask for a peaceful existence. Ergou, keep your wealth hidden. No matter where you go when you're unfamiliar with the place, it's better to live a frugal life. I understand, brother Sher. My father said I should go to the city to be an apprentice, and Uncle Luo from the East Village introduced me to a carpenter master. I can endure hardship as long as the master doesn't kill me and teaches me the trade. I will take care of him in his old age. Fine, if I make a name for myself, let me know if you get bullied. Ergou's willingness to present a well-preserved pearl touched Zhou Yuan's heart. After all, giving gifts was a risky act for Ergou. If he happened to be a ruthless character, the lives of Ergou's family would be in jeopardy. Brother Sher, can your family's land be reclaimed? If not, why don't you also go the route of using the land to offset military service? That way the two of us can go to the city together and look out for each other. I can't do that. You know, the land deed states in black and white that I can only reclaim the land after I marry. His father's fears of not returning from the army led him to hang their private fields under the name of the village chief. As a result, Zhou Yuan had grown up safely receiving a portion of grain from the village chief each year. But reclaiming it would be quite difficult. After all, in his past life he had a reputation for being foolish, and both respectable and disreputable families looked down on him. Indeed, it's harder for you to find a wife than for me. Your land has likely been regarded as private property by the village chief. He would never agree to let you use his land to offset military service. Cough cough. By the way, brother Sher, forget about what I mentioned the other day. I want to try my best in having a child. After a brief farewell, Ergou's family hurriedly left, entering the city 2 days before the county officials arrived in the village. The man substituting for Ergou's military service was named Li Dezhuang, who had 5 sons at home, a typical case of too many people for too little land. Zhou Yuan observed clearly, when the officials called out the other able-bodied men they circled them, but when they called out his name they drew a horizontal line. This indicated that his family was now cut off. As long as he didn't return the military service, and taxes for Qiaoxi village would be calculated as if there were 66 households. Although Ergou's family lost their land and moved to the city to make a living, their household registration remained in Qiaoxi village, meaning they would still be counted among the eligible households for military service. Everyone quiet down, I have a few words to say. This military service is a decree from the court and not something we brothers are intentionally imposing on you. Look at these able-bodied men, some are young and some are old. We brothers will treat your family as if there are no able-bodied men and let you pass. We brothers value loyalty, we hope you value righteousness. Once you leave this village, do not flee or cause chaos, otherwise the county will investigate and it will implicate your families. I won't say much else. You need to elect a responsible man to lead. We will pass through dozens of relay stations, but we will not enter the county. We will head straight to Jingan City. It makes sense for the conscripts not to enter the county. They are all from the same village and are merely passing through. If ill intentions arise, they may harm the families within the county. Interestingly, the officials also acknowledged the act of elders replacing the able-bodied. It seems that the Dawei had few wars. The usual recruitment of soldiers was meant to maintain the system rather than urgently supplement the military. Why is no one selecting? If you don't choose, I will select randomly. If this were corvée labor, the village men would rush to take the lead, but since this is military service, the leader would likely be selected as a soldier, and the village men did not wish to endure such a hardship. I will do it. Under the watchful eyes of the village men and officials, Zhou Yuan stepped forward wielding a hatchet and a whistle. Good lad, it's still the young ones who have the drive. Fine, you will be the captain of the Qiaoxi conscripts. Zhou Yuan's aspirations differed from those of the villagers. While they mostly wished to return home to farm, he aimed to dedicate himself to martial arts and strengthen himself. Thus the position of captain, which the villagers avoided, was a worthy starting point for him. However, Zhou Yuan did not expect that he would need to prepare his own rations for the journey. Village chief Old Li grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, repeatedly instructing him to keep an eye on the few handcarts from their village. He could afford to lose anything but the grain. And so, under the guidance of the officials, the village men set off, pushing handcarts laden with hatchets, ceramic pots, straw mats, and other miscellaneous items. As the captain, Zhou Yuan did not need to take turns pushing the cart. Instead, he was arranged in the middle of the line, managing 23 village men. They walked intermittently, first gathering another group of able-bodied men from Qiaodong village, then heading to Shashi village and Dalian village to assemble a 100-man team before setting off toward Jingan City. With an experienced official leading the way, the able-bodied men arrived at the relay station before nightfall. There were places to sleep, large communal beds without blankets, but at least they provided shelter from the wind and rain and did not charge the able-bodied men any fees. However, eating here would incur charges. Even the few leading officials only requested hot soup, pulling out flatbreads to soak and eat. Those with prior service experience became essential. Under their directions a few young lads ran out to gather firewood and dry grass to boil water outside the station. At first Zhou Yuan felt as if he were on a group adventure preparing a picnic in the wild. But when Zhao Dahuang handed him a cold flatbread, he snapped back to the reality of traveling and sleeping outdoors. Sweet, this is good, Uncle Dahuang. You can even make sugar. Don't talk nonsense, this is a jujube paste flatbread made from steaming red dates and millet together. In previous years we had no such treatment during corvée labor, we just barely made it to our destination. But this military service is different. If our condition is too poor and we get sent back from the military camp, we will have to provide strong men to make up for it. You're lucky, after eating this jujube paste flatbread you'll be in top shape when you reach the military camp. After a noisy dinner, the village men didn't need Zhou Yuan to direct them, they voluntarily gave up the large communal bed to the elderly and weak, laying out straw mats on the ground to sleep. In that moment Zhou Yuan truly felt the hardship of military service and the value of having fellow villagers. Sure to pick a few men to watch the grain carts, we can't afford any mistakes. Don't worry, it won't go wrong. The journey enduring the wind and sleeping on the ground was exceedingly arduous, yet Zhou Yuan managed to reap benefits from it. After 3 days of travel his running ability finally became a skill, allowing him to gain rewards even while running. You have comprehended swift steps and mastered a life skill. Swift steps LV1110. Effect strength emanates from the waist, power transmits through the feet, walking cultivates endurance and running enhances speed. The appearance of the swift step skill had the most direct impact on Zhou Yuan's movement speed, and a greater value was the ability to cultivate endurance. At this moment Zhou Yuan possessed 3 life skills: dietary supplementation, rest and swift steps, along with 2 attack skills: power split and spear thrust. However, he remained unsatisfied and collected many small dry twigs along the way, breaking them into finger-length pieces to practice throwing. Shida, stop throwing branches at me. If you're idle, gather some firewood so we won't have to search for it at the next station. Uncle Dahuang, bear with it, the little twigs won't hurt you. Just think of it as me playing around with you. Qiaoshi team leader, are you practicing your eyesight, wanting to learn archery? Let me tell you, once you learn archery there's no going back to your hometown. Only the elite soldiers can draw the bow and shoot arrows, and before aging and declining the army will never let you go. The team leaders were surprisingly amiable while in the wilderness and did not resort to randomly scolding the laborers. Typically, if any issues arose they would relay them to the village team leaders for resolution. Zhou Yuan could see that they were worried about conflicts arising among the villagers and deliberately shifted the management of conflicts onto them to handle internally. Thus these team leaders got along very harmoniously with Zhou Yuan and often gathered to chat once they became familiar with one another. I am young and strong, serving as a labor team leader. I am unlikely to escape being drafted into the regular troops. It's better to learn some skills and become a well-paid sharpshooter. I see in the army valor and marksmanship are highly valued. If you can draw a sturdy bow and shoot accurately, you will surely gain the favor of superiors. However, I advise you that many people aspire to advance through valor and marksmanship. Valor relies on hot-bloodedness while marksmanship depends on talent. It's hard to surpass comrades nearby just through hard training. Thank you for your advice, I won't force it and I will try as I go. With courage bolstered by skill, the team leaders looked at the spirited young man before them and suddenly felt that he truly might not return. Those with ambition may either perish on the battlefield or squander their youth struggling to advance. Hurry up, dusk is approaching and it's harder to sleep in the wild with the heavy dew. It's best to reach the station quickly. The group joked and laughed to find joy in hardship, mostly discussing their homes and fields, with a few expressing their aspirations for the military. Only the team leaders knew that without some courage and bloodshed, serving in the army was not much different from forced labor. After all, within that military tent were men of battle where strength ruled and the weaker fared worse while the stronger thrived. Zhou Yuan walked on the side of the group, observing the bustling villagers, knowing these people were the most likely base he could rally. Auxiliary soldiers serve for 3 years while regular soldiers serve for 10 years. Even if these villagers are all auxiliaries and do not become regular soldiers, they still have to serve for 3 years. These people are his fellow townsmen. As long as he becomes the strongest among them, they will naturally gather around him, listen to his commands and serve him. Bang bang bang. Before nightfall, Zhou Yuan and his group finally arrived at the next station. However, the station's gate was tightly closed and there were no lights. The team leaders could only go forward and knock on the door. Why did you arrive so late? Come in, there's no food left but there is hot water, you can make do with that. An old station attendant opened the door and ushered the team leaders into the yard. Why is it just you? Where are the other attendants? The other attendants ran off a long time ago. My old arms and legs can't run, so I'd rather eat this official grain until I die. After letting everyone into the yard, the old attendant turned and closed the gate using a sturdy wooden post to block the door. Our station doesn't keep lights at night and the gates close at dusk. Once you enter the yard you shouldn't go out again. There are bears in this area. Although they are not as fierce as the large brown bears in the northern borders, they can still be quite dangerous. Have your strong men keep watch at night. If a few elderly or young ones were to be taken away, it would be a significant problem. With so many of us, as long as the bears are not truly blind, they wouldn't dare come looking for food. You're mistaken, it's better to have more people to forage. Those bears are quite cunning, often appearing in groups of 5 or 6, taking one down and leaving, and if you dare to chase after them they will ambush you halfway. The old attendant's words sent shivers down the spines of the team leaders. If this station was built in the wild as a transit point, and if they were truly ambushed by beasts, there would be nowhere to hide. What about the county office? Don't they manage such significant matters as wild beasts harming people and disturbing the station? How can they manage that? Once the armored soldiers arrive they run away, once the soldiers leave they come back. It would take a great effort to seal off the mountains and roads. It's more practical to simply close the doors and windows. Fine, we will try not to go out tonight and block the doors and windows. The station's rooms were limited, and while about 100 people could squeeze in and sleep on straw mats, over 20 wheelbarrows had to be left in the yard. The villagers were not foolish. They listened to advice and moved the miscellaneous goods and dry rations from the wheelbarrows into the room. I've said all I needed to. Be careful at night. If a person gets hurt, don't blame me for it. The old attendant wobbled back to his room, leaving behind a group of confused villagers. Shitu, what should we do? During the day we might not be afraid of those beasts, but at night it's a different story. The men from Xiaoxi village instinctively handed over the decision-making power to Zhou Yuan, letting him, the nominal team leader, make a decision for everyone. Zhou Yuan waved his hand to signal them to be quiet, then approached the team leaders with a question. Cha, can I borrow your iron spear? Beasts do not discriminate and we can't all sleep. We should leave a few brave ones to keep watch. Sure, take it if you want. If you can truly injure a beast it would be a gift. In an area where beasts were present the team leaders lacked the courage to keep watch, but lending out a couple of knives and spears was within their means. With their help Zhou Yuan not only acquired the iron spear but also organized a night watch team armed with clubs and machetes. The other laborers also prepared themselves. At a moment's notice they would grab their weapons to drive away the beasts. The cold moon and brilliant stars cast a gentle light, making the night no longer murky and pitch black. Zhou Yuan and the night watchman hid in a large room, peering through the windows, keeping a close watch on the yard inside and out. Around midnight the watchman began to feel drowsy, yawning and tearing up from fatigue. They're here. There are 6 bears. Where? We don't see them. Sound the gong to wake everyone. If we can't scare them away we'll have to fight for our lives tonight. Zhou Yuan's vision differed from that of the laborers. He spotted 6 health bars rapidly approaching the station's yard. 2 of the health bars even bore blood-red markings. Level 3 Forest Crescent Bear. They even have levels. If they should be able to provide experience points. With the crisp sound of the copper gong ringing out, the men on night watch in the other rooms immediately sprang into action, banging their hatchets and wooden sticks. Due to the potential danger posed by wild beasts, the workers who had been sleeping lightly were startled awake by the sound. Only the old postman calmly glanced outside, rolled over and burrowed into a hole beneath his bed. A few of the servants wanted to follow him in, but the hole was small and the old postman stubbornly refused to open the lid, drawing a round of curses. Brothers, grab your weapons and gather at the doors and windows. If that beast dares to break in we will stab it back out. Under Zhou Yuan's command the workers regained their composure and held their staffs against the doors and windows. Hey ho hey! The workers shouted slogans and clanged their wooden sticks, trying to create noise in hopes of scaring off the beasts lurking in the darkness. Logically speaking, the combined noise of over 100 people should be enough to scare off ordinary wild animals. However, the beasts outside seemed to distinguish between soldiers and laborers, showing no intention of leaving despite the clamor. The darkness provided a layer of camouflage for the black bears, making it difficult for the workers to see their movements. Yet in Zhou Yuan's eyes the actions of the black bears were crystal clear. He saw the health bars of 2 level 3 forest crescent bears as they gathered at the gate, continuously banging against it. Then they climbed the earthen wall, and only after they had jumped over it did Zhou Yuan vaguely discern their features. The two black bears stood taller than a person with a shaped white patch on their chests, large ears and robust bodies. The other four black bears were slightly smaller, their heads only showing health bars with no level attributes. They are coming, quick, light the lamps. Don't be afraid, that beast can't be stronger than the 20 or so of us combined. The warm light illuminated the room, and the anxious villagers gasped for breath, beads of sweat unconsciously forming. At this moment the post station's building served both as protection and as a cage, with just 6 black bears forcing the workers to defend themselves, too afraid to step outside. Thus the numerical advantage of the workers was significantly diminished, relying only on their companions nearby, unable to expect assistance from others. The 6 black bears were not facing 100 men, but rather only about 20 within the room. A few of you take the bed boards apart and push them against the doors and windows as shields. The walls, made of rammed earth, were sturdy and reliable. It was difficult for the black bears to break through them, and the most vulnerable areas remained the wooden doors and windows. Bang bang. The black bears began to crash into the door, and the villagers inside gripped their staffs tightly, unable to stop themselves from trembling. Zhou Yuan stood at the front by the window, readying his spear for an attack. Roar. A fierce bear had suddenly smashed through the wooden window, roaring loudly at the villagers inside, causing them to wail in terror. Steady, steady. Hit its head, stab its neck. Bear paws and bear gallbladders are worth a lot. If we take this one down, we can all turn our fortunes around. Encouraged by Zhou Yuan's shout and the adrenaline of fear, the villagers finally erupted, launching a flurry of strikes at the black bear attempting to climb through the window. Such attacks could only provoke the bear's ferocity. They wouldn't be able to take its life. The best strategy was to hold its head back, preventing it from entering. However, the villagers were unable to maintain their composure. The man holding the bed board by the window was so frightened that he dropped it and retreated. Zhou Yuan was also somewhat nervous, but the power of his skills began to manifest at that moment. Regardless of his mental state, as long as he activated his skill, he could produce consistent damage. He thrust his spear towards the bear's mouth and nose, causing it to bleed profusely and roar in pain. The injured black bear, infuriated, lunged into the room. Zhou Yuan seized the opportunity, digging the butt of his spear into the ground and thrusting it forcefully into the bear's wide mouth. Ugh ugh. The cold spearhead pierced into the bear's throat, and the weight of the bear combined with Zhou Yuan's thrust drove the spear through its neck. Zhou Yuan watched as the black bear's health bar plummeted by half, hurriedly pulling out his hatchet and delivering 2 powerful strikes to its head. With 2 loud thuds, the blade sank into flesh. Thanks to the enhancement from his skill, Zhou Yuan struck with deadly precision, turning the bear into a true blind beast. The black bear, severely injured, attempted to escape but got its neck caught by the spear, and as it thrashed, its health bar dropped rapidly until it was motionless. But this act of feigning death could not fool Zhou Yuan. He looked at the beast, whose health was only 26 and still declining. Zhou Yuan grabbed a staff and called for the villagers to poke at its head, working together to push it out. This time the black bear could no longer pretend to be dead. The repeated poking from the staffs caused the spear lodged in its neck to inflict additional damage. As it was flipped over, Zhou Yuan also seized the back of the spear, pulling forcefully. This single action ultimately took its life. Ding! Killed a level 3 forest crescent bear, experience 30. Boom! The heavy bear carcass crashed to the ground, invigorating the villagers inside and terrifying the other black bears. Unlike the villagers who only saw the bear's corpse, Zhou Yuan noticed an item emitting a faint green glow. Did it drop something? Zhou Yuan glanced curiously at the bear's corpse outside, but had no intention of rushing out to collect it. The other black bears were still present, making it too dangerous to venture out now. After a few roars, the 4 black bears without levels prepared to flee, while the remaining level 3 forest crescent bear charged at them to bite. Seeing an opportunity, Zhou Yuan reached out and grabbed the spear lodged in the bear's corpse. With the help of 2 villagers, he pulled it out. Whetstone. Hearing Zhou Yuan's call, Zhao Dahuang immediately dug out a piece of whetstone from the clutter and handed it over. At this moment the spearhead in Zhou Yuan's hand was damaged and bent, with a chunk chipped off the tip, yet he still did not give up on the weapon. After instructing the 2 men to sharpen the spear, he also found a hammer to use as a backup weapon. Not long after, the level 3 forest crescent bear killed 2 of the bears without levels, while the other 2 managed to escape by climbing the wall. The dead black bear seemed to have been very important to it. Disregarding the 2 escaping bears, it lunged once more at the broken window. Brothers, this guy holds a grudge, we can't let it in. Don't attack recklessly, use the staffs to push it out and wear it out. If we can take one down, we can take down the second. After killing one large bear, the villagers' confidence surged. Although still tense, they no longer panicked and struck wildly. With the efforts of about 10 strong men, every time the large bear tried to climb through the window, it was pushed back down, turning the life-and-death struggle into a wrestling match. Zhou Yuan held the long spear, and with a few jabs he poked out its eyes, mouth and nose. By this time the bear had lost much of its threat, and during this mutual exhaustion Zhou Yuan pierced its ear hole from the side, calling for the villagers to help pin it down. Put in some more effort, pierce its skull. Ding! Killed a level 3 forest crescent bear, experience 30. After both large bears were dead, the villagers were about to relax when they saw Zhou Yuan climbing out the window. I'm going to check on the other brothers to see if they need assistance. Amidst the calls of caution, bravery and not being foolish, Zhou Yuan bent down to pick up a green orb and a white orb. Ding! Obtained moonlight bear gallbladder, great bear pelt. Herb moonlight bear gallbladder. Pharmacology: clears heat and detoxifies, calms the liver and brightens the eyes, strengthens the foundation and nurtures the essence. Can be combined with other herbs to refine into a pill, enhancing its efficacy. Usage effect: if the essence attribute is below 5, it increases the essence attribute by 1. When Zhou Yuan touched 2 light orbs, 1 white and 1 green, the 2 items dropped by the great bear instantly vanished. Opening the attribute panel revealed a new item option with the moonlight bear gallbladder and great bear pile automatically stored. This moonlight bear gallbladder can directly increase attributes. Even if there are limits, it is indeed a rare treasure. I didn't expect that picking up dropped items would activate the item inventory. Can ordinary firewood knives and bear corpses be stored in it? After some experimentation, Zhou Yuan discovered that the firewood knife and bear corpses could not be stored in the item inventory, but the dropped items could be freely retrieved. Interestingly, the moonlight bear gallbladder and great bear pile can only be used by clicking on the item inventory, otherwise one can only utilize its pharmacology while the other serves merely as a book. He observed the different energy utilization rates. The attribute panel was valuable for its efficiency and stability, which is difficult for a human body to achieve in such extreme efficiency. Moreover, the efficacy of the great bear pile is slower than that of the moonlight bear gallbladder, but it is also more comprehensive. Skill: great bear pile. Effect: directs chi through intention, uses chi to strengthen the body internally, fortifying the physique and harmonizing the spirit. Usage effect: level 3 increases essence attribute by 1, level 6 increases chi attribute by 1, level 10 increases spirit attribute by 1. Although the great bear pile is a martial art of external stillness and internal movement, its core lies in strengthening the body and nurturing chi, seeking the most subtle and profound fullness of chi and spirit. After using what seemed to be a well-conceived martial technique, Zhou Yuan found that its training method was quite ordinary. Without the support of the attribute panel, the great bear pile was not much different from ordinary punching techniques in Blue Star, far less extraordinary than its surface description. Shitu, why aren't you moving? Did you sprain your ankle? It's nothing, my leg just cramped up for a moment, I'm just taking it easy. Zhou Yuan's use of skills caught the attention of the villagers, and amidst their concern Zhou Yuan got up and headed to other rooms. Brothers, come out. We've killed the bear, there's no danger now. Zhou Yuan knocked on the doors of the rooms, receiving praises of good man in response. Several attendants looked out the window for a moment before following the villagers outside to count the casualties. When the attendants and workers saw the 2 black bears lying in the yard as well as the 2 great bears sprawled beneath the shattered windowsill, they collectively gasped in shock. Young master, you were able to fight off 4 bears, that truly is impressive skill. With the bloodied and mangled bear heads as a backdrop, the attendants no longer called him by titles like Jiaoshi, team leader, instantly becoming much more humble. The workers did not perceive the danger, but the attendants understood that someone capable of killing 4 bears could certainly kill them as well. With bear corpses available, having a few more injured was not surprising, so it was essential to maintain respect for the fierce men of Jiaoshi. De Cha, you spoke incorrectly. When the first great bear pounced, we were all stunned. It was Shirtu who found the chance to pierce its throat. We did put in a lot of effort against the second one, but in the end it was also Shirtu who pierced its skull with an iron spear. Ah, I didn't expect the young master to be so brave. We have been quite negligent before, and I ask you to forgive us. The effect of a group of people killing a bear is different from that of an individual killing a bear. A group can still be said to represent the unity and bravery of the men of Jiaoshi, but an individual killing a bear is the true essence of a valiant hero. De Cha, this time the brothers fought fiercely against the bears with none retreating. Each one is a true hero. If it weren't for the brothers risking their lives, I wouldn't have found the opportunity to stab the bear. This credit belongs to all the brothers. Good. Sure too is righteous. From now on all of us men of Qiaoshi will follow you. Brother Shirtu is loyal, will listen to you from now on. The attendants exchanged glances, murmuring in their hearts that this young master did not seem like an unrefined man. Although his methods of winning over the local villagers were not particularly sophisticated, the men who had just fought together would buy into this. All right, we understand. The credit will be shared, 1 bear for the young master and 1 bear for the men of Qiaoshi. Let's not be shy, can we have one of the 2 black bears in the yard? What are you talking about, Cha? We all came from the same village, we are all brothers. The black bears in the yard weren't even killed by us, sharing them among the brothers isn't a problem. Since you all want one, go ahead and take one, the other brothers from the 3 villages can have one as well. Good, truly a young hero with great generosity. Let's not mention anything else. After exchanging the bear for money, we brothers will run errands into the city to get some good food for everyone. As the attendants joked, they drew their knives and guns to further exploit the wounds on the black bear, solidifying their own accomplishments. However, unexpectedly an old man staggered over, shouting loudly. Leave the bear alive, don't ruin the gallbladder, don't injure the paws. You old postman finally crawled out from the cellar. What does our brother's spoils have to do with you? Don't be reckless, hurry up and load the bear onto the cart, follow me into the city. We'll go directly to see the county magistrate. Not only can we gain credit, but we can also receive rewards. The key is that only the county magistrate can handle all 4 bear corpses at once. Even if he can't offer us a reasonable price, he won't excessively exploit us. Hurry up, the fresher this good stuff is, the more valuable it becomes. Under the guidance of the old postman, over 100 men hurried towards Leiji County, where the post station was located. When they arrived at the county town, it was just dawn and the city gate was still closed. The old postman stepped forward to knock on the city gate, waking the guard. After a brief exchange, the old postman returned to the group. Wait here, with so many of us watching, the guards at the gate won't dare to engage in black market dealings. I told them that the soldiers of Jingan City hunted 4 bears for the county magistrate, and if the gallbladders are no longer fresh, they will bear the consequences. Indeed, Zhou Yuan and his companions counted as soldiers of Jingan City, however they had yet to enter the camp and had not considered raising this banner. With this banner, the county magistrate of Leiji would also pay attention to how he handles matters. This was to prevent the ignorant villagers from not getting any benefits and then going to the military camp to complain that they originally wanted to offer the bears to the army but were robbed by the county magistrate halfway. The county magistrate wouldn't bear such a bad reputation, nor would he risk offending the county lieutenant over this. While waiting, Zhou Yuan used the Moonlight Bear gallbladder and allocated the 60 experience points gained from the 2 level 3 Forest Crescent bears to the martial skill Great Bear pile. The Great Bear pile requires 10 experience points for level 1, 20 for level 2, and so forth, with level 3 needing 30 experience points. The 60 experience points perfectly brought the Great Bear pile to level 3, granting Zhou Yuan an additional point to his essence attribute. With the effect of the Moonlight Bear gallbladder adding 1 to essence, his attribute value suddenly took a double leap, changing from a balanced 1 across the 3 attributes. Essence 3, Qi 1, Spirit 1. The sudden surge in attributes felt unexpectedly gentle. Zhou Yuan did not feel pain or comfort, just a sense that his strength was continually growing and his body had become significantly sturdier. He quietly lifted his shirt and saw that his originally soft flesh had become exceptionally firm, with streamlined muscles that appeared naturally harmonious, as if he were born with a physique sculpted by rigorous practice. The Great Bear's probing palm and the muscles form naturally. If this skill surprisingly includes a technique for bear probing palm. The Xiong Tan palm is not merely a killing technique but a force-generating method that complements the De Xiong Zhuang. Under the enhancement of this technique, other martial skills become immensely powerful. They are coming, pay attention and don't let those shady soldiers seize our goods. Zhou Yuan was practicing the coordination between De Xiong Zhuang and his martial skills when the old postman suddenly called him and a few constables over. After instructing several villagers to guard the bear corpses, he made his way to the front of the crowd. Indeed, the gates of the county town had been opened and a middle-aged man in splendid attire approached, flanked by 6 attendants and more than 30 soldiers. Upon approaching the team of laborers, he did not first inspect the bear corpses but instead smiled and inquired, which brave soul led the charge against the bears. This official must reward him generously. This manner of speaking was quite subtle, if the difference between reward generously and reward heavily was merely one word, yet the attitude was entirely different. The old postman dared not speak out of turn at this moment, instead looking to Zhou Yuan alongside a few constables. Zhou Yuan was not intimidated. He stepped out of the line, clasped his fists and bowed. Zhou Yuan from Qiaoshi greets you, my lord. It is all thanks to the trust of my brothers that I had the fortune to lead the charge against the bears. Good young man, I am Zheng Ji, the magistrate of Leiji County. I assure you I will not covet your possessions. Let my pharmacists and butchers handle those 4 large bears. Come with me, I happen to be going for breakfast. Let us have a good drink together later. Thank you for your appreciation, County Magistrate. Magistrate Zheng was still somewhat courteous to Zhou Yuan but was quite stern with the constables. He merely nodded coldly in response to their flattery. Interestingly, he was very friendly with the villagers, distributing a considerable amount of food while watching the bears. This led the villagers to believe that this magistrate was a rare good official, regretting that they did not live under his governance. While inspecting the bear corpses, Magistrate Zheng showed no concern for the damaged pelts, instead repeatedly examining the abdominal area of the bears. I have an idea now. You all help in skinning the bears and I will return first. The constables will bring you some food. Take care, County Magistrate, we will see you off respectfully. As Magistrate Zheng departed, one of the scholars accompanying him worried that Zhou Yuan might misunderstand and tugged him along, signaling him to follow. To be honest, Zhou Yuan did not wish to be alone with Magistrate Zheng. The disparity in their statuses was too great and the mere presence of a few bear corpses did not warrant an invitation to a banquet. However, since Leiji County was his territory, Zhou Yuan could not disregard the magistrate's face, so he could only follow along for now. Upon entering the city, Magistrate Zheng brought Zhou Yuan into the government office and soon after a maid arrived to serve food. Young lord, I must thank you properly. You have helped me solve a difficult problem. You have no idea how detestable those black bears were. Just thinking about commoners being harmed by those beasts pains my heart. There is no need for the magistrate to thank us. We acted for our own safety and had no choice but to fight desperately. Do not refuse. How can you say that? When it comes to matters, actions speak louder than intentions. Since you have rid the people of harm, you deserve the county's gratitude. Magistrate Zheng appeared very amiable, frequently asking Zhou Yuan about his background and lamenting about heroes emerging in youth. The more Zhou Yuan listened, the more vigilant he became, unsure of what schemes this Magistrate Zheng might have. Young lord, you are so valiant and strong enough to fight bears, you must have some extraordinary adventures, right? Other than caring for the people, I also enjoy hearing intriguing tales. If you have any stories to share, please do, as they would make for good company with drinks. Only at this moment did Zhou Yuan realize why Magistrate Zheng invited him and often offered compliments. It turned out he wanted to use his noble status and flattery to provoke pride in the youth and elicit tales of extraordinary experiences. This also made him understand that the ruling class of the Great Way indeed knew about the existence of dungeons and placed great importance on related information. Even a group of laborers killing black bears could provoke their interest. As for extraordinary tales, I have heard from the elders in my village about immortal demons that are unkillable and gods that live forever. However, I have never witnessed any supernatural events myself. Fighting bears was merely taking advantage of the terrain. My brothers and I wrestled with them and I simply took the opportunity to strike at their mouths and noses. Immortality. Ha ha ha. The originally amiable Magistrate Zheng lost interest in the conversation when he could not extract anything further. After taking a few casual bites, he stated that he had official matters to attend to and was the first to leave the government office. When Zhou Yuan returned to the convoy under the guidance of the constables, he learned that the county's chief constable had just inquired in detail about the bear hunting and was now heading towards the post station. The constable's thoughts of taking credit were immediately shattered. Even the timing of the old postman's retreat into the pit was questioned. Shita Magistrate Zheng is truly strict in law enforcement. Whoever contributes effort will receive credit, not like the foolish characters in the stories. Indeed, he is a smiling yet unpredictable figure, meticulous and cunning. Magistrate Zheng's actions made Zhou Yuan aware of the dangers in this world. He needed a more prominent stage to openly grow stronger under the sun, otherwise he would inevitably arouse suspicion. Fortunately, this bear hunting incident could withstand scrutiny and the villagers' testimonies would sufficiently offset his uniqueness. As afternoon approached, the bear corpses had already been processed and Magistrate Zheng finally arrived late with 2 documents. One document was for Zhou Yuan certifying that he had fought a bear in Leiji County, the other was for the villagers of Qiaoshi proving their collaborative effort. The county's officials delivered the rewards. After distribution, Zhou Yuan received 500 coins while each villager from Qiaoshi received 50 coins. The bulk of the payment was for the purchase of the bear corpses. This time Magistrate Zheng did not divide it too finely, distributing the finances into 4 portions to Zhou Yuan, the Qiaoshi villagers, the constables and the other villagers. Due to the differing number of recipients, the amounts each received also varied. Zhou Yuan ended up with a small gold ingot, the constables received 200 coins each, the Qiaoshi villagers 60 coins each and the other villagers only 20 coins each. Although this distribution model allowed Zhou Yuan to gain the most benefit, it also made him stand out as a wealthy individual among the crowd. To break this extreme disparity in wealth, Zhou Yuan proactively spoke up. "County Magistrate, I intend to return to the camp if there is no place to use these valuables. I wish to purchase some nourishing medicine to strengthen my body. I hope the county magistrate will assist me." "Oh, you are quite ambitious. Our meeting is a matter of fate, so I will help you. This is Lingshan pill from the Zheng family by the river, excellent for nourishment and health. You have 1 gold ingot and 500 coins. I could only give you 5 pills, but since you have rid the county of harm, I will add 1 more to support your martial training." "Thank you, County Magistrate." Zhou Yuan of Qiaoshi will never forget today's kindness. Magistrate Zheng was eloquent and Zhou Yuan was no less so, both speaking highly of each other, showing one as appreciative and the other as gracious. The villagers observed this scene and thought that Magistrate Zheng appreciated Zhou Yuan highly, wondering why such a good magistrate did not recruit such a promising youth. Even as they were about to leave, the villagers from Qiaoshi were still lamenting. "Shida, Magistrate Zheng thinks so highly of you, why didn't you take the opportunity to stay? If you became a constable, everyone in the village would benefit." "I cannot stay, nor should I." On the other side, Magistrate Zheng's attendants asked similar questions, wondering why someone brave enough to fight bears did not remain to serve. "That young man possesses some courage and strength. He should be fighting for our great way. If I were to keep him with a low position, I would be resented, and with a high position I would be out of place. What position could match such youthful spirit?" The spirit ginseng pills given by County Magistrate Zheng are ordinary items, not the special items indicated by game prompts. Zhou Yuan cannot discern the specific effects of these spirit ginseng pills, but one would assume that a county magistrate would not deceive a mere country boy like him. Regardless, he has spent the money, and he did so in front of the laborers. This not only reduces many trivial matters but also balances the wealth disparity within the laborers' small group. "Stone, why did you spend all the money? I'm not saying this to criticize you, saving up would be much better. If you have more money later, you could take a wife and leave a legacy for the Zhou family. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have really forgotten. Didn't you just earn 110 coins? Lend me some first." "I can't lend. Aside from this matter, everything else is fine. I still need to save money for my child to marry a wife." Fortunately, Zhou Yuan had no money left, otherwise there would always be a few who would have ideas about him which would be quite annoying. Now it's his turn to bother others. Despite his efforts, he didn't borrow much money, but he did gain some tangible benefits. A few of the laborers appreciated his bravery, and having received an extra 200 coins without effort would bring him some good food to satisfy his cravings whenever they passed through towns. Thus, even though the journey ahead remained arduous, it was much better than when he had just left his hometown. When the group finally arrived at the military fortress on the outskirts of Jinggan City after much hardship, the over 100 laborers surprisingly did not lose too much weight. At least their spirits seemed to be holding up. "Fellow villagers, sending you off 1,000 miles means we must part. Today, after completing our duties, we will return. Live well in this camp, bear with it a little. The 3-year auxiliary soldier term will pass quickly and we will come to take you back home then. Young master, you are different from them. You are likely to join the regular army. If you can avoid enduring, then don't. While you are young and full of vigor, make a name for yourself so you can establish a long-term position in this camp." Perhaps it was the foreign land or the shared hardships over the past few days that fostered some emotions. The fellow laborers suddenly felt a sense of kinship and sincerely offered advice, hoping their compatriot would not be lost in a foreign land. "Don't worry, we are all honest farmers and we have wives and children waiting at home. We certainly won't cause any trouble." The villagers actively expressed their commitment to their responsibilities, while Zhou Yuan tightened his grip on the worn iron spear in his hand and nodded towards the direction of the military camp. A group of unambitious individuals can endure, but one with ambitions must be ruthless. Since ancient times, the paths of literature and martial arts have been the avenues for advancement in human society. If the scholarly way does not work, then one can only establish oneself through martial prowess. "Let's go, fellow villagers, allow us to send you off for the last time." The spacious military fortress resembled a small city, but it contained no common folk, only soldiers and auxiliary soldiers. Under the guidance of the laborers, the recruits lined up in front of the fortress awaiting inspection for joining the military in Jingan. The burly soldier walked around the crowd frowning and showing displeasure as if he was not satisfied with the quality of this batch of recruits. The two leading laborers hurried forward to whisper explanations, occasionally pointing toward Zhou Yuan. If what you say is true, I will accept these individuals. How would we little people dare to deceive the general? The general will know upon inspection. Surrounded by a dozen personal guards, the military inspector for Jingan approached Zhou Yuan under the laborer's guidance. I've heard you are a person of bravery, daring to stab bears for your life. Show me the certified document from the county. Here it is. The laborers had previously reminded him that military orders are acknowledged with yes. If the general asks a question, respond before taking action. The military inspector took the document from Zhou Yuan, glanced at the official seal from Leiji County and finally nodded in satisfaction. Are you willing to enter the Wu Wei camp and join the regular army? I will follow your command. Good indeed, a fine youth. You are of pure lineage, young and strong, and possess the courage and boldness necessary. I will recruit you into the armor camp to learn the strong bow, saber and spear. The armor troops are solely for training and battle, not for trivial matters. You will recruit 2 assistants from your fellow villagers, reliable ones. The assistants will help with armor and equipment and will have their living expenses provided, which can benefit friends and family. Thank you, great military inspector, for your support. Not at all. In the camp, each military inspector has their own responsibilities and there is no distinction of rank. I am in charge of selecting soldiers and training. This is to select the sharp soldiers. I come from the Ma family of Qingxi, and you may call me Military Inspector Ma. Remember to maintain seriousness in the military. Do not casually address military ranks. Zhou Yuan understands. Thank you for the guidance, Military Inspector Ma. After gaining a warrior willing to fight, Military Inspector Ma was in a good mood. He took the seal for selecting sharp soldiers from his personal guard and stamped the laborer's military documents. I will take these soldiers. You can return early to report back. The laborers repeatedly bowed and paid their respects, watching the recruits enter the city before turning to leave. The management of the Jingan army is very strict. As soon as Zhou Yuan entered the city, he was directed east, while the recruits were divided into 2 groups and taken north. He chose 2 fellow villagers, Li Dezhuang and Zhao Tiniu, as his assistants. The reason he did not choose Uncle Dehuang was that he was too old and would struggle to carry armor and equipment. Good fellow, this is our Wu Wei camp in Jingan. Our training schedule is 3 days of training followed by 1 day off. During leisure time you can change into your regular clothes and enjoy some time in Jingan. However, you are a new soldier and the instructors will be keeping a close eye on you. It's best not to go out unless necessary. After saying a few words, the guiding soldier headed towards the armor troops. After the handover was completed, Zhou Yuan formally entered the city's inner fortress. Upon entering the inner fortress, Zhou Yuan immediately felt one word: wealth. Within the camp, a group of soldiers was undergoing armor training, all clad in fine iron armor, steadily advancing while holding weapons. Surrounding them, the assistants held water bags and towels, some carrying weapons. As the armored soldiers halted, they lined up to enter, providing water and wiping sweat for the armored soldiers as well as exchanging weapons. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Is this treatment, configuration and level of training what a military camp in the prefecture should have? The martial virtue of the Great Way seems a bit excessive. Incredible, right? If you can stay, you'll slowly get used to it. Enough looking, come with me to the dormitory. In a while it will be time for dinner. You can go to the West Hall to eat while your assistants will go to the East Hall. The armored soldiers wear red clothes while the assistants wear black clothes. Do not confuse them or exchange them, otherwise the military law will be unforgiving. Why is there a separate dining arrangement? We are all in the same camp, won't this cause resentment? What resentment? If you want to eat well, go be an armored soldier yourself. Our camp does not prohibit assistants from becoming armored soldiers. The training for armored soldiers is tough, and without meat and medicinal food to replenish their bodies, they could end up with blood in their urine. If one suffers the 5 labors and 7 injuries, how can they go to battle and kill enemies? You are still young. This is the time to nurture your body, so be sure to eat and train well lest you be sent back again. Upon reaching the dormitory, Zhou Yuan discovered that the treatment for armored soldiers was indeed very good. The spacious room contained 4 large beds, 4 sets of upper and lower wooden bunks, wooden cabinets, armor racks, tables and chairs, all were in place. Hurry up and put away your belongings. Come with me to report to the supply office. You won't receive armor at first, but you can claim a bow and arrows, a steel knife and a long spear. Brother, I have one question. Is our Jingan army very wealthy? What do you mean by that? The children of noble families see the humble, while the children of good families see the rich. The scions of noble families see the vulgar, while the scions of good families see the esteemed. Although this phrase is descriptive, it also signifies the presence of noble scions within the Jingan army's Wuwei camp. After changing into a red military uniform, Zhou Yuan went to the supply office to report. The supply officer recorded his place of origin, age and name, gave him a wooden military badge and informed him to come back in 2 days to collect the official copper badge. In terms of weapons, he received a yellow birch longbow, 30 arrowheads, a refined steel knife and a Qingang wood iron spear. This configuration alone, just the yellow birch longbow, would be unaffordable for an ordinary family, let alone the subsequent fine iron armor. The young man said, you will undergo training for 3 months and wear armor for 100 days. If you are still in this camp after 3 months, bring your documents to collect your armor. However, these days should not be wasted. Send a soldier to learn how to put on armor for the battle soldiers and how to maintain the armor. Li Dezhuang, you stay. After returning the equipment to the dormitory and placing it on the weapon rack, Zhou Yuan headed to the western hall of the camp. By the time he arrived, many soldiers had already eaten. The dining utensils here were quite crude, with most people's dishes being made of rough pottery, while a few had more refined utensils. Those who dined with refined utensils clustered together on one side of the hall, and the passing soldiers avoided them, creating a clear distinction. Zhou Yuan suspected that those people were either officers or the so-called scions of noble families. However, it seemed that these two categories could overlap. A scion entering the military would inevitably become an officer rather than being a common soldier. Bring me a serving of food. Newcomer. You can only take 1 bowl of meat. Take as much as you want of everything else, or else your pay will be docked. The food in the western hall was not very varied, but the key was that there was meat. Even after sitting down with a bowl of food and a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, Zhou Yuan still felt somewhat unreal. The Jingan army was incredibly wealthy, or rather their logistics system was unreasonably affluent. Although Zhou Yuan was a modern person, he understood that relying on ancient productivity, it would be difficult to provide sufficient meat for a local army. Well, this is solid. He flipped the bowl with his chopsticks, expecting the meat bowl to be layered with meat and vegetables like in modern times, but to his surprise it was all meat with just soup. In comparison, the lives of the villagers from Qiaoshi were truly dire, if the items they couldn't even afford during the new year were commonplace in this Wuwei camp. With ample meat available, Zhou Yuan's food supplementation skill could finally come into play. While others consumed it for sustenance, for him it meant restoring health. Gurgle gurgle. The bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, though bland in flavor, had a spicy sweet mixture of medicinal taste. It seemed that it was not a nourishing tonic. Many soldiers didn't even look at the soup, directly taking vegetables and rice. Indeed, after asking the cook, he learned that the tonic was brewed continuously for 10 days with 1 bowl each in the morning, noon and evening, and today's soup was a cooling herbal remedy. As he was about to leave, Zhou Yuan wanted to find a basin to wash his bowl, but it was swiftly taken away by a nimble assistant soldier, truly being treated like a young master. The key was that enjoying these privileges required no payment. Instead, there was a salary to be received each month. If one didn't have to go to the battlefield, it could be considered a welfare unit. When the new soldiers gathered in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan realized that this welfare was not easy to obtain. After the camp instructors introduced the camp regulations and their names, they required the new soldiers to line up and draw their bows. If it were just drawing bows and shooting arrows, any man who could enter the Wuwei camp would have no issue. However, Instructor Hong demanded they practice drawing empty bows, and anyone daring to release an empty shot that damaged the bow or string would have to compensate. The yellow birch longbow in Zhou Yuan's hands was a 1-stone bow. He had 3 points of agility, and with the enhancement of the martial skill Great Bear Stance, drawing the bow felt like child's play. The other new soldiers were having a tough time. After practicing for a while, their arms were sore and trembling, and some couldn't even bend their fingers. Instructor Hong ignored the struggling new soldiers and instead walked up to Zhou Yuan. "This bow is too light for you. He'll exchange it for a 3-stone hard bow." "Sure." 1 stone in the Great Way corresponds to 60 kilograms. A 3-stone bow means a pulling force of 180 kilograms or 360 pounds. Instructor Hong Huiran initially intended to temper Zhou Yuan's sharpness, teaching him that bravery in the army meant little, but he did not expect Zhou Yuan to actually draw the 3-stone hard bow. That seems reasonable. Keep practicing. Since your bow is heavy, I grant you the right to adapt. If you can't hold it anymore, ease up and let down the string." Don't be too proud and injure your fingers. After saying this, the stern-faced instructor Hong left. Upon meeting other instructors, he immediately broke character. Hey, how are your new recruits doing? I've got a difficult one here, what should I do? That kid is too talented, he can draw a 3-stone hard bow on the first day of the camp. Although instructor Hong spoke of trouble, he could not hide the smile on his face. How long had it been since a young man of such caliber emerged from the good families of farming households? That was a 3-stone hard bow. The arrows released could not be called feathered arrows but rather javelins shaped like feathered arrows. In front of the 3-stone hard bow it didn't matter if you were an armored soldier, with armor-piercing arrows one shot would take one down. Old Hong, what's going on? How did such a good seedling fall into your hands? Just wait, I'll report to the captain and have him transfer that kid to the archery camp for careful training. No, I haven't had my fill yet, at least let me keep him for 2 days to see if the kid has any talent for archery. What if he just has great strength but no aim? Old Hong, that's not right, game is developed through practice. As long as he has strength, endurance and his eyes are not blind, he will eventually develop good aim. Alright, you go report, I'll keep training him. There's only this one standout among the new recruits, if it weren't for the captain I wouldn't even mention it to you. Hee, it's a must to train this kid well, let those noble scions see that good sons also emerge from good families. The captain of the archery camp and the captain of the Wu Wei camp are not the same person, and their requirements for soldiers are different. The Wu Wei camp requires soldiers to be brave and skilled in combat, while the archery camp demands superior arm strength, substantial endurance and ideally some talent for archery. Zhou Yuan could not have imagined that upon arriving at the Wu Wei camp he was already being eyed by the instructor of the archery camp. At this moment he was still practicing drawing the bow and had no idea that he was about to receive special attention. As dusk approached, the new soldiers gradually dispersed from the training grounds, leaving only Zhou Yuan behind, retained by instructor Hong. Young man, do you want to be an ordinary armored soldier or aspire to be an officer in the camp? Naturally I want to be an officer. Who would want to remain a soldier? That's the logic. You can draw a hard bow and have enough endurance, so I've recommended you to captainly of the archery camp. Your transfer order should arrive in the next 2 days. Given that you can draw a 3-stone hard bow, you will at least be a sergeant in the archery camp. If you also have some talent for archery, being promoted to a captain isn't out of the question. The captain is the most basic rank in our great way, overseeing 50 soldiers. Below the captain are common soldiers and above are the officers. Once you become an officer and enter the official ranks, this young man will have skyrocketed to success. How could he not take a chance? Thank you, Instructor Hong, for the recommendation. Yuan seeks this opportunity and fears nothing. The military structure of the Great Way is intricately divided, and not all who command troops are military officers. The 8 ranks within the military, Wu Zhang Shi Zhang Dui Zheng Du Bo Chu Du Jun Si Ma Du Wei and Xiao Wei, form the framework for military governance. Below the rank of Du Bo, soldiers are classified as part of military households, while those above Du Bo are registered as officials, and only those above Xiao Wei may present military matters to the court. It can be said that only upon becoming a Xiao Wei does one truly integrate into the ruling class of the Great Way, otherwise they are merely soldiers acting under orders. However, this does not imply that the position of Du Wei is inconsequential. At least within the military, Du Wei holds the power of life and death over a battalion. Zhou Yuan did not expect that Li Du Wei of the Xishan camp would personally meet him leading the soldiers within the Wu Wei camp to believe he was a hidden member of a noble family. Let's try this bow, shoot the arrows freely and let me see your endurance. Understood. The sound of heavy impacts reverberated through the training grounds. Though Zhou Yuan's archery skills were subpar, they were not completely erratic. He could at least ensure that the arrows landed within the same area. After shooting 30 arrows, he felt a strain in his body, his arms experiencing soreness and a burning pain. Well done, you are indeed a natural archer. With training, your initial raw power will not feel so strenuous. I appreciate your talent and wish to transfer you to the Xishan camp as a Shizhang. If you can showcase your prowess in martial arts in the future, I will certainly secure an official position for you. Thank you, Du Wei, for your kindness. I am deeply grateful. Do not rush to express your gratitude. The Xishan camp differs from the Wu Wei camp. The former is more egalitarian while the latter is esteemed. The Wu Wei camp is the elite of the Jing'an army, where the soldiers are brave and skilled, often commanded by members of noble families. The benefits in the Xishan camp may not match those of the Wu Wei camp, but promotions are easier. You must consider the pros and cons yourself. Why should I ponder? Since Du Wei has promised me a military position and an official title, I am willing to serve in the Xishan camp. For Zhou Yuan, remaining in the Wu Wei camp was indeed satisfactory, but joining the Xishan camp would allow him to converse with the commanding Du Wei, which undoubtedly represented a significant elevation in status. With the recognition of leadership coupled with the skills provided by his attribute panel, he would gain a stable path to promotion. Alright, follow me, I will arrange a new instructor for you. The Wu Wei camp is located in the east of the city while the Xishan camp is in the west. Although Li Du Wei mentioned a disparity between the two, it clearly referred to the treatment of soldiers, not that of officers. In the new military camp, Zhou Yuan not only received a larger room and more nutritious food but also bypassed the selection stage, directly obtaining official military insignia and armor. The armor of the Xishan camp is relatively flexible, featuring segmented armors unlike the heavy iron plate armor commonly used in the Wu Wei camp. The iron plate armor offers comprehensive defense but is heavier, while the segmented armor allows for greater mobility. After receiving the armor, Zhou Yuan began systematic training under the guidance of an accomplished archer, quickly acquiring new skills. You have comprehended controlling the bow, mastering a form of archery. Controlling the bow, level 1110, effect unifying chi strength, focusing attention on the target, enhancing body coordination and strengthening mental concentration. The controlling the bow skill developed through systematic instruction is far more comprehensive than the spear skills and power strikes Zhou Yuan had previously discovered, offering not only offensive capacity but also enhancement effects. With professional guidance and ample nutrition, Zhou Yuan began training frantically. Recovery skills helped him regain vitality, while restorative skills alleviated negative states. With the support of these two recovery skills, a remarkably diligent genius emerged in the Xishan camp. Every day as dawn broke, he would start practicing archery, and even when night fell he continued, as if possessing iron arms that never grew weary. This brutal training regimen seemed like self-harm to the instructors in the camp. They intervened numerous times but could not alter Zhou Yuan's training rhythm. Later, when they observed that this young man remained full of vigor and showed no signs of weakness, they reluctantly accepted his nearly self-destructive training method. This, however, caused significant distress among the ordinary soldiers of the Xishan camp, leading them into a collective illusion of lacking talent and not putting in effort. When they finally mustered the spirit to attempt to learn from Zhou Yuan, they found their arms too sore to lift after just one day. In the end, not only did they fail to enhance their training effectiveness, but they also struggled to maintain their usual training the next day. Only at that moment did they realize that effort also has its thresholds, and it even depends on innate physical talent. Consequently, many motivated soldiers suddenly felt disheartened and demoralized. It was one thing to not compare to the children of noble families, why must effort also compete with talent? Since fate decides everything, what was the point of their hard training? When the first batch of disheartened soldiers emerged, the instructors in the camp quickly recognized the problem. Du Wei, Zhou Yuan is not suited for practicing archery in the training grounds. His presence will dampen the morale of other soldiers. Oh, what's the matter? Has his archery skills soared, surpassing the veteran soldiers in the camp? Not only has he surpassed them, but the guy can shoot with both hands, hitting targets accurately. The key is that he uses a 3-stone hardbow. Even if the arrow strays slightly from the target, it can penetrate the bullseye. He is indeed a talented individual. Surpassing is one thing, but we've had gifted archers in our camp before. Soldiers whose morale has been affected should strive to catch up rather than wallow in self-pity. Du Wei Li Fu was yet to realize the seriousness of the issue. The premise of striving to catch up is the existence of space for effort, but Zhou Yuan has compressed the rest time to the extreme, leaving ordinary soldiers with no qualification to even try hard in his presence. Du Wei, it's impossible to keep up. Zhou Yuan has iron arms and can practice for 6 hours each day. Other soldiers can't match his training volume, not even if they broke their arms. 6 hours. His endurance is that formidable. Yes, not only is his endurance strong, but his recovery ability is also alarmingly robust. The camp's physician said that the boy is as strong as a bear, possessing a naturally resilient physique. The instructor's words greatly pleased Du Wei Li Fu. He had indeed not misjudged, for that young man was truly a natural archer. What a treasure we have found. Zhou Yuan still hasn't been assigned soldiers, has he? Du Wei, think it over. If we assign him soldiers, it will likely be a matter of depletion rather than cultivation. If he demands the same from the soldiers as he does of himself, we will soon lose a batch of elite archers. No, what I mean is not to assign him soldiers but to promote him, allowing him to join the Divine Arm Squad. Is that appropriate? He is still a newcomer. Isn't it too soon to transfer him to the Divine Arm Squad and send him into the secret realm for battle? Not too soon. If he perceives everyone in the camp as mediocre while being above them, it's inevitable that he will harbor resentment. Let's transfer him to the squad. Even the finest sword must see blood to reveal its sharpness, otherwise it remains merely a decorative piece. Understood. I will return and discuss this with him in detail. Zhou Yuan, despite appearing to be just a youth, lacked the rebelliousness and pride typical of his age. However, Li Duwei was unaware of this. To him, Zhou Yuan was like a raw gem needing careful polishing but also requiring no excessive pressure. Thus he decided to transfer Zhou Yuan to the team venturing into the secret realm, allowing him to witness the vastness of the world and the extraordinary, helping him realize his own insignificance and ordinariness. With a perfect aim and a 3-stone hard bow, let's see if you can slay enemies. Do not disappoint me. The Divine Arm Squad is a special guard within the Xishan camp composed of over 30 sharpshooters. Zhou Yuan had heard the soldiers in the camp mention the Divine Arm Squad but thought it was merely an elite group of soldiers unaware of their true responsibilities. It was only when the camp instructor sought him out for a conversation that he understood the uniqueness of the Divine Arm Squad. Zhou Yuan, do you know that there are immortal demons in this world as well as martial artists who can soar through the skies and break armies with their strength? I have heard of such things but I've never seen them. I thought these tales were mere myths and legends, not realizing they were true. Why is Instructor Zhong telling me this? Instructor Zhong looked at Zhou Yuan, whose face was filled with sincerity, and suddenly recalled his humble origins. He couldn't help but lament that the tragedy of a farmer's family lies in their ignorance of the world's vastness. I forgot about your background. Information is scarce in remote villages, making it difficult to comprehend the vastness of the world. I know you possess exceptional talent and will eventually find the mundane soldiers of the camp unworthy, yearning to test your skills against the world's might with your arrows. But I must tell you, the world is vast and your talent is nothing in the face of true power. Instructor, you misunderstand me. I have no intention of being arrogant, nor would I dare to underestimate the heroes of the world. Instructor Zhong's words made Zhou Yuan realize that his recent performance had been somewhat outstanding, that the camp was either chastising or preparing to promote him. You are quite perceptive, or I wouldn't have shared so much with you. Since you've heard tales of demons, let me tell you about the origin of martial artists. You must understand that our human bodies have limitations. Individuals with innate talent like yours are exceedingly rare, let alone martial artists capable of resisting demons. The essence of a martial artist's power lies in qi, which is also referred to as spiritual energy by Taoists. This spiritual energy does not reside in the mountains and rivers but rather in the hidden realms and secret places of the world, specifically within the demons or objects of those secret realms. Those secret realm demons are immortal, and the armies of dynasties, noble families and temples constantly attack to extract items imbued with spiritual energy from them. Thus there exist formidable martial artists, profound Taoists and mighty Arhat warriors in the world. Instructor Zhong's words became increasingly clear to Zhou Yuan as he listened. The powerful beasts, miraculous plants and mysterious weapons within the instances can indeed serve as the foundation for the extraordinary, opening the path to greatness. Due to the refreshed characteristics of the instances, even if they cannot gain experience, the continuously produced special items can create a certain number of extraordinary individuals. I see. According to the instructor, if one consumes demons to gain spiritual energy and becomes extraordinary, then the demons must also gain something from killing people. Indeed, the clever ones gain wisdom from consuming humans, while demons gain intelligence from eating people. In the past there were experiments conducted. After demons killed a certain number of people, they would gain intelligence, becoming akin to puppets with renewed souls. However, the stronger the demon, the harder it is for them to gain intelligence. If the weaker ones can achieve it after killing just a few, while the powerful still remain like puppets after slaughtering hundreds. Zhou Yuan was surprised to learn that monsters could gain intelligence through killing, resembling the legends of demons gaining wisdom from consuming humans. However, he thought that awakening in game monsters shouldn't be a major issue, otherwise the city of Jingan wouldn't be so prosperous. Yet he still had doubts and decided to probe further about humanity's predicament. If demons are immortal and gain intelligence, how can we survive? That's true, but what is immortal is their physical form, not their soul. Even if they gain intelligence, they still become puppets once killed, which is why our humanity thrives. Thank you for enlightening me, instructor. Today I have learned about the vastness of the world and the mysteries of the heavens. I shall diligently practice martial arts in the future and not harbor any arrogance. Zhou Yuan sincerely expressed his gratitude, realizing that without Instructor Zhong's explanations he would not have understood the state of the world for a long time. In hindsight, the game instances and game monsters brought this world not only disaster but also various miraculous opportunities. As long as you have a clear understanding, the captain is preparing to assign you to the Divine Arm Squad. This squad along with the Xiankai squad in the Wu Wei camp is specifically responsible for the slaughter in the secret realms. The majority of the meat consumed in our camp comes from the secret realms. Without the assaults of the Divine Arm and Xiankai squads, Jinggan City could not sustain so many elite soldiers. What do you think? Are you willing to witness the wonders of the world? I would love to. Please lead the way, instructor. Good, you are still young and have plenty of time to accumulate merit. Once you achieve significant merit in the future, you may even receive spiritual items as rewards and explore the realm of martial artists. Although Instructor Zhong's words were pleasant, he knew that Zhou Yuan, coming from a humble background, would have little chance of such opportunities. Why do the children of noble families enlist in the military instead of waiting for their families to allocate spiritual items? It is simply because the production of spiritual items is limited. Even if the supply is continuous, it can only benefit a few, let alone that the stronger one becomes the more spiritual items they require. Some families find it difficult to support two martial artists with their entire clan's resources, constantly worrying about insufficient production of spiritual items, leading to the starvation of martial artists who need spiritual energy. Consider Zhong Su, who also hails from a noble family, yet what does it matter? He too has no spiritual items to enjoy and can only serve in the military. He still remembers the family head's words: the spiritual items in the clan are sufficient for one person but not enough for two, so they can only support one person to preserve the remaining spiritual energy. Otherwise, if a martial artist in the family were to break through and require more spiritual items, they would have no choice but to risk their lives to beg for spiritual food from another clan. In this world the hardest thing to bear is watching others soar like a great rock while you can only fall like a chicken. What's wrong with you, Instructor Zhong? Why the lament? Ha ha ha. You're still young and inexperienced, it's for the best. It's better to never see such things for eternity, otherwise you'll inevitably be plagued by dreams of upheaval. Ultimately one ends up being neither a commoner nor a gentleman, never at ease anywhere and always haunted by dreams. Zhou Yuan glanced at Instructor Zhong but did not offer any words of comfort. Everyone has their own story. Perhaps Instructor Zhong's life is filled with regrets. But in the end he is merely an outsider, and it is best not to empathize too deeply. Under the frowning expression of Instructor Zhong, Zhou Yuan walked out of the Xishan camp, realizing only then that the base of the Divine Arm squad was not within the camp at all. The two remained silent, each absorbed in their own thoughts, and before long they arrived at the center of the city at the commandant's residence. The guard soldiers, after reviewing their orders, waved them in. Walking through the long corridors, they soon encountered a spacious area where a peculiar training ground came into view. There were medical halls, auditing chambers, taverns, and beautiful flower houses resembling a neatly organized small town. In addition, Zhou Yuan saw a familiar black vortex in a room labeled Warehouse 2. Instance Bullhead Village, recommended challenge level 3, recommended number of challengers 1015. What do you think? Would you like to enjoy some time at the flower house? The girls there are all dancers from within Jinggan City. The elite of the Divine Arm and Xiankai squads can enter the secret realm both before and after their missions to seek enjoyment and listen to music, alleviating the pent-up killing intent in their hearts. The essence of Coach Zhong's theory of spiritual energy can be summed up in one word: supply and demand. The stronger the warrior, the more spiritual energy they require. Without sufficient spiritual energy, ordinary resources can hardly sustain powerful warriors. Zhou Yuan perceived a form of centralism where vast resources tilted towards the warriors, creating a transcendent class that combined wealth and power at the top while extending downwards to form local aristocratic families. This is a unique model of extraordinary beings ruling over ordinary people. On the surface it resembles the ancient times of Blue Star, but in essence ordinary people lack the capability to resist. The rise and fall of dynasties are determined by extraordinary warriors. Zhou Yuan did not believe these issues were far removed from him. He had already entered the Great Wei Army camp and would eventually have to confront the limitations of his background. He was not mistaken when Coach Zhong brought him to the inner hall of the Divine Arms squad. Although the members welcomed the newcomer, they also inquired about his background. "Brother, how many stones can you shoot?" 3 stones. "Can you hit your target?" "I can hit a stationary target every time. For moving targets I hit 8 or 9 out of 10. "Very good, my lad. What is your background?" "From a decent farming family." "That's rather humble. With your skills you can't enter a respectable family. Work hard to kill enemies, and if you can slay over 100 you will surely earn an official position as a reward." Members of the Divine Arms squad hold at least the rank of squad leader, with many being officers. It can be said that most here are officials, not mere soldiers. Fortunately most have risen through battle, and while they value background they also emphasize ability. Otherwise Zhou Yuan would struggle to fit into a unit where officers outnumbered soldiers. He conversed with the veterans beside him while observing the members of the Divine Arm Squad in the inner hall. These individuals all had damaged health bars, with the highest at 93 and the lowest at 86. Most were equipped with 2 bows from the structure. One was a 2-stone longbow and the other a 3-stone hard bow. As for secondary weapons, they had both long and short knives, and their armor mainly consisted of half-body armor even lighter than that of the shooting sound camp. Brother Wu, is there any particular reason for our armor? Why does it seem to provide less protection? Don't learn this from us. We are veterans who often enter secret realms to fight, and we have our own combat styles. You just joined, so play it safe for now, but I can give you a suggestion. It's best to bring a bow that can shoot quickly. The demons and monsters in this secret realm are varied in strength. A 3-stone bow becomes tiring over time, while a 2-stone bow is just right for use. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Wu. Do I need to practice any formations? No need. Once you enter the secret realm you'll understand. The Xuanjia squad's tortoises need formations. We just need to shoot accurately and learn to dodge. Zhou Yuan chose a 2-stone bow and mimicked the veterans by placing armor-piercing arrows and pointed arrows in his quiver. String your bow. What are you dawdling for? You're the newcomer, you go first, let the others see your caliber. Due to the constant tension on the bowstring, the camp requires that combat bows must be unstrung when not in use, so Zhou Yuan's 3-stone hard bow was not strung. He had thought that upon his arrival, even without relevant training, he would at least receive some form of observation. He didn't expect the veterans' way of welcoming newcomers to be so unique. No training or observation, they just tossed him into battle in the secret realm. Is it always this direct? I thought we had to undergo training first and then be assessed to see if we could stay. Training? What are you doing here if you haven't trained well? Only the children of aristocratic families get training. Decent families get their chances to work. Otherwise, when your training is done, there won't be any benefits left. In the spacious inner hall, the archers were busy stringing their bows, checking the quality of their arrows and adjusting the fit of their armor. At this moment the place did not feel like a resting area indoors, but rather like a camp ready for battle at any moment. Dong dong dong. As the drumbeats sounded, the archers began to leave one after another, and as they passed Zhou Yuan they did not forget to say, "We're heading out, hurry and follow us." The 36 archers lined up in front of the warehouse in 5-man formations alongside hundreds of Xuanjia warriors. A stern-looking man dressed in bright armor swiftly inspected the line, and upon seeing Zhou Yuan he slightly nodded. "Newcomer, step forward. I am the camp's military officer Kai Cheng, and from now on I will be your direct superior." Zhou Yuan was nudged by the veteran behind him, and from the Xuanjia squad came 2 burly men clad in iron armor, each holding a large shield. Very well, our regulations at the cavalry command are to bring the old along with the new. If this time in the secret realm attack, both the Divine Arm and Xuanjia squads will each bring a newcomer into the fray. Though you are newcomers, you are also veterans from your respective squads, so I won't bore you with military laws. Remember, once you enter the secret realm there is no retreat without orders and no entry without orders. Disobedience will result in immediate execution. Understood. Divine Arm Squad 3 step forward. Xuanjia Squad 3 prepare to engage. Zhou Yuan was already standing at the front of the line and did not need to move before Divine Arm archers automatically positioned themselves beside him. From the Xuanjia side 8 shielded soldiers emerged randomly, selecting 1 from the 2 newcomers, forming a total of 9. 9 from Xuanjia and 5 from Divine Arm plus military officer Kai Cheng made a total that matched the recommended challenge number of 1015 indicated by the quest. It seems that the game instance does not allow entry without meeting the challenge number, which is the upper limit of the instance's capacity. Today, with new recruits entering service, I will say a few more words. Eliminate the demons and monsters. Your resources will be compensated immediately. Healing potions will be provided for the injured and all spiritual medicines must be submitted. Furthermore, members of the Divine Arm and Xuanjia squads will have their achievements counted for promotions. Slaying 10 will elevate your position and killing 100 will grant you an official rank. The promotion system for the Divine Arm and Xuanjia squads is even stricter than Zhou Yuan imagined. Advancing 10 ranks is already harsh, and being granted an official position for 100 kills hardly treats soldiers as people. In the history of Blue Star, achieving the merit of slaying 100 would warrant a general's title, but here it barely qualifies for an official rank. Since the rules are clear, brothers, follow me into battle. Under the leadership of military officer Kai Cheng, Zhou Yuan followed the squad into the portal to the instance. In the next moment the world transformed from a fortress camp into a wild, desolate landscape. Looking ahead, there were two small hills on a not-too-high slope resembling the horns of two yellow oxen set against the steep rugged mountains. Xuanjia squad form up and advance. A divine armed squad move forward with the formation. After Kai Cheng commanded, he took the lead with his round shield and long spear. It was evident he was familiar with the area as he occasionally jabbed his spear into apparent pitfalls, warning the soldiers to avoid danger. The squad had not walked far when they encountered a mountain-built stockade at a bend on the slope. The stockade was built of earth and stone with round logs for walls standing about 3 meters high, and at the gate 2 wooden arrow towers had been erected. On top of the not-so-tall stockade about 20 to 30 people stood, some armed with knives and shields, others with long spears, and there were also 6 archers. Their health bars displayed information such as Level 3 Bandit Swordsman, Level 3 Bandit Spearman and Level 3 Bandit Archer. Raise your shields. At this moment, without needing Kai Cheng to command, the soldiers familiar with the procedure raised their leather-covered shields. Bang bang bang. The Level 3 Bandit Archers were quite accurate and several arrows struck the leather shields. Create a gap. A divine armed squad take out those archers. Zhou Yuan switched to his 3-stone hard bow and shot an arrow at a Level 3 Bandit Archer, directly reducing his health bar by 70. With a second arrow he completely eliminated the Level 3 Bandit Archer clad in leather armor. Ding killed Level 3 Bandit Archer, experience 30. The archers of the Divine Arm team were indeed elite. Within moments they eliminated all the Level 3 Bandit Archers on the stockade walls. During this process Zhou Yuan received 2 experience notifications, gaining 20 points of experience from the second assist kill. Advance 10 steps to the right and clear the archers on the arrow tower. The military commander Kai Cheng pointed with his spear, and the Xuanjia team promptly moved alongside the Divine Arm team. On each of the 2 wooden arrow towers there were 2 Level 3 Bandit Archers. From their elevated position they unleashed a barrage of arrows towards the shield formation, the terrifying force causing the arrowheads to nearly pierce through the large wooden shields. If it were merely a contest of shooting, the Divine Arm team would not be suppressed even with their low angles. The key issue was that the arrow towers had shooting apertures while the rest of the area was filled with solid logs. As a result, the Divine Arm team could not eliminate their opponents quickly and had to hold their breath and concentrate to find an opportunity. However, this situation posed no problem for Zhou Yuan. The enhancement from his skills made his shots extremely accurate, and he was not affected by the pressure of the tightly packed shield formation. He seized the opportunity, shooting 2 arrows that pierced through the arms of the 2 archers, greatly alleviating the output pressure on the Divine Arm team. Good shooting. The rest concentrate fire on the left arrow tower. The newcomers will deal with the injured archers. The injured archers did not flee, instead they drew short knives, preparing to climb down the arrow tower to continue fighting. Zhou Yuan focused on the direction of the wooden ladder, waiting patiently to ambush and kill the 2 injured archers. Ding killed 2 Level 3 Bandit Archers, experience 60. On the other side, the archers on the left tower also fell one after another under the assault of 4 Divine Arm members. Xuanjia team adjust formation and prepare for close combat. The Divine Arm team will shoot from the slope. No one explained and no questions were raised. The veterans skillfully transitioned, while the new recruits of the Xuanjia team did not even need to turn, just cooperating with their comrades beside them. Only Zhou Yuan mimicked the veterans' movements and climbed up the steep slope nearby. Creak. Not long after, with the sound of wooden posts rubbing together, the gate of the stockade was opened from the inside. More than 20 melee bandits let out a series of roars and rushed out of the village. Zhou Yuan noticed that the veterans around him had all switched to rapid-fire bows, and he followed suit by switching to a faster-firing 2-stone bow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Continuous arrows poured down on the bandits, while the steadfast Xuanjia team relied on their large shields and long spears to resist the enemy. The sound of gaining experience echoed continuously. With armored soldiers in front for protection and teammates providing support from behind, this squad of soldiers allowed Zhou Yuan to truly experience the joy of rapid leveling. As one bandit after another fell, Zhou Yuan saw several white light orbs drop to the ground. The satisfaction of gaining experience and the anticipation of dropped items exhilarated him, making his bow and arrow instinctively faster. Stop shooting, Xuanjia, advance and seize the gate. After clearing the melee bandits, military commander Kai Cheng did not order a break, instead disregarding the injured members he commanded a swift advance to seize the gate. Compared to the Xuanjia team holding the front line, the safety of the Divine Arm members was undoubtedly much higher. As they passed the previous battlefield, Zhou Yuan intentionally lowered his head to observe, as if studying the difference between the chaotic demons of the secret realm and humans. In reality he was stepping on each light orb to collect the drops. Ding obtained 3 long knives, 2 long spears, 8 rice balls and 2 healing salves. Each light orb contained a different quantity of drops, some had only one type while others had multiple types, with rice balls being the most common and healing salves being the best. Rice balls are a type of food that provides a small amount of healing over time, while healing salves are medicines that provide quick healing. Zhou Yuan did not examine the details of the other dropped items. After walking a few steps beside the bandit corpses he quickly caught up with his teammates. Isn't it strange that the demons in the heavenly secret realm are actually humans? It's a bit unbelievable. I just thought I was attacking ordinary mountain bandits. You'll get used to it. When you come back and see them resurrect as usual you won't think of them as humans anymore. The veteran wanted to show off in front of Zhou Yuan, and Zhou Yuan cooperated by pretending to be confused. When a few of them reached the gate, the soldiers of the Xuanjia team had already set up a defensive shield formation, apparently planning to use the gate passage to minimize contact area. Take 2 steps forward, hold the gate passage firmly and the Divine Arm team will shoot freely. The Xuanjia team advanced 2 steps, just providing the Divine Arm team with a shooting angle. At this moment the bandits inside the stockade had already surged forward. Next it was still the Xuanjia team desperately fortifying their defenses, while the Divine Arm team stood still serving as shooting targets. Due to the proximity, the force of the 2 stone bow was quite substantial in the passage. Moreover, Zhou Yuan shot steadily and accurately, aiming for the faces and necks, making it possible for a single arrow to take down an opponent. However, the space for his output was gained through the sacrifices of the Xuanjia team members in the front lines, who despite being protected by large shields and iron armor still suffered injuries and bleeding. After completing the cleanup again, Military Commander Kai Cheng finally ordered a break, allowing the injured to apply medicine and stop the bleeding, and a new batch of Xuanjia team members to come in. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuan picked up new dropped items, obtaining 6 knives, 12 rice balls and 3 healing salves. Everyone switched to bows. We are about to face powerful demons. While waiting for the new teammates to arrive, Zhou Yuan mentally calculated the number of kills from earlier battles, realizing that they had killed approximately 60 bandits in total. He glanced at his attribute panel and found that his experience points had already reached 320. Given the current situation, he prioritized allocating experience points to the skill string control. Such a large allocation of experience caused his string control skill to instantly reach level 8, just 2 levels away from maxing out. String control skill level 1 requires 10 experience, level 2 requires 20 experience and level 10 requires 100 experience. Indeed, to gain experience one must grind through dungeons. I've been practicing diligently for so many days and my string control skill only reached level 4, yet a single wave of monster killing boosted it to level 8. Looking at the rapidly increasing skill levels, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. He had quite a few skills, and there were also sword techniques, spear techniques and riding skills to learn in the camp. Military Commander, the Xuanjia Team 4 has arrived. The efficiency of the Xuanjia team's rotation was very high. It wasn't long before the second batch of Xuanjia team members arrived at the stockade gate passage. This time they had switched to hook polearms, and their large wooden shields had been replaced with iron tower shields. Utilizing the dungeon's limits, they swapped out some wounded members and brought in new reinforcements, which Zhou Yuan found very professional. In this way it also simulated the rapid recovery capabilities of normal players from another angle. The demon bandit leader is violent and fierce. If this battle will still be a control battle. The Divine Arm team must shoot rapidly with their bows to quickly kill the demon bandit leader. Newcomer, are you alright? Can you hold on? Military Commander, don't worry. I am naturally strong. I didn't expend too much energy using the footbow earlier. Good. Once we enter the stockade, choose advantageous terrain to shoot from. The Xuanjia team will line up to meet the enemy. The monsters of the Niu Tu Zhai dungeon adhered to a peculiar code of martial honor, or rather their rigid AI logic inherently constrained their combat potential. Had they all charged forth from the gate en masse instead of advancing in disciplined staggered waves, the Xuanjia troop would have been shattered long before they could rotate fighters for rest and recovery. These soldiers were not ordinary players. Though their battlefield composure appeared steady, it was in fact fragile, vulnerable to exhaustion, emotional volatility and physical injury. Prepare hooklance spears, feint thrusts, true hooks. Prioritize control over lethal force. As the Divine Armor archers passed through the gate's narrow passage, Zhou Yuan at last beheld the interior of Niu Tu Zhai. It was a stronghold ingeniously carved into the mountain's contours, its timber structures tiered like steps along the slope. Though the steep elevation hindered the Xuanjia troops' mobility, it granted the divine armor archers unparalleled vantage points for free scattered volleys. At the compound center stood a wooden platform crowned by a tall pole bearing a banner, black cloth ground adorned with a stark white bovine head, strikingly lifelike. 4 bandits stood guard at the platform's 4 corners, while a burly red-scarfed warrior clad in half-plate armor sat upon a wooden chair beside the flagpole. Above his head floated not only a health bar and identity marker but also the designation, Level 5 Bandit Chieftain, accompanied by a crimson skull icon. Zhou Yuan recognized this phenomenon well. Certain boss-tier entities in games bore such distinctive markers. So we're engaging the boss already. Is this truly too hasty? Divine Armor Archers, rapid fire. Eliminate the 4 corner sentinels first. At the command of Military Secretary Kai Cheng, the boss battle erupted in full fury. His level 8 Bao mastery granted Zhou Yuan an exceptional rhythm in archery, swift draws, precise releases and markedly reduced stamina cost per shot. Thus, even before the other 4 divine armor archers had felled their targets, he loosed consecutive headshots, eliminating 2 sentinels in rapid succession. Yet his overwhelming output ignited the chieftain's aggro. The bandit leader seized his broad-bladed saber and leapt from the platform, charging straight toward Zhou Yuan. Xuanjia troop, advance and intercept. Divine armor archers, scatter and snipe. Military Secretary Kai Cheng proved unshakably reliable. Though the chieftain had fixated on Zhou Yuan, Kai Cheng led the Xuanjia troop forward to block him. Hedon. Clang. The heavy saber struck the iron-reinforced tower shield like a blacksmith's hammer, splitting its surface with a deep groaning fissure. Zhou Yuan no longer spared thought for his fellow archers. He sprinted up a nearby rise and unleashed a torrent of arrows, firing without pause, pouring every ounce of his will into each shot. His 3-stone composite bow launched armor-piercing bolts with terrifying speed and unwavering accuracy, each arrow aimed unerringly at the bandit chieftain's skull. Miraculously, the man's cranium proved unnaturally dense if the armor-piercing bolts failed to penetrate bone, instead tearing flesh or lodging deep within cranial sutures. Enraged by such relentless assault, the chieftain ignored the Xuanjia troop mere feet away and whirled to charge Zhou Yuan once more. Hook-lance entanglement, now. Yes, sir. 10 hook-lance spears surged into action. The Xuanjia soldiers strained with every sinew, dragging the chieftain backward against his will. That violent tug shifted the tide anew. The chieftain's hatred snapped back onto the Xuanjia troop behind him, and he whirled again, delivering a thunderous overhead cleave. 2 Xuanjia soldiers staggered backward, nearly losing grip on their tower shields. Comrades instantly rushed forward to seal the breach, re-establishing an impregnable defensive line. In that moment, though the bandit chieftain still radiated terrifying might, his defeat was already sealed, because the Xuanjia divine armor synergy had solidified into an unbreakable rhythm, leaving him scarcely any room to act. True enough, the chieftain lunged toward Zhou Yuan once more, only to be yanked back again by the Xuanjia troops' hooklances. This time, as he raised his heavy saber to retaliate, the Xuanjia soldiers braced their tower shields, ready to absorb the blow. Ding! Level 5 Bandit Chieftain slain. Experience 200. The expected cataclysmic strike never landed. Instead, a heavy thud echoed across the courtyard. Thud. The chieftain collapsed, his skull bristling with arrows, leaving the battle-forged Xuanjia troop momentarily stunned and disoriented. Something was amiss. Normally, subduing such a foe demanded 5 or 6 grueling cycles of entanglement, and several Xuanjia soldiers would bear grievous wounds. How then had victory come so swiftly? Had the demon bandit chieftain learned to feign death? Among the bewildered soldiers, only Zhou Yuan and Military Secretary Kai Cheng grasped the truth. Zhou Yuan saw the chieftain's health bar and knew precisely when his final arrow would land. Kai Cheng, seasoned and perceptive, immediately attributed the anomaly to the newcomer. New recruit, what is your name? How many arrows struck the demon bandit chieftain? Russell. Zhou Yuan slid down from the rise, striding toward the Xuanjia formation as he replied, reporting, sir, I am Zhou Yuan. 18 arrows fired. 18 arrows landed. A master archer. A gallant youth. Were you a Xuanjia soldier, your valor would qualify you as a Mystic Realm expedition leader. Military Secretary Kai Cheng did not belittle archers, he simply understood that such leadership demanded courage above carnage. The Xuanjia troop who bore the brunt of every assault at the vanguard required a commander whose fearlessness inspired absolute resolve. Only when they witnessed their leader charging into peril without hesitation would they in turn hurl themselves into danger, dragging the demon bandit chieftain back with hooklances, creating precious openings for the archers. Thank you, sir, for your kind praise, but my strength pales beside the Xuanjia soldier's indomitable spirit. Rare indeed is one who wields such power yet remains humble, honoring the sacred bond of brotherhood in arms. You are truly promising talent. Zhou Yuan approached the chieftain's corpse and bowed deeply, ostensibly honoring his comrade's valor yet subtly pressing his foot upon a nearby azure light sphere to claim the dropped loot. Ding, acquired 8 severing techniques x1 golden thread heavy saber x1 Yushin powder x3. Martial art 8 severing techniques. Description 8 blade methods, split chop lift hack sweep strike parry and hang, each corresponding to a distinct color edge and principle. Medicine Yushin powder. Effects calms wind agitation suppresses convulsions alleviates pain and nourishes qi. Ingestion harmonizes meridians and fortifies internal energy. Usage restores a modest amount of true qi and removes one pain-afflicted debuff. Both the 8 severing techniques and Yushin powder were exceptional treasures. The golden thread heavy saber however was unremarkable, merely a stout steel blade embellished with golden filigree. While Zhou Yuan scanned the loot details, military secretary Kai Cheng tallied the chieftain's slaying credits. The other 4 divine armor archers had landed 21 arrows collectively, averaging 5 apiece, nearly eclipsed by Zhou Yuan alone. The veteran archers flushed with embarrassment, the Xuanjia troop elated. Zhou Yuan, will you remain stationed in the mystic realm? With your swift powerful bow you could spare our brothers grievous harm. If I may aid my brothers in arms, how could I possibly refuse? One dungeon delve had already yielded immense rewards. Just as Zhou Yuan sought pretext to repeat the run, Kai Cheng offered the perfect rationale. Excellent. Remain within the commandant's residence these days. We shall exploit your sharp bow to enter the demon mystic realm repeatedly. Once weariness settles upon you, you shall receive an extended leave for full recuperation. Sir, I accept without reservation. I shall devote myself utterly to conquering the mystic realms. The purpose of the Xuanjia and Xinbi soldiers is not to conquer the secret realm but to gather resources within it. After a brief assessment of their battle achievements, the Xuanjia and Xinbi troops swiftly retreated from the secret realm, leaving only Zhou Yuan and the military officer Kai Cheng behind. Seeing Zhou Yuan's puzzled expression, the military officer Kai Cheng began to explain. To prevent the battle soldiers from suddenly perishing, it is stipulated that at least 2 battle soldiers remain stationed in the secret realm to await the transfer of resources by the transport troops. Usually we would leave 1 Xinbi soldier and 1 secret realm leader behind. The reason we are keeping you today is that you need to be a permanent member of the secret realm team and should quickly familiarize yourself with every detail of this place. Kai Cheng diligently introduced the conditions within the instance to Zhou Yuan, much like a non-player character in a game. Besides highlighting the positions of each bandit and their attack rhythms, he also led Zhou Yuan into the room of the demon bandit leader. Zhou Yuan, everyone has their greedy thoughts. Though you are young and vigorous, you are probably not exempt from this tendency. I brought you here to tell you that there are spiritual medicines in the demon bandit leader's room, but these medicines are limited in number and have not changed for many years. Moreover, all resources within the secret realm are finite, even a slight shortfall can be noticed. Open the large box next to the bed and see if there are 10 white porcelain medicine bottles, 5 blue porcelain medicine bottles and a martial arts manual inside. Zhou Yuan understood that the new leader was teaching him to restrain his desires and not to secretly take things that did not belong to him, as any potential issues would be easily traced. Accepting this well-intentioned reminder, he obediently opened the box next to the bed. Sure enough, inside were 10 bottles of healing medicine, 5 bottles of Yushin powder and a martial arts illustration titled 3 Talents Post. Indeed, as the military officer said, not a single detail is amiss. I have learned my lesson and will definitely restrain my greed in the future, not taking any resources from the secret realm. It's good that you understand whatever can be given to you, you need not speak of, as the camp will also distribute it to you. For instance, the powder in the white porcelain bottles is excellent for stopping bleeding and treating injuries, so both the Xuanjia soldiers and Xinbi soldiers who are injured in the secret realm can each receive 1 bottle. The live pigs, chickens and grains in the village will partly go into your stomachs and partly converted into cash for you. Do not be fooled by the desperate efforts of the Xuanjia and Xinbi soldiers in the secret realm, while it is extremely dangerous. In truth, they are all quite wealthy, most having purchased land and taken wives in Jingan City. In this secret realm only those 5 blue porcelain medicine bottles are out of your reach. They are vital spiritual items for cultivating energy, appearing remarkably precious, yet they hold no value for you. Let me give you a piece of advice: if you ever have the fortune of obtaining spiritual items, do not use them yourself. Once you use something like that you cannot stop, otherwise there will be no spiritual energy for cultivation and the qi will dissipate back to the mundane, leaving you with nothing in the end. To Zhou Yuan, Yuan powder was like a blue medicine. He could easily obtain several bottles while clearing instances not considered overly precious. However, for the locals, items that can restore qi in the game instances are their extraordinary source, and they are essential for maintaining their extraordinary status. When both the functions of activation and maintenance are concentrated in one type of item, the spiritual items of the instance become the foundation for the extraordinary group. Thank you for the reminder, I will surely keep it in mind. While Zhou Yuan was conversing with Kai Cheng, a team of soldiers dressed in red uniforms quickly ran into the village. They split into multiple groups, skillfully rummaging through boxes, and the demon bandit leader's room was no exception, with the Yuan powder considered a spiritual item of the secret realm personally transported by an officer. After they left, another team of soldiers seamlessly entered the secret realm, heading straight for the pig pen within the village. Bang! The iron-bone duo crushed a pig's head, shouldered the carcass, and in the blink of an eye 9 pigs of varying sizes were transported out of the secret realm. Following that, waves of soldiers came to transport food, catch chickens, and collect bows and weapons flowing incessantly like ants moving their nest. Zhou Yuan momentarily found it hard to distinguish whether they were regular troops or professional bandits. Why are you staring at them? Observe the terrain here well. Our Xuanjia team generally positions itself in these 3 locations to confront the enemy. Try to determine which shooting position suits you best and how to reach it quickly. Military officer, shouldn't we help? No need, they are very familiar with this work. It is a safe job with high pay, not a hardship. If we help, they won't need so many people for transport, so do not disrupt their work by being overly kind or you will cut off their livelihood. Battle soldiers and auxiliary soldiers are not part of the same system, as battle soldiers primarily engage in combat while auxiliary soldiers handle transport. Kai Cheng informed Zhou Yuan that their presence here was not without purpose but rather to supervise the transport. Without supervision there could be instances of concealment, and people pushing and crowding could disrupt order. After entrusting the responsibility of supervision to Kai Cheng, Zhou Yuan began to explore the village carefully. He found that the Jinggan army, notorious for being longtime thieves, had left the rooms that auxiliary soldiers visited cleaner than if they had been gnawed by dogs. They had taken the bedding and cloth, removed the treasure chests, and even the kitchen knives and iron pots were stolen. Looking at the wooden bed in the room, he felt an uncanny familiarity. Upon closer inspection he realized it was exactly the same as the wooden bed he slept on in the Shishan camp. No wonder the Jinggan army is inexplicably wealthy. With the ever-refreshing blood supply from the Nyoto village, they cannot possibly be poor. Taking advantage of the current lull, Zhou Yuan allocated the 200 experience points obtained from defeating the boss to the string control skill. The moment his string control skill reached its maximum level, he felt that everything around him had slowed down. It was an extreme state of focus. In this state the auxiliary soldiers transporting goods seemed to move much slower. He could raise his bow and instinctively know where to aim to hit the heads, bodies and legs of the auxiliary soldiers with the arrows. The sturdy 3-stone bow became as flexible as a 2-stone short bow. As his fingertips brushed against the bowstring it naturally gathered strength and drew back. Whoosh, bang bang. 3 sharp arrows flew in succession towards the village's wooden wall. The first arrow barely landed before the second tore through its shaft, and the third swiftly followed, firmly nailing the same spot. 3 stars in a row, multiple arrows united. If the bandit leader stands still now, my 3 arrows would surely penetrate his skull and empty his health bar. With the fully leveled string control skill he had already surpassed the limits of ordinary people. Now among the entire Jinggan army, besides the mysterious martial artists, no one could shoot more accurately or quickly than Zhou Yuan. Perhaps some exceptionally talented archer could achieve the same feat at a moment's notice. But they could not maintain that moment of brilliance while this was Zhou Yuan's constant state. When Zhou Yuan and the military officer Kai Cheng left the secret realm, the audit documents from the lieutenant's office promptly brought in their earnings. Zhou Yuan received 4 taels of gold and 500 copper coins, while military officer Kai Cheng received 6 taels of gold with no additional copper coins to make up the difference. Military officer, isn't our treatment a bit too good? If we enter the secret realm so many times it would be hard not to get rich. You exert more effort and receive more. Other Shinbi soldiers earn at most less than a third of what you do. Xuanjia soldiers might earn a bit more, but they are fighting desperately in defense, which also leads to more physical injuries. I am somewhat special. Generally I would receive 6 taels of gold, but if I make a mistake I will be penalized and I would have to compensate for any lost Xuanjia soldiers. Zhou Yuan shook the 4 taels of gold in his hand and suddenly understood why the rewards in the camp were so generous. Xinbi and Xuanjia soldiers are ultimately normal people. They cannot endure many years of hard fighting. Perhaps after a year of high-intensity combat they would be physically exhausted and mentally drained, and heavy investments would not be able to cultivate their fighting spirit. Zhou Yuan has been promoted, rising from the position of the shooting officer to the commander of the Divine Arm Brigade. A recent exploration of a secret realm has brought him to the pinnacle of soldiers, and the next step will be the granting of an official title and the promotion to the position of Duke of the Army. Military Commissioner Kai Cheng is a competent leader, not only charging ahead as a tank but also distributing military merits effectively during rest periods. However, he has his own biases, showing a clear preference for the Xuanjia team. Yet the members of the Divine Arm Brigade, including Zhou Yuan, cannot accuse Kai Cheng of using his power for personal gain or favoring his direct subordinates, for 7 injured Xuanjia soldiers are currently receiving treatment from military doctors in the pharmacy. Some have fractured arms while others have suffered cuts. One valiant warrior who withstood a heavy blow from the demon stronghold with a shield has a swollen wrist and a fractured forearm. Fortunately, the healing ointment produced in the secret realm is remarkably effective. Without it, these Xuanjia soldiers would find it difficult to quickly regain their combat capabilities. Military Commissioner Kai Cheng, as the direct leader of the Xuanjia team, did not immediately approach to offer condolences but instead stood to the side of the storage room, seemingly waiting for someone. From a distance, Zhou Yuan indeed spotted a majestic general clad in armor and draped in a black cloak in the long corridor of the manor. The general seemed to sense Zhou Yuan's gaze, a slight smile breaking through his cold expression as he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhou Yuan, do not be disrespectful to the captain. He is a martial artist exuding power and possesses a perception far beyond our mundane understanding. Your archer's gazes are too sharp. You do not provoke misunderstandings with the captain. Understood. Should Military Commissioner wait for the captain to finish his visit before comforting the Xuanjia soldiers? You are indeed sharp. That is how it should be. The captain is a martial artist, and after the fierce battles of the Divine Arm Xuanjia, it is only reasonable for him to offer personal condolences. When I go is not important. I can only soothe their emotions at most, while the captain can provide them with real benefits. Military Commissioner Kai Cheng was not wrong. After the highest-ranking officer in the camp appeared, the injured Xuanjia soldiers were elated. The Jingan captain was also quite considerate of his subordinates, waving his hand to grant the lightly injured 15 days of leave and the severely injured 2 months of paid leave. The man with the fractured arm immediately knelt, requesting to return to the city to accompany his wife and child. As expected, he was granted permission and could return to the city in a supply cart after stabilizing his injuries. After the Jingan captain finished his visit, he nodded towards the storage room before leaving with his personal guards. Once the tall and imposing captain had departed, Zhou Yuan curiously asked, Military Commissioner, since the captain is such a formidable martial artist, why does he not personally attack the secret realm? Zhou Yuan, martial artists are imbued with qi and every movement is accompanied by spiritual energy. While it is naturally simple for the captain to attack the secret realm, the consumed spiritual energy needs to be replenished by the resources of the secret realm. Our Jingan army is not a noble clan. The spiritual resources produced by the secret realm must be submitted to the imperial court in a regular and limited manner. The remaining resources need to support the captain's cultivation and wartime reserves. How could they be used for attacking and replenishing energy? Kai Cheng's explanation made Zhou Yuan understand that extraordinary martial artists cannot generate their own spiritual energy. They need to replenish it after every battle. It would be one thing for a powerful force to have an abundant supply of spiritual resources, but areas with limited output truly cannot afford such energy-consuming behemoths. For instance, the Jingan army clearly has a martial artist captain in command, yet they cannot easily utilize this formidable combat strength. Come with me, I will comfort the soldiers and you can show your face. Once the brothers know you are willing to stand by them, you can apply for a new residence through the documents. Under the guidance of Military Commissioner Kai Cheng, Zhou Yuan visited the injured Xuanjia soldiers. During this time he received numerous praises, with everyone saying they wanted to fight alongside him again once they recovered. It was evident that the Xuanjia soldiers had a high demand for good archers. These tanks, unable to enhance their own defenses, wished for their archers to grow an extra pair of arms to swiftly eliminate the demons in the secret realm. As a result, the members of the Divine Arm Brigade might be looked down upon. When Zhou Yuan was absent, everyone did not realize that archers could fire the 3-stone heavy bow rapidly. Now, with Zhou Yuan raising the expectations of the Xuanjia soldiers, the Divine Arm archers who were originally protected would also have to face the pressure of competition. Brothers, rest assured, I will be stationed in the secret realm for a while. You have the valiant shield and I have the swift hard bow. We should support each other as brothers. The men who had fought in battle shared a natural bond and everyone chatted happily. After arranging a banquet they finally let him leave. When Zhou Yuan stepped into the audit hall he realized that not only did he have a new residence but he also gained the authority to customize weapons and modify armor. Considering the Xuanjia team's tanks were quite competent he needed to lose weight and increase flexibility. He chose half armor with a round helmet for head protection cancelling the leg and arm armor keeping only a pair of iron-plated wrist guards. Zhou team leader, do you have any specific requirements for weapons? We will do our best to provide you with a good bow. The metallurgical supervisor, having reviewed the military merit records from this secret realm assault, recognized that the individual before him was extraordinary and needed better weapons to fully leverage his sharpshooting advantages. Metallurgical supervisor, is there any 4-stone strong bow in the camp? That demon stronghold is as tough as iron. A 3-stone heavy bow is insufficient to swiftly eliminate it. I want to try a 4-stone bow. Zhou team leader, you jest, we truly do not have that. The metallurgical supervisor was almost choked by Zhou Yuan's words. What concept is a 4-stone strong bow? 1 stone weighs 120 jin, so 4 stones weigh 480 jin. Close to 500 jin of weight is equivalent to 2 heavily armored men. Can a person who can single-handedly pull such weight still be considered human? In the camp, even with higher demands, only 3-stone heavy bows were provided to the divine arm warriors. Beyond that, the configuration is for martial artists, which the metallurgical department cannot manage, and they certainly do not possess secret realm artifacts. Thus Zhou Yuan ultimately could not obtain a devastating weapon like the 4-stone strong bow. However, the metallurgical department indicated that while they do not have a 4-stone strong bow, they do have a 5-stone crossbow. If Zhou Yuan does not mind it being too heavy and too long, they are willing to dismantle the crossbow limbs for him to use. Considering that although his string-pulling skill is maxed out, his precision attribute is only 3 points, he temporarily has no chance with a single-handed crossbow, so he declined the metallurgical supervisor's suggestion. If you truly want a 4-stone bow, we can also ask the master craftsman to make one on the spot. However, strong bows are difficult to craft and you may have to wait several years. No need to trouble yourself, several years is too long. I will use the 3-stone bow instead. When Zhou Yuan arrived at his new residence under the guidance of the manor's steward, more than 30 divine arm warriors were already waiting for him. Young master, the brothers skipped the flower pavilion just to admire your prowess. Come, we booked a table at the tavern to celebrate your promotion and to hear your teachings on archery. You brothers are teasing me. My skills rely entirely on my innate strength, not comparable to your superb shooting techniques. Do not be humble. In our divine arm brigade you either excel or you do not. We cannot match the bravery of the Xuanjia, and our craft is simply one word: shoot. You are stronger than us, we respect you, so please guide us more in the future and sharpen our archery skills. Ultimately, the divine arm brigade is a small circle of fighters who value archery and worship sharpshooters. With his sharpshooting abilities, Zhou Yuan seamlessly integrated into this small group, transforming from an unknown newcomer into a recognized comrade in arms. Indeed, we brothers should drink and converse, exchange skills and gather our wisdom under the banner of the divine arm. After a banquet, Zhou Yuan became quite familiar with the men of the divine arm brigade. Although he did not yet know the true nature of each individual, at least they were no longer strangers and had exchanged names. Interestingly, among the seemingly bloodthirsty members of the Divine Arm Brigade there were also scions of noble families. These individuals sought different things than the scions of well-off families. If the latter desired official positions and salaries, while the former aimed for military achievements and aspired to earn a spot in the court's spirit awakening assessments. At this moment Zhou Yuan learned that the Great Wei dynasty actually had a path to transcendence. Even though this path was exceedingly narrow, with spirit awakening assessments held only once every 4 years and only a few to a dozen individuals selected each time. Nevertheless, this path to transcendence indeed existed, and it was enough to compel those scions not chosen by their families to willingly serve the court. Additionally, a divine armed soldier from the Qingxima family who was stationed in the camp revealed this information. Aside from participating in court assessment, some renowned Taoist temples and monasteries also opened their doors to accept disciples. They would select the most virtuous students from among many disciples to receive true teachings and undergo spirit awakening. Although each temple and monastery had its own secret realms, they were far from comparable to the Great Wei, which controlled a vast number of secret realms to establish cities and fortresses. Thus only the Great Wei dynasty could consistently hold spirit awakening assessments every 4 years. For other temples and noble families the number of spirit awakening spots was limited, only one could be replaced for every one lost. Thank you Brother Ma for your candid words which have allowed me to see the vastness of the world. There's no need for thanks, whether I say it or not you would eventually find out. If you have the heart, just pass on some archery techniques to me later. The men of the Divine Arm Brigade had their eyes on Zhou Yuan's archery skills, eager for him to become the instructor of the camp. Fortunately, the military commander Kai Cheng was also keeping an eye on him and informed him to prepare for an assault on the secret realm early the next day. How is it? Has your arm recovered from fatigue? It's as stable as ever. Drawing the bow and shooting quickly is not a problem. Good, follow me to drum up the troops. The sooner we complete this month's quota the better. We can rest for a few days. Speed is of the essence in warfare, and the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade were no exception. Military Commander Kai Cheng did not want these soldiers to have time to ponder their gains and losses. What he wanted was continuous fierce battles to accumulate the required spiritual items. Zhou Yuan certainly did not object. He still had many skills awaiting upgrades and was in dire need of experience. Dong dong dong. The deep drumbeats echoed across the training grounds as the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade quickly assembled in front of the storeroom ready for orders. Just yesterday Zhou Yuan was one of them, but today he stood beside military commander Kai Cheng. Many of the armored soldiers had yet to hear of his reputation as a sharpshooter and mistakenly believed him to be a scion of a noble family seeking military glory. Divine Arm Squad 4 Armored Squad 5 Step forward. Brothers, follow me into battle. A day later, as they re-entered the Bullhead village instance, Zhou Yuan's feelings were completely different. Yesterday he had felt somewhat apprehensive, but today he was self-assured and calm. With his maxed-out string control skill and yesterday's detailed understanding of Bullhead village, he now possessed the ability to perform long-distance shots. Now he could easily glance around, judge the drop zones, and use his shots to pin down the bandits on the walls. Raise shields, eliminate the archers first. As soon as military commander Kai Cheng issued the order, Zhou Yuan swiftly fired 3 arrows, taking down 3 bandit archers. He did not monopolize the kills but left the other 3 bandit archers for the 4 Divine Arm soldiers in his squad. By the time they reached the wooden arrow tower, without needing military commander Kai Cheng's commands, he shot 4 arrows through the arms of 4 bandit archers, completely eliminating the threat from long-range arrows. Due to the numerous bandits outside the village and in the village gate passage during the battle, Zhou Yuan did not hold back, and with a flurry of rapid shots he directly claimed 20 heads. Commander, today's battle went smoothly and most of the brothers were unharmed. How about we step out to change our gear and not swap out personnel? At this moment a feeling of smoothness lingered in the soldiers' hearts. They had never imagined that a dangerous realm where a careless move could lead to injury would become so effortless. The soldiers of the armored squad merely thought that today's Divine Arm soldiers were exceptionally powerful. However, military commander Kai Cheng and several Divine Arm soldiers knew that a true sharpshooter with extraordinary talent had joined their ranks. We must rotate, rules cannot be broken, or else the armored soldiers waiting would grow complacent. If we keep using them in intense battles, they may become insufficiently aware and develop fear. Understood. The armored squad, having received orders, did not say more, quickly exited the instance, allowing another team armed with glaives and iron shields to enter. Zhou Yuan, your shooting is almost superhuman. From now on you should restrain yourself. You do not let the soldiers develop a habit of dependency. Otherwise, when a real blood battle occurs, their fighting spirit may collapse and they will become frightened. Moreover, there is a limit to how many times we can assault the secret realms each month. If we increase efficiency and output, the court may believe there is room for improvement. When that time comes, a single document from the court could leave the soldiers with no time to rest, leading to continuous blood battles and severe losses. Military commander Kai Cheng's meaning was very clear. The job of risking their lives must not push them to their limits, otherwise once they crossed that peak state they would inevitably suffer the consequences. Moreover, the most important point that Kai Cheng did not mention was the issue of loyalty. If he did not sustain injuries to a few soldiers in each outing to the secret realm, how would he as a martial artist know that the soldiers were sustaining him through blood battles? At that time, would he still treat the soldiers generously for a long period? Perhaps not. Without blood loyalty, where would the gratitude come from? Thank you for your guidance, Commander. I will pay attention to my bow frequency to avoid breaking the original rhythm of our assaults. It's good that you understand. Since I am your direct superior, I must seek good treatment for you. Fighting and killing is mandatory, but stable treatment is the foundation for the soldier's survival. After the second team of armored soldiers arrived, Zhou Yuan restrained his bow rhythm and did not seek opportunities to shoot a flurry of arrows to clear the boss' health. As a result, this team of armored soldiers still suffered a few injuries. When the boss bandit leader fell, the victorious soldiers erupted in intense cheers. They cheered for their victory and value. They were the brave warriors of blood battles. This is how it should be. If we don't bring back a bit of blood, how can we claim the name of blood warriors? In this instance assault, although Zhou Yuan did not unleash all his firepower, he maintained the value of loyalty that the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade relied upon for survival. Military Commander Kai Cheng thought of him as a sensible young man, and he also took the opportunity to understand some of the rules within the camp. Even so, the gains from this instance still surpassed the last time. Last time he had gained a total of 520 experience points, 5 healing medicines, 3 jade true powders and several other items. This time, however, he earned 780 experience points, 9 healing medicines, 3 jade true powders and more miscellaneous items than last time. With this experience he could upgrade the level 3 Big Bear Pile to max level. Furthermore, he would also gain 1 point of Chi attribute from the level 6 bonus of Big Bear Pile and 1 point of Divine attribute from the level 10 bonus. The Chi attribute is crucial. Does it automatically generate a blue bar upon breaking a certain threshold, or is it necessary to learn a related skill? The increase in the essence attribute has an immediate effect. One can intuitively feel the enhancement of strength, agility and physique. The strengthening of the Chi attribute is quite peculiar, almost miraculous. When the Big Bear Post reached level 6 and gained a point in Chi, Zhou Yuan felt an immediate clarity, as if countless pores had opened, dispelling the previous internal congestion. Additionally, his physical coordination improved and his stamina flourished, eliminating the suffocating feeling of breathlessness experienced during exhaustion. However, the attribute panel did not show a blue bar as a result, indicating that something essential was still missing to transform the miraculous Chi from internal to external. The Big Bear Post focuses on strengthening the body, nurturing Chi and awakening the spirit. Although I did not obtain the 3 talents post from the dungeon treasure chest, from its name it likely follows the path of heaven, earth and humanity, essence, Chi and spirit. Ordinary people rely heavily on essence for their actions, while the essence of extraordinary warriors lies in Chi. But what about the divine attribute? What changes would its increase bring? Are there extraordinary individuals whose core is the divine attribute? As the Big Bear Post reached level 10 and the divine attribute increased by 1, some questions naturally clarified. In that instant of the divine attribute's increment, Zhou Yuan sensed a kind of restraint, as if his body were clad in a heavy iron armor. That iron armor was both a protective shell and a cage restricting his freedom. His eyes burst forth with unprecedented brilliance as a more intricate colorless world unfolded before him. In that moment he could even see the shapes of the wind and the trajectories of light. He felt like a cicada ready to shed his hard shell and spread his wings to soar freely. This must be the perspective of the soul, Zhou Yuan thought, though he already had the answer in his heart. The perfection sought through the Big Bear Post was not some vague concept of martial divine intent, but a very pure awakening of the spirit. At that moment his soul, closely connected to his physical body, suddenly awakened, breaking free from the chaotic amalgamation of essence, Chi and spirit. Although the increase in the divine attribute by just 1 point could not evolve his life form, it ignited the foundation of his divine sense, granting him a new perspective to observe the world. What does this count as? Is it the awakening of the spirit and the foundation of Chi? Zhou Yuan did not expect the differences between the 3 attributes of essence, Chi and spirit to be so vast. The enhancement of the essence attribute provided real-time feedback. The enhancement of the Chi attribute was still perceptible, but the divine attribute was an unfathomable mystery. He looked at the various values on his attribute panel: essence 3, Chi 2, divine 2. Suddenly he gained some insight. Attribute values might not simply be a matter of addition, but rather a qualitative change leading to a quantitative breakthrough. For ordinary people, all their attributes are 1, not because they are clumsy, but because this is the normal state of humanity. Every additional point beyond that is a sublimation that approaches or breaks the limit. The attribute panel is incredibly powerful if the nurturing of Chi and awakening of the spirit through the Big Bear Post is merely a theoretical state. Yet under the catalyst of experience, even a theoretical state can be manifested. Zhou Yuan examined the Big Bear Post in detail and did not believe that an ordinary person could rely on such martial skills to achieve body strengthening, Chi nurturing and spirit awakening. It is already remarkable for an ordinary person to strengthen their body. Capturing the elusive Chi and the elusive spirit is no less challenging than turning fantasy into reality. However, this is not absolute. He retrieved a bottle of jade true powder from the item inventory of the attribute panel. If there is Chi first, then nurturing and practicing Chi should be much easier. To verify his hypothesis, he used a bottle of jade true powder. Sure enough, its recovery felt more like supplementation. After use, a blue bar appeared on his attribute panel. However, that blue bar was not fixed and continued to decrease, likely what General Sima Kai-sheng referred to as qi scattering back to the mundane. Zhou Yuan was unaware of how wasteful this behavior was. Without a qi refining method, to dare to consume qi directly and allow it to scatter is something even the martial artist Jing An's lieutenant would call extravagant. About an hour later, the blue bar forcibly activated by the blue medicine disappeared. However, Zhou Yuan, enhanced by the qi attribute, could feel that this disappearance was not a mere vanishing but a gentle nourishment dispersed throughout his body. No wonder people call blue medicine a spiritual item. It is indeed excellent, akin to a high-level energy that is easily absorbed. After discerning the effects of the increased qi and divine attributes, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes to sleep, awaiting the next round of secret realm assaults. To the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade, his behavior appeared as diligent rest, maintaining the stamina needed for bloody assaults. Consequently, many soldiers reluctant to leave the flower pavilion followed suit, cancelling their leisure plans to conserve their energy. Early the next morning, Zhou Yuan hurriedly ate breakfast and headed to the storeroom to wait. In the following days, he became a model soldier among the Divine Arm Brigade, attacking dungeons punctually every day without complaints of fatigue. Moreover, with his precise rapid-fire ability, he helped many armored soldiers who were originally about to be injured, earning the respect of his comrades. Unbeknownst to him, he had become an unofficial co-leader of the secret realm, and after General Sima Kai-sheng, he became the new core of the team. The benefits brought by this increase in influence were significant, and now the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade greeted him with smiles and great respect. Of course, his greatest gains were still the increase in experience points and the upgrade of skills. After several consecutive days of dungeon assaults, his life skills in food supplementation, rest and brisk walking had all reached maximum level. In terms of martial skills, techniques such as splitting the mountain had been incorporated into 8 slicing blades. With experience accumulating, both the 8 slicing blades and thrusting techniques had also reached maximum level. As a result, his mobility, food recovery and state restoration capabilities had significantly improved. He smoothly transitioned from a long-range archer to a versatile warrior adept with both blades and bows. That day he was about to apply for a leave of absence to learn horsemanship and spear techniques through connections. However, General Sima Kai-sheng mysteriously pulled him aside and headed toward the political hall, where the Jing and lieutenant handled official business. "General Sima, what are we doing at the political hall? Are we to receive commendation from the lieutenant?" "It's not a commendation for us but for you. You, my boy, are probably the fastest to get promoted among us." The audit document hall originally intended to delay things, but the lieutenant decided to act fairly. "Zhou Yuan, this fairness is not true fairness. There is kindness and support behind it, so you should thank the lieutenant properly later." General Sima Kai-sheng's words led Zhou Yuan to guess what they were going to do at the lieutenant's political hall. Indeed, as soon as they entered the hall, the stern and majestic lieutenant squeezed out a smile and personally handed Zhou Yuan a document and a token. What a fine young man indeed, full of vigor and extraordinary presence. "This is your official document. Your household registration has been transferred from the countryside to the Jing prefecture. From today you are no longer a farmer but a gentleman of the Great Way. Thank you, Lieutenant, for the promotion. I will surely do my utmost to repay your support." Zhou Yuan thanked him while accepting the document and token, which bore the 3 characters Jing and capital. The inscription at the bottom of the token was the Great Weiss official military seal with 2 lines of small text: Jing and Divine Arm du Beau Zhou Yuan. In the future, if anyone asks about your background, you may respond with the term Jing and capital. Although it cannot compare to the great families and nobility, the humble family will respect you, the common people will regard you, and the officials will protect you, thus establishing your identity. How do you feel? Are you filled with vigor and ambition? The Jinggan cavalry asked Zhou Yuan if he felt a sense of vigor, and he probably did. Moreover, without a formal identity, farmers and townsfolk were not allowed to migrate freely. In such a society, having an official status represented a departure from the management of grassroots officials, allowing one the space to accumulate wealth and advance personally. Of course, it was not illegal for commoners to save money, but the officials exploited them severely, leaving no opportunity for them to accumulate wealth. Indeed, as the cavalry said, once one changes their status, the world suddenly feels vast. Haha, achieving merit through bloodshed and forging one's own path, that's how a true man should be. Commoners pass down a field and a house, aristocrats pass down a book and a territory, while warriors pass down a position and a title. Young man, take advantage of your sharpness and strive for a title, only then can your lineage inherit official ranks for generations. After receiving the official document and seal, Zhou Yuan left the administrative hall with the military officer Kai-sheng. The Jinggan cavalry held a noble status and possessed great martial prowess, yet he treated his subordinates with humility and skillfully employed methods of support and promotion. Truly a remarkable figure. Military officer, when are we attacking the secret realm today? Not going today. The Xuanjia soldiers have suffered a tense injury and the divine arm soldiers are fatigued. They need a good rest for a few days. Zhou Yuan, you must have saved quite a bit of money, right? You should go to Jinggan City these days to buy a courtyard. Don't end up spending it all in the wrong places, or you won't have a home to rest in when you can no longer fight. During this time Kai Cheng had a good rapport with Zhou Yuan and was willing to offer guidance to this overly young lad. Thank you for your advice, military officer. Since I entered the camp I haven't gone out yet. Now is a good opportunity to stroll around Jinggan City and see if I can find some items I like. As long as you find something you like, it's good. Otherwise the pent-up aggression from battling will have no outlet, leading to significant problems. By the way, there is one thing I need to explain to you. Find a brocade bag to put your copper seal in. You do not let it dangle visibly at your waist. Why does the official status in the camp need to be kept secret? What's there to keep secret? The officers promoted through bloodshed are not shadowy figures to be hidden. However, our divine arm and Xuanjia soldiers are somewhat special. The townsfolk regard us as warriors who slay demons and eliminate monsters, and the wealthy families are also eager to forge connections with us. Many will claim to admire our reputation and invite us to banquets, but in reality they are just hoping to secure strong soldiers to support them when demon matters arise. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt that the official seal was not something that could not be shown. Whether or not to marry off daughters was not important, what mattered was being invited to banquets by the wealthy families in town. He loved good food and enjoyed making friends. Don't be reckless. If there are no demons in the city and you flaunt your official seal while indulging, I won't say anything. But if there are indeed demons hiding among the common folk, recklessly showing off could lead to endless troubles. Are there really demons in the city? Shouldn't our Jinggan army do something about it? How novel. Where can you find a city without a few rat holes? Once they gain intelligence, all they want to do is hide. Who can find them? I see. However, when I was in Xiao West Village I never heard of any demons entering the village. Demons that have gained intelligence value their lives and would naturally avoid entering the Jinggan army camp, but there is no reason for them to spare villages with low martial power. Zhou Yuan, do not think of demons as wild beasts. Many among them are humanoid. Once they gain intelligence they also enjoy the pleasures of life. Villages are poor, lacking in good food and beauty, while the villagers fear the cold and ailments, not daring to clean themselves often. All these reasons combined lead intelligent demons to favor large cities and despise villages. Zhou Yuan never imagined that demons would have a class discrimination and enjoy hedonism. Before gaining intelligence they had no desires. Once they gained intelligence they became burdened with desires. Listening to the military officer, intelligent and humanoid demons are somewhat akin to humans. Who says they aren't? You have seen demons in the secret realm before. If they gain intelligence, who can differentiate between them and humans? Kai Cheng's words were somewhat inaccurate. Zhou Yuan, who could see health bars and monster identity information, could indeed tell them apart. However, he would not reveal his special ability to avoid others thinking he had unusual eyes and plotting against him. Come on, I'll take you for a ride and show you the vibrant world outside the camp. Since Kai Cheng also needed to return to the city to accompany his wife and children, he brought Zhou Yuan along. To Zhou Yuan's surprise, Kai Cheng actually had personal guards, and they were elite soldiers from the Wuwei camp. Under the escort of 10 personal guards they reached Jinggan City smoothly in no time. This city was much larger than the military fort of the Jinggan army, with open city gates constantly bustling with pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages, while the merchants came and went in an endless stream. As soon as they entered the city, Kai Cheng took his personal guards back to his residence, leaving Zhou Yuan with an address and telling him not to stay at an inn but to go to his house for the night. Thus, without the constraints of military law and with the protection of the official seal, Zhou Yuan was temporarily free. Yet he could not feel happy because he discovered a serious issue. Kai Cheng did not lie to him. Demons indeed enjoyed pleasure. While wandering through the bustling streets he saw several enticing young women beckoning and smiling, among whom some had not only health bars but also identity information. Level 6 Painted Skin Qing Nu, Level 5 Painted Skin Jiao, and I Level 8 Painted Skin Dance Maiden. This was not some flower house but rather a den of demons. If it were just that, it would be fine. With the divine arm and Xuanjia soldiers plus the warrior cavalry, they were enough to clear out these lurking painted skins in the city. But some women riding in carriages and the wealthy ladies entering and leaving grand mansions also had issues. Level 10 painted skin lady, level 9 painted skin concubine, level 7 painted skin young lady. Besides these there were even level 6 painted skin beggars, level 6 painted skin servants, and level 5 painted skin waitstaff, among other varieties. The more Zhou Yuan explored, the more he felt that Jing'an City was unusual. It was hard to tell whether it was because the human race was powerful and demons were hiding, or if the painted skins were secretly parasitizing this city. Actually, he had thought about a question earlier: since demons can devour humans to gain intelligence, once they gain intelligence, will they help their subordinates or similar beings to gain intelligence? The situation in Jing'an City confirmed the existence of this question. It seemed the court was aware of this possibility, which was why they placed important secret realms and armies under closed management in the military fort. When Zhou Yuan once again saw the level 8 painted skin doctor stationed at the clinic and the level 7 painted skin scoundrel lurking in the streets, he realized that professions capable of causing unexpected deaths in Jing'an City were basically represented by painted skins. Although he had not been to the prison in Jing'an City, he imagined that there would also be painted skins among the guards. This is truly a city of painted skins. There is a high probability that hidden demon dens exist nearby. Wait, could Kai Cheng's wife also be one? I need to go check. The phenomenon of spiritual intelligence is truly remarkable. If the painted skins with awakened intelligence managed to maintain the facade of order, making Jing'an City appear peaceful and prosperous. Despite the city's numerous dangers, there are no signs of chaos or the extinction of its inhabitants. The painted skins are quite clever, transforming into various human forms and integrating into the city. Hidden among the people, it's hard to discern their true nature. Zhou Yuan casually chose a gift shop on the street and asked the attendant inside to help him select some gifts. After paying a bit extra, the shop assistant agreed to deliver the gifts to Yaofeng, the military official Kai's residence. Thus Zhou Yuan acquired a living map of the city as the shop assistant introduced him to various situations while on the way. For instance, the beggars are the worst, the scoundrels are numerous, the brothel guests are plentiful, and the Qingguan dancers are skilled. At the best is still the private courtyards where one can drink tea and listen to music while enjoying leisure. The courtyards are truly the elegant places of the city. If you wish to have fun, remember to find me, I can help you, and it will definitely be cheaper than what those brokers ask for. The guest has arrived at the military official Kai's residence. I want to escort you further to avoid the doorman thinking you lack sincerity. The shop assistant, accustomed to judging people by their clothing first and then by their demeanor, saw Zhou Yuan as a martial artist and assumed he was there to request a favor. Alright, here's a bit more for you, use it to buy tea on the way. The guest is generous. If they say martial artists value loyalty. Today I have opened my eyes. After the shop assistant left, Zhou Yuan held the gifts in both hands and walked toward the military official Kai's residence not far away. The military official is a 5th-rank martial officer of the Great Way, and with Kai Cheng responsible for attacking secret realms and offering spiritual objects, he is absolutely a trusted aide of the Jing'an prefect. Thus Kai Cheng is undoubtedly a wealthy man. His residence is not only large but also equipped with guards, doormen and housekeepers. The two guards did not recognize Zhou Yuan and initially wanted to consult the housekeeper, but upon seeing the copper seal in Zhou Yuan's hand they immediately opened the door and let him in. The doorman rushed over to help him carry the gifts and walked a bit faster to lead him. Young master, you have finally arrived. The master said as soon as he returned today that he wants to host a banquet for the Jing'an officials. The whole household is busy preparing. Let me take you to the main hall for tea. No rush, I've been strolling around the city for half the day, it's just right for a rest. Kai Cheng's residence is quite clean and the servants and maids moving about are all ordinary people with no trace of painted skins. The reason Zhou Yuan came to Kai Cheng's house was not solely because Kai Cheng is his superior. Rather it is because Kai Cheng treats him well and often teaches him things, and their shared experiences in battles have made them close comrades. Zhou Yuan did not wish to see his friend harmed in secret, so he had to attend the banquet at Kai Cheng's residence. It was evident that not only did he consider Kai Cheng a friend, but Kai Cheng also regarded him as one. Before Zhou Yuan had even finished a cup of tea in the main hall, Kai Cheng appeared with his wife and children. Although the Great Way has a martial and open atmosphere, seeing each other's wives and children still holds significant meaning. Ordinary people represent a good relationship between the two families and value their guests. If for martial artists it carries an additional meaning, knowing each other and being aware of who are the comrades' families, ensuring trust in case one side falls in battle. No wonder my husband said as soon as he returned that Jing'an has good young men. Usually those personal guards coming to the residence would be fortunate enough not to take anything, let alone bring gifts. Uncle, please don't stand on ceremony. You and my husband are blood brothers in battle, treating this place as your own home. There's no need for gifts. Zhou Yuan has met the lady and the military official. Kai Cheng's wife is a tall and slender person, and the two children are quite adorable. Neither of them are painted skins. Brother, I've brought my wife and children to meet you. Why still address me by my military title? If you don't mind, just call me Kai. Brother, I'll be delighted and have my wife introduce you to a well-mannered young lady. Pa, don't call me that. It'll help you keep an eye out for a good lady. The two children, unaware of what their parents were doing, nervously tugged at their sleeves, curiously observing Zhou Yuan. After the three adults became familiar, they decided on more intimate forms of address, with Zhou Yuan referring to them as Kai, brother and sister-in-law. You've brought quite a few gifts on your first visit. As the sister-in-law, I must gift you something too. You are a divine archer in the army, so this jade bowstring used for archery I gift you will be a perfect match. Do not refuse it. Thank you for the generous gift, sister-in-law. I was indeed in need of a bowstring. Kai Cheng and his wife had clearly planned this well. Even the gift was perfectly suitable. It is no wonder they are so eager to befriend him. Zhou Yuan possesses immense potential, having become a military duke at a young age. Although he has no family background, his cleanliness is commendable. Such a talented young archer will surely rise to prominence if he does not meet with misfortune along the way. Now is the best time to befriend him. Not only is there the bond of comradeship, but also the grace of protection and support. After chatting for a while, Kai's wife took the two children away, leaving Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng to converse freely. Brother Yuan, what your sister-in-law said is true. It is not easy for you to manage family affairs in the army. Your sister-in-law is preparing to find you a good lady and also help you find a decent residence, so you won't be deceived by unscrupulous people. Don't worry about the money. I can lend you some and you can pay me back slowly later. Just with this one statement from Kai Cheng, Zhou Yuan felt his visit was worthwhile. While he values Zhou Yuan's potential, he genuinely feels a brotherly bond. After chatting for a bit, Zhou Yuan politely declined the matchmaking, stating he aspires to be a martial artist and wishes to participate in the court's spiritual awakening assessment. Very well, you have a talent for martial arts, and being young and passionate, it is indeed necessary to accumulate merit and try for the spiritual awakening assessment, otherwise you would regret it for life. I have a martial skill here called 3-talent stance, which is a martial skill diagram produced from secret realm treasure chests. Take it and see if you can cultivate something from it. As Kai Cheng spoke, he got up and left, and soon returned with a martial skill diagram. Brother Yuan, don't underestimate the name 3-talent stance. It is indeed a good method for strengthening the body. The soldiers of our Jingan army practice the strengthening version of 3-talent stance. Your situation is special, having not undergone strengthening training yet. You have already entered the Divine Arm Squad. Perfectly, take this opportunity to borrow the original version from me to fill in the gap of lacking a strengthening method. However, I must say this thing is solid at the front but hollow at the back. You just need to practice the strengthening method well. Don't let the later seemingly profound things mislead you. Thank you, Brother Kai, for the book. I am immensely grateful. The 3-talent stance that Kai Cheng provided is the genuine original, complete with data descriptions. Zhou Yuan could not openly put 3-talent stance into his attribute panel and use it directly. Therefore he patiently flipped through 3-talent stance carefully. Indeed, the items produced from level 3 dungeons and level 5 bosses are far more reliable than Big Bear stance. This martial skill is divided into 3 stances: heaven, earth and man, each corresponding to guiding the spirit, sensing chi and strengthening the body. It is much more practical than the vaguely conceptual Big Bear stance, and it doesn't promise instant results in nurturing chi or awakening the spirit. It belongs to a guiding and sensing type of body technique. The entire purpose of this martial skill is not to practice but to guide, with essence as the foundation, chi as the source and spirit as the lead, ultimately merging the 3 talents into the 3-talent seal. The data description also indicates that the 3-talent seal simultaneously mobilizes the 3 attributes of essence, chi and spirit to launch a special attack. Brother Kai, have you cultivated the 3-talent seal? I told you that's just a pretentious excuse. Who can actually cultivate that thing? What cannot be achieved by the military officer Kai Cheng does not mean that Zhou Yuan cannot accomplish it. The martial arts diagram of the 3 talents pillar is something that an average person would be fortunate to master to a degree of 3 or 5, while those with talent might reach 7 or 8. However, to attain perfection, to condense one's essence, chi and spirit and form the 3-talent seal is not something that can be achieved solely through talent and years of training. This requires comprehension. Those who can grasp the essence and guide the spirit will naturally succeed, while those who cannot will never achieve it, no matter how long they practice. Nevertheless, these requirements do not apply to Zhou Yuan. After the evening banquet commenced, Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng engaged in a spirited contest of drinking, with Kai Cheng's personal soldiers naturally assisting him in pouring strong liquor down Zhou Yuan's throat. However, with Zhou Yuan's max-level food supplement skill, it was incredibly difficult to get him drunk. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of "good drinker, good man. Let's drink together next time," the banquet came to an end. Madame Kai had already arranged for servants to carry the drunken men into their rooms to rest. Only Zhou Yuan remained sober and walked back to his guest room under the guidance of a servant. Upon reaching his room, he no longer needed to hide anything and directly added the 3 talents pillar to his attribute panel, clicking to use and learn it. The experience required for the 3 talents pillar was 5 times that of the Great Bear pillar, needing 50 experience points just for the first level. But none of this posed a problem, as Zhou Yuan had accumulated a significant amount of experience points from attacking dungeons during this period, making it sufficient to level up the 3 talents pillar. With continuous investment of experience points, the 3 talents pillar quickly reached max level. However, since the core of the 3 talents pillar is to strengthen the body, sense the essence and guide the spirit, rather than the Great Bear pillar's focus on nurturing qi and awakening the spirit. Thus it did not provide Zhou Yuan with new attributes of qi and spirit, but merely increased his essence attribute slightly. However, this does not imply that the 3 talents pillar is weaker than the Great Bear pillar. The difference arises simply from the different cultivation goals. The max level 3 talents pillar granted Zhou Yuan a passive skill called Sense Essence and Guide Spirit, as well as an active skill 3 talents seal. After maxing out the skill, he glanced at his attribute panel. Health 100, Essence 4, Qi 2, Spirit 2. Very good, my condition is complete. Let me test the power of the 3 talents seal. Considering this was someone else's house, it wouldn't be proper to make too much noise. On his way to the restroom, Zhou Yuan found a flower bed where he could test it. He bent down to find a piece of relatively flat land, then extended his palm upwards with his palm facing sideways, pressing his thumb against his little finger to form the 3 talent seal. In the next moment, the essence, qi and spirit converged. His palm became red, as if a large amount of vitality had instantly coalesced. In the vision of his soul, the colorless world suddenly shone with brilliance as a hand surrounded by red, blue and yellow light formed the seal. The effect of the 3 talent seal was even stronger than Zhou Yuan had imagined. It was not a technique that was easy to control, but rather a means of explosive energy convergence. In this state, the 3 talent seal could not be held for long. If the quicker it was executed, the better, and the less harm it would inflict on oneself. Furthermore, this skill did not allow for a light strike. The moment it was unleashed, it was a full-force explosion. In light of this, Zhou Yuan merely experienced the sealing state briefly before he struck the ground of the gloomy tide with a seal. With a dull thud, the ground of the gloomy tide was struck, creating a small pit, and the surrounding soil exploded and cracked, sending tremors outward and stirring up a cloud of dust. The soil around the pit flipped outward while the center remained compacted, clearly indicating that a heavy object had struck and solidified the structure. Zhou Yuan looked at the pit before him, which was as large as a basin, along with his hand, which was swollen and bruised, truly feeling the explosive power of the 3 talent seal and how violent it was. This violence was not only directed at the target but also harmed the seal maker's body. Yet this strike felt exceptionally refreshing, just as described in the 3 talents pillar, sealing the 3 treasures and unleashing the 3 talents. It is both a protective technique and a method of enlightenment. Once the 3 talents seal was executed, it enabled a more intuitive perception of the obscure and elusive essence and spirit. It can be regarded as a skill attempting to control essence and spirit through violent means. Zhou Yuan glanced at his health, which had dropped to 95, picked up a hoe from the flower bed and tended to the marks he had left. He then returned to his guest room, used a healing rice ball from his inventory and closed his eyes to sleep. The next day, upon waking, not only was his health fully restored, but the negative status on his arm had also completely healed, showing no signs of damage. Just as he was about to eat breakfast and take his leave, he saw an old man pruning flowers and plants in the flower bed where he had tested his skill yesterday. Although the old man's demeanor was identical to that of a normal person, the identity information above his health bar revealed everything. Level 8 painted skin old woman. I wonder who that old woman is. Does Brother Kai have such an elderly servant in his household? Young master must not be rude. That is the old matriarch of the household, who deeply reveres Buddhism and lives frugally, never wearing fine clothing except on significant festivals. The old matriarch enjoys planting flowers. The young master is worried she might tire herself, so he replaced them with easier to care for plants for her leisure. So it is the household's old matriarch. I apologize for my impoliteness. I am a martial man, judged by appearances, and failed to recognize her status, which is indeed a fault. I shall not disturb the old matriarch's enjoyment. I will first go to Brother Kai to apologize. The household servant did not think much of it and directly led Zhou Yuan to the main hall to take a seat. Come eat while it's hot, don't wait for those lazy ones. They probably drank too much yesterday and will take half a day to recover. Kai Cheng appeared very pleased, and Zhou Yuan knew that one must tread carefully around the old matriarch. If he spoke up about any issues he would not receive gratitude but rather face severed ties. Thus he did not rush to voice the concerns he had discovered. Since this painted skin ghost was hiding within the military officer's residence, it would not act recklessly, otherwise Kai Cheng's wife and children would have perished long ago. Brother Kai, I met the old matriarch upon my arrival. We should wait for her to take her seat before we eat. No need, my mother usually eats vegetarian and recites sutras avoiding meat dishes, so she cannot partake in this meal. I see, I just saw the old matriarch dressed plainly without any attendants and assumed she was a subordinate of the household. Please forgive me, Brother Kai. It's not your fault. If she were not an elder of the household, no one could tell that my mother is the head of the household. Ever since my father passed away, her temperament has changed drastically. Sometimes she wouldn't speak for over 10 days, but after years of tending to flowers and plants she has improved quite a bit. However, she still insists on not keeping superficial wealth, reciting sutras and burning incense to pray for my father and me, saying we have shed too much blood and rarely achieve good karma. Zhou Yuan was unaware that while he was conversing with Kai Cheng, the painted skin old woman had also called for the guiding servant. Was that person just now a friend of Cheng? What did he say to you? Old matriarch, that person is Zhou Yuan from Jing'an, a comrade of the young master. He mistook your plain clothing for a subordinate of the household and has already gone to apologize to the young master. Apologizing should be directed at me, not Cheng. He is likely someone who only recognizes official robes. It is better not to associate with such hypocritical individuals who carry so much bloodshed on their hands. The old woman in disguise as a painted skin had crafted her new persona exceptionally well. Her long-standing vegetarian lifestyle and aversion to violence led everyone in the estate to believe she was a devout Buddhist layperson. Yet no one knew that this seemingly peaceful layperson was actually a lurking spy within the military governor's residence. The painted skins that had awakened their intelligence were both clever and clumsy. However, they knew who truly posed a threat in Jing'an City, or rather who could eliminate the demons plaguing the citizens. Without needing to ponder deeply, one could identify the martial officer as well as his renowned subordinates, the divine armored soldiers. Therefore, monitoring the movements of the martial officer and the divine armored soldiers became crucial. In this situation, the painted skins discovered an almost perfect target: the military governor Kai Cheng. Kai Cheng was a trusted confidant of the Jing'an officer, and he was also the absolute confidant responsible for supplying spiritual items in addition to being the direct superior of the divine armored soldiers. In the absence of an opportunity to replace the officer's family, substituting Kai Cheng's family became the best choice. As for why they targeted the old woman instead of Kai Cheng's wife, it was due to the old woman's seniority. By posing as the mother, the painted skin could move about freely and eavesdrop on conversations without raising suspicion. Last night during the banquet, the painted skin once again visited the reception hall, loosening the soil around the bougainvillea in the corner while listening to the conversations inside. A group of boisterous warriors, after indulging in wine, spoke freely, allowing her to learn that the Jing'an army had gained a new archer who was highly valued by Kai Cheng. Originally this was of no consequence, as long as it wasn't a major issue involving the martial officer entering the city. The painted skins in the city did not need to remain vigilant. However, the spy chosen by the painted skin to infiltrate the military governor's residence was a being of exceptional patience. Its patience, combined with the guise of an elderly woman, had allowed it to glean many valuable pieces of information. This time was no different. Although Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng had already dispersed and returned to their rooms to sober up, she had not given up. Calmly she tidied her nearby potted plants and picked up a small garden trowel, preparing to enter the courtyard where the guest rooms were located to tend to the flowers and listen to drunken ramblings. Just then the patient spy spotted a peculiar guest. The night could not obscure the painted skin's vision. She saw a young guest squatting on the ground, forming a seal with one hand. That palm, which appeared supple yet firm, suddenly turned a shade of crimson, and in the eyes of the painted skin a blood-red aura surged forth. Boom! A heavy muffled sound nearly shattered the courage of the painted skin. She withdrew her prying gaze, her body collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud curling tightly in the corner as she was enveloped by profound fear. The Wei dynasty's assessment of demons was quite accurate. Once they gained intelligence, they indulged in pleasure and beauty, but they also feared death. The painted skin was not afraid of ordinary weapons, as those could only pierce its exterior, failing to destroy its spirit or take its life. However, the three talents seal was entirely different. This skill was the condensation of the essence chi and spirit, unleashing a special attack derived from the harmony of heaven, earth and humanity. This attack could not only pierce the painted skin's exterior but also slay it and disperse its spectral essence. Thus it was afraid. It feared that Zhou Yuan was a martial artist sent by the Jingan officer to investigate the military governor's residence, and it was also terrified that Zhou Yuan would discover its abnormalities and strike without hesitation. Originally, the identity it disguised itself with came with a protective talisman, and Kai Cheng would undoubtedly protect it well. But now that was of no use. It could not withstand a single strike, let alone a mere Kai Cheng. His official rank is not as high as Kai Cheng's. I can have Kai Cheng drive him away. In the future, the military governor's residence must not allow him to enter. After regaining her composure, the painted skin dusted herself off and hurried towards her bedroom. The night was perilous, with fierce spirits lurking. She would wait for dawn to venture out. Demons with intelligence possess desires and fears, and naturally they could also feel anger. After returning to her room, the painted skin grew angrier the more she thought about it. She was furious at herself for losing composure in fear and enraged that a fierce spirit had suddenly appeared in her secure residence. Thus early the next morning she went to the guest courtyard to tend to the flowers, preparing to find an excuse to drive Zhou Yuan away. She would achieve her goal if the moment she interacted with Zhou Yuan her persona of a pious Buddhist would take effect. Since she had an excuse, the painted skin could hardly wait. You go call Cheng'er over, I have something to discuss with him. The command from the old lady of the estate was not something the servants dared to ignore, and Kai Cheng, being a filial son, would not disregard his mother. Soon Kai Cheng arrived at the guest courtyard's flower bed, guided by a servant. Mother, you called for me. What is the matter? Is there an issue with the flowers in the estate that need replacing? Plants and trees have their own lives, how can they be replaced? Cheng'er, I practice vegetarianism and recite Buddhist scriptures not for myself but for you and your father. You have committed many acts of violence, carrying a heavy burden of sin. If you do not find a way to atone, you will surely be haunted by vengeful spirits. Thank you for your blessings, mother, I am truly grateful. Kai Cheng did not understand why his mother suddenly spoke of such matters today, but in order to please the old lady he was very cooperative in expressing his gratitude. Cheng'er, our family's Buddha statue has been consecrated and the Buddha's spirit resides there. You may not see the danger of your violent nature, which is no fault of yours, but you must not attract bloodshed that could disrupt this peaceful home and the light of the Buddha. It's unfair. My violent nature is a result of my duties. I have never killed indiscriminately and have cared for my comrades, avoiding enmity lest I disrupt your prayers and Buddhist practices. Due to the death of his father and his busy military duties, Kai Cheng felt a sense of guilt towards his mother and family, so he was willing to take their feelings into account. You are my son, how could I resent you? I am talking about Zhou Yuan from Jingan. He has a heavy record of killings with hands nearly stained red with blood, yet he is still a fierce person. When combined, that aura of ferocity nearly disrupts the peaceful light of our home, bringing misfortune rather than blessings. I know that Zhou Yuan is your brother in arms, making it difficult for you to turn against him. I do not impose on you, simply have him leave. If you wish to meet again, you can find a tavern and dine together. Just do not bring him back to the estate, otherwise it will disrupt the prayers and I truly will not be able to endure it. Well, this reasoning, though unfounded and filled with uncertainty regarding fortune and misfortune, was indeed effective. The persona established by the painted skin was commendable, and with her unique identity, as long as Kai Cheng had any filial piety, he would comply with his mother's wishes and send his friends away from the estate. After all, friends in the camp could gather frequently. Since he had finally returned home, he must first attend to the preferences of his elderly mother. Mother, please do not speak of such life or death matters. I will send Zhou Yuan away right now. In the future, if we gather again, I will find another courtyard to accommodate him, and I will definitely not bring him back here. Good child, with your words I can rest easy. After returning to the main hall, Kai Cheng sat awkwardly for a while. Only when Zhou Yuan inquired did he hesitantly share some details about his family situation. I see, Kai brother, there is no need to feel troubled. We are brothers in arms, how can we be estranged over family matters? I was just thinking of exploring the prosperous Jingan city, you need not see me off. Spend quality time with your family instead. Zhou Yuan left the military commander's residence and found a tea house to rest. As he sipped tea, he reflected on his experiences at the military commander's residence, quickly clarifying the reasons behind the events. Kai Cheng has no reason to lie to me nor to fabricate stories about his mother. There are many disguises in the city and there is no intent to drive me away. It must have been during my skill experiment last night that the disguised old woman sensed me. The 3 talent seal gathers essence, spirit and energy, wielding considerable power. Perhaps the disguised woman sensed a threat, hence concocting tales of fortune and misfortune, insisting on driving me away. If the old matriarch in the residence were a normal person, Zhou Yuan would not have thought much of it. But she is a ghostly being in disguise and hiding in the military commander's residence is definitely not out of affection for Kai Cheng. Zhou Yuan could not help but think further. Kai Cheng indeed holds value, whether in the military camp or in this Jing'an city. He is considered a prominent figure. Even the disguised beings have set their sights on him, disguising themselves as his relatives to monitor his life. Zhou Yuan was contemplating how to handle this situation, whether to feign ignorance or subtly provide some clues. Just then, while pouring tea, he saw 4 level 7 disguised rogues enter the tea house. "Brother, you are sitting in our spot, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" The disguised old woman is indeed an important informant for the disguised beings, and a few variously skilled disguises are waiting for her to relay information. As soon as Zhou Yuan left the military commander's residence, the disguised old woman promptly transmitted the intelligence she had gathered to a disguised merchant. Thus the 4 disguised rogues followed him to the tea house, ready to test Zhou Yuan's strength. If Zhou Yuan's strength was limited, they would naturally kill him. If he proved powerful, they could adjust their plans and include him in their surveillance. However, what the 4 disguised rogues did not expect was that before they could finish their taunts, Zhou Yuan simply left the building. "Hey, don't run. You must give us brothers an explanation today." In a crowded place, it seems like the humans have the advantage, making it easier to avoid danger, yet this is not the case. Zhou Yuan knew without thinking that the disguised rogues would definitely dare to kill. At worst, they would be caught by the disguised enforcers who came after. Even if they were imprisoned, there might still be disguised jailers to assist them. They wouldn't die, and the authorities in Jing'an City could do nothing to them. If one were to harbor any illusions thinking that the crowded street would deter their recklessness, that would be a grave misunderstanding. If the disguised rogues revealed their combat skills, there wouldn't be a shortage of onlookers. If they brandished weapons, the crowd would scatter. Thus Zhou Yuan paid them no mind, turning and heading downstairs to merge into the crowd. "He's over there. Don't let him escape. The Black Tiger gang is on the job. All bystanders clear out." The 4 disguised rogues pursued closely, and a disguised courtesan leaning against the railing openly pointed the way for them. The pedestrians on the street hurriedly dodged, while the girls from the flower houses tried to pull the courtesan away, advising her to stay out of it. At this moment the city seemed to be divided into 2 parts, one filled with oblivious humans, each minding their own business, and the other occupied by the disguised beings who were fully aware of their intentions. Zhou Yuan glanced at his inventory: 112 healing ointments, 35 jade essence powders, and 237 rice balls. In terms of weapons, he had over 60 swords, spears and shields, along with 20 sets of leather armor and 13 bows and arrows, all equipment obtained from dungeons. "Have you mistaken your identities? I am the boss here." With ample healing potions, several max-level skills, and the high burst potential of the 3 talents seal, Zhou Yuan was actually stronger than the dungeon boss, the level 5 bandit leader, with thicker health and directly overwhelming skills. For level 7 monsters were indeed no match for him as a boss. If those above level 10 were uncertain, but with the healing from potions he should be able to hold his own. "Run, aren't you good at running? Why aren't you running now?" After cornering Zhou Yuan in a dead end, the 4 level 7 disguised rogues noticed a knife suddenly appear in his hand, as if he intended to eliminate them right there in the secluded alley. "Daring to draw a blade is quite rude. Be careful with my clothes, should they be torn I'll surely skin you to mend them." "Do you know who I am?" "Haha. He asks if we know who he is. This place is just a small Jing'an. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to take you? Come to die, let me see if your skin holds up." Zhou Yuan intended to extract some information, but the disguised rogues gave no chance, pulling out daggers and skinning knives and surrounding him. "It seems there's no room for negotiation. Very well, I'll try to leave one alive for questioning." Zhou Yuan's words elicited laughter from the 4 disguised rogues. This guy couldn't have been so foolish in the military camp, could he? A man without shield or armor, with no comrades by his side, would surely die from a couple of cuts. What confidence does he have to deal with all 4 of them? Evidently the disguised beings sent to attack Zhou Yuan had not informed them that he might be a martial artist. They had only told them who to kill. "Bluster all you want, you shall die." In an instant, as the 4 disguised rogues closed in, Zhou Yuan used a bottle of blue replenishing jade essence powder. Then with his right hand he swung his knife in a sweeping motion from the 8 styles of breaking edge while his left hand formed the 3-talent seal and slapped it towards the head of a disguised rogue. With 4 points of agility, Zhou Yuan's blade moved swiftly and powerfully, delivering a sharp strike that sent 2 disguised rogues crashing to the ground. These fellows were not as formidable as level 7 monsters, and their attack methods were quite similar to those of the bandit knife users in the dungeons. It seems that their disguise not only served as their cover but also limited their strength. No. The battle ignited in an instant and the enemies instantly felt fear. Using the blue replenishing potion temporarily activated the blue bar's attack, fully unleashing the core of the 3-talent seal, which relies on strength as its foundation and chi as its source. At the moment the 3-talent seal was activated, the left palm Zhou Yuan formed turned bright red and was engulfed in visibly burning blood energy. Bang! The 3-talent seal imbued with blood flames struck heavily against a level 7 disguised rogue. In the next moment the level 7 disguised rogue exploded like a balloon, fragments of skin scattering. A black shadow broke free from the skin, its health bar reduced to less than half. After letting out a wail, it quickly lunged towards the shadows in the corner. With the support of the blue bar, the skills indeed proved powerful, and the blood flames ignited by the 3-talent seal continuously scorched its shadowy body. Ah, it hurts. Quickly give me skin, I need a piece of skin. All of this occurred in the moment they clashed. The 4 confident disguised rogues never expected that in just one exchange one of their own would be heavily injured, perhaps even fatally wounded. You are a martial artist. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. You know too much already. Zhou Yuan interrupted the disguised rogue, as it was he who had shattered the disguise and discovered the hidden ghost. How did it turn into them knowing too much? Bang! Another disguised rogue was blasted apart. The wails of the spirit and the soul-devouring blood flames terrified the remaining 2 disguised rogues. Don't come any closer. Help. They're killing people. The painted skin rogue appears fierce on the surface yet possesses a fragile will. Although they are of a relatively high rank, their fighting spirit is far inferior to that of the Xuanjia soldiers of the Jingan army. This is not due to their low combat power, but rather because from the moment they gained sentience they have always been in the position of prey. They have witnessed human wails and pleas for mercy and have unleashed their own ferocity and cruelty, yet they have never experienced a desperate fight to the death. Sentience can only grant them the ability to think, but it cannot bestow them with fearless conviction. When they lacked sentience they could fight without fear, but upon gaining it they changed, becoming self-aware and timid. Thus when they saw their companions being crushed they instinctively cried out for help, filled with terror. Run, quickly go find the officials to catch this fiend. Having disguised themselves as humans for too long, or rather having lived like humans since gaining sentience, their mannerisms naturally began to reflect human influence. At this moment they only wished to escape the deserted alley as quickly as possible, to call for help in the streets so that Zhou Yuan would not dare to commit his crimes under the watchful eyes of the crowd. But they were mistaken. When humans see ferocity they scatter and would not come to the aid of unfamiliar rogues. Moreover, Zhou Yuan possessed a max-level sprint skill, moving significantly faster than these painted skin rogues. With a loud bang the ball exploded and the spirits howled in despair as the soul-devouring flames clung to another object, crackling as if it had encountered grease. Help, there's been a murder. The last remaining level 7 painted skin rogue had just dashed out of the alley when a strong hand yanked it back. Tears streamed down its face as it clawed at the brick wall with all its strength, pleading for help from a passing merchant. However, the assailant in the alley showed no intention of letting it go, suddenly exerting force and crushing its fingers, causing black mist that resembled blood to flow from the broken skin. That thief should cease his violence if the officials are already on their way. With a loud bang a burly young man poked his head out from the alley. Sure enough, there are not so many coincidences in the world. If the blustering old man was merely a level 6 painted skin merchant. Old man selling jujubes. Bring one over for me to taste it if it's sweet ill by some. You. I want do business with you. If you want to eat them take them all, just don't take my life. What nonsense are you talking, old fool? I am a gentleman, how could I harm your life? Could it be that your old eyes are failing, mistaking me for a villain? Come take a look. Is there anyone in this alley? I'm just here for a moment, I can't let you sully my reputation. Zhou Yuan seized the painted skin merchant and dragged him into the alley, frightening the merchant to the point of trembling and begging for mercy. Spare me, my lord. I didn't see anything. I have family to feed, I can't lose my life for nothing. Speak again and I will truly become angry. Look how clean this alley is. There are no villains lurking here. The four spirits hiding in the shadows of the wall continued to wail, their ghostly energy being seared by the soul-devouring flames. Save me, brother. Brother, give me a skin, I am in so much pain. Under Zhou Yuan's pressure, the painted skin merchant dared not even glance at those spirits, merely scanning the alley carelessly but quickly nodding repeatedly. Yes, my lord, I am just delirious. There is nothing in this alley. You are certainly not a bad person. Are you certain? I am certain. In broad daylight I would never mistake it. Then good, you may leave. Don't go running around in alleys again. If you encounter real villains it won't be good. Yes, yes, thank you for your guidance, my lord. The painted skin merchant tiptoed out of the alley, his legs trembling with each step. The wails of the spirits suddenly diminished. After taking a few more steps they fell entirely silent. Cursed ones, what do you provoke this fiend for? If a fight breaks out, those who sing, sell goods or entertain cannot possibly compare to a warrior in bloodshed. Fortunately that warrior could not see through our disguise, otherwise I would also have to face my end today. The painted skin merchant did not dare to linger, gritting his teeth as he hurriedly ran out of the alley, only daring to take a furtive glance when he reached the corner. In that glance he saw the malevolent smile of the fiend in the alley, nearly scaring his soul away. What is there to fear? I am not a malevolent ghost. Zhou Yuan refrained from killing the painted skin merchant to avoid forcing the painted skins to eliminate him with all their might. Being able to kill painted skins and being able to see through their disguise are two entirely different matters. Being able to kill simply proves his strength if the painted skins can just choose to avoid him. But being able to see through their disguise leaves no room for retreat for either side. The painted skins must kill anyone who sees through their disguise, otherwise they would be unable to continue surviving in the city. Thus the moment Zhou Yuan saw the painted skin merchant, he adopted an explanatory attitude, allowing the painted skins to maintain a sense of security in their disguise. It seems our roles are about to be reversed. 4 painted skin rogues and 1 painted skin merchant made Zhou Yuan realize just how humanized they had become. This is good news. The more humanized they are, the more fear they harbor within and the more scattered their collective fighting power becomes. If they were less sentient, charging at him all at once, Zhou Yuan would have truly run back to the military fort to take cover. But now it is no longer necessary. The painted skins have learned everything human, including having their own thoughts and fearing the strong. It's been so long, yet there is still no reinforcements arriving. It appears that the painted skins are not a military unit like the Jinggan army, but rather a loosely organized gang. As Zhou Yuan exited the dark alley and climbed onto the roof of a nearby building, he lay there for about half an hour, yet he did not see any painted skins entering the dark alley. If it were the soldiers of the Jinggan army being killed, the nearby patrols and armed camps would surely respond swiftly, locking down the entire army. The painted skins have evidently only learned the lifestyle of the residents of Jinggan City and have not acquired the military readiness of a killing machine. After all, it is so much better to hide in the city and enjoy life. Why would they seek hardship by fortifying and training under pressure? After waiting a while, Zhou Yuan realized he could not probe the collective response of the painted skins, so he opened his attribute panel to check the gains from this encounter. The 4 painted skin rogues provided him with 280 experience points, averaging 70 points per person. Additionally, there was 1 special item, painted skin rogue, 2 Yin accumulation liquids and 4 skinning knives. Item, painted skin rogue. Usage: difficult to draw. Bones from painted skin upon use transforms into a painted skin rogue but cannot change height or weight. Note: sustaining heavy blows or cutting damage will damage the painted skin, which can be repaired with Yin accumulation liquid. Item, Yin accumulation liquid. Description: a liquid condensed from ghostly energy resembling blood and flesh filling the skin pouch. Usage: quickly restores a small amount of true energy, stacking the Yin cold state, alleviating continuous blood loss while mitigating comatose and seductive negative states. The effects of the painted skin item are somewhat unique, and the effects of Yin accumulation liquid are also quite good. However, this item is merely an item, not a medicine. To use it, one must be prepared for the Yin cold to enter the body. For an ordinary person to take a dose, they might not catch their breath in time and could fall seriously ill. Taking 2 doses could even be fatal. This item is akin to a poison that trades blood for vitality, far inferior to the jade true powder produced in military instances. Just because it's not useful doesn't mean it can't be used. If these painted skins still hold value. As long as there is value, warriors, noble clans and the court will likely take the initiative to eliminate demons and monsters. In the evening, Zhou Yuan headed to an inn near the Yaomo Square. This place was very close to the military governor's residence, allowing him to escape for refuge in case of a sudden attack. Kai Cheng's card was quite useful, linking the divine arm Xian armor soldiers below and the Jinggan lieutenant above. Given such status, encountering harm was one thing, even the intrusion of monsters into his residence would attract the attention of the Jinggan army. With the support of bloodshed and the bond of comrades, even a high-ranking Jinggan lieutenant had to step in to protect his trusted allies. I've wandered around the city for half the day and the painted skins remain unmoved. Have they truly given up? At this moment, while Zhou Yuan pondered the attitude of the painted skins, they were also discussing him within the Jinggan city. Currently in the Chuanrong Square to the east of Jinggan city, a literary meeting was taking place at the villa of the county magistrate's assistant Luoying. However, the few cultured gentlemen present were not discussing the beauty of the writings but rather a newly promoted Jinggan governor. Luo Jun, have we found out Zhou Yuan's identity? Is he a Jinggan lieutenant or someone from the court? It has been discovered that Zhou Yuan's ancestral home is Qiaoshi village in Shengle County and he served in the military from June of the 13th year of Hongye. The county records indicate that this person has fought bears and entered the camp as a sharpshooter, having experienced the Wu Wei and Xisheng camps before entering the Divine Arm to showcase his killing techniques. In just a month he progressed from a Xisheng squad leader to a Divine Arm team leader and then to a Divine Arm governor appointed by the Jinggan lieutenant, receiving additional titles and a golden seal. The cultured gentlemen present had mixed with the county office for a long time already, learning to analyze policies and interpret information. Yet Zhou Yuan's promotion experience left them continually amazed. This guy was inconspicuous in the countryside, yet upon entering the military he possessed the ability to subdue demons and spirits, and his rise in rank was alarmingly swift. If left unchecked, it would be uncertain who would command the troops in the camp a few years from now. Yet the Jinggan lieutenant did not suppress him, instead he actively promoted him, which truly puzzled the painted skins. Luo Jun, Zhou Yuan's abilities are surely not those of a mere rural peasant. He might well be a court spy disguised under a clean identity. Indeed, from his promotion path it aligns very well with that of a spy. Moreover, martial artists cannot do without spiritual items to replenish their energy, and he must have access to stable spiritual food supplies upon entering the military. Though we do not know why the court dispatched a martial artist spy, it is fortunate that we have confirmed his identity. This is a good thing. As long as we strengthen our monitoring of him, our plans will not be unexpectedly thwarted. The painted skins analysis concluded that all unreasonable aspects were attributable to the Great Wei Court. It was no wonder they were misled, as Zhou Yuan's background was too clean. His rise from a farmer to an official was like a blank paper suddenly entering Jinggan city. Of course there must exist such farmers' sons in the world, but none would rise so quickly nor wield the power to subdue demons. Luo Jun, is it possible that his father wrote a secret letter to the court prompting them to send spies into Jinggan city for investigation? Absolutely impossible. His father is surrounded by our people, and with his mother accompanying him he has no chance to relay messages outside. Furthermore, if the court truly received a secret letter, it should not be Zhou Yuan entering the city but rather the Jinggan lieutenant and his elite soldiers. True, I was mistaken. With the authority of the Great Wei's policies ordering the Jinggan lieutenant and the local martial artists to exterminate the demons is easy, there is no need for us to play a spy game. Although the painted skins held low positions, they were officials responsible for implementing the county's affairs and were well aware of how militaristic the Great Wei was. Dong dong dong. Luo Ying furrowed his brow, tapping the table a few times before making a certain decision. I intend to send Man Ning to approach Zhou Yuan, preferably to facilitate a romance to bind him with emotions. Only then can we tightly control that fierce young man, preventing him from causing chaos. How can this be? Man Ning is a beauty nurtured by her mother, elegant and graceful as if crafted by heaven itself. Such a beauty should marry into the prominent families of the city. How can we let a spy take advantage? Some matters have priorities. Zhou Yuan is sharp and can pierce our clothing. We must stabilize him first before plotting further development. Luo Ying concluded the discussion, and the other painted skins ceased further debate. After all, it was merely a marriage alliance. As long as it was beneficial, it could be with anyone. Since the important matter was settled, the painted skins no longer spoke seriously and immediately summoned a group of maidens to dance and indulge in pleasures within the hall. Luo Ying left midway to a quiet courtyard in the residence. Mother, I wish to use Man Ning to bind something, turning that infatuated young man into a puppet. All right. A beautiful woman attentively tended to the youth on the sickbed, resembling a gentle maiden caring for her beloved. Yet the youth showed no appreciation, alternating between sobbing and laughing. Ha ha ha. Status and position are trivial while the demons transform into human greed. Let the evil spirits strip me bare. Once I become a ghost I shall devour you and consume all evils. De Lang is talking nonsense again. Luo Ying, go and have the kitchen send a bowl of calming soup. Don't let your father suffer. As you command. After receiving the order, Luo Ying closed the door behind which roared a series of rants and madness. That voice made him extremely irritable, like witnessing a barking dog that he could not kick to death. Alas, such a waste. What qualification does he have to be our father? If it weren't for that skin I would have skinned you long ago, so you could understand that although there are demons in this world it does not mean you can do whatever you want. Zhou Yuan was unaware that the painted skins were preparing to stage a play for him, hoping that this bloodthirsty youth would fall into love, only to weave a rope of emotions to turn him into a dog in the ring, a puppet in love. Fortunately he could see the health bar and the identity of monsters in no matter how perfect the skin, it could not confuse his mind. Bang bang. Jingon Governor, I have purchased the Taoist scriptures and Buddhist texts you requested, totaling 320 coins. Will you settle the bill with us, or shall we go to the military governor's residence to reconcile? Do not rush. Who would carry over 100 coins while out? Let me give you a receipt and you can find someone to collect it from the military fort. I won't let you make a wasted trip. I will add 100 coins for travel expenses. The official seal was quite useful. Once Zhou Yuan exhausted his funds he could use an official seal as a receipt. During the day he entrusted the innkeeper to help him purchase Buddhist and Taoist books, and just a few hours later they were delivered. Jingon Governor, please take your time, I will attend to other guests. After the innkeeper left, Zhou Yuan opened each Buddhist and Taoist book, hoping to find some usable skills within. It turned out that these texts were not fabricated. Besides various concepts, there were indeed some practical techniques. Zhou Yuan found a set of breathing techniques in a book titled Songhe Chongxing Jing and a set of demon suppression spells in De Jin Yao Ming Wang Jing. Although other scriptures also contained records of spells, they mostly described methods without practice, making it unlikely to develop skills. Thus Zhou Yuan temporarily set them aside and selected 2 relatively complete texts for skill transformation experiments. Songhe Tuna Ming Wang Fu Mo, let me see if the essence of the scriptures and spells can come true. The bustling Jingon city is starkly different from the enclosed military fortress. Here various professions and a myriad of crafts flourish, and if Zhou Yuan were willing to invest a little more time he could certainly master a few skills. However, he places greater importance on the widely circulated Buddhist and Taoist classics as well as the self-contained medical texts. Compared to the medical theories that require earnest instruction, the Buddhist and Taoist scriptures with the purpose of imparting teachings are much easier to access. Zhou Yuan spent merely 320 coins to gain the authority to view the sacred texts and divine spells. He was unaware of how much true essence the so-called fundamental texts of the Buddhist and Taoist sects contained, but he didn't mind giving it a try. Interestingly, besides the Songhe Chongxing Sutra and the Great Golden Radiance King Sutra, Zhou Yuan also discovered a book interpreting the cosmos known as the Shanhai Ji. The opening lines of the first chapter read, when chaos first unfolded the heavens and earth were clear, the myriad phenomena were concealed in the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, with strange herbs and spiritual medicine springing forth while demons and monsters hid from human sight. This poem may seem deliberately mysterious, but it indeed introduces some phenomena of the world. Those knowledgeable about worldly matters can easily discern its meaning, while those unaware of the truth can also glean some hidden insights. The publication of this book signifies that the Great Way Court holds an open attitude towards the existence of the secret realms of heaven and earth, at least towards the literate populace. Isn't this a manifestation of confidence? Explicitly stating without concealment demonstrates boldness. Upon acquiring the Shanhai Ji, a book introducing extraordinary geographical tales, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but stay up late studying it. The next day he was awakened not by the innkeeper or any malicious spirits but by the military officer Kai Cheng. Why has Brother Kai come here? Are you here to invite me for a drink? Zhou Yuan, you clever one, as a guest you expect me to treat you. After some playful banter the two took their seats at the tea table, sitting upright. Zhou Yuan knew that Kai Cheng would not come to the inn without a reason. His visit carried an investigative or tracking intent. Kai Cheng would not act so recklessly without a significant matter at hand. Brother, a calamity has befallen my wife's family. I plan to take my personal guards to check it out, and I hope you can assist with your archery. You and I are like brothers, there's no need for formalities. However, I would like to know the cause behind this so I can ascertain the state of the enemy. Indeed, that is necessary. My wife is the daughter of the prominent Zhang family in the city. She has a younger sister named Man Ning who is exceptionally graceful and gentle. That child is not only beautiful but also very sensible and is well loved by relatives and friends. Last night Man Ning suddenly convulsed and fell unconscious, waking up at dawn. Afterward she told her family that she dreamt of vengeful ghosts consuming her flesh and stripping her skin, begging her parents for rescue. The Zhang family initially thought it was just a nightmare, but unexpectedly Man Ning fell into another faint, continuously moaning and crying out for her mother, saying it hurts, and for her father to save her. What parent can bear to witness such tragedy? My in-laws are nearly heartbroken, so I must go take a look. Kai Cheng earnestly requested his brother to accompany him. If there are tangible demons, we shall test our swords and arrows. If it is an intangible evil, I will return to the camp and respectfully consult with the officer. Kai Cheng's words instilled in Zhou Yuan a feeling of coincidence, too much coincidence. Just yesterday he had eliminated 4 skin-changing scoundrels, and today he encountered ghostly affairs at his friend's home. Moreover, Kai Cheng's sister-in-law just so happens to be stunningly beautiful, requiring assistance from this young military man. There seems to be something here. I wonder if this medicine is a hero saving a beauty or a case of love at first sight. It would be best if it were a human calamity resolved by human efforts rather than a ghostly deception. Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment, then rose to follow Kai Cheng. He was not afraid of being besieged by skin-changing demons. After all, what is a mere skin? It's no different from any other. If they provoke him, he would use the item skin-changing scoundrel to infiltrate among them and see what they were scheming. Military officer Kai Cheng and Zhou Yuan along with 10 elite soldiers. The group retrieved swords, shields, leather armor and bows from the military officer's residence, heading straight to the Zhang residence in Chunrongfang to the east of the city. As they were leaving, Kai Cheng's wife wanted to accompany them to visit her sister but was sternly refused by Kai Cheng. Additionally, an old lady who claimed to be a vegetarian and a Buddhist also appeared, cautioning Kai Cheng to act cautiously and not to be overconfident. It was indeed peculiar for a ghostly being to remind a military officer dealing with ghostly matters. Mother, rest assured. My brothers and I will test our strength. If it doesn't work, I will report back to the superior. Zhou Yuan noticed that when the old lady heard the words "report back to the superior," her frail hands suddenly trembled a few times. This indicates a hidden worry. Then why involve Kai Cheng in this? The Zhang residence in Chunrongfang is even larger than Kai Cheng's military officer's residence, with far more servants coming and going. But this is not important. What matters is the identity information of the monsters that occasionally appears. Level 5 skin-changing maid, Level 6 skin-changing steward, Level 8 skin-changing young master. The master has arrived. Quickly lead the way and let the master see if there are any demons causing trouble in the residence. The common folk cannot distinguish between the divine armed warriors and martial artists. The overseer of the Zhang residence can likely tell the difference, but still places hope in Kai Cheng. Chenger, come quickly and see Man Ning. You must save her. As long as you can rescue my daughter, I am willing to offer gold and silver treasures to the military. Kai Cheng's father-in-law was clearly in a panic. Before anything even began, he promised a generous reward. Crossing through a door, Zhou Yuan and the 10 personal guards were left astonished, but for different reasons. The 10 personal guards were taken aback by the beauty of Zhang Man Ning as well as her sorrowful grace that would evoke pity in anyone. Zhou Yuan was startled to see a named elite monster, Level 15 skin-changing Man Ning. Chenger, have you noticed anything? Before Zhang's elder could finish speaking, 3 shadows crawled out from under the bed of the skin-changing Man Ning, Level 5 Yin spirit. They waved their hands, pulling at the body of the skin-changing Man Ning, causing her to emit weak groans. This skin is fine, don't fight me for it, it's mine. Nonsense, I clearly discovered it first. To get lost. Don't ruin my skin, otherwise I will kill you both. The 3 Yin spirits began to fight, creating a temporary illusion that they could not peel off the human skin. Kai Cheng and the 10 personal guards naturally could not see the Yin spirits nor hear the words of the Yin spirits akin to soul vibrations. At this moment, all hidden skin-changers in the Zhang residence, including the feigning unconscious skin-changing Man Ning, were waiting for Zhou Yuan to act. Hurry and take action. Can't you see the Yin spirits from yesterday? Quickly deal with those Yin spirits. The beauty is being persecuted by evil spirits and they want to peel off her skin. I cannot tolerate this. How can he remain indifferent? Is he even human? This is a court spy with a heart as hard as iron, changing plans. After some exchanges among the skin-changers, the Level 8 skin-changing young master seemingly suddenly recalled something and rushed towards Kai Cheng. Brother-in-law, don't you have the spirit liquid granted by the officer? Quickly take it out and try it, perhaps it can reveal something. Kai Cheng did not think much and casually pulled a pendant off his neck. It was a small copper pot no larger than a fingertip. He opened the copper spout and dropped 2 drops of green liquid into his eyes. There really are evil spirits at work. Zhou Yuan, take the medicine. Kai Cheng, the military officer, was surprisingly steady. Upon discovering the ghostly entity, instead of charging forward in a fit of excitement, he gathered his comrades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Brother Kai, it's futile, the arrows cannot pin them down. The nearby painted-skinned steward quickly reminded him, having seen the plan unfold. My lord, I have heard that the blood of fierce spirits can eradicate evil spirits. Kai Cheng, upon hearing this, sliced his palm, covering the blade with his blood, and swung it. The few shadow spirits seemed to encounter something terrifying, constantly evading. Yet even so they were unwilling to abandon that perfect skin, circling around Zhangganing's bed and severely limiting Kai Cheng's actions. There's such a saying. I shall give it a try as well. Zhou Yuan cut his arm, kneading the blood on his palm to redden it, then discreetly formed the 3 talisman seal and advanced. Due to the lack of blue pills, his palm did not exhibit the blood flame effect. The situation of sealing blood with the talisman was also concealed by the blood on his hand. Seeing Zhou Yuan approach, the 3 level 5 shadow spirits still pretended to be unbothered, secretly provoking him. However, the level 15 painted skin Zhangganing, lying on the bed, began to panic. She was no confused spirit and was aware of Zhou Yuan's prowess. She was very worried about this young warrior, and without further ado she offered him a seal. Do not fear, Jingan's Zhou Yuan does not know my true nature. He should protect me and not harm me. This skin of mine, patched and repaired, could be considered exquisite. As long as he is still a person, he would not dislike this charming and innocent demeanor. Brother, assist me. Kai Cheng's fierce shout interrupted the self-soothing of the painted skin Zhangganing and posed a real threat to the 3 level 5 shadow spirits. The blood-stained crimson palm appeared to be wielding a blade, but in truth it was forming seals for a counterattack. Ah! The 3 talisman seal without the blue bar's enhancement also lacked the soul-consuming blood flames, yet it remained powerful. The shadow spirit struck by Zhou Yuan's 3 talisman seal instantly lost 1/3 of its health and shrieked in pain. Run! This guy has real skills. The 3 shadow spirits dared not continue to circle around the bed, nor did they dare to provoke the great demon upon it. With a cry they attempted to flee. The performance had actually reached its conclusion. Next, the painted skin Zhangganing would suddenly awaken, drawn in by the valiant youth, and develop feelings. However, Zhou Yuan happened to be a person devoid of romantic sensibility, one who did not act according to established norms. Do not leave. Take another blade from me. At this moment the ordinary people in Zhang's residence greatly admired Zhou Yuan's courage, while the painted skins silently lamented. Indeed, Zhou Yuan's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye he burst out of the painted skin Zhangganing's boudoir. When Zhangganing opened her eyes, as expected, there was no longer a young martial artist but a group of burly soldiers, including Kai Cheng. Thank you, my parents, for your rescue. Good child, quickly lie down. Have the ghosts left? Your safety is our family's greatest blessing. Father, although the ghosts have left, I fear they may return. I have suffered this calamity, my heart broken and my courage shattered. I hope for a brave warrior to guard me closely. Although Zhou Yuan was absent, the painted skin Zhangganing still had her role to play. This statement once made even stirred Kai Cheng's heart, let alone the other bodyguards. But who was Lord Zhang? Not only did he pick up on his daughter's insinuations, but he also instantly dismissed Kai Cheng and his guards. My son, I have come to a realization, no family is more important than safety. That Zhou Yuan from Jing'an, daring to fight against vengeful spirits, was a truly valiant warrior. I will speak with him and ask him to stay for a while to protect us. The hearts of the strong men shattered. How could such a delicate girl end up in the hands of that impetuous young man? It would surely ignite a blazing fire. Kai Cheng's heart also trembled. This was bad. That young man had truly hit the jackpot. In the courtyard, the painted skins felt that although the first step of their play had encountered some accidents, the general direction was still fine, and they felt quite pleased. However, the other 3 level 5 shadow spirits could not share in the joy, or rather they could not gather together anymore. After Zhou Yuan chased out of the courtyard, he used a bottle of fusion powder to activate the blue bar, dodged the gazes of several servants, and killed the 3 shadow spirits. This fierce demeanor left the hidden painted skin among the servants in great fear. Lord Zhou, my master invites you to the main hall to discuss matters. The painted skin steward, suppressing his fear, stepped forward to invite this fierce individual to the side courtyard. In truth, he did not agree with today's performance. While utilizing the story of vengeful spirits was simple, it would also bring certain calamities. However, the plan had already been set by the higher-ups and he had no choice but to comply, doing his best to patch things up and avoid Zhou Yuan discovering any discrepancies. "Steward, why is there a haunting in your residence? Is there a reason behind it? If the root is not removed, the vengeful spirits may not disperse," Zhou Yuan inquired. The painted-skinned steward could only force a smile, indicating that the servants should not discuss matters concerning the master. "Lord Zhou, this way please." Upon returning to the main hall, Zhou Yuan's first glance fell upon the feigned weak level 15 painted skin Zhangning. "Zhou Xianzi, my daughter was almost killed by a vengeful spirit. Thankfully my son-in-law Kai Cheng and you lent your assistance. I should have rewarded you handsomely, but my daughter Zhangning has been so frightened by the vengeful spirit that she cannot find peace to sleep. May I request that Zhou Xianzi stays for a few days to ensure my daughter's safety and health?" "Me? Why not military officer Kai Cheng? He has the spirit liquid and is a relative of the household, much more suitable than an outsider like me." The painted skins were at a loss as to what to do, wanting Zhou Yuan and level 15 painted skin Zhangning to live together. Was this to raise a poison? Xianzi ought to know it is proper for women to guard against intimacy. Though Kai Cheng is my family, it would not be appropriate for him to be with an unmarried woman. If even Kai Cheng needs to be guarded against, then I am even less suitable. I ask Lord Zhang to seek another solution. You young man, you are quite naive. You have an official position and my family is prominent, that counts as a match. After this calamity I ask for nothing but my children's safety. You are unmarried, my daughter is unmarried, you are extraordinarily brave and my daughter is stunningly beautiful. If you can support each other, it would be a delightful tale. Father, please do not say any more." The pale cheeks of the painted skin Zhangning suddenly flushed with an unnatural hue, genuinely appearing shy and enamored. She turned to look at Zhou Yuan and for some reason tears began to fall. "Zhangning wishes to live. Young lord, save me." This mournful and sorrowful lament along with the tearful hopeful expression pierced the hearts of everyone present. Only Zhou Yuan appeared as unyielding as a rock, seemingly unfazed, even frowning as if encountering a difficult matter. "Why is Xianzi so cruel? My daughter is now 15, such a beautiful age, how can she be harmed without cause? What difficulties do you face that you can share? If you truly do not wish, my Zhang family would never force you." "Yuan, thank you for Lord Zhang's kind intentions, but I have ambitions in the military and fear it would be difficult to stay in the city and watch over your daughter." Zhou Yuan's response left Kai Cheng beside him somewhat dumbfounded, causing doubts to rise in his heart. Could it be that Zhou Yuan had lost his senses? Such a beautiful girl like Zhangning was rare in Jing'an County, why reject her? Was his ambition to participate in the Spirit Awakening examination truly that firm? Indeed, his tenacity was not without reason if this belief matched his talent. "Young lord, how cruel of you. Can Zhangning still wait for you?" Hua Pai Man Ning performed beautifully, exuding a warmth that suggested a longing for salvation and a desire for lifelong companionship. If a normal young martial artist were to witness such a deep affection for beauty, they would likely feel touched, even believing that this was fate or love. However, Zhou Yuan was different. He didn't even know if he could defeat this level 15 elite monster, let alone have the heart to indulge in a performance with it. Thus, despite Hua Pai Man Ning's infatuated and sorrowful pleas for love, Zhou Yuan ultimately could not be swayed. "My son, there are many talented youths in the county. If that boy is such a dullard, we should find someone better." "Father, I don't want anyone else, I only want him." A daughter's initial infatuation cannot tolerate those who speak empty words. She wishes to wait for her Yuan Lang to change his mind, and he is the only one she will marry. Ah, this tangled fate. If it weren't for my son's infatuation, how could a mere Jing enter my family's front door? He is still not satisfied, repeatedly declining. Such a foolish person is better left alone. My son can wait a bit longer, in time he will forget. I cannot forget, how could I dare to forget? Amidst the respectful send-off from the Zhang family, Zhou Yuan and his companions gradually walked away. Only one daughter leaned against the crimson doorframe, gazing outward with a mix of sorrow and yearning, resembling a heartfelt girl bidding farewell to her beloved. Zhou Yuan glanced back and saw a scene filled with ulterior motives and captivating emotions. If the soldiers only perceived profound feelings and the pure love of a young girl. "Brother, you have a ruthless heart. It's not too late to turn back now. If you leave and then regret it, re-entering the Zhang family will be quite difficult." "Kai, brother, do you truly believe that a fleeting encounter can spark feelings?" I do not believe it, but my sister Bai Yu is kind. What could she possibly want from you? What do you have to offer? That's hard to say. What if she is attracted to my appearance? Nonsense. Although you appear heroic, there are plenty of handsome young nobles. If Man Ning were to judge by looks, she would have been married long ago. Kai Cheng was unaware that the beautiful and graceful Zhang Man Ning was actually a Huapai spirit. As he had said, his sister Man Ning's beauty and charm endeared her to friends and family alike, this beauty truly capable of enchanting hearts and covering flaws. This led the accompanying soldiers to believe that Zhang Man Ning was enamored with Zhou Yuan out of genuine affection rather than any ulterior motives, especially considering Kai Cheng held a familial bias. Zhou Yuan, I used to think you had ambitions, yet I did not realize your resolve was so firm. As your superior and Man Ning's elder brother, I should not interfere with the affections of the younger generation. Yet I must say this: it is wise to resist temptation. Your position is not high, and if you leave a beautiful companion alone in an empty room, it could bring misfortune rather than fortune. Kai brother knows me. Beauty is beauty, yet it is of no benefit to me. What good is beauty? Upon reaching Yaowu Square, Zhou Yuan parted ways with Kai Cheng and the others, who returned to the military officer's residence while Zhou Yuan went back to the inn. The wealth promised by the Zhang family would be sent directly to the military officer's residence, and Kai Cheng said he would take Zhou Yuan's share to the barracks to avoid paying interest to the moneylender. Thus on the surface this matter seemed concluded, but Zhou Yuan did not believe the Huapai spirits would simply let it go. As long as he remained in this city, the Huapai would undoubtedly create some disturbances to guide and manipulate his actions. Therefore, after returning to his room, he unhesitatingly used the special item Huapai Rogue. He wanted to see if after donning this guise the Huapai would still recognize him, and what those Huapai would do after losing their target. At the moment the special item took effect, Zhou Yuan felt himself enveloped in a full suit of skin armor. He tugged at the outer skin and through testing discovered that this item was not merely a change of appearance, it also possessed certain defensive capabilities. The abilities of the Huapai spirits likely lie in this skin. Without it they are merely formless spirits. Boom! Zhou Yuan pushed open the window of his room and jumped down from the second floor. After exiting the shaded alley, he headed straight for the nearest red building and green pavilion. The Huapai there would be the best test subjects. If they recognized Zhou Yuan as one of their kind, then the Huapai rogue item would truly prove effective. Sir, come play. Good brother, come take a look at me. Ah, I dropped my fan, could you help me bring it up, young master? As soon as Zhou Yuan arrived at the door of Xiao Zhao Tower, he saw a round fan falling from the sky. The attendant inside picked it up and stuffed it into his hand, then directly pushed him towards the second floor. Zhou Yuan complied, stepping up the wooden staircase and turning at a landing he reached the flower platform on the second floor. A stunningly beautiful level 5 Huapai beauty ran towards him as if a lovesick girl had finally encountered her beloved. You rascal, why have you come here? Is there something my mother instructed you? Good sister, my mother has no business, I just miss you. The Huapai Bowtie's reaction confirmed to Zhou Yuan that they had a way to recognize their kind and they regarded him as one of their own. Given this, he reached out and pinched the Huapai Bowtie's arm, discovering that her touch was identical to that of a real person. You naughty boy, if you want something, come to my room tonight. When the guests are resting I will feed you a few bites. Good sister, we are family, why do we still need to find opportunities to feed? Why not hang a sign for me for a day? Pa. You freeloaders have neither wealth nor vitality, what profit do I gain from playing with you? Hurry and leave, don't block my business. Although Zhou Yuan was chased out, he managed to collect enough intelligence. The Huapai beauty, whether in feel force used to push him or the charm in her features, was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. With such realism, how could one distinguish between true and false? No wonder they could blend into city life. After exiting Xiao Zhao Tower, he initially planned to visit Chun Rong Square to see if the Huapai had any further actions. Unexpectedly, before he could leave the market, he saw several noble youths accompanied by 20 or 30 servants marching towards the inn where he previously stayed. Where is Zhou Yuan of Jing'an? I am Wang Li, son of the county minister. You militarists are quite ignorant. Having just entered the city, you do not even know to pay respects to the officials, and you still require us to come personally to invite you. This was Zhou Yuan's first encounter with the arrogance of the gentry. Kai Cheng did not count, as he was a martial officer forged in blood, not one hidden behind the shadows of nobility. Wang Li, son of the county minister, was clearly looking for trouble. His father likely did not know, otherwise he would not allow his foolish son to provoke a military officer in the camp. This was because in the great way martial prowess was deeply ingrained. The deputy in the county, though named minister, was merely a fifth-rank civil official. This rank was the same as Kai Cheng's military officer. How could they dare to provoke a killing martial officer in the military fortress? Moreover, the Jing'an was a proper 7th-rank military officer, and due to their differing affiliations even the county minister could not treat him with disdain, let alone his son. Zhou Yuan, do not hesitate, come out and see me quickly. The innkeeper appeared to be pleading desperately but truly dared not step forward. When the guest room door was rudely pushed open, the innkeeper was even more frightened. What a predicament! His small inn had unexpectedly sparked a conflict between civil and military, and how could Wang Li, son of the county minister, be such a reckless fool? He must have been used as a pawn. Several accompanying noble youths also felt it was too much. As individuals of status they should first sit down and discuss how could they recklessly provoke enmity. Wang, brother enough, if this continues the martial officers in the camp will surely be displeased. After all, they have blades, armor and weapons. Your fine clothes will not bring you any advantage. I do not care, I am willing to do anything for Man Ning. Why does Man Ning have feelings for that dull martial man? My heart is like a knife, how can I not be angry? What is even more outrageous is that he actually rejected Man Ning. How could he dare to refuse someone who is unworthy of her? The behavior of Wang Li, the son of the county magistrate, is extremely contradictory. He desires to possess Zhang yet cannot accept others rejecting her. To most he appears to be an infatuated young master tormented by love and driven to recklessness. However, in Zhou Yuan's eyes this son of the county magistrate Wang Li is merely a source of intelligence, his very state proving the malevolence of the painted skin. For above Wang Li's head not only is there a health bar but also special identity information level 2 emotional puppet Wang Li. This is the weakest monster Zhou Yuan has encountered since his debut. He even suspects that if he were to slap Wang Li the latter would surrender experience and fall into a long sleep. Yet this arrogant and pitiful fellow provides Zhou Yuan with valuable information. Emotional puppet, that's a well-chosen name. Emotion precedes puppet, as caused puppet follows emotion as effect. Does it lure with emotion becoming infatuated to the point of transforming into a mere puppet? Zhou Yuan is unsure if his conjecture is correct, but Wang Li's state has already confirmed many things. The character, puppet, signifies his loss of the ability to choose for himself. The key is that his level is so low, let alone level 15 painted skin Man Ning, even a level 5 painted skin Bell from the Flower Tower could kick him down. So painted skins not only create skins but also possess the skill to control others. Zhou Yuan recalled carefully, realizing that he hadn't seen any other emotional puppets in the city these past 2 days, nor had those entering and exiting the Red House and Green Pavilion shown such a label. It seems ordinary painted skins lack the ability to create emotional puppets, only a few powerful painted skins possess this confusing control ability. Zhou Yuan, where are you? Why don't you dare to meet me? Don't pull me, I'm waiting for him to give me an explanation to provide one for Man Ning. Zhou Yuan is not good at dealing with such people and prefers to dig a pit for them to remain tranquil forever. Nevertheless, although Wang Li is quite irritating, his sins do not warrant death. Thus Zhou Yuan ignored this infatuated and resentful fellow and turned towards Chuanrongfang. On the way he entered 2 more green pavilions seeking confirmation of his disguise from an level 8 painted skin dancer. Indeed, that painted skin dancer could not see anything unusual about him, instead complimenting his posture and inviting him to join her in her room that evening. In the pleasure grounds indulging in enjoyment, these painted skins live even more comfortably than the common folk, turning into a realm where the ghostly and the joyous intertwine. As he walked he neared Chuanrongfang in the east of the city, noticing an increase in the number of painted skins around. This phenomenon is quite abnormal. When Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng came to deal with the ghostly affliction, the density of painted skins here was not higher than in other places. Is it that this place originally had many but was previously hidden, or have they gathered here intentionally to plot something? Zhou Yuan followed the flow of painted skins, noticing that they did not stop at the residence of level 15 painted skin Man Ning but continued to move forward. As he ventured further into the marketplace, the surrounding buildings grew larger and more imposing, while the variety of pedestrians gradually diminished, with more servants and maids from various estates appearing. Only upon reaching a small bridge with flowing water did the painted skins enter a secluded courtyard. Zhou Yuan could see clearly that it was a small temple directly facing Chuanrongfang and backed by the marketplace. Why is that rascal dawdling? Hurry in and make your offering, don't you want your monthly stipend? Hey, I'm coming. An old painted skin pulled Zhou Yuan a couple of times as he passed by, urging him to enter the temple. Once inside, Zhou Yuan discovered that this was a temple dedicated to the local deity, akin to a land temple in rural towns. Although small, the statue of the deity was exquisitely crafted, resembling a vividly lifelike and kindly old man. Many common folk entered from the direction of the marketplace to pay their respects, some even slipping a few copper coins into the incense box. Zhou Yuan looked up closely and was astonished to find identity information above the statue's skin of the local deity. The incense burners burned incense offerings while painted skins offered their essence in worship. The dark accumulated essence dripped from the painted skin's eye sockets, and a level 10 painted skin temple priest reached out to catch it, applying it to the back of the statue. A painted skin that offered its accumulated essence would receive 5 strings of copper coins, which, judging by their size and length, should amount to around 500 coins. Zhou Yuan felt his scalp tingle upon witnessing this situation. It was not surprising that the painted skins covered the statue of the local deity, but it was strange that the skin bore the actual name, local deity. What exactly are these painted skins up to? Did they create the skin of the local deity, or is it truly something legitimate? The painted skin scheme exceeded Zhou Yuan's imagination. He did not believe they would offer a skin without reason. This skin must possess some extraordinary qualities. Verifying the truth is not difficult if this object has a name description akin to a dropped item, likely able to be stored in the inventory. Once it enters Zhou Yuan's inventory, he could check the item description and uncover its secrets. This is what he thought, and this is what he did. After all, wearing the painted skin rogue item, the painted skins would not recognize him, so he had no fear of them pursuing him. He mimicked the incense burners, igniting a few sticks of sandalwood, bowing respectfully in worship, and while drawing near to offer incense, he stealthily touched the statue of the local deity. Ding! Obtained item, skin of the local deity. After acquiring the item, Zhou Yuan did not bother to check the item information and turned to leave. The incense burners did not notice anything unusual, they merely felt that the local deity had stiffened a bit, losing that vivid sense of life. The level 10 painted skin temple priest who was applying the accumulated essence to the back of the statue sensed something was amiss, looking puzzled at the suddenly altered local deity. Where did my large skin of the local deity go? How could it vanish without a trace in broad daylight? A thief! A thief! Someone has stolen the local deity's golden belt. Although the level 10 painted skin temple priest was panicked, he did not lose his wits. He merely referred to it as a stolen item, without uttering the terrifying name, skin of the local deity. What kind of person dares to steal even the local deity's golden belt? The world has gone awry. Do they not fear the local deity's wrath? Where did this little thief come from, daring to steal right under our noses? If caught, they would surely break his limbs and bring him before the local deity to atone for his sins. Hey, isn't the golden belt still on the local deity? Could the priest have been mistaken? Although the incense burners were angry that someone had desecrated the local deity, they did not take it too seriously. In these times there are many rascals and beggars in the city. Who knows how poor someone might be, perhaps coming to the local deity's temple to catch the autumn breeze. However, they did not expect this thief to be so audacious as to steal items directly off the local deity, truly a case of audacity beyond measure. Unlike the anger of the incense burners, the level 10 painted skin temple priest and the painted skins in the temple were in a state of panic. This was a big deal. Losing the skin of the local deity, their mothers would surely want to peel their skins off. More critically, they had not found a single clue, let alone identify the thief. What a calamity to be able to take something silently and instantaneously. Why not steal something else, but why focus on that skin? My mother is intercepting fate with emotion. Without the skin of the local deity, what can hold my father's fate? Prop skin of the Fang god. Introduction. In the West Market there is a deity known as Fang, small yet benevolent, who transforms into a spirit for the deceased who have helped the virtuous in life, longing to reunite with their friends and family. Hence the coffin was opened and its skin taken to make garments for the mortal world. Fang was overjoyed with the attire and returned to the mortal realm. One day while wandering he saw a virtuous believer drowning, their lonely soul scorched by the sun, and he hurriedly cried out, "Enter my robes to shield you from the sun." Years passed and the spirit of Fang dissipated, leaving only the garments behind. Effect. The divine attire is impervious, protecting spirits and containing blood. It can be nourished with accumulated Yin liquid and repaired with the essence of incense. Once used, it allows for a continuous minor recovery of health and mana. The effect of the skin of the Fang god is incredibly powerful. Even ordinary people without attribute panels cannot enjoy the benefits of continuous recovery. Merely based on the described effect of protecting spirits and containing blood, it is already a precious and special spiritual item, not to mention the attribute of impervious divine attire. This item is likely related to the origins of the painted skins. I fear I have unearthed their roots. The introduction of the skin of the Fang god is not a conspiracy but a peaceful and warm little story. Yet the information contained within is substantial, especially that line about taking the skin, making it into clothing and returning to the mortal realm. This description is almost identical to the situation of the painted skins, differing only in the quality of the clothing and the nature of the spirits wearing them. Zhou Yuan's thoughts were not misplaced, he indeed unearthed the roots of the painted skins. At this moment the temperature in the spring Rongfang and the governor's assistant's residence dropped several degrees. All the servants, including the painted skin maidens, were trembling in fear, hoping that the master of the residence would not vent his anger on them. Lord Luo, at this point it would be wise to explain the circumstances to Mother as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Mother seeks accountability, we will all be implicated. I am well aware that this matter requires Mother's decision, but Mother has not been well lately and her patience has already worn thin. If we report that the skin of the Fang god went missing without cause, Mother might strip our skins and extinguish our souls. Then what should we do? Reporting now gives us a chance to survive. If Mother uses the skin of the Fang god and we claim it has been lost, we fear it would be a matter of life and death. Alas, we cannot escape this calamity. We secret realm demons have enjoyed a life of luxury for a time, which is already great fortune. Why did Mother trust that human sorcerer's words, insisting on taking that Luo Xing's fate? The heavens grant reason to all things. We go against the will of heaven, how could we not be punished? Luo Ying had lived in the city for over 20 years, having learned the scholarly notions of celestial human resonance, and his way of thinking had been influenced accordingly. He believed that the heavens have order, and only by aligning with celestial will can one survive in this world, otherwise one will sooner or later lose their spiritual awareness and be driven back to the secret realm. What use is it for you to say such things now? We should take advantage of the short time since the skin of the Fang god went missing to search the entire city. If it has been taken out of the city by thieves, even with Mother's abilities it would be difficult to retrieve the divine attire. The secret realm demons are mindless and immortal, while the beings of this world are wise yet fragile. This is the essence of yin and yang. Very well, we have committed sins and enjoyed blessings. If calamity befalls us, we can return to being those mindless demons. Luo Ying waved his sleeve and led the group of painted skin scholars towards a secluded courtyard. There resided not only their mother but also the ruler, who held their lives in her hands. He addressed her as Mother, hoping to foster a sense of kinship, though he did not dare to expect true maternal love. Ding ding. Mother is well. Luo Ying seeks an audience. The tightly shut door swung open, revealing a graceful woman who was massaging the feet and legs of the young man on the bed. Hold on, your father just fell asleep, let us speak outside. The graceful woman carefully set down the young man's legs, covered him with a light blanket, and then stepped down to put on her shoes to walk outside. Speak, you all came to seek me, it is likely not for anything good. Mother, please forgive us. Today, before the temple priest and numerous guards, the skin of the Fang god suddenly vanished into thin air. It is not due to our negligence, it was simply impossible to defend against. Just a moment before, the temple priest was still wiping the accumulated yin liquid off the divine attire, and in the next moment it was gone without a trace. A terrifying sound came from the graceful woman, her hands clenched tightly and her cheeks trembled as if she were struggling to endure. Several painted skin scholars knelt on the ground and one graceful woman glared at them. Silence, and overwhelming silence. At this moment no one dared to utter a sound, fearing they would incur the wrath of their furious mother. After about half an hour the graceful woman finally waved her hand in resignation. Alas, it is what it is. This is the will of heaven and not your fault. Go find a carriage to take me around the city. If I am fortunate enough to retrieve the divine attire, you shall be rewarded, if not we must find a way to remedy the situation. We shall obey. Although the graceful woman declared the painted skin scholars innocent, she also mentioned the need for a remedy. The painted skin scholars did not dare to delay, ordering the servants to bring 3 carriages preparing to accompany their mother on a tour of the city. The graceful woman ignored their attentiveness, turned back into the room and lay down on the bed. Xing Lang, I wanted to spare your life, hence I acquiesced to everything you wished. Originally I planned to take your fate to be reborn and you could don the skin of the Fang god to accompany me. But now that the divine attire is lost, my role as a benefactor can no longer be played, and I fear I may reveal my true nature and endanger your life. Tell me, if your fate as a ram entering the temple is false and I cannot borrow the power of heaven to sustain myself, then am I not at a loss using the technique of transforming emotions into puppets? I never imagined that I, this demon, would believe in the sorcerer's notions of fate, greedily trying to escape the constraints of the secret realm, seeking ways to retain my intelligence. Since the heavens allow for mindless demons to live, why not permit intelligent demons to exist eternally? The graceful woman caressed the young man's face and reached out to embrace him. Having already lost the skin of the Fang god, she could not afford to lose Luo Xing, a person with a fate. Otherwise she would lose her purpose and become one of those greedy painted skins indulging in pleasure without regard for tomorrow. Xing Lang, why are you so foolish? You clearly see my true form, yet why don't you understand the meaning of forbearance? Yes, that sorcerer spoke correctly. A ram entering fate is strong and decisive, fearless in battle, but knows nothing of yielding or retreating. The painted skin demoness still remembers how after marrying into the Luo family she painstakingly altered her clothing to please her beloved. Unexpectedly her husband Luo Xing was born with the ability to see yin and yang. Upon discovering the hidden yin ghost beneath the table's painted skin, he drew his sword to fight for his life, truly a valiant man. Since then the demoness abandoned her initial infatuation. She replaced Luo Xing's family, seeking out Taoists and sorcerers to investigate Luo Xing's peculiarities. One sorcerer discerned some clues using the 7 politics and 4 residuals, and the Meihua Yi Shu concluded that Luo Xing possessed the fate of a ram entering the temple belonging to fire and gold with the ability to discern yin and yang. The painted skin demoness thereby became acquainted with the sorcerer's theories of fate and the methods of altering fate, nurturing the thought of enhancing her own fate, preserving the immortality of demons, and solidifying the intelligence of humans. Mother, the carriages are ready, please make your way. Several painted skin scholars bowed respectfully, and the petite painted skin demoness carried the tall thin young man out of the house. The skin of the Fang god belongs to my master. If those who steal from my master will leave a trace, they cannot escape. The painted skin beings were never the true masters of Jingan City. Even as they wielded their authority to seal streets and patrol the city, numerous loopholes remained. The moment Zhou Yuan saw the description of the Fengshen skin, he fled eastward through the city gate, leaving behind Jingan City where humans and ghosts dwelled side by side. He took no carriage or horse, relying solely on his max-level swift stride skill to race toward the military fortress. En route he discarded the artifact painted skin ruffian and restored his true appearance, arriving back at the camp before dusk. To his surprise, the entire garrison was under strict lockdown. Even an officer like himself underwent rigorous inspection upon entry. Please submit your blood for verification, Lord Jingan Commander. This blade is thin and keen, its incision causes no pain. Do not place our brothers in a difficult position. Zhou Yuan accepted the exquisitely crafted dagger and recognized it instantly, a secret realm treasure weapon inscribed with lore, the demon-repelling short blade. Following instructions, he made one shallow cut on his left forearm and another on his right upper arm, drawing vivid crimson blood. Identity confirmed. Lord Jingan Commander, you may enter the camp. An elderly gate sentry smeared the blade's blood onto his finger, tasted it briefly, then finally granted Zhou Yuan passage. This method effectively sealed all infiltration routes for the painted skin beings. Clearly the Jingan commandant knew far more than he let on. Where is Commander Zhou Yuan of Jingan? The commandant summons him. Zhou Yuan had barely stepped into the commandant's residence to report his return and cancel his leave when he spotted the commandant's personal guard searching for him throughout the compound. I am Zhou Yuan, brothers, please lead the way. Guided by the entourage of elite guards, Zhou Yuan entered the commandant's hall of decrees once again. The stern-faced commandant sat upright upon the dais and gestured for his attendants to bring Zhou Yuan a chair. Zhou Yuan, why this sudden return? Have you grown weary of the city? Zhou Yuan instantly grasped the implication. Jingan garrison must maintain covert agents within the city. Otherwise, why would a high-ranking military commander concern himself with such mundane urban affairs? He resolved therefore to offer substantive revelations, to discern precisely what the commandant wished to hear. Respectfully reporting, Sir Commandant, over these past 3 days in the city I encountered repeated anomalies, and dared not remain longer. Thus I departed immediately to report to you at camp. What anomalies? Speak plainly. Respectfully reporting, Sir Commandant, on my first day I wandered idly without incident. On the second, while leaving the military secretary's residence, I was accosted by ruffians, so I lured them into a secluded alley intending only to teach them a lesson. But those ruffians were no mere mortals, they were fiendish abominations. I slashed their skins with my blade, beneath no flesh nor blood appeared, only 4 shattered husks remained. On the third day I intended to return directly to camp to report the abnormality, but a vengeful ghost manifested at the residence of Military Secretary Kai Cheng, compelling me to intervene. The military secretary administered spirit-revealing fluid to open my eyes. I beheld 3 malevolent phantoms dragging and tormenting victims. We repelled them using ferocious spirit-infused blood, rescuing Miss Zhang Manning of the Zhang residence. Tap. 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 The Jingan commandant tapped his index finger steadily against the desk, until Zhou Yuan finished his account, then at last a faint icy smile flickered across his austere face. Every word rings true, you are indeed a loyal and courageous man unwavering in honesty. Zhou Yuan, do not mistake this scrutiny as surveillance of you alone. Rather, provincial intelligence agents have long operated covertly within Jing'an City. They witnessed you leading the ruffians into the alley. They observed your intervention at the Zhang residence to suppress the haunting. This is not surveillance of you, a newly commissioned officer, but observation of the military secretary's residence. Ghosts in the city excel at hiding among civilians. Military Secretary Kai Cheng and I share deep ties, thus the specters inevitably watch him and our agents likewise track them through his movements. Jingan City's spectral blight did not erupt overnight, it had festered and proliferated over years. Though initially well concealed as their numbers swelled, flaws inevitably emerged. In truth, both the Jingan commandant and his provincial superiors had already identified them, yet refrained from immediate suppression, opting instead for meticulous identification and verification. Commandant, these ghosts gather in packs, surely their numbers are considerable. Why not deploy troops into the city to conduct systematic sweeps and eradicate every hidden specter? Zhou Yuan, these ghosts conceal themselves with uncanny mastery, making systematic detection nearly impossible. Forcing blood verification is a desperate last resort measure. Press them too hard, leave them no path to survival, and they will unleash far greater calamity. For now they remain in hiding, cautious, restrained, and thus limited in harm inflicted. As long as they hide, they must constrain themselves. I see, thank you Commandant for this clarity. By the way Commandant, Military Secretary Kai Cheng gifted me the martial technique threefold stance, and I was fortunate enough to grasp its core principle, the threefold seal. Twice this seal proved decisive in repelling specters, but after several uses I felt profound exhaustion and physical depletion. May I ask the cause? Since provincial agents truly operated within the city, Zhou Yuan no longer concealed his insight, instead openly presenting the threefold seal, a technique mastered solely through enlightenment. Otherwise, how could he plausibly explain effortlessly driving away ghosts without visible injury? Fortunate you mentioned it, otherwise I'd have struggled to offer this chi-boosting ointment. Hearing Zhou Yuan's question, the commandant's stiff perfunctory smile softened, giving way to genuine warmth. From beneath the desk he retrieved a small jar and tossed it casually to Zhou Yuan, evidently prepared long in advance. Had Zhou Yuan withheld the truth, he would have received neither ointment nor the commandant's trust. Zhou Yuan, you divine-armed mysterious ironclad warriors sustain me through bloody campaigns, guarding my Dao path as sworn brothers and personal retainers. You may speak freely to me of any matter, no need to conceal. Should you remain silent, I shall not press further. From the moment I conferred your commission, you should understand I am not merely your superior, I am your anchor. Though Jingan garrison may lack perfect unity, all officers above the rank of battalion commander share honor and disgrace alike. Should you suffer insult or injury, the camp will never abandon you. Orders come from the camp, decrees flow from the imperial court, we bear no grievance, only draw bow and sword to slay the enemy. As for the threefold seal, use it sparingly. It channels spiritual intent to mobilize vital energy, overuse inevitably depletes chi and blood. Return to your quarters and take 1 spoonful of this chi-boosting ointment each morning, noon and evening, for 3 consecutive days. It will fully replenish your dissipated vital essence. Zhou Yuan gripped the jar bearing its inscription, chi-boosting ointment, and marveled inwardly at the commandant's magnanimity. Is this the privilege of belonging to a powerful faction? Is this how the Jingan commandant binds martial officers to him, cultivating them as devoted retainers? Countless seasoned warriors have faltered before the first 2 trials of the threefold stance, spiritual resonance and chi perception, yet you have mastered them both. Now demonstrate your threefold seal, establish the stance, gather your chi, and let me gauge its refinement. Zhou Yuan complied without hesitation, forming the seal with palms raised and striking the solid hardwood chair with decisive force. Crack, splinters erupted violently. The sturdy military-issue chair shattered into jagged fragments, the explosive concussive force sent shards flying outward in all directions. Witnessing Zhou Yuan instantly gather and channel his chi, effortlessly reducing the chair to ruin, the Jingan commandant stared incredulous. How did you cultivate this seal? How can you unleash it spontaneously, without preparation or focused accumulation? Is that not precisely how the threefold seal functions? The martial manual states clearly, spirit leads chi. Thus it must respond instantly to intent, mind moves, chi follows. I had no idea you possessed innate talent for qi cultivation. Do not grow complacent, train diligently. When the imperial spirit opening examination commences, your natural aptitude may yet yield extraordinary reward. Zhou Yuan thanks the commandant for this guidance. Only after Zhou Yuan departed did the Jinggan commandant release a deep resonant sigh. How many prodigies grace this realm, yet even in remote hamlets dragons rise from the mire. Fortunately he is mine. Bound by loyalty should he fail the examination, he becomes my stalwart warrior; should he succeed, he becomes my indispensable ally. Zhou Yuan returned to the military fortress to seek refuge, but the painted skins in Jinggan city suffered greatly. They unexpectedly received a martial law order and began to carefully observe all suspicious individuals around them. However, Jinggan city is the seat of the prefecture, with merchants, officials, scholars and performers coming and going every day, creating an endless flow of people. Finding a suspicious target among these individuals was nearly impossible, not to mention that the painted skins could not completely seal off the 4 gates of the prefecture. Yet the pressure from the painted skin ghost mother and the painted skin scholar left the painted skins no choice but to get involved. Consequently, the atmosphere in Jinggan city gradually became strange. Rogues patrolled, noblewomen strolled through the streets, dancers enjoyed the spring, and even the officials of the prefecture altered their usual behavior, delving into various markets to gauge the public sentiment. As the saying goes, calm in the face of danger leads to success; sometimes stillness is better than action. Amidst the unusual behavior of the painted skins, the secret agents from the state government identified several forces and groups within the city based on a few suspicious targets. To general, the merchants, dancers, thugs and doctors in the city are all acting strangely. Officials and aides of the prefecture are also behaving improperly. I have detailed the names of the aides here, and there are countless low-ranking officials. I hope for their dismissal and reselection. On July 12 of the 13th year of Hongye, the Jinggan captain received a secret letter from the state government's agents. Looking at the long list of aides, the Jinggan captain was very satisfied. Regardless of whether any of them were wrong, the fact that the aides on the list could be manipulated by the painted skin ghosts meant the end of their official careers. For the Jinggan captain, this list represented not only immediate merits that could be realized but also an opportunity for the court to bestow favors. As long as these aides from the prefecture were apprehended and the low-ranking officials dismissed, the newly available positions could naturally attract a group of ambitious youth. As for whether those implicated would feel discontent, that was never a concern for the court. The Great Way is a nation governed by martial artists with military oversight of civil affairs. The officials in the court are only slightly more lenient regarding military fortresses, but they are not as easy to deal with when it comes to ordinary officials. Good as expected of the state government agents, their efficiency is remarkable. As long as these treacherous ghosts are cleared out, Jinggan prefecture might be able to hold a civil exam, select aides and benefit the people. The Jinggan captain, marveling at the state government's agents' excellence, was then delivered another secret report by his accompanying guards. Captain, the ghostly activities in the city are unusual, even daring to seal the streets and patrol the city. After careful investigation over several days, we have identified suspects across various trades, with the Red Mansion and Green Pavilion being the most prominent and the officials of the prefecture serving as a secondary support. Between these two, local gangs and pharmacies act as intermediaries. The bandits have grown powerful and formed an organization. Please decide, Captain. This secret report was written in encoded script created by Jinggan's military agents. After reading the military report, the Jinggan captain pondered how to handle it, only to receive another secret letter from the prefecture. The information presented was completely different from the previous 2 secret letters. Written by the prefectural official, it mentioned that the officials were acting on their own and that the primary officials were difficult to restrain. It expressed concern that the orders would lead to improper actions by the low-ranking officials, requesting the Jinggan captain to lead the military into the city for martial law. Oh, I see you don't want to conceal it anymore, thinking you can govern Jinggan on your own. Send my orders: gather the martial artists from the counties under the prefecture into the camp and command the soldiers of the Wu Wei, Xisheng and Shaoqi battalions to prepare for war. Order the soldiers within the camp to remain inside and not to go out, and send swift riders to the state government to request reinforcements from Governor Huaizhou. Urgent report to the court: the ghostly threats are openly defying containment and their ambitions are growing as they plot against the prefecture. I, Jinggan Captain Jiang Ren, will carry out my duties to quell the ghostly menace in the city and demonstrate the court's authority. The order swiftly spread through the 3 battalions of the military, with soldiers hurriedly preparing for battle while the auxiliary troops gathered first to prepare for the transport of supplies. The entire military fortress began to operate rapidly in front of Zhou Yuan. The war machine was warming up and the time to launch was not far away. The captain's orders open the military supply depot, procure spiritual items to assist the martial artists from the counties, and gather secret realm treasures to equip the brave soldiers in the army. The busy guards relaying orders, the military officers assembling troops, and the peculiar wooden crates continuously entering and exiting the supply depot made Zhou Yuan aware of the severity of the situation. The painted skins were likely in a state of confusion, and their excessive actions led the Jingon captain to believe they were serious. The key was that the Jingon captain was even more ruthless and powerful. Once he took it seriously, the situation escalated rapidly. "Where is the Divine Arm Commander Zhou Yuan?" "Zhou Yuan is here. Do you have orders?" Captain's orders. Zhou Yuan will temporarily supervise the Divine Arm Battalion, leading 3 secret realm bows, 60 evil-subduing arrows, 300 bloodthirsty arrows, and 20 spirit liquid. Assign 20 brave soldiers with arrows and potions to escort Shisheng. Zhou Yuan acknowledges the order and will lead the soldiers in preparation for battle. The Jingon army was not an independent warlord but a garrison under the Great Wei court. Although the spiritual items produced in their camp were not abundant, the court would not neglect them. Instead, it equipped them with sufficient military supplies for battle. At the moment Zhou Yuan received his orders to lead the troops, Kai Cheng in Jingon City was still enjoying warmth at home. At this moment he, the military commissioner, suddenly became unimportant, as nobody would disclose any information to him in the face of strict military orders. Even so, the painted skins in the city sensed something unusual. This anomaly did not stem from their ability to investigate the personnel traveling between the prefecture and various counties, or from spies remaining in the military camp. Rather, it was because the street closures and city patrols were proceeding too smoothly. The officials of the prefecture merely provided a few hints before tacitly approving their actions. After several days of patrolling the city, the painted skin scholars had shaken off their initial panic and regained their composure. "Mother, due to the loss of the divine garment from our faction, we have dispatched too many clan members to investigate, resulting in both competent and incompetent individuals among them, inevitably exposing some issues. There should be quite a few secret agents in the city. They are likely to organize and analyze the situation before reporting to the officials. This action of ours does not align with the behavior of the officials in the city, and if we go too far we may be seen as a provocation of war." The painted skin scholars looked at the prosperous and bustling Jingon city, sensing that the human forces might soon become uncontrollable. The premise for them to enjoy such joy was to disguise themselves as humans, imitating human behavior to blend into the city. Once exposed, the court would never allow them to remain. "Can we temporarily return to the secret realm to rest and then infiltrate the city again later to arrange things?" "No. Impossible." Two opposing voices, one from the prefectural aide Luo Ying and the other from the painted skin ghost mother. "There are countless secret agents in the city, and we do not know how many have been exposed. If we retreat to our lair to avoid disaster, most likely the agents will discover the location of our secret realm. In that case, once we are exterminated, we will have no chance to enter the world again. Luo Ying is correct. Avoiding today's disaster will surely bring calamity in the future. No matter how capable the Jingon captain is, he cannot massacre the common people in the city. At most he will kill some exposed ghostly beings to report back, and once he withdraws, this city will still belong to us." "Mother, you are wise. We request to suspend the street closures and city patrols, allowing our clan to once again blend into the populace." The painted skin ghost mother shook her head, gently caressing the tall slender youth in her arms, and sighed softly. "In 3 days it will be the Zhou Yuan festival, the day when the ghost gates open, and also my time of fate. Let them attract the attention of the Jingon captain. I have led them into the human world to enjoy many years of joy. It is only right that there is some repayment. On the 15th day of the 7th month the ghost festival offerings are made for the souls of the departed, lighting lanterns on the river to convey one's thoughts." On July 12 of the 13th year of the Great Wei dynasty, Captain Jiang Ren of Jingon issued a military order for preparations, and within 2 days gathered 13 martial artists from various counties. By July 15, on the day of the Ghost Festival, Captain Jiang did not wait for reinforcements from the state government and led 3,000 troops to advance towards Jingon City. Among the troops were 500 from the Wu Wei camp, 300 from the Xisheng camp, 300 from the Shaoqi camp, 1,800 supporting soldiers, and over 100 from the Divine Arm and Mysterious Armor unit. Zhou Yuan looked at the secret realm treasure in his hand, feeling that a great battle was imminent. Weapon Shihubao description: the skill of carving insects on the plaque at the door inviting the tiger shooter to the seat. Lantern riddles also revolve around shooting tigers. Solving the riddle is akin to shooting tigers. Effect: the bow shoots 5 stones 600 pounds, and after locking onto the target it has an additional effect of revealing concealment, causing those hit by the arrow to undergo a concealment judgment. Note the lower the target's health, the lower the level, the stronger the revealing effect. Weapon Jinxia arrow description. Wealth is the source of life, evil is the source of death. Jinxia wards off evil and eliminates disasters. Effect Jinxia drives away demons, eliminates malevolent spirits, purifies the aura, can directly attack ghostly beings and inflicts additional damage on evil spirits. The combination of the Shi Hu Bao and Jinxia arrow is particularly effective against skin-changing ghostly beings. The Jinggan army's armory surprisingly contained such targeted weapons, proving that Captain Jiang had long prepared to exterminate ghostly beings. Previously, the state government and military spies had a limited number of suspects which Captain Jiang could endure. However, this time the skin-changing ghostly beings sealed the streets and patrolled the city, actions that had exceeded his tolerance. He feared that if no action was taken, the skin-changing ghosts would use political means to replace the citizens within the city on a large scale. Today is the Ghost Festival, a day when the gates of hell open and the souls return home. Regardless of why the ghostly beings in the city had suddenly turned from shadow to light, today would surely be their day of rampant chaos. In truth, Captain Jiang Ren was most concerned not about the ghostly affliction in the city but rather the combination of the ghostly affliction with the special timing of the Ghost Festival. According to the law books of Weidu Town, the Ghost Festival is the festival of the Yin spirits, when the ghosts can escape the secret realm. This means that on the day of the Ghost Festival, the secret realm will temporarily lose its restraint over the Yin ghosts, allowing them to freely enter the human world. Usually Jinggan City has never experienced a disaster from Yin ghosts, but this time, with the unusual movements of the ghostly beings in the city and the approach of the Ghost Festival, Captain Jiang could not afford to take it lightly. Thus he not only gathered martial artists from various counties but also sent a request for assistance to the governor of Huai Prefecture. Had the reinforcements from Huai Prefecture arrived, Jiang Ren would not have hesitated to surround the county city, forcefully severing the connection between the Ghost Festival and the ghostly affliction in the city. Order Zhou Yuan of Jinggan holds the military flag and leads 100 light cavalry to control the city gates and welcome the main army inside. Yes. Zhou Yuan, as a military officer capable of using the three talents seal and possessing abilities akin to martial artists, was indeed suitable to serve as the vanguard of the main army. Upon receiving the order, he rode into the Shaoqi camp and sought the centurion to point out 100 light cavalry to charge directly towards Jinggan City. Thud, thud, thud. When the galloping light cavalry reached the vicinity of the county city, the guarding soldiers finally noticed the unusual movements. Expecting these soldiers responsible for maintaining order and patrolling to react quickly was unrealistic. The panicked crowd hurriedly cleared the official road while the frightened soldiers drove the citizens inside and outside the city gate, trying to close the gate. Whoosh whoosh. 2 heavy arrows pierced the wooden bolt in the soldiers' hand, startling them into dropping the heavy wooden bolt to the ground. Captain Jiang has ordered to open the southern gate and welcome the main army into the city. The other 3 gates will operate normally. Those who spread lies inciting panic and creating chaos will be executed. You fool, look at this flag. Do you want to keep our Jinggan army outside the city? Although Zhou Yuan fired 2 arrows to prevent the city guards from closing the gates, he still maintained a formal demeanor. The accompanying light cavalry, however, did not hold back, cursing and berating the city guards into a daze. Do not be angry, General, we are all brothers. We did not receive orders from the county office. How could we not be scared seeing the cavalry rushing in? Seeing that they were their own people, the city gate guards hurriedly adjusted their armor and rushed out to explain, hoping that these warriors would not bring trouble to the city guards. The military order is here. Swiftly report to the county governor and the county magistrate that the Jinggan army is ordered to enter the city for defense. Zhou Yuan threw the black token filled with red writing to the city gate officer so he could report to the superior and avoid being punished for allowing unauthorized entry. All right, General, please wait. I will go find our Chief Chu right away. After a farce, the citizens near the southern gate calmed down. For them, since it was the Jinggan army that came, there was nothing to fear. Many of the men from their families were also serving in the Jinggan army. Rounding up the Jinggan army was essentially the own people of Jinggan citizens. Just one side was armed and trained while the other side was busy with their livelihoods. Especially since military officers would often purchase homes in the city and take wives, this greatly increased the sense of identity among the citizens. Thus, when the main army's infantry and support troops arrived, some citizens even dared to exchange a few words with them. Familiar with the process, the military officers quickly organized support troops to guard the official road, allowing the main army's warriors to enter the city first. Zhou Yuan, is there anything unusual in the city? Reporting to the captain, there is nothing unusual in the city. The local ruffians who were originally patrolling the streets scattered as soon as they saw the cavalry entering the city. They still know how to hide. It seems the situation is not completely out of control. Captain Jiang Ren rode into the city, met with the county governor and magistrate, and then sent troops to take over the 4 city gates. The soldiers on duty still followed the principle of allowing entry and exit, not caring that the ghostly beings in the city might take the opportunity to escape. What Captain Jiang wanted was to ensure that no major incidents occurred on the day of the Ghost Festival. If the ghostly beings left the city, it would align perfectly with his intentions. The Jinggan army began entering the city in the morning, and in the afternoon the soldiers from each camp completed their defensive replacements. Immediately afterwards, Captain Jiang Ren dispatched 8 small teams led by martial artists from each county to execute the order for exterminating ghostly beings. Zhou Yuan, possessing skills similar to those of martial artists, was also assigned 5 divine arm archers, 20 mysterious armor soldiers, and 50 support troops to carry out the task of pacifying. Black Tiger Gang. It seems the spies in the city are paying more attention to the forces rather than individuals. The military order Zhou Yuan received was to investigate the Black Tiger Gang. The documents did not specify individual names but noted that many members of the Black Tiger Gang were acting suspiciously and should all be captured for blood testing. The entire capture operation focused on the medium and small-sized factions in the markets of the city and did not extend to the skin-changing beings hidden among the citizens or the officials of the county office. Captain, shouldn't we conduct a thorough investigation? Without cooperation from the officials, the ghostly beings cannot patrol the streets. A detailed investigation is not feasible. It suffices to dismantle the middle tier. The upper class is good at avoiding risks for profit, while the lower class fears trouble and knows how to hide. By only targeting the middle tier, it can cause them to be cautious and unable to concentrate their strength to resist. Zhou Yuan, the martial artists from various counties have their own rules. You are young and impulsive, you do not act recklessly. Those guilty should be handed over to the support troops for capture. You do not take the opportunity to kill. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The swift arrows locked onto the painted skin demons. The combination of the tiger's shooting bow and the evil suppressing arrows easily pierced their skin, nailing the malevolent spirits. Ding killed 5 level 7 painted skin rascals. Experience 350. Jinggan army order: thoroughly investigate the Black Tiger Gang. Those who resist or flee shall be killed without mercy. Those who surrender shall be captured and examined. Zhou Yuan released 6 arrows, killing 5 painted skin demons that attempted to resist and piercing a Black Tiger Gang leader who tried to escape. The secret realm treasure bow he used, tiger shooting, possessed the power of 5 stones. Not only did he blast the painted skin demons, but he also created a fist-sized hole in the chest of the Black Tiger Gang leader. Such a brutal scene stunned all the members of the Black Tiger Gang, and the remaining 2 painted skin rascals who did not resist lost even the thought of fleeing. Demons run rampant in the city with no flesh and blood left, only empty skins. You are to stab yourselves and bleed for identification, forcing out any hidden demons. Hearing that they were to stab themselves for identification, the frightened members of the Black Tiger Gang all drew out daggers and knives, cutting their own arms, desperately proving their innocence by pointing at their bleeding wounds. General, I will bleed, I am human. General, I will bleed, my brother is still serving in the camp, our family is definitely human. General, those 2 scoundrels do not dare to cut their arms, they must be demons, we need your help to capture them. The members of the Black Tiger Gang were no strangers to fighting. For them, cutting a wound was an easy way to prove their identity. Therefore, upon seeing the 2 painted skin rascals who dared not cut their arms, they initially panicked and instinctively tried to avoid them. But thinking about how many of their own there were with elite soldiers holding shields and blades, they soon developed the mindset of bullying the weak and surrounded the 2 painted skin demons. Alright, no air de two, let's ask why your skins look good without any wounds. Turns out you are filthy demons claiming to have harmed countless people to earn these skins. Huh. Wu Lao Lu, if it weren't for the officials here, I would have skinned you alive right now. It is only natural for us demons to harm others. You look human, but your methods are even more vicious than ours. I say you are the real evil spirit. The 2 surrounded painted skin rascals were nearly driven to despair. One stepped forward to retaliate against Black Tiger Gang leader Wu Lao Lu, while the other knelt down in fear, begging for mercy. Whoosh whoosh. 3 heavy arrows flew towards the 2 painted skin rascals and the menacing Wu Lao Lu. The evil suppressing arrow pierced the skin, shattering the demon, while a regular armor-piercing arrow struck Wu Lao Lu's head, instantly smashing part of his skull and splattering red and white. This gruesome death struck terror into the hearts of the Black Tiger Gang members. Some among them struggled to control their trembling bodies, bowing their heads and not daring to move. Others, filled with anger, wanted to question further, but upon seeing the cold gaze of the soldiers, they understood their situation once again. This group of soldiers was here to kill demons, but who the demons were was not for them to decide. Record: this Zhou Yuan's troops encircled the Black Tiger gang, eliminating 7 painted skin demons and killing 5 flesh and blood evil spirits. I killed 2 just now, leaving 3 slots remaining. Those who disobey later you will drag out for the count. Understood. Zhou Yuan, holding the treasure bow and wearing a smirk, made the members of the Black Tiger gang feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. This is bad. The one who came is a true killer. If he gets angry, the quota for flesh and blood evil spirits might double. Dobro, there are too many people. How about we just kill half and return with an explanation? The blood warriors of the secret realm are truly fierce. They immediately want to wipe out half. This statement almost scared the members of the Black Tiger gang to death. These were not just soldiers but clearly a group of bloodthirsty killers. General, please forgive us. We are very obedient. We will bind ourselves. You send a soldier to take us wherever and we will go. Do not act rashly with your weapons. Please spare us our lives. We have strength and can work hard in the camp. What are you all still doing? Quickly strip off your clothes and bind your hands, otherwise be prepared to become flesh and blood evil spirits. In the face of the military's brutal pressure, the Black Tiger gang members became extraordinarily compliant, almost bowing down in unison to show their submission. Let's wait and see. I promised the officer not to kill indiscriminately. If you obey, I will take you away. If you do not obey, it will not be too late to kill later. Agreed. Whatever Dobro says goes. We will wait for an opportunity. Zhou Yuan led the divine armored soldiers to the next target, with 50 assisting soldiers dressed in leather armor and wielding sharp blades, hurting the self-bound members of the Black Tiger gang. In the marketplace, bold men opened their windows and spat at the captured rascals. Big officials, having caught them, do not let them go. These cowards are vicious, constantly harassing the common people. Understood. I will report to my superiors and send them to do forced labor. That sounds good. Send them to dig the canal for a few years and they will come back obedient. The members of the Black Tiger gang were so despised that Zhou Yuan encountered many citizens in the marketplace complaining along the way. As such, they could not be released lest they retaliate after returning. Hearing the accusations from the neighbors, the Black Tiger gang members felt like they had lost their mothers. They wanted to say something fierce but dared not speak. In the end, they could only leave dejectedly, their chaotic reign of terror coming to an early end. After walking a distance, they exited the alleys and entered the main street. Upon seeing the armored soldiers, the citizens hurriedly ran to the sides of the street to make way. Surround the Xiuzhou building and investigate for hidden demons. With a command from Zhou Yuan, 40 assisting soldiers quickly surrounded the front and back doors and windows of the Xiuzhou building while the armored soldiers advanced with shields. Sir General, what is going on? We at the Xiuzhou building are doing legitimate business and have official documents. By order of the Jinggan army, demons skinning themselves and harming the common people must all undergo blood tests for identification. Since you are the first to step forward, you can start. Zhou Yuan looked at the level 10 painted skin flower girl in front of him. Wasn't this a coincidence? Since you came forward, there is no way you can escape. General, you jest. We are all delicate girls. How could we endure the pain of swords? Besides, if we ruin our looks, it would affect our business. Why not send some brothers in to use some clever methods to verify our identities? I also have some skills, General. You might want to try it yourself. The painted skin flower girl inadvertently slipped off her outer garment, revealing a generous and ample form pressing against Zhou Yuan with her delicate white skin. Zhou Yuan casually pulled out an evil suppressing arrow from his quiver while preparing to form the 3 talisman seal with his other hand. Choose between stabbing for blood or facing the sword. You must pick one. But you are different. From the moment you entered through this door, I sensed you were not ordinary. You most likely will face the sword. Seeing that Zhou Yuan not only was not tempted by her soft body but also warily drew his arrow, the painted skin flower girl realized she could not escape this time. Feeling desperate, she took a dagger from her waist and charged at Zhou Yuan. Die, dog officer. Boom. The explosive 3 talisman seal broke the painted skin flower girl's disguise, and the evil suppressing arrow followed, nailing the malevolent spirit fiercely to the floor. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and executed 2 more 3 talisman seals, completely depleting the painted skin flower girl's health. Ding. Killed. Level 10 painted skin flower girl, experience 100. There is something unusual about the Xiuzhou building. Strictly investigate everyone inside. Innocent ones need not panic. Demons should come forth to fight. The various types of painted skin ghosts in the Xiuzhou building vary in rank, including the level 5 painted skin beauty, level 6 painted skin young slave, and level 8 painted skin dancer. However, they all share a common trait: a lack of fighting spirit. Ever since they gained intelligence and donned their painted skins, they have indulged in pleasure, lacking both combat experience and the will to fight aside from their mechanical instincts. Thus, upon seeing the armored and armed soldiers, their only thought aside from their noisy antics was to flee. Bang bang bang. As Zhou Yuan ascended to the second floor to command the young women to come downstairs for blood testing, the hidden painted-skinned ghosts pushed open the doors and windows, jumping down from the second floor one by one. The onlookers in the street were still unaware of what was happening, only seeing a group of armored soldiers enter the building and shortly after several scantily clad women jumping out to escape. The sight of those white, firm and soft bodies swaying caused the onlookers to exclaim in excitement. "Help, the soldiers are killing people. My lord, save me. Those soldiers have gone mad and want to kill us all." Silence. The Jingan army has entered the city to deal with the ghost problem. Everyone be careful, if those fleeing are surely evil spirits. Do not be deceived and lose your lives. By order of the captain, those who flee shall be killed without mercy, and those who disrupt the military formation shall be punished severely. On one side the weak and innocent beauties cried out, while on the other the armed soldiers threatened them, leaving the onlookers unable to distinguish right from wrong. Yet the sight of the soft pale flesh seemed far more beautiful and sympathetic than the swords and shields wielded by the soldiers. A few men were about to step forward to voice their grievances when they were firmly held back by those around them. "Are you crazy? The captain's orders have been issued. Do you think the Jingan army dares to kill you? What if they do? Even if they have orders, they cannot act so recklessly." Some were restrained while others were not. A few hot-blooded men, having just shouted for justice, were soon terrified into trembling and going pale at the sight of something even more outrageous. They saw the officer on the second floor draw his bow alongside 5 archers, unleashing a rain of arrows upon the fleeing delicate beauties. Thud thud thud. The painted-skinned ghosts struck by Zhou Yuan's tiger bow and evil-subduing arrows exploded instantly, their ethereal forms scattering into dust. Those hit by the blood-slaying arrows from the divine arm archers deflated like balloons, with holes moving for a few steps before their once firm forms became soft and crumpled. Ghosts. There are really ghosts, and they are wearing human skins. Are those who jumped out accomplices? Capture them and verify their identities. The general is a great marksman. Quickly draw your bows and slay the ghosts. If they escape, who will dare to go out at night? Before ascending the building, Zhou Yuan had used a revealing liquid with 5 divine arm archers, providing a sufficient excuse to see the ghostly spirits. Thus he did not stop shooting until all the painted-skinned beauties who had jumped from the building were killed, lowering his bow only then. Let those few loudmouths undergo blood testing to see if they are entranced by evil spirits or merely painted-skinned ghosts. Understood? Gentle, gentle. Am afraid of pain. I have blood, I am human. I was just being foolish, please don't hold it against me. Only when they were pinned to the ground for blood testing did the loudmouths realize what military law truly meant. In a physical sense, the robust soldiers formed pairs to firmly suppress them, allowing no room for resistance. Huh. This is how it should be. Just because you open your mouths doesn't mean you are righteous, and we are just unruly soldiers. Your notion of justice is terribly misguided. The armored soldiers on the second floor felt greatly relieved upon witnessing this scene, as they were verifying the ghosts upstairs, not down on the street. Had they been standing on the street just now, the soldiers would not have been so accommodating. Even without drawing blades, they would have used their shields to strike. Alright, the ghosts on the second floor have been cleared. Let's check the first floor now. In fact, there were no painted-skinned ghosts among the young women on the first floor, but the blood testing process still had to be followed, otherwise they could not clear their own names. After entrusting the inspection to the armored soldiers, Zhou Yuan left the Xiuzhou building collecting arrows while picking up the scattered items. In this battle he obtained 5 portions of accumulated Yin liquid and 1 item each of the painted-skinned dancer and painted-skinned beauty. With the previous contributions from the painted-skinned rascals and painted-skinned flower girls, he now had a total of 12 portions of accumulated Yin liquid. The onlookers realized that these arrows capable of slaying ghosts were valuable as Zhou Yuan descended to recover them. However, the nearby soldiers kept a watchful eye, preventing anyone from acting recklessly, leaving them only to lament missing out on a good opportunity. My eldest son also serves in the camp as a warrior of the Wu-Wei camp. I wonder if he could ask for a ghost-slaying arrow for our household's protection. What are you thinking? The military officers are personally coming out to recover arrows, which means they are short on supplies. How could they spare you one for your son? That may not necessarily be the case. Arrows can get damaged and we don't need good ones, even the bad ones will do. The onlookers were simply overthinking that the blood-slaying arrows in the hands of the divine arm archers would never flow out. Zhou Yuan's even better evil-subduing arrows were also eyed by the divine arm archers who had agreed to repair them for use after they were damaged before entering the city. Old Zhang, these 2 arrows look unusable, just give them to us. Take them if the shafts are cracked but the tips are fine, though the spiritual energy has likely dissipated. If they are dispelled, so be it. If the arrow tips are good, better than the armor-piercing arrows. They can still be repaired and used. After handing over the damaged arrows to the divine arm archers, Zhou Yuan climbed back up the flower tower to gaze towards the direction of Chunrongfang. The painted-skinned ghosts were behaving too abnormally. They clearly had the ability to manage their ranks, yet allowed their subordinates to fight alone, leading to their targeted elimination by the Jingan army. Even if they cannot win in direct combat against the Jingan army aided by martial artists, they should concentrate their forces and fight for their lives. Yet it seemed they had given up struggling, allowing the Jingan army to clear their middle management. In this way, how would the upper echelon of painted-skinned officials finally control the painted-skinned populace hidden among the people? Would they rely on the loyalty of the lower ranks? They are too scattered. If this continues, we can only waste some time causing minimal actual damage. The 15th day of the 7th month and the Zhou Yuan festival are too special. Perhaps they are just stalling for time, lowering our vigilance by fighting individually. The operation has gone too smoothly. There are both advantages and disadvantages. Now the martial artists in various counties have begun to underestimate the painted-skinned ghosts, considering them merely weak spirits. This is the result the painted-skinned ghosts desired, or rather the outcome desired by the painted-skinned demon mother. At this moment, in the secluded courtyard of the Chunrongfang and the prefect's assistant Luo's residence, different types of painted-skinned beings, including painted-skinned man Ning, painted-skinned scholar and painted-skinned warrior, gathered together. Mother, our subordinates can hardly hold on any longer. The soldiers are rampant in the streets, using blood testing to force them out and slay them one by one. The sounds of wailing break our hearts. We implore you, Mother, to order a counterattack. Even if we die in battle, it would be far better than being slaughtered at will. Wait a little longer, nightfall is approaching. On the night of Zhou Yuan, the ghost gate opens and no living person is allowed to enter. At dusk, the Jingan army abandoned its small unit hunting tactics and reassembled, focusing primarily on elite county martial cultivators and the divine armored troops, while other garrison soldiers were merely incidental if they would play little role in actual combat. The Jingan adjutant reinstated the city guard detachments for rotational duty to shield his own troops from retaliatory attacks by the skin-shedding specters. Whether the newly rotated city guard units themselves would be targeted by such entities was no longer his concern. The Jingan army and the city guard belonged to entirely separate command systems. As their superior officer, he bore responsibility only for safeguarding his own soldiers. City guard detachments harboring hidden specters held no weight in his calculations. The city guard's battalion commander was no fool. He had spent the entire afternoon observing how elite warriors hunted down specters and thus fully grasped the perils of nightfall. Cursed Jingan army, they treat us city guards as if we were less than human. They provoke the specters dwelling within the city, yet now demand we stand watch at night. Tell the men patrol tonight in name only. Under no circumstances are gate sentries to leave their guardhouses after dark. Commander, is this wise? That Jingan adjutant is no man to trifle with. Slacking off now may land us all on his ledger. Accountability. They demand ours, but who shall answer to us? Let any man bold enough to court death step forward. I shall not hold him back. But those who seek safety need only rest quietly once. He cannot punish us all, and if preserving my brother's lives demands it, I'll gladly relinquish this post. Had Zhou Yuan been present, he would have noticed that the city guard's battalion commander bore not only a blood bar above his head but also an identity tag level 12 skin-shedding warrior. Yet even as a skin-shedder, his conduct was cloaked in the noble guise of protecting his subordinates, leaving no opening for reproach. After calming the city guard officers, he swiftly returned to the Chunrong ward in the city's eastern sector, the residence of Luo Ying, assistant administrator to the prefectural governor. Lord Luo, as you predicted, the Jingan adjutant is driven by self-interest. With all 4 city gates now back under our control, our escape routes remain unimpeded. Excellent. Tonight we shall fight while retreating, luring the Jingan army beyond the city walls, letting them believe our secret realm lies outside, not within. Once beyond these walls, the vast wilderness will offer them endless ground to search. Only then shall we truly be safe. As Luo Ying conferred with the city guard's battalion commander, a skin-shedding warrior hurried in. Lord Luo, the reassembled Jinggan army marches straight for Chuanrong Ward. Their soldiers have already redirected nearby civilians toward the West Min Ward. Do not panic, I knew well they would not enter the city merely to purge gangs and pleasure houses. Prefectural officials are their true quarry. Have our kin don armor at once. Though the city guard's iron armor is crude, it remains far sturdier than bare flesh or coarse hemp robes. Also gather large shields, bows and spears. Their demon-slaying arrows are potent yet useless if they cannot strike true. Understood. With a skinshedder like the battalion commander in command, the city guard armory had long fallen under spectral control. Though they could not wield the city guard against the Jinggan army, they retained full authority over weapons and gear. Manning, you are our foremost warrior. Tonight you shall assume the role of mother. Once she alters her fate essence and regenerates flesh and blood, every sacrifice we make shall bear fruit. Why elaborate, Lord Luo? Manning cannot deceive the blood-testing rite. With no path left to retreat, what harm in fighting them to the last? Well said. Let them pay in blood tonight, let them win a hollow victory so our sanctuary remains intact. Luo gazed across the quiet courtyard, praying Mother's transformation would succeed, for without it their desperate battle would be rendered utterly meaningless. As the skinsheders donned armor and prepared for war, the Jinggan army encircled Chuanrong Ward. A clash between humanity and spectre stood poised to erupt. Order the 3rd Battalion spearmen to coat their shafts with blood-devouring arrows and form ranks in readiness. Instruct martial officers to apply spirit-revealing fluid, serving as eyes and ears for the troops, and directing their assaults. Assign Zhuo troops to escort nearby civilians into the West Yaowu Ward, where they shall establish temporary garrisons to maintain order. Understood. As commands cascaded forth, the Zhou troops withdrew in disciplined fashion, leaving behind 1,200 elite soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Direct all divine armor troops to apply spirit-revealing fluid, equip spears with demon-suppressing arrows, and conduct patrols throughout Chuanrong Ward. Appoint Captain Zhou Yuan temporarily as commander of the Divine Arm Division, station him atop walls and rooftops to snipe shadowy spirits on opportunity. Understood. Zhou Yuan had just ascended the 3-story wooden pavilion within the ward when he spotted an official clad in the standard black and gold robe of the Great Wei dynasty shouting loudly at the perimeter. Had Wu Wei battalion soldiers not forcibly restrained him, he would have charged straight into the battle formation. Commander Jiang, I am Wang Hun, prefectural governor's assistant. My son remains inside Chuanrong Ward. He is human, not a spectre. I performed the blood testing rite on him myself this afternoon. Please, do not kill him. At that moment Wang Hun was utterly shattered. While evacuating normally, his son Wang Li had suddenly cried out he must protect Zhang Manning, and slipped away unnoticed. Wang Hun knew distinguishing skinsheders from ordinary folk was an impossible burden for frontline soldiers. If his son dared appear upon the ward streets after nightfall, he would almost certainly be mistaken for a skin-shedding spectre and shot on sight. Thus Wang Hun desperately sought an audience with the Jinggan adjutant, to beg him dispatch County Marshal cultivators to save his son. Yet in the midst of warfare such a plea stood no chance of fulfillment, and the adjutant commanding the central formation would never deign to meet him. In the end the grief-stricken prefectural governor's assistant was carried away by Zhou troops, without ever laying eyes on a single military officer. Fortunately Wu Wei soldiers did convey his entreaty to the Jinggan adjutant, though the stern-faced commander offered no reply whatsoever. Beat the flame-gathering drums, launch fire-oil arrows toward Lord Luo's residence southeast by 3 watches. Upon the order's issuance the Shisheng battalion ignited oil-soaked arrows and unleashed a torrent of flaming projectiles toward the Luo residence. Wu Wei soldiers likewise advanced in squads, hurling various incendiaries deep into the Luo residence compound. The Jinggan adjutant's intent extended beyond flushing out specters, he sought also to establish stable illumination. Under the deep resonant cadence of the drums the flames' tendency to smolder was partially suppressed while their capacity for rapid fierce combustion was amplified. Within a single quarter the wooden structures of the Luo residence blazed with steady radiant intensity, burning so completely that smoke production diminished markedly. Kill them. Break through the Imperial Army's formation, to avenge our kinsfolk slain by day. 1st, 2nd and 3rd squads, shed your skins and manifest as shadowy specters. Strike down the Imperial soldiers. Send Wang Li forward. If the Jinggan army slays him the prefectural office and the military fortress will fracture in distrust, and their return to the city will become all but impossible. 5 squads of iron-armored skinsheders surged forth from various residences, each numbering roughly a dozen to 20 warriors totaling fewer than 100. Yet their prowess was formidable, deploying in scattered formations to assault multiple targets. Supported by 3 squads of intangible shadow spirits, they inflicted immediate casualties upon the Wu Wei battalion at first contact. The Jinggan adjutant swiftly deployed 8 county martial cultivators into the ranks, stabilizing the formation shaken by the assault. Yet Wang Li, the frontmost puppet of emotion, fell dead. A mere grade I aberration, he was pathetically weak, pierced clean through the chest by a single thrust from a Wu Wei soldier's spear. In the brutal chaos of massed formation combat, not even someone like Kai Cheng, the adjutant's most trusted aide, would be spared if standing opposite the Wu Wei line. Thus Wang Li received no special protection, he existed solely as a disposable catalyst to inflame discord. Even Zhou Yuan failed to register his death, wholly absorbed in tracking and loosing arrows at the shadow spirit squads. Divine Arm Division, rapid fire upon shadow spirits. Eliminate all non-corporeal targets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The tiger shooting bow equipped with a cloaking effect vibrated swiftly, launching anti-evil arrows that struck the ghostly entities like a torrential storm. Zhou Yuan abandoned the killing strategy and opted for a containment approach. Regardless of whether the ghostly entities hit by the anti-evil arrows lived or died, as long as he activated the cloaking effect, he would switch to a new target. This way he became a god of slaughter on the battlefield. Any target he focused on would either die or be rendered useless. In a short time after the battle commenced, he alone had fired 20 arrows, killing 11 ghostly entities and activating the cloaking effect on 8. A level 12 ghost spirit which had not been cloaked by an arrow revealed its form after Zhou Yuan shot it with another arrow. Luo Jun, kill that archer, or we will find it difficult to exert our advantage as spirits. Very well, those who attack from above are not benevolent. Holding a bow and attacking from the shadows is devoid of mercy. I will remove him. The shout of the level 12 ghost further escalated the battle. Several hidden skin-wearing warriors suddenly dashed out from various yards, charging towards the county warriors who were maintaining the front line. The county official's aide Luoying locked onto Zhou Yuan as she approached, a beautiful figure that seemed out of place in the bloody battlefield, gracefully walking onto the street. She wore a silk and satin gown adorned with a jade hairpin, her face expressing both sorrow and desire. Her perfect figure was delicate and charming, and under the illumination of the flames she resembled a spirit from the fire. Yuan Lang Man Ning will not wait for you any longer. You go on ahead. Once I have skinned this captain, I will make a garment for you, fulfilling the bond between us. Arrogant demon Jiang is here, let us see if my knife is sharp enough. As the skin-wearing Man Ning made her appearance, she drew the attention of the soldiers in battle, spouting nonsensical words about skinning the Jinggan captain. This extreme beauty combined with extreme arrogance was quite contradictory, yet it revealed a strange beauty of slaughter. The surrounding battlefield seemed to serve as a backdrop where only the beautiful flowers amidst bloodshed and wails became the core of the conflict. But such tactics could hardly enchant the Jinggan captain. He drew his secret treasure blade, channeling his own spiritual energy, showcasing the fierce power of a martial artist that filled the air. The unleashed spiritual energy and aura surged with bright lightning coiling around the long blade, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The flickering blade light seemed ready to sever the darkness. Boom! The petite figure of the skin-wearing Man Ning erupted with tremendous strength, wielding an iron bamboo whip that redirected the Jinggan captain's attack to the ground beside her. However, the immense force carried by the long blade still pushed the skin-wearing Man Ning back several steps, and the violent aura's electric arcs tore through her palm, revealing the dark flowing essence of accumulated Yin. Nonetheless, the skin-wearing Man Ning was ultimately a level 15 elite monster. Even after her disguise was broken, she did not deflate but remained charming and full. You, captain, are quite unaware Yuan Lang is about to leave, yet you let him see my disgrace-seeking punishment. The skin-wearing Man Ning underestimated Zhou Yuan, thinking it would be easy to kill him, a being who had ample blood medicine and blue medicine replenishments. While the skin-wearing Man Ning battled the Jinggan captain, the skin-wearing Luoying approached Zhou Yuan under the cover of 2 shield-bearing skin-wearers. Jinggan is indeed not an ordinary person. If we had killed you directly back then, it would have saved us much trouble. I doubt you could have done that. I am actually quite adept at hiding. As he looked at the approaching skin-wearing Luoying, Zhou Yuan put away the tiger shooting bow and drew out a steel battle knife. This was a 3-story wooden building with limited space and plenty of clutter, making it difficult to open fire freely. Oh, Jinggan actually has other means. I see your knife is flashy yet lacks substance, merely an ordinary object. If you wish to use that knife to slay me, you are overthinking it. Ordinary steel may not be able to slay ghostly beings. Why not come and try? Very well, I shall give it a try. Luo Ying wielded a sword and was clad in partial iron armor, but this setup could not protect her entire body, her actual defensive area was limited. Her advantage lay in her high level of 13 and the exquisite swordsmanship honed over many years. Yet that human skin constrained her power, preventing her from unleashing the force needed to tear through the skin, forcing her to fight normally like a robust warrior. Clang clang clang. The continuous clash of blades and swords saw the agile and strong skin-wearing Luo Ying suppress Zhou Yuan from the beginning. However, Zhou Yuan was even more ruthless, relying on the extensive coverage of his armor. As long as he did not target vital points, he would not defend, trading injuries for injuries with unmatched ferocity. After a fierce exchange, the skin-wearing Luo Ying looked at her punctured skin and Zhou Yuan, who was bleeding from multiple wounds, and let out a resigned sigh. I underestimated you. I did not expect you to be so valiant. Since my skin is broken, the ghost spirit should shed its skin. Let me send you on your final journey and use your skin to patch up my clothing. You ghostly being have decent combat experience. Why are you so obsessed with a human skin? You should have shed it to fight long ago. What do you know? You are born with spirit and flesh. How could you understand the value of this skin? Without this skin, how would we touch the human realm? Zhou Yuan appeared to have sustained some injuries, but that was merely superficial. His health bar remained above 95. Until his blood medicine was exhausted, his health could not possibly drop. Having lost its filling, the damaged skin finally revealed the ghostly form of Luo Ying. The shadowy spirit lunged at Zhou Yuan, attempting to directly kill his soul. But waiting for it was a hand enveloped in blood-colored flames. With a loud bang, another hand followed rapidly, and the subsequent palm strikes came in an unbroken sequence. The energy-consuming 3 talismans became ordinary attacks in Zhou Yuan's hands, with the consumption not keeping pace with his replenishment. After Zhou Yuan struck the 6th talisman, the skin-wearing Luo Ying's health bar was emptied. He didn't even have time to feel the searing pain of the soul-gnawing blood flames before collapsing under the relentless assault of the 3 talismans. Ding killed the level 13 skin-wearing Luo Ying, experienced 200. The experience gained from Luo Ying was not much, but it dropped a green orb. Ding obtained item: skin-wearing scholar, ghost language, dark script, ghost script, curse skill, ghost language, dark script, description, language of the underworld, death script. Using it grants a passive skill for recognizing dark scripts with higher levels, increasing recognition speed. Skill, ghost script, curse, description. The spirit returns to my heart. The 9 heavens descend upon the human soul, hand rotating 3 springs, pulling the soul to seek the lost person. A special spiritual secret language mainly used for pulling souls and calling upon the dead. Effect: use this skill to mark one or multiple targets, transmitting information to lock their location with a maximum marking capacity of 100 at full level. As Zhou Yuan read the description of the ghost script curse, he understood how the skinwearers managed their command. Although he did not know how many existences like Luo Ying there were, he believed such special units should not be many. I have just killed the communicator of the skinwearers. If their command system should not collapse, right? Zhou Yuan was correct in his assumption. There were indeed not many special units like Luo Ying, and each had different responsibilities. After Luo Ying was killed, the fighting skinwearers lost their superior, who could issue retreat orders and could only persist in battle helplessly. Where is Luo Jun? Wasn't it agreed that we would fight and retreat, luring the Jinggan army out of the city? Why has no retreat order been given yet? I don't know, perhaps Luo Jun was locked and killed by the martial artist. We need to make our own decisions. Let's go fighting as we retreat, drawing them out of the city. The ghostly gates of Zhou Yuan are about to open. We must not let them discover that the spirits emerge from the stone channel. After Hualuo Ying was killed, the command system of the Hualuo did not falter. Under the direction of multiple Hualuo scholars, they fought and retreated, creating a certain distance before hastily escaping. The Hualuo that remained behind shed their skins and, taking advantage of the shadows, escaped the pursuit of the Jinggan army. They want to leave. Pursue them quickly. The best way for the shadowy ghosts to retreat is not to exit the city but to blend into the various neighborhoods. However, they need to make the Jinggan army believe they are terrified and dare not linger in the city, intending to flee back to their lair for refuge. Thus their retreat route was quite unified, as if the nest was right outside the southern city gate. Bang creak. The city gate's latch was brutally thrown down and the heavy door was pushed open by 4 Hualuo warriors. At this moment the night watchman hid in the watchtower, too frightened to move. Boss, are we really not going to take a look? If thieves take advantage of the night to break in and steal from the treasury, that would be a grave dereliction of duty. You should look. The Jinggan army is battling the ghosts in the city. The war drums haven't stopped since. Which fool would dare to cause trouble at this time? The boss is right, we are city guards managing thievery, not warriors dealing with demons and ghosts. They fight their battles, and as long as we do not interfere, that is enough. The city guards, timid and unwilling to stop them, were not troubled by the pursuing Jingon army either. This was not due to the kindness of the Jingon lieutenant, but because his objective was to drive the ghosts out of the city, not to corner them within. The Hualuo wanted to lure the Jingon army out of the city, while the Jingon army aimed to expel them on this day of the Zhou Yuan festival, lest they provoke chaos. These two thoughts coincided perfectly, creating a scene of mutual cooperation. However, this tacit understanding was shattered at the southern city gate, where the cavalry soldiers from the Xiongqi camp arrived first, closely followed by the archers from the Xishan camp. Yet they all remained at the city gate, showing no intention of charging out for battle. Only the Jingon lieutenant and the county warriors pursued, ready to continue driving the Hualuo and pinpoint their lair. After dozens of Hualuo exited the city and ran for a while, they realized that the warriors were merely maintaining their distance to drive them back, while the Jingon army had completely vanished. Manning, what should we do now? At this moment Hualuo Manning had already lost most of her skin. The remaining skin was charred and cracked from the electric arcs, resembling a ghastly demon with a black shriveled hide. Cowards taking advantage and yet afraid to pursue. If Mother were here, she would certainly have killed them all. Hualuo Manning was unaware that this was to prevent any hidden powerful ghosts from existing. During the previous battle, not only was the Jingon lieutenant conserving his spiritual energy, but 3 county warriors were also hidden within the army, always ready to launch a counterattack for rescue. Let's return to fight them again, shall we? No, if we return to provoke a battle, the Jingon lieutenant will definitely sense something unusual. Neither advancing nor retreating, what are we to do? Outside the city, the Hualuo ghosts were trapped, while the warriors maintained their distance to monitor both sides, puzzled as to why the other had halted. At this moment the Jingon city suddenly rang with the sound of bells, a retreat bell prepared for the special occasion of the Zhou Yuan festival. Upon hearing this sound, the citizens within the city knew that midnight had arrived, and everyone must not leave their houses but close windows, extinguish candles and rest their eyes until dawn. Dong dong dong. The melodious bells rang 12 times, and the Hualuo, caught in a dilemma, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Midnight has arrived, the ghost gate is wide open, the hidden spirits will roam the outskirts of the city. Let us lure them with ghostly incantations. As Hualuo Manning was energetically speaking, she suddenly turned insubstantial, leaving only an iron bamboo whip behind. Other Hualuo scholars and warriors similarly vanished without reason, leaving behind scattered clothing, armor and shriveled skins. At the same time, the hidden Hualuo in the city also vanished silently, leaving behind human skins and the terrified screams of their relatives. At this moment it seemed as if the Hualuo were all exterminated by some special power, resulting in the instant purification of Jingon City, where humans and ghosts coexisted. Lieutenant Jiang, why did they suddenly disappear? I do not know, perhaps they returned to their lair, marking this area as key, and tightened the inspection. Those present had no idea that not long after the bells rang in the cellar of a residence in Chunrongfang within the city, a pale-faced man suddenly sat up. He touched his emaciated body, feeling the ribs in his chest, first joy then worry. Luo Lang, have I succeeded or failed? If I have not succeeded, why do I have flesh and blood? If I have succeeded, why can I no longer use ghostly incantations? I feel no spiritual energy anymore, only the warmth of my heartbeat. I think I have succeeded, but I have also lost the aura of the shadow spirits, becoming a normal person. The Hualuo ghost mother succeeded, taking advantage of the open ghost gate during the Zhou Yuan festival and the temporary lack of restrictions in the secret realm to complete the identity swap. But she also failed, as Luo Xing's body lacked spiritual energy, he was just a robust normal person. The only thing worth mentioning was his Qingyang enters the temple fate, which also could not generate spiritual energy. The Hualuo ghost mother used the method of emotional transformation to obtain Luo Xing's body and soul, and through the magical effect of the fate gained a human identity. Thus she escaped the judgment range of the secret realm instance, becoming a relatively normal person. She introduced an incompatible identity prefix judged by the secret realm instance as lost and dead. She was free, but also lost her connection with the secret realm instance. Consequently, the secret realm instance judged the core boss dead, with no players remaining in the instance, and automatically restarted and refreshed the secret realm. The Hualuo ghosts originating from the secret realm were directly refreshed, with only the Hualuo ghost mother, who had undergone a transformation and gained a human identity, escaping calamity. No, if I have become a normal person, where will they go? The ghost mother Luo Xing seemed to think of something, hurriedly pushing aside the barrier in the cellar to reveal a dark hole. Then she made a makeshift torch from cloth grease and sticks, and after lighting it she crawled down using its light. Indeed, after a short distance she saw a ground covered with shriveled skins and scattered clothing. She stared blankly at everything, a unique sense of loneliness and sorrow rising within her. Farewell everyone on this journey. Ha ha ha. I wanted to escape the secret realm, but the secret realm has abandoned me. There are no immortal demons with eternal intelligence, only mindless demons that do not die, and wise humans with fragile lives. In the cold, foul-smelling sewers of the city a slender man was deeply distressed. He had obtained the fate he yearned for but lost everything. He mourned for a moment, raising the torch to continue forward, turning through several holes of varying sizes, and saw the blindly wandering shadow spirits. This was the ability to discern yin and yang provided by the Qingyang enters the temple fate if those wandering shadow spirits did not attack her. Because when the ghost gate is wide open, the shadow spirits in the secret realm turn into passive monsters wandering aimlessly around the secret realm unless attacked or guided. The ghost mother Luo Xing knew that these shadow spirits could no longer call her mother and that they had already acquired a new ghost mother. Following the foul-smelling passage she found a simply decorated hidden room. Inside the hidden room was an artificially dug dry well from which the wandering shadow spirits continuously emerged. Everyone, you have all returned, but I cannot. I do not know if this is a blessing or a curse. Fortunately you are mindless and immortal, so you cannot feel sadness or pain. Let our karma end here. In the early morning light many families in the city hung white banners. They, clad in mourning attire, knelt at their doorsteps crying out in hopes that the heavens' deities and ancestral spirits would hear their sorrow and witness their misfortune. The patrolling soldiers moved through the various markets, yet they brought no sense of security. The townspeople who had lost relatives looked at the soldiers of the Jinggan army with mixed emotions. They were grateful that the Jinggan army had entered the city to combat the ghostly plague, for otherwise they too could have been skinned alive by the malevolent spirits. However, they were displeased that the Jinggan army disrupted their lives, shattering their once happy families. They were thankful the Jinggan army had arrived, yet resented that they had not come sooner. Driven by this complex sentiment, the townspeople who had lost relatives felt indifferent towards the Jinggan army and paid no attention to their funeral rites. Indeed, in yesterday's battle the Jinggan army also suffered considerable casualties, with even 2 of their local martial artists sustaining serious injuries. At dawn the county governor brought white cloth mourning garments and offerings to pay respect to the fallen soldiers. The county magistrate Wang Hun did not attend. He was enduring the pain of losing a son while tallying the officials of the county who had been replaced by ghostly beings. Regardless, this was supposed to be a decisive victory in cleansing the ghostly threat, yet neither the bereaved townspeople nor the soldiers of the Jinggan army could find joy in it. Only those unaffected townspeople and the wealthy families in the city spontaneously brought various gifts to Chunrong Square to reward the soldiers. Captain, this battle was far too humiliating. I had hoped to intimidate those disguised townsfolk so they would behave properly. I never expected these spirits to be so cowardly. As soon as they were defeated they fled like the wind. Do not speak recklessly. This is a victory, a grand victory. It is only in this way that the deaths of our brothers have meaning. Make sure to record the merits and demerits well and distribute the compensations promptly. While those who enter the army should be prepared for death in battle, we must also properly handle the affairs of the fallen soldiers. Kai Ching, you are to select a team of soldiers and an officer to establish a camp in the city. From now on the families of the fallen can seek assistance at the camp. We must not allow outsiders to bully our brothers' widows and children. Understood. This battle against the ghosts had too many shortcomings, and even the captain of the Jinggan army was dissatisfied. If they could not find the ghostly lair, even if they helped the townspeople rid themselves of the spirits, his achievements would still be limited. As a result, it would be difficult for his soldiers to reap greater benefits. Zhou Yuan, when we left the city yesterday I left you to search for any remaining ghostly beings. Did you discover anything unusual? Reporting to the captain, I originally captured a few hidden specters, but they all vanished as soon as the midnight bell tolled. Where did they go? It can't be that they truly vanished underground in the southern part of the city. It seems necessary to call for laborers and deploy auxiliary soldiers to dig a moat there. Unlike the confusion of the Jinggan captain, Zhou Yuan had guessed a bit about what was happening. Last night, while searching for lingering ghostly beings, he discovered that the spirits that had vanished did not simply have their life force drained, they had disappeared in an instant. At that time he speculated that the core boss had been slain by the martial artists, causing the unknown secret realm instance to reset. The townspeople crying and mourning at dawn also confirmed his speculation, yet the captain of the Jinggan army vehemently denied having killed the leading spectre. This was puzzling. It couldn't be that the boss had committed suicide or that some master had secretly exposed it and killed it on Ghost Festival night. Reporting to the captain, the orphan Luo Xing of the Luo family seeks an audience. He claims that the ghostly being disguised itself as his wife and hollowed out the entire Luo residence. He had sensed something was off but was secretly imprisoned by the ghost. Left with no choice, he served as a slave and tried his utmost to please the ghost to preserve his life, and in the process he grasped some secrets about the ghostly beings. Can we test his blood? It has been tested. He has blood and flesh and is completely normal. Bring him in. Facing the information that was delivered to him, the captain of the Jinggan army had no reason to refuse. Zhou Yuan sitting beside him was also quite curious about what kind of person could survive in the ghost's lair. Was he skilled in serving, able to satisfy the ghost's desires, or was he merely a puppet intending to spread false information? While he was pondering, he saw a soldier bring in a man, and the title above the man's head immediately drew his keen attention. Level 4 Puppet Luo Xing, Level 15 Ghostly Matriarch. Good heavens, this title is not only long but also different in color. The name Level 4 Puppet Luo Xing is in a normal red color, while Level 15 Ghostly Matriarch appears gray with a skull icon. It seems the title Level 15 Ghostly Matriarch has become ineffective and the only active identity is that of the puppet Luo Xing. Jinggan Luo Xing pays respects to the captain. I am both fearful and grateful for your assistance. The lean man knelt down as soon as he entered the hall, his gratitude and respect appearing genuine rather than feigned. Since you have information to provide, you are my guest. Please sit and discuss in detail. If you can answer the questions regarding the location of the ghost's lair and why the spirits have become prevalent, I shall certainly reward you. I do not dare to seek credit. I only wish that after you are satisfied you can allow me to join the army. After this ordeal I no longer dare to live alone and wish to enter the military stronghold to learn the art of warfare and bolster my courage. Then please speak candidly. The captain of the Jinggan army was filled with anticipation while the puppet Luo Xing displayed excitement, leaving Zhou Yuan with a smile that held a hint of skepticism. Ah, I see how the secret realm instance has reset. It turns out you have transformed into a human and the boss identity has also become ineffective. Captain, you must have heard of the most vicious method employed by beggars, sampling life and cutting flesh. My ghostly wife told me that all of this originated from a beggar in the city. That beggar would steal children and poison them, exploiting them for profit in this city. However, for a time the county's officials cracked down hard on him, so he hid himself in the city's sewers. He then planned to dig a well for drinking water in the sewers and procure some food supplies, intending to turn the dark sewer into his paradise. Evil people incite evil deeds, and at this moment the lair of the spirits was born. The beggar discovered that after digging a certain depth he could no longer dig deeper, and the children he sent inside kept disappearing for no reason. He then treated that dry well as a ghost gate, occasionally throwing in disobedient beggars and sickly children. He was not mistaken. That dry well led directly to the lair of the spirits, and the children he had thrown in opened the way for the spirits within. Then the spirits pushed their way out, skinned the beggar and fed on him to continue nourishing themselves. As time passed, the increasingly intelligent spirits began to take control of various professions in Jinggan City, creating accidents and abducting the county's citizens, ultimately leading to a ghostly calamity. With a loud bang, the solid table was smashed to pieces by the captain of the Jinggan army, and the surrounding guards immediately rushed in, weapons drawn. Impudent! Such audacity and heinous crimes! Such criminals should be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Simply skinning them alive would be too lenient. Captain, please calm your anger. This is not just the tragedy of Jinggan City. It was merely a coincidence that the beggar unearthed the ghostly lair leading to this calamity. Humph. The beggars and the homeless are the last refuge for the impoverished, and I never expected that someone would commit such a crime on this tragic path. Very well. Since we cannot guard against them and there are evil people on all sides, I shall sever their roots and put an end to the evil. Send my orders to strictly investigate all the districts in the city and capture all the beggars. Those who are able-bodied shall be thrown into the camp as auxiliary soldiers, while the disabled shall be sent to the military supply office as seamsters. From this day forth, as long as I, Zhang Yuan, remain the captain of the Jinggan army, there shall be no beggars in this city. I want to see if their evil can outmatch the blades and spears of the camp. Understood. We will carry out the order to cleanse the city districts. It was my own recklessness. I humbly beg your forgiveness. Though Zhang Yuan, the Jinggan military commandant, had suddenly erupted in fury, he offered this perfunctory apology to the martial cultivators from subordinate counties, yet showed no intention whatsoever of rescinding his military orders. His outburst stemmed from a raw nerve struck by the beggar chief's heinous practice of child abduction and mutilation, a revelation that sent shivers of dread down his spine. Though his wife and eldest son resided far away in the capital, his concubine and daughter lived right here in Jingan City. Separated from his primary family for years, he had poured an abundance of paternal devotion into his concubine's daughter. To now learn that child thieves operated openly within Jingan, with methods so grotesquely cruel, he could not help but tremble with horror and rage. Commandant, your impartiality serves the people, your compassion safeguards the common folk, we hold you in deepest admiration. The martial cultivators from the subordinate counties were quick to respond, offering effusive praise. A commandant like Zhou Yuan, who governed a strategic frontier region, possessed ample authority to act decisively. Were he to arrest every beggar in the city or even shutter all brothels and gambling dens, none would dare challenge his prerogative. Thus those present saw no excess in his conduct, rather they perceived it as the unyielding integrity of a man who tolerated no corruption, not even a grain of sand in his eye. Commandant, the beggar chief is vile, the Yin ghosts are venomous. I, Zhou Yuan of Qingkuei, hereby volunteer to lead you into Shirzhu to seal the Yin ghost lair, and prevent the resurgence of this spectral blight. Upon hearing Luo Xing's words, Zhou Yuan could not help but marvel inwardly at the man's ruthless resolve. Leaving aside the legion of minor and major Yin spirits dwelling within that lair, the very act of offering up one's own ancestral home as bait for imperial reward bespoke a chilling, unflinching ferocity. Excellent. Should you succeed in sealing the secret realm's exit, it shall count as a monumental achievement. And should this Yin ghost secret realm yield spirit-born treasures, your merit in revealing its path shall earn you noble rank directly from the Dawei imperial court. Any undiscovered celestial secret realm is by nature an untapped treasury, waiting only to be unearthed and claimed. Should this feat be formally ratified, the Jingan garrison itself would no longer bear sole responsibility for rewards, the imperial court would lavish the discoverer with honors, transforming him into a paragon for all to emulate. Moreover, with such meritorious service secured, the court would guarantee Luo Xing's safety, an immunity that left Zhou Yuan unable to strike him down and harvest experience or skills. Please follow me, General. The truth of my claim shall be confirmed the moment we verify the realm's existence. No prompting was needed from the Jingan commandant. The martial cultivators of the subordinate counties eagerly volunteered en masse. They had assumed the spectral plague had vanished spontaneously, leaving little opportunity for imperial reward, only to learn that a celestial secret realm lay hidden within their very city. Such news was nothing short of jubilant. Under Luo Xing's guidance, the martial cultivators and the divine armored crossbowmen entered a quiet neighborhood courtyard, then discovered a concealed passage descending into an underground cavern. Jiang Yong, take several brothers down to scout. My apologies, master, but this passage is narrow and pitch-black. Yin ghosts may lurk within. Let the soldiers descend first to ascertain its true nature. Jiang Ren, the Jingan commandant, was no reckless fool. At once recognizing the cramped labyrinthine confines of Shirzhu, the city's subterranean drainage system, he resolved to send his personal guards ahead to probe its depths. Jiang Yong, the guard captain, said nothing, first shedding his armor, then securing 2 live rabbits to his neck with hemp rope. Finally he anointed himself with spirit-revealing liquid, clenched 2 demon-subduing arrows between his teeth, and slid headfirst into the abyssal aperture. His fellow guards followed suit, discarding armor, gripping demon-subduing arrows and bearing military torches as they plunged after him. Commandant Shirzhu winds like a serpent. Without a guide, locating the dry well will prove impossible. I shall descend to accompany them. Master, your righteousness moves us deeply, then we entrust this to you. Having spent decades navigating mortal society, Luo Xing knew full well the sacred duty of a personal guard. Now that the commandant's elite guards had already risked their lives to clear the path, Luo Xing could no longer evade participation, so he stepped forward voluntarily, seeking trust and favor instead. Zhou Yuan stood nearby, clad in armor and holding his bow taut, ready to shatter Luo Xing's skull at the first sign of treachery, thereby aborting his calculated gambit of treasure revelation. Yet this time Luo Xing truly staked everything, leading the guards deep into the lair, betraying his own stronghold with ruthless total candor. After roughly half an hour, Jiang Yong, the commandant's kinsman and trusted guard, emerged first from the blackened aperture. Reporting, Commandant, the Shirzhu passageway is constricted and arduous, yet no Yin ghosts roam therein. I traversed 8 such apertures and discovered a modestly constructed hidden chamber. Within lies a dry well, into which I cast the rabbits. Neither flesh nor bone remained. This is almost certainly the entrance to the secret realm. Excellent. Return and guide us, you shall lead the way. The Jingan commandant stepped forward, clapped Jiang Yong on the shoulder and helped him rise. Jiang Yong drew a shallow cut across his forearm with a demon-subduing arrow, letting crimson blood well forth, then turned and vanished once more into the darkness. Martial cultivators, all follow me. Zhou Yuan, you too. Understood. Given the magnitude of uncovering a secret realm, the commandant chose to bring all elite combatants under his direct command, ensuring readiness for verification and subsequent exploration. Only upon entering Shirzhu did Zhou Yuan and his companions grasp why the beggar chief had deemed this place his fortress of ease. Low-ceilinged, narrow, riddled with crevices steeped in gloom and miasmic stench, it was the perfect den for filth and fugitives invisible to imperial law. After threading through several tunnels and wading across slimy, foul-smelling waterweeds and moss, they finally reached a relatively clean expanse. There Luo Xing and the crossbowmen bearing torches awaited them outside a dim brick-walled chamber. "General, please inspect. The bottom of this dry well is the secret realm's threshold. Send someone in for confirmation." The Jingan commandant and the county cultivators gathered around the well to examine it closely. Zhou Yuan seized the chance to peer downward as well. Dungeon: the Painted Skin Yin Ghost Cavern. Recommended level 10. Recommended party size 10-20. Crimson characters declared the dungeon's formidable difficulty. What 10 to 20 level 10 players might accomplish, given equal strength and numbers, was beyond the reach of mortal cultivators. For players in a certain sense possessed vitality far more resilient than even a boss's health bar, provided healing elixirs were plentiful. Even the most tenacious foe became merely a matter of attritional exchange. Cultivators, however, were different. Their life force was precious, fragile, and ill-suited for protracted attrition. Who among you will descend to confirm the realm's authenticity? A single glance suffices. Do not linger, do not overextend. Brothers, rest a moment. I Shen Yu of Yueji County shall go. Shen Yu, the county's martial officer, stepped forward without hesitation, shield and sword in hand, and leapt straight into the well. True enough, under the torchlight the burly warrior plummeted as though swallowed by an infinite abyss, vanishing without trace. Yet mere breaths later he reappeared, kicking against the well's walls, scaling upward with practiced grace. Ha! 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 This is monumental fortune. Unparalleled blessing. Commandant Jiang, brothers, all rejoice. The dry well indeed opens into the Yin Ghost secret realm. Its interior is vast, teeming with Yin spirits and specters. Moreover, a thin damp mist permeates the space, cold, biting, and unmistakably malignant. Excellent. So long as its authenticity is confirmed, the imperial court will bestow lavish rewards, and each of you shall receive due merit and distinction. Having verified the realm's reality, the Jingan commandant finally allowed himself a satisfied smile. This achievement was truly extraordinary, outshining even his decades-long service defending this frontier. If the Yin Ghost secret realm yielded sufficient spirit-born treasures, he might ascend to the imperial capital itself, commanding elite palace guards as a celebrated general. Zhou Yuan, immediately deploy troops to survey the terrain, erect military tents above this site, and excavate a secure access route. Understood. Only after Zhou Yuan departed, and the cultivators calmed their exhilaration, did Luo Xing speak again, hope shimmering in his eyes. General, your thoughts? Rest assured. I won't forget you. Await your imperial ennoblement. The Jingan army's captured ruffians and vagrants were immediately assigned corvée labor, no waiting for formal deployment. After Zhou Yuan consulted officials from the Junshu Craftsmanship Bureau to ascertain the precise location of the Yingui secret realm, all arrested ruffians were reassigned as forced laborers. Under the sharp threat of auxiliary soldiers' blades and spears, the men labored with extraordinary diligence, fearing that any lapse might make them targets for exemplary punishment. Yet this hopeful expectation proved futile. Accustomed as they were to bullying the weak and oppressing the innocent, they could not endure sustained toil. Only after suffering the sting of military rods did their endurance grow, and with it their efficiency. Commander, the wretches have broken through the tunnel mouth. We can already see our comrades inside the stone channel. Excellent. Dispatch supervisors from the Craftsmanship Bureau to construct a broad, sturdy staircase on site. Also erect military tents immediately and build substantial outer enclosures around them to prevent local civilians from accidentally falling into the excavation pits. Understood. Under Zhou Yuan's orders, logistical support troops were redeployed to oversee construction of the camp staircases, while the ruffians were driven, under armed guard, into the stone channel to lay new subterranean foundations. Officials from the Junshu Craftsmanship Bureau drafted architectural schematics to transform the Yingui secret realm zone into a three-tiered tower, 1 level underground, 2 above ground. The subterranean level would serve as a battlefield, the first floor above ground a staging area, and the second floor a watchtower for surveillance and early warning. This design was both elegant and highly functional. Zhou Yuan approved it without hesitation, and the bureau began mobilizing provincial storehouse materials for full-scale construction. Since tent erection proceeded concurrently on the periphery, interior operations remained unimpeded. No sooner had auxiliary troops erected several rope ladders than martial cultivators eagerly prepared to explore the Ergou secret realm. Zhou Yuan, though nominally a martial cultivator, was in truth a swift archer wielding a divine bow and enchanted arrows, and thus naturally joined the exploration team. Yet as a ranged damage dealer he held little confidence in his fellow cultivators, whose abilities leaned heavily toward sorcery. First, the team lacked a true frontline tank, rendering combat tolerance perilously low. Second, the painted-skin ghost mother was a level 15 boss. Slaying her within her lair demanded either sacrificial attrition tactics, or overwhelming burst damage. Yet even the Jingan battalion commander struggled to fell elite monsters like the level 15 painted-skin man Ning, making it highly unlikely the team possessed sustained high damage output. Commander, won't reinforcements from the provincial capital arrive within days? Should we not wait for them? Zhou Yuan, whether or not reinforcements come, this painstaking method remains our only viable path for reconnaissance. We need not breach the realm entirely. Our objective is to document usable resources within, assess whether spirit artifacts manifest there, and gauge the strength of its demonic denizens. It is unnecessary to fully penetrate the realm or seize its treasure chests to verify the presence of spirit artifacts. Many formidable secret realms naturally nurture such treasures. Even without confronting their sovereign demons, one may still reap considerable rewards. Zhou Yuan understood every word spoken by Jiang Ren, the Jingan battalion commander. Battlefield intelligence was indispensable once hostilities commenced, and someone had to gather it. The crux, however, lay in Jiang Ren's inability to perceive dungeon interface data. His knowledge of painted-skin ghosts extended only to urban hauntings reported in the city, leading him to believe current forces were more than sufficient for exploring the Ergou secret realm. With concerted effort he even entertained the possibility of slaying the realm's sovereign demon outright. Reality, however, proved otherwise. Mindless ghosts were likely far more treacherous than sentient ones. After all, one possesses cunning, and instinctively seeks escape to preserve itself, if the other obeys only the imperative to fight relentless and fearless until destruction. Go change your gear. Aside from your divine bow and quiver, carry no heavy equipment. Swift withdrawal must remain possible if the advance falters. Understood. Faced with the commander's order, Zhou Yuan offered no protest. If even the spellcasting cultivators were volunteering as frontline shields, he, specializing in ranged damage, could hardly falter at the threshold of duty. He proceeded to the barracks, shed his armor, donned insulated garments, and wore only a light leather cuirass for protection. Commander Zhou, please wear these boots. They are custom-forged short boots studded with copper nails secured tightly with hemp cords for agility and stability during rapid movement. And take these deerskin gloves as well to shield your hands from the realm's biting cold and prevent stiffness. Exploring an icy, frigid secret realm demanded reliable footwear, lest one's feet become soaked, slip, or freeze, compromising mobility. Thus the quartermaster supplied not standard-issue military boots but short-calf leather boots reinforced with multiple copper buckles bound by braided hemp cords. Zhou Yuan changed into them and carefully tightened the cords. An auxiliary soldier knelt beside him, wrapping soft leather greaves and bracers around his shins and forearms, to seal out the chilling wind that might otherwise seep through sleeves and pant legs and impair his archery precision. Commander Zhou, this is your back-mounted quiver, designed for swift access. Its opening remains unsecured. Handle it carefully, bending too sharply may spill your arrows. Understood, I'll take care. Standard waist-hung quivers severely hindered mobility, rendering them unsuitable for dungeon exploration. Accordingly, the quartermaster specially outfitted Zhou Yuan with a back-mounted quiver, and replenished his supply with spirit-subduing arrows, bringing his total to 60. Though the camp stockpiled numerous blood-slaughter arrows, the quartermaster dared not issue more, fearing excessive weight would degrade the archer's performance. Finally, the quartermaster handed Zhou Yuan a wind goggle crafted from copper plates fitted with leather straps and pierced with countless fine perforations from the interior outward, functioning much like protective eyewear against gales and dust storms. Once fully attired, Zhou Yuan felt only one sensation: warmth. Magistrate Shen Yu of Leiji County had not conducted his reconnaissance in vain. He had reported the realm's glacial chill and faint mist, prompting immediate countermeasures from camp officials. Whether this ensemble would truly withstand the Ergou secret realm's bone-deep cold remained uncertain, but it was unquestionably superior to standard-issue boots and armor. Still, the ensemble lacked aesthetic appeal. Zhou Yuan transformed overnight from a valiant officer into a snow mountain hunter. When he entered the military tent and descended the rope ladder into the stone channel, he discovered everyone else looked much the same, martial cultivators clad identically in snow mountain hunter garb. The sole distinction was that among the 11 cultivators only one was an archer, the rest being close combat sword and shield warriors. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan descend, the fellow archer approached him cheerfully to chat. "Zhou Yuan, Commander Jiang told me you hail from Qiaoshi village in Shangle County, and only recently received your official appointment transferring to the Jinggan administrative office. What a coincidence. I am Cheng Fei, magistrate of Shangle County. We are true fellow townsfolk. Yuan pays respects, Your Excellency. Little did I imagine we share not only hometown roots but also the same cultivation path. Henceforth I humbly request your continued guidance and patronage." A county magistrate ranked far above Zhou Yuan. Even within the Jinggan army, only battalion commander Jiang Ren stood indisputably higher. All other officers in the camp were either his peers or subordinates, and given Cheng Fei's status as a martial cultivator, Zhou Yuan owed him due deference. No need for formalities. Though we share origins and mastery of archery, I know nothing yet of your skill. Once inside the Ergou secret realm, give your utmost. Should your performance earn my respect, I shall impart one of my signature archery techniques. What say you? It is settled. I thank Your Excellency deeply for this mentorship. Ha! A confident young master indeed. Very well, I await your demonstration. Do not disappoint me. As he passed through a narrow well shaft, the colors of the world around him abruptly changed. Zhou Yuan looked around and discovered that the instance cave of the painted skin ghost housed a dilapidated city square. The portal to enter and exit the instance spun incessantly behind him on a worn, peeling city gate. Their group had settled within the city gate passage, and moving further ahead would allow them to enter the ruined market. The sky here was gloomy, with a chilling mist swirling in the air, which was not the common white but a faint gray. From a distance everything was shrouded under the gray mist, as if covered by a dark filter, creating an atmosphere that felt both desolate and dreary. The floor tiles were unusually damp, showing signs of seepage. The mist in the air should not be an illusion but rather genuine water vapor. Jinggan Lieutenant Jiang Ren stepped out of the city gate, bending down to touch the pavement of the main road. He pried up a tile with his treasured blade and scooped a handful of the soil beneath. Feeling the cold dampness in his hand, he judged that the mist was likely a phenomenon of water vapor. Has no one entered? It seems the Ergou secret realm, despite its size, can only accommodate 20 people. The warrior team waited for a while and noticed that aside from Zhou Yuan, only 8 divine arms soldiers had entered, confirming the number limit of the Ergou secret realm. Exit the city gate and observe for a quarter of an hour. Lieutenant Jinggan worried that the mist might have abnormalities and had no intention of acting immediately. Instead, he instructed the team members to stay near the exit to observe the environment and adapt to the mist. As they observed, something indeed went amiss, with Zhou Yuan being the first to notice the anomaly. Upon stepping out of the city gate and fully entering the pale gray mist, he felt an even more pronounced cold, as if he had entered a frigid winter. Ding contact with the misty accumulation of Yin liquid has resulted in the negative status Yin cold. Zhou Yuan had previously obtained some of this Yin liquid when defeating the painted skin ghost. The attribute panel described it as a substance that quickly restores a small amount of true qi upon use, while stacking the Yin cold status, continuously causing blood loss while alleviating fainting and seductive negative states. This substance seemed decent, appearing to be a spiritual item for restoring qi, but its side effects were not to be underestimated. Zhou Yuan patiently watched the attribute panel, and after about 5 minutes his health had decreased by 1, yet his mana bar was activated. In a normal game pace, players would likely complete a prerequisite task and obtain a counteracting item. Alternatively, they might prepare more healing potions and charge forward to finish the task. However, ordinary warriors and soldiers could not take either of these routes, having to endure the extensive environmental damage with their limited health. Moreover, Zhou Yuan possessed an impressive attribute of 4 in agility, with both qi and divine attributes at 2. If he was losing health in 5 minutes, one could only imagine how the ordinary soldiers fared. Indeed, within just 10 minutes ordinary soldiers began to feel significant discomfort. "Lieutenant, I feel the cold is unbearable in my body and fingers have stiffened from the chill. Lieutenant, I feel short of breath, as if my chest is blocked by foreign matter, accompanied by a sense of weakness and nausea." Zhou Yuan turned to see that the soldier complaining of nausea had a health bar that was already below full, now reduced to 89. Those feeling unwell should retreat to the city gate, the rest continue to investigate. Approximately 10 more minutes passed and all ordinary soldiers retreated to the city gate, leaving only 11 warriors and Zhou Yuan on the city road. It seems to be a matter of qi. Without mobilizing bodily qi we cannot resist this cold mist. Zhou Yuan, your 3 talents seal can summon divine sense. Take some spiritual medicine to maintain your strength. Understood. To preserve the last 2 archers, Lieutenant Jingan provided Zhou Yuan with 2 bottles of jade true powder to replenish his qi and maintain his combat power. In doing so, Zhou Yuan obtained a spiritual item from the secret realm, gaining a clear opportunity to restore qi. This phenomenon was not uncommon. Trusted subordinates and offspring of martial officials often had access to spiritual items for restoring qi. The Great Wei Court Spirit Awakening Assessment did not offer a single qi restoration item but a stable supply quota of spiritual items. Without that quota, relying on piecing together various spiritual foods, even if one was fortunate enough to sense and control qi, they could not become a martial artist. Due to the dispersing qi returning to the mundane without stable spiritual sustenance, that breath would ultimately dissipate. Leave 4 quivers with the Divine Arm team, everyone else exit the Ghost secret realm. Lieutenant Jingan, realizing ordinary soldiers could not survive here, ordered their departure. It was not easy to cultivate a few Divine Arm soldiers in the camp, and they could not afford to lose 8 to this cold mist. Understood. With the departure of the Divine Arm soldiers, Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei, the county lieutenant from Shanglu, each received 2 extra quivers. However, these could not be conveniently carried and had to be returned midway for resupply, which was still faster than replenishing through entering and exiting the secret realm. Let's go and test the quality of the ghosts in the secret realm. Under Lieutenant Jingan's lead, the warrior team moved toward the market ahead. The ghosts there varied in level, the lowest being level 5 and the highest only level 10. They occasionally entered various dilapidated rooms and walked orderly on the market street, resembling ordinary residents living there. There are no traces of painted skin ghosts. It seems that skin is not easy to make. As the warrior team moved forward, they soon triggered the attack range of the outer ghosts. They all turned their gaze toward Zhou Yuan's group, their emerald green pupils and mist-like shadowy bodies appearing both ethereal and terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei were the first to draw their bows, and the swiftly flying arrows instantly felled several ghosts. The warriors in the front row also activated their various weapon effects, confronting the attacking ghosts directly. The number of ghosts that had their aggro drawn either directly or indirectly exceeded 30. However, they could not break through the defense of the 10 warriors, quickly falling under the dual assault of the archers and warriors. The sound of experience notifications rang incessantly, and Zhou Yuan became the greatest beneficiary of the ghost slaying. He did not check how much experience he had gained, but instead focused on the health bars of each warrior. Very good, we didn't lose much health during that wave of aggro. It seems we can handle a few more waves. Though the vaporized liquid continued to lower Zhou Yuan's health, its concentration was ultimately low, having little effect. The warriors perhaps had relatively high resistance and had yet to feel any significant discomfort. Halt, I have something to report. Cheng Fei, the county lieutenant of Shanglu, was quick on his feet and accustomed to seeking elevated positions. He instinctively climbed up to the market street's residential area and made a new discovery. County Lieutenant, you have made a discovery, please speak freely. Lieutenant, this secret realm resembles a city square. I do not mean its appearance but rather the phenomena within. I climbed onto a residence and saw several ghosts wandering in the nearby courtyards. If all the residences in the square are like this, the number of ghosts here could be extraordinarily high. It is hard to say how many people a city square can accommodate, but judging by the building density in the ghost secret realm, housing 4,000 to 5,000 people should not be a problem. If players were to come here, they would naturally grind for bosses. Low-level ghosts would merely be viewed as background for the instance. However, for warriors, such high density would require enormous amounts of spiritual energy to push through to the demon lord, likely being a losing endeavor. I did not expect this place to be so perilous. Slow down the advance and investigate the residences in the square. The exploration plan of the warrior team was not going smoothly. Since entering the ghost secret realm, they had hardly received any good news. Moreover, in the residences within the city there were basically spirits lurking, and entering would result in immediate attacks from them. Seeing this scene, the warriors all wore serious expressions, as if they had encountered a formidable challenge. This is troublesome. The Heaven and Earth secret record issued by the court contains records of such large-scale secret realms. Restoring such secret realms is quite easy. As long as the demon leader within is slain and they exit the secret realm, it will automatically revert. However, this type of secret realm is different from ordinary ones. Merely killing the demon leader will not cause the other demons to die, they will continue to wander in place. Therefore such large secret realms are difficult to become stable logistical treasure troves. The warriors could hardly imagine the cost required to completely cleanse the ghosts in the city, allowing troops to come and go with supplies. If the secret realm contained weak demons, the subsequent cleanup tasks could be handed over to the troops. But the demons in the ghost secret realm clearly exceeded the soldiers' capacity to handle. The warriors could not afford to waste spiritual energy to cleanse the ghosts in the residences. Thus the ordinary resources of the ghost secret realm became unusable, leaving only the value of treasure chests and hidden treasures. I hope there are spiritual materials here, otherwise we will likely have to cleanse the ghosts and station guards, turning it into a secret realm armory. For many years the warriors of the Dawei had attacked secret realms. Any secret realm they could successfully assault, no matter how barren, could be reasonably utilized. However, stationing guards to prevent the secret realm from reverting is definitely one of the least efficient methods. If given a choice, they would not allow a secret realm that continuously produces various resources to become a storage warehouse for arms. On the other hand, Zhou Yuan's perspective differed from that of the warrior's pessimism. For him, the ghost dungeon filled with low-level monsters was perfect for grinding experience and obtaining dropped items. Coincidentally, the low-level ghosts did not move quickly, allowing him to employ a kite strategy, luring a batch and eliminating another. Moreover, with the skin of the town god that allowed for continuous health and mana regeneration, it posed no significant issue for him to solo clear the low-level monsters here. The only concern would be the potential depletion of arrows requiring sufficient logistical support. In light of this, he decided to hint at the value of the ghost dungeon to prevent the Jingon captain from deeming it a low-value secret realm. Captain, I wonder why the mist here, while uncomfortable for me, seems to amplify my sensitivity to qi. What? Such a thing exists. Everyone quickly perceive it closely. My subordinate has an extraordinary talent for sensing qi, having once cultivated the 3-talent seal without relying on any spiritual materials. His qi is sparse, yet his sensing ability is strong, so his feelings are unlikely to be false. Hearing the Jingon captain praise Zhou Yuan so highly, the other warriors could not help but take notice. They gathered their qi, allowing more of the cold grey mist to enter their breathing range. After about a quarter of an hour, the Jingon captain was the first to perceive an anomaly. He discovered that although the cold grey mist was harmful to the body, it contained a mysterious amount of spiritual energy. However, there was not much spiritual energy within the mist. If it could be condensed into liquid form, it might yield a type of spiritual material that is harmful yet beneficial. County captains, this mist indeed has an anomaly. It is harmful to the body yet beneficial for qi, cold yet invigorating. Such a mixed quality substance can be considered a spiritual item. As the captain said, this grey mist is not a good thing, but its large quantity contains spiritual energy, making it a valuable item. Even if it is difficult to become spiritual food, it can supplement some treasure symbols with spiritual energy. Although it is good, it is difficult to collect. Laying down cloth might adhere to some grey mist, but relying solely on damp cloth to wring it out will yield little liquid. While the warrior county captains were not as sensitive as the Jingon captain, they did not believe he would deceive them. Upon hearing the Jingon captain affirm Zhou Yuan's perception, they also discovered the value of the cold grey mist. However, the severe toxicity of the cold mist significantly limited this value. Otherwise, even if it was difficult to extract, merely transforming it into a training ground for warriors would be a rare paradise. This is excellent. Since the mist here contains spiritual energy, the treasure chest obtained after slaying the demon leader will surely contain spiritual items. Everyone, let us join hands to explore further and see if we can pinpoint the demon leader's location. With the Jingon captain's command, the warrior team quickly departed from the residential area and returned to the main street of the market. The number of ghosts on the street was numerous, and clearing them all was not an easy task. Thus, after eliminating about 5 teams of ghosts, roughly 160, the warrior team clearly felt that this was a costly endeavor. If they continued pushing forward like this, they might exhaust their spiritual materials before even reaching the demon leader. Moreover, with the presence of cold toxicity, a group of people expending spiritual energy and harming themselves here was not a wise strategy. The best approach would be to have someone proactively clear the street, allowing the warriors to maintain peak condition for the ultimate assault on the demon leader. Of course, it would be even better if that person clearing the street did not expend much spiritual materials, only using some ordinary resources. Among those present only Zhou Yuan and County Captain Shang Le Chengfei met the criteria. Both relied on the secret realm's treasure bow and the evil banishing arrow to kill the Yin ghosts rather than spiritual power. Under normal circumstances arrows could be reused, making this approach far more cost-effective than having the warriors collectively expend spiritual power. Captain, the Yin ghosts here have limited mobility and will not swarm us. Perhaps we could use archers to clear them one by one, thus avoiding excessive spiritual energy consumption while preserving our combat readiness. The strategy that the county captains came up with was not something the Jingan captain could overlook. However, he needed to consider the emotions of his subordinates and could not personally propose a plan that would benefit the public while harming himself. Now that a warrior had actively suggested it, he took the opportunity to ask. Chengfei Zhou Yuan, do you think this method is feasible? What could be wrong with it? Brothers, take a short break, let us exert ourselves first. Yuan also thinks it is worth a try, otherwise the consumption will be too great and detrimental to future explorations. Although both archers expressed their willingness for safety, Sake the Jingan captain still decided to stay behind as a guard to prevent any dangers while luring the Yin ghosts. The warriors also left one person to act as a guard while the others temporarily returned to the city gate to rest. Thus the 12-member pioneering team transformed into 2 people clearing monsters and 10 resting, creating a scene of a big boss leading lazy fish. After Zhou Yuan and Chengfei lured a few small groups of 5 or 6 Yin ghosts, the option for the archers to clear monsters increased by 1. Zhou Yuan, how about we alternate actions? One person lures while the other rests, thus ensuring the method of lure and kill continues uninterrupted. Sure, County Captain, take a rest. It is not difficult for me to lure 5 or 6 at a time. The 9 warriors rested at the city gate while the 2 stayed vigilant on the rooftops, with only Zhou Yuan diligently attracting and clearing monsters. Am I a team god or just a team laborer leading 11 while doing all the work myself? Whoosh! 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 Arrows sliced through the air with blinding speed as the archer darted nimbly. Shadowy Yin hosts drawn by his movement never came close before falling one by one. Though Zhou Yuan outwardly appeared to be a mere monster-clearing laborer, in truth he enjoyed far greater tactical freedom. A steady cascade of chimes, ding, 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 signaled not only the influx of experience but also the acquisition of dropped loot. These 2 steadily accumulating rewards dramatically heightened Zhou Yuan's resolve, transforming what could have been monotonous Yin host eradication into an exhilarating, fiercely invigorating endeavor. Chengfei, County Magistrate of Shangle, watched in astonishment as Zhou Yuan loosed arrows with astonishing speed and precision, even while sprinting and firing backward without compromising accuracy. In his view, stationary shooting was easiest, mounted archery demanded mastery, and moving target shooting required supreme precision, yet Zhou Yuan mid-stride maintained flawless 100% accuracy. A natural-born divine archer. I had even planned to teach him archery, only to find his skill already surpasses mine. Were we to compete in conventional archery alone, I suspect I would fall short. Magistrate Cheng jests, replied the speaker. My subordinate commands only mundane archery, no spiritual archery arts. Compared to you, his skill remains vastly inferior. Then let him learn a technique of spiritual archery from me, so he may behold the grace of his elders and temper any arrogance that might arise. Ha ha ha. Since Commandant Jiang has spoken, how could I refuse to impart such an art? After all, he is a youth from my native county. I hope he one day awakens his spiritual roots, achieves noble distinction, and never forgets his hometown and its people. Unaware, Zhou Yuan labored tirelessly, while his superior quietly secured him an investment. Commandant Jiang Ren of Jing'an valued Zhou Yuan for 2 reasons: first, his innate talent and prowess in combat; second, his status as a trusted subordinate. Within the Yin Ghost secret realm, Zhou Yuan was unquestionably Jiang Ren's most trusted operative, far surpassing all martial cultivators dispatched from other counties. Thus Jiang Ren willingly aided Zhou Yuan's cultivation, thereby strengthening the Jing'an military corps as a whole. As Commandant Jiang Ren exchanged light conversation with Magistrate Chengfei, Zhou Yuan encountered his first wave of higher-level foes. Yin Ghost Warrior level 12 and Yin Ghost Scholar level 12 emerged from alleyways flanking the main street, alleys leading to spacious decaying courtyards likely harboring further Yin Host warriors and scholars. These Yin Host warriors possess significantly higher aggression thresholds. Zhou Yuan had barely drawn nearby ghosts when they actively joined the pursuit. Unlike ordinary Yin Hosts, they did not lunge, they wielded blades, spears, swords, and shields. Fortunately, Yin Host scholars exhibited low aggression sensitivity, otherwise Zhou Yuan risked drawing too many foes at once, overwhelming his ability to clear them swiftly. Even so, it took 5 precise cycles, lure, sprint, halt and shoot, before he eliminated all 6 common Ing hosts and 5 Ing host warriors in pursuit. True to their occupational designation, the Ing host warriors dropped luminous spheres, not the ordinary white but vivid green orbs. Approaching to collect, Zhou Yuan discovered, for the first time, items beyond accumulated Ing fluid. Weapon: Ing blade spear. Description: forged from nether iron infused with yin energy existing in liminal reality, wieldable by both Ing hosts and living humans. Note: upon weapon degradation, Ing energy leaks, diminishing its chilling toxin effect. Item: Netherblood Dew. Description: the turbid waters of the yellow springs, the crimson flow of the nether river, neither blood nor liquid yet nourishing to the soul. Common in the underworld, rare in the mortal realm where it condenses into dew-like essence. Effect: upon consumption reduces vitality slightly while subtly enhancing the divine soul. Useful for soul nourishment via controlled blood loss, alchemical pill refinement, poison crafting, and for restoring Ing hosts' vitality. The 5 Ing host warriors yielded 2 Ing blade spears and 1 vial of netherblood dew. The Ing blade, carrying innate chilling toxin, marked Zhou Yuan's first encounter with a special effect melee weapon. Its lethality remained unproven, but the black and crimson shaft veiled in faint grey mist radiated unmistakable aura of the extraordinary. Even more astonishing was the netherblood dew. The attribute panel itself classified it as viable for poison synthesis, suggesting formidable toxicity. Yet it proved harmless, indeed beneficial, to Ing hosts and malevolent spirits, if for them it functioned not as poison but as potent life-restoring elixir. With a special effect weapon and a dual-purpose item, capable of both poison craft and soul nourishment, Zhou Yuan's entire kiting rhythm transformed. No longer content with clearing common Ing hosts, he now deliberately targeted Ing host warriors within the alleyway courtyards, repeatedly luring them into his chase formation. After 2 more rounds of such tactics, Commandant Jiang Ren and Magistrate Cheng Fei noticed the anomaly. Magistrate Cheng: armed Ing hosts have appeared. Ahead lies either a demon lord, or a high-tier fiend. Summon the resting warriors to form ranks. We shall first eliminate the immediate threat, then resume the archer-led kiting strategy. Understood. At the command, 9 martial cultivators resting within the city gate vault rushed forward. Having briefly exited the frigid grey mist, their re-entry into the ruined marketplace rendered the mist's cold far more palpable. This chill was no superficial frost that froze droplets, it was an inward insidious cold siphoning warmth from their very bodies, inducing physical discomfort even as it sharpened mental clarity. Brothers, all heed, Zhou Yuan has drawn armed Ing hosts. Let us advance and strike hard, uncovering what lies hidden within their stronghold. With the warrior squad rejoining the fray, Zhou Yuan gained precious space to stand firm and unleash sustained volleys. A welcome development. Zhou Yuan too wished to see whether elite foes dwelled within the Ing host warriors' courtyard, and whether they might drop even rarer treasures. Zhou Yuan, how formidable are these armed Ing hosts? Reporting Commandant. Common Ing hosts fall to a single arrow, armed ones require 2 or 3. Such a stark disparity, then we near the core domain of the demon sovereign. Form shield wall formation and advance. Maintain strict formation, do not break ranks lest Ing hosts pierce our line and strike from behind. Understood. The warriors' military discipline was exceptional. Though rarely trained in coordinated operations, their battle formation moved with seamless cohesion, effortless, instinctive, unwavering. With their arrival, the drawn Ing hosts multiplied, and lost the agility required for individual kiting tactics. Yet the squad cleared monsters faster than ever. After luring 30 or 40 Ing hosts, they would rapidly retreat 20 paces, then unleash synchronized barrages. Through this disciplined ebb and flow, the warrior squad soon purged all Ing hosts from the alleyways and courtyards, until approaching the Ing host warrior's residence, Zhou Yuan noticed 2 peculiar characters still legible on the rotted wooden plaque above its gate. They were not earthly script, but ghost tongue nether script. The 2 glyphs, Wu Kuei, martial champion, appeared simultaneously arrogant and decayed, revealing the mansion's former master. Indeed, the moment the warrior squad entered the spacious courtyard, Zhou Yuan glimpsed a singular Ing host, unimposing in stature, even delicate in form, yet its mist shadow body was unnervingly dense as if coalesced from liquid obsidian. Most striking was its weapon, a 9-section iron cudgel akin to a jin. During Jing'an City's ghost plague, only one entity wielded such a weapon, the painted-skin demon man Ning. It followed then that beneath her alluring facade lay this Ing ghost martial champion level 14. Not only Zhou Yuan surmised its identity, the anomaly did not escape Commandant Jiang Ren's notice either. I recognize it, though its current form differs greatly. That iron cudgel bears no falsehood. All take heed, this Ing host is exceedingly dangerous, do not let its cudgel strike you. We shall surround and overwhelm it, swiftly neutralize the threat. The Ing ghosts are devoid of intelligence and emotion, making it impossible to distinguish between male and female. Zhou Yuan and Captain Jing could only guess that the Ing ghost martial commander was the painted skin man Ning based on the characteristics of their weapons. Only when the level 14 Ing ghost martial commander made a move did Captain Jing realize it was indeed the painted skin man Ning, yet not entirely so. This was because the combat skills of the Ing ghost martial commander were fundamentally consistent with those of the painted skin man Ning. Conversely, it was not entirely so, as the combat style of the Ing ghost martial commander was completely different from that of the painted skin man Ning. One ghost was the epitome of brute force while the other was skilled, agile and graceful. In comparison, the Ing ghost martial commander was more difficult to deal with than the painted skin man Ning. It showed no concern for injury, delivering deadly strikes with overwhelming force in every move. The warrior Shenyu from Leiji County was originally an adept user of sword and shield, but after merely blocking a whip with his shield his arm became red and swollen from the impact. This situation made it such that without the boss even exerting itself, the elite monster's output was already overwhelming the front line. Archers target its right arm, take out that iron whip. Hearing this, Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei, the two archers, no longer conserved their stamina or spiritual energy and unleashed their most powerful attacks. First, the county lieutenant Cheng Fei from Shanglu County recalled his Jingxia arrow and equipped the less damaging blood curse arrow. This was an irrational gear change, yet unexpectedly the blood curse arrow suddenly ignited with dazzling blood flames, causing Cheng Fei's health to plummet by 2 in an instant. In the next moment the arrow with the blood flame effect shot forth and firmly struck the arm of the Ing ghost martial commander. The immense force and attached damage of this arrow not only pushed the Ing ghost martial commander back a step but also caused its rapidly swinging arm to stiffen. At that moment Zhou Yuan's triple star arrow struck with lightning speed. Boom, bang bang. The first Jingxia arrow hit the crook of the Ing ghost martial commander's arm, while the other 2 Jingxia arrows followed closely behind, shattering the shaft of the first arrow and driving it deeper. After 3 cracking sounds, 2 arrowheads and 1 intact Jingxia arrow were firmly embedded in the crook of the Ing ghost martial commander's arm, nearly severing it completely. Good, both of you are remarkable archers, let us see what our brothers can do. The strikes to the weak points by the 2 archers completely changed the battlefield situation, allowing Captain Jing to seize the opportunity to land a decisive blow on the Ing ghost martial commander's arm. The treasured blade, crackling with arcs of electricity, sliced down along the gaping wound created by Zhou Yuan's triple star arrow, severing the small arm holding the iron whip of the Ing ghost martial commander. With the 9-section iron whip falling, the Ing ghost martial commander completely lost its ability to resist. Several warriors ruthlessly surrounded and attacked it, while Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei each replenished a Jingxia arrow. Ding killed level 14 Ing ghost martial commander, experience 280. Zhou Yuan, your triple star arrow has some merit, you might teach me sometime. After the battle ended, County Lieutenant Cheng Fei from Shanglu County proactively approached Zhou Yuan to seek guidance. Since you admire it, we can practice together once we exit the secret realm. What a generous person. I also have a blood curse arrow technique I plan to teach you, let us exchange knowledge. Do not underestimate the blood curse arrow technique, thinking it is the same as the blood curse arrow in the camp. In fact, it is different. My blood curse arrow technique is a spiritual archery technique. Although its effects are somewhat similar to the blood curse arrow, the amount of damage it can cause depends on how much blood curse energy you can condense, as well as the compatibility and capacity of the arrow. Thank you, County Lieutenant, for your teachings. The ability to condense blood curse energy for attacks is a spiritual archery technique that is hard to come by. Zhou Yuan spoke the truth. Skills that consume blood and blue energy to increase attack power are simply divine techniques for someone like him who does not lack blood potions. Alright, the blood curse arrow technique has many taboos, such as not being able to attach it to the Jingxia arrow, and excessive condensation can harm the body. I will find time to compile a document and send it to you. While Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei were chatting, the warrior squad also retrieved the 9-section iron whip from the Ing ghost martial commander and formed groups of 3 to investigate each room. Due to the limited space and numerous obstacles inside the rooms, the archers' performance was severely hindered. Thus Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei were not allowed to participate in the indoor exploration and could only remain on alert in the yard. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuan pretended to patrol and collected the green orbs dropped by the Ing ghost martial commander. Ding acquired Martial Commander Essence 1, another Blood Dew 5. Skill Martial Commander Essence description: the commander, a ghost fighter, struggles in the battle of ghosts, suffering through the cuts of struggle. connecting to Puppet and the strange adept at hiding and ambushing. The martial commander is a ghost in battle able to condense energy and absorb Yin, enhancing the strength and explosive power of the body. Effect upon use: gain the skill martial essence, which continuously consumes blue energy while increasing defense and attack power. Note: solitary Yin does not thrive and solitary Yang does not give birth. Ghost fighters possess literary and martial prowess. Collect all 3 commander techniques and level them up to the maximum to gain the skill Commander Dual Law. This skill is excellent. If paired with the explosive 3 talisman seal, it will surely yield greater bursts of power. Thus Zhou Yuan directly chose to use it, but did not expect that the experience required for this skill was somewhat high: 100 for level 1, 200 for level 2, and 1000 for level 10. The skill Martial Commander Essence needed a total of 5,500 experience points to max out. Zhou Yuan's experience points were temporarily insufficient, so he could not max it out, only increasing it to level 8. After completing the skill upgrade, he voluntarily activated the skill to test the enhancement level and found his body felt as solid as if he were wearing iron armor. However, the blue energy was continuously depleting at a rate that made Martial Commander Essence difficult to maintain as a permanent skill. Just as Zhou Yuan was drawing the tiger bow to test the attack enhancement, a warrior entered the main hall of the residence holding 2 half-meter-tall long-necked vases. Inside each vase was a strikingly beautiful flower, the crimson petals densely packed, appearing exceptionally radiant in the dim and hazy Yin Ghost secret realm. Captain, the black liquid and red flower in this vase should be extraordinary. They should be taken out of the secret realm for examination and testing. Good. First place them at the city gate, then check for any abnormalities in the surrounding buildings. Zhou Yuan clearly observed that the black liquid in the vase was Yin accumulation liquid and the flower was called Evening Fragrance. Since the flower was in the warrior's hands, Zhou Yuan could not conveniently place it in his inventory, thus unable to check its description or uncover its effects. Understood. The warrior squad did not immediately rest after killing the Yin Ghost Martial Commander, but actively investigated the surroundings, preparing to check if any demon leaders were present. This investigation indeed uncovered abnormalities, as within the residence facing the Yin Ghost Martial Commander across the street there was also a special Yin Ghost. It was tall and robust, more resembling a warrior than the Yin Ghost Martial Commander, and its identity information was level 14 Yin Ghost Literary Commander. The weapon in its hand was a longsword, making it appear to be a warrior skilled in agile combat. However, Zhou Yuan believed these were just facades. The Martial Commander fought with an iron whip while the Literary Commander wielded a longsword, which was somewhat inconsistent with the literary title. Could it be a ghost script spell? This guy might be an elite that draws monsters. Zhou Yuan's speculation was correct. At the moment the warrior squad pushed the door open, the level 14 Yin Ghost Literary Commander unleashed the ghost script spell. The ghost script spell connected the nearby level 12 Yin Ghost scholars, who then released the spell again, affecting the ordinary Yin ghosts surrounding them. In the next moment the Yin ghosts in the nearby residential areas erupted, forming a tide of Yin ghosts rushing towards the warrior squad. The sheer number, at least 200 to 300, made the warriors' scalps tingle. Quickly flee, the ghost tide has erupted, we must not engage recklessly. A ghost tide erupted. This was no time for reckless charges. Yin hosts rolled in like a surging sea, and the squad of warriors withdrew with all haste. Jingan Captain Jiang Ren chose to hold the rear. He drew in spiritual energy and unleashed a sweeping thunder strike, leaving a blades car on the street that crackled with dancing arcs of lightning. Though the cut could not halt the ghostly advance, its paralytic effect slowed the forward ranks, buying precious moments. Under the restraint of the thunder strike, the warriors slipped free of pursuit and raced back toward the citygate tunnel. But the hatred-bound apparitions would not relinquish their chase. In great numbers they pressed and jostled like a tide surging toward the gate. Leave the secret realm, we will seek another way. Faced with the onslaught of countless Yin hosts, to linger and fight would cost more than it gained. At the captain's command, Zhou Yuan and the other warriors touched the instance portal in turn and returned to the dark, cramped well passage. The moment they departed, the frenzied horde lost its target. After pacing a while, the ghosts scattered and drifted away one by one. Compared with the ghosts' loose disarray, the warriors were literally united. 12 men squeezed and stepped over one another, jammed together in the damp shaft. At the very bottom, Jingan Captain Jiang Ren braced himself in a spread-eagled posture against the well walls, preventing anyone from being accidentally pushed back into the ghostly realm. Blast it, don't stand on my head, move quickly, there are still a few packed below. Why are the artisans so slow? If I get up there, I'll turn this well into a pit. The warriors had forgotten that although the county artisans department had drawn sensible plans, construction had only just begun. They had been too eager to rush into the realm. How excited they had been to enter, how disheveled they were to flee. Thumps and bangs echoed as heavy objects fell, and at last the narrow shaft opened up enough to move through. One by one the warriors leapt from the dry well, and Zhou Yuan was hoisted by Cheng Fei of Shangle County, leveraging the throw to climb the rim. Seeing them, the camp medics hurried forward, asking if anyone needed urgent stitching or bandaging. Only when the dust-covered Jingon captain finally emerged did the farce of complaints and solicitous banter come to an end. They first took hot baths to banish the chill from their bones, then filed into the camp hall one by one to drink and discuss the matter. Jiang Ren changed into a loose hemp robe. His wet hair fell over his shoulders, lending him an almost rakish, unconstrained literati air. Fellow county captains, although this exploration proved troublesome, we gained much useful intelligence. Drink deep from this cup to celebrate our return and our laden spoils. Ghost matron Luo Xing, who accompanied the feast, watched the clinking cups and laughter and felt the unease in her chest ease for a moment. Indeed, demons without wisdom find no salvation. Immortals with wisdom live fragile lives. On the surface it seemed a balance of yin and yang, each with its merits and flaws. When a realm is ripe for conquest, men sweep out the fiends and revel in victory. When it proves too perilous, they may withdraw midway, reward themselves, and devise other stratagems. But the realm's monsters could never taste such celebratory liquor. Confined to their limited spaces, they could only pace and gnaw at their confinement. Thus Luo Xing relaxed. She preferred to sit among people at the feast rather than linger in that cold nest. Mr. Luo, why do you not drink? Is the wine too pungent? Jiang Ren protested that as the honored guest who had offered aid, he had been remiss, and ordered attendants to bring fruit wine. Such a celebration should not find our guest uncomfortable. Luo Xing declined the substitution. I came to this camp to offer my service and to sit here with these heroes. For an occasion such as this, the stronger the wine the better. Wait a moment, I shall drain mine. She lifted her cup, sipped twice, then closed her eyes and gulped the fiery liquor down in one draught. The scorching spirit of the wine struck her brow, rolled in her stomach, and refluxed up her throat and nose, driving tears from her eyes. Good wine. Those with ambition should join the ranks and drink strong spirits. Fine, not only ambitious but able to outdrink. Tonight we will not depart sober. As Luo Xing drank and wept, a guard pouring wine sneered inwardly. A man of letters, he thought, and yet he can be moved to tears by a cup. How sensitive, hardly heroic. They did not know that Luo Xing was bidding farewell to her past. She would not return to the ghost nest, she did not wish to. She desired to become a warrior, to campaign in other secret realms, to sit and debate and drink freely. The banquet closed in the warriors' laughter and the lean literatus' tears. The warriors resolved to wait for the prefectural reinforcements before renewing their exploration of the Ying-host realm. Luo Xing awaited imperial rewards. Perhaps her offering of the nest would be exchanged for rank. Everyone present had profited in some way, and so they drank with ease to banish fatigue. At dawn the next day, Jingon captain awoke and ordered his guards to summon Zhou Yuan. He trusted Zhou Yuan's skill, knowing that employing him would quicken their assaults on the realm. He intended to alter the camp's tempo temporarily and replenish the armory's stores of spirit goods as swiftly as possible. When Zhou Yuan was brought into the hall, the captain spoke plainly of his aim. Zhou Yuan, this purge of ghosts and exploration of the realm has cost us dearly. When the county warriors leave, we must present spirit items and relics in recognition of their service. Reinforcements from the prefectural authorities should arrive shortly. During this interval I cannot stay to oversee the attacks. You and Kai Cheng will take my orders and return to the camp, press the assaults on its instances and replenish our stores. Understood. Zhou Yuan, short on experience, welcomed the chance to run lower-level instances. He only worried about Kai Cheng since his mother had been a painted-skin spirit. When Zhou Yuan met Kai Cheng again, the latter showed no despondence but his customary steadiness. Brother Kai, I have heard of your family's plight, accept my condolences. Kai Cheng replied that he was not grief-stricken at the spirit's death, he feared his mother's suffering and hated that when she cried for help he had not been there. Come brother, let us return to the camp and fight. Only blood-forged battle can loosen the sorrow in my chest. Kai Cheng could not have imagined that a single leave to the city would bring such matters to pass. Fortunately his wife and children were unharmed, otherwise he would surely have been undone. Filled with grief and righteous anger, Kai Cheng returned to the main camp and the campaign resumed. This time the mobilization was urgent. All Xian armored soldiers and divine arm fighters curtailed their rest and were hurled into the bloody assaults without delay. Fortunate then that Zhou Yuan, the superb marksman, stood among them. Without him even the elite troops would have suffered grievous losses. Xian armored shields advance, hooks and scythes prepare. Zhou Yuan, you bear the tiger hunter bow. See if you can fell the demon leader outright. This time we hide nothing, strike him down swiftly. Very well. I will kill him. Since the full-scale assault on the secret realm in the attack camp began, the soldiers of the Xuanjia Divine Arm have entered a phase of continuous rotation in battle. Under such high pressure, not to mention the soldiers, even Kai Cheng could hardly endure for a few days. As a result, the subsequent leader of the secret realm became Zhou Yuan, the only one capable of leading the bloody battle without showing signs of fatigue. Originally in the secret realm of the attack camp Niu Tu Zhai, he would earn about 780 experience points, 9 healing ointments, 3 jade true powders and various miscellaneous items. However, after easing the pace of the assault, he was able to exert himself fully, and the rewards from clearing the dungeon increased to 1,000 experience points, 12 healing ointments, 3 jade true powders and even more miscellaneous items. Thanks to this, on the first day he returned to the camp to attack the secret realm, he leveled up the 8th level skill Martial Heroes Condensation to its maximum level. When Martial Heroes Condensation reached its maximum level, not only did his defense and attack power increase significantly, but the consumption of spiritual energy also decreased somewhat. This aligns with the meaning of condensation, enhancing the efficiency of spiritual energy utilization. Now, as long as he activates Martial Heroes Condensation, Zhou Yuan's physical body becomes as solid as seamless iron armor with exceptionally high resilience, capable of cushioning a certain amount of shock damage. This massive increase in defensive power transformed him from an ordinary archer into a meat shield archer. Faced with such obvious benefits, he had no reason to slack off and began wholeheartedly grinding dungeons, accumulating experience and supplies. It is worth mentioning that 3 days after Zhou Yuan returned to the camp, the county lieutenant Cheng Fei from Shanglu sent soldiers to deliver a martial arts manual and a document. The martial arts manual was the blood curse archery technique he had promised Zhou Yuan, while the document contained precautions for using the blood curse archery technique. The soldiers delivering the message also brought along the instructions from Jiang Ren, the school lieutenant of Jingan. The message conveyed that the reinforcements from the state had arrived in Jingan city. Although they did not plan to assault the Yin Ghost secret realm for the time being, there would definitely be actions taken in the near future. The school lieutenant hoped that Zhou Yuan and the brothers in the camp would endure more hardships and accumulate more spiritual items from the secret realm to help maintain the combat strength of the martial artists group. After receiving the instructions, Zhou Yuan handed over the 3-star convergence archery technique he had written during the night to the soldiers, asking them to deliver it to Cheng Fei from Shanglu. He then continued to assault the dungeons in the camp, waiting for the next opportunity to explore the Yin Ghost secret realm. Skill: Blood Curse Archery Technique. Introduction: Blood Curse harms life, also known as Blood Blade, Blood Edge. It travels with the flow of time, causing injuries with lighter effects on skin and flesh and heavier ones resulting in death. Effect: Condensing blood and gathering chi. The Blood Curse inflicts blood curse damage on the target, causing bleeding and chaotic energy effects. Note: the more life and spiritual energy consumed, the higher the blood curse damage. Level 1 can consume 1 of life to generate blood curse, while level 10 can consume 10 of life. Cheng Fei from Shanglu was not wrong. If this blood curse archery technique is much more powerful than the blood curse arrows available in the camp. As long as one is willing to consume red and blue energy, this skill can unleash explosive damage in a short time and can also trigger a chaotic energy effect. The reason why Cheng County Lieutenant only used the blood curse archery technique once in the Yin Ghost secret realm is that this skill not only injures the user but is also more suited for killing normal life forms rather than Yin ghosts or evil spirits. In the Yin Ghost secret realm, it is far less effective than the evil suppressing arrow and can only serve as an emergency burst method. The characteristics of the blood curse archery technique make it unlikely to become a regular means for martial artists, otherwise after a single battle they might end up with anemia. However, Zhou Yuan is different. He has blood medicines and recovery skills to support him, making him very suitable for using such a self-harming and ferocious skill. Therefore, he directly utilized the martial arts manual and spent his accumulated experience points to level it up to the maximum. In the following days he diligently grinded dungeons to the point where even in his dreams he was immersed in scenes of clearing dungeons and collecting dropped items. He initially thought that the recent actions mentioned by the school lieutenant of Jingan would take at most 3 to 5 days, but unexpectedly he waited for half a month. It was not until August 2nd of the 13th year of Hongye that the school lieutenant's military order finally reached the military fort. At this point Zhou Yuan had accumulated over 20,000 experience points, 320 healing ointments, 116 jade true powders, as well as a large quantity of rice balls and various weapons. The school lieutenant's order commanded the military officer Kai Cheng to resume the number of assaults on the secret realm and ordered the divine armed general Zhou Yuan to lead 200 cavalry soldiers to escort 3 boxes of spiritual items into Jing'an city. Upon receiving the order, Zhou Yuan gathered the cavalry soldiers and returned to Jing'an city. As soon as he entered the city, he noticed that not only had the city regained its liveliness, but it had also become more prosperous than before. After inquiring with the accompanying messenger, he learned that the state had approved the county's application for a literary examination and sent officials from the government to collaborate with the county to select the needed officials. This move greatly stimulated the commoners and prominent families in the surrounding counties, causing many aspiring individuals from various counties to flock to Jing'an city. With the evil spirits purged and new faces regardless of good or bad, there will surely be fewer unexpected deaths. After Zhou Yuan entered the barracks and delivered the escorted spiritual items, he met the reinforcements from the state. A total of 8 martial artists had come, commanding 3,000 soldiers. It is said that only 3 martial artists arrived first. After entering the Yin Ghost secret realm for inspection, the state dispatched 5 more martial artists to assist. When Zhou Yuan entered the camp hall, the martial artists were in discussion. Since he also needed to enter the secret realm for assault, he was kept there to discuss military affairs. Colleagues, the cold black liquid has been tested on death row prisoners, and it is indeed harmful and toxic. The county lieutenant Shen Yu, generous and fearless, personally drank a drop for experimentation, discovering that the cold black liquid invigorates qi while harming the body, likely similar to the mist in the secret realm. School Lieutenant Jiang Ren is elaborating on the pros and cons of the Yin Ghost secret realm, and the martial artists from the state are also expressing their opinions. Although there are no military supplies in the Yin Ghost secret realm, there are numerous wooden structures which are excellent for charcoal production. If there are further spiritual item gains, I suggest we attack with full force without any need for sealing. What Lu Kenjun said is very true. We have not added a new secret realm in Huai Prefecture for many years. Since we have encountered one, there is no reason to seal it off. Why not send the shooting sound camp soldiers armed with blood curse arrows to enter in teams? Each team can spend 15 minutes in the secret realm before rotating in and out, attacking continuously. Even if each team can only kill 2 or 3, after a month we can clear the Yin Ghosts, leaving only the demon leaders and a few powerful demons. Only then did Zhou Yuan understand why the assaults on the secret realm had been delayed for so long. The martial artists from the state did not care about the casualties among the shooting sound camp soldiers, aiming to exhaust the Yin Ghosts in the secret realm with ordinary archers wielding blood curse arrows to achieve the goal of producing spiritual items. The side of Jing'an school lieutenant mostly disagreed, which is why they have been emphasizing the toxicity of the accumulated Yin liquid. Colleagues, do not rush. The biggest issue regarding secret realm development is not the ordinary Yin Ghosts but that Yin Ghost leader. If we can successfully kill it, we can discuss development later. If we all return empty-handed, what benefit is there in sending soldiers to attack? Jiang Ren is ultimately the direct military governor of Jing'an city, so the martial artists from the state must give him some face. As a result, both sides hastily concluded their discussions on the development of the secret realm, each leaving the camp hall in armor and with weapons, preparing to test the caliber of the demon lord first. Spiritual items can move hearts, and being toxic is also a treasure. Zhou Yuan, you should prepare as well. We will attack the secret realm once more to see if the gains are worth the soldiers' lives. The second expedition to the Yin Ghost secret realm was far more extravagant than the first. The 2 injured warriors from the previous mission had recovered, and with the addition of 8 warriors from the provincial government, there were now a total of 21 warriors on standby. Given that the Yin Ghost secret realm was more suited for archers, Zhou Yuan decided to join the exploration team. The 2 additional warriors became backup members, ready to replace any who were injured or forced to withdraw during the fight. Thus, the initial formation of the exploration team consisted of 4 archers and 16 melee fighters, laying the groundwork for 2 ranks of defense. Everyone, the tide manipulating Yin Ghost is quite tricky. Do not engage it directly. Let's first expend some effort to clear the Yin Ghosts within the surrounding residences, leaving it with no ghosts to summon. Captain Jiang, with your extensive combat experience, please give the order and we will act accordingly. With the cooperation of the provincial warriors, the advance proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Even when the level 12 Yin Ghost scholar occasionally triggered a small wave of 50 to 60 Yin Ghosts, it could not halt the warriors' progress. Consequently, the level 14 Yin Ghost scholar stationed in the courtyard was destined to lose its strongest interference abilities. After the Yin Ghosts near the courtyard were exterminated, even when the Yin Ghost scholar employed its ghostly incantations, it could hardly summon any Yin Ghosts. Ultimately, under the siege of 16 melee warriors and 4 precise archers, it was swiftly defeated without causing much disturbance. In this battle, although Zhou Yuan did not gain much experience, he successfully collected the green orb that dropped from the Yin Ghost Scholar. Ding obtained Scholars Gathering 1 Ghost Blood Do 5 Skill Scholars Gathering Description: The Scholar in ghostly battles adeptly conceals plots, and the Scholars Gathering excels in gathering the ominous energy of Yin. Effect: upon use, gain the skill Literary Gathering, slightly increasing mana capacity and providing a minor mana regeneration effect. The effect of Scholars Gathering was far more beneficial to Zhou Yuan than Warrior's Condensation. Not only could it increase his mana capacity, but it also came with a minor regeneration effect. If the skill Literary Gathering truly provided automatic mana regeneration, Zhou Yuan would be fundamentally different from local warriors. He would no longer need mana potions to sustain his mana, and even when his mana was depleted during battle, he could rest for a while and fully recover. Indeed, upon leveling up, he gained an additional segment of mana and the ability to gather spiritual energy. The newly appeared mana segment was gray, resembling a container devoid of water, and then the mana regeneration effect of Literary Gathering activated, causing the mana to gradually and continuously recover. Although the attribute panel described Literary Gathering as a minor mana regeneration, this minor was already sufficient for Zhou Yuan. Since he was not always in a combat state, most of his time was spent training and resting. And this passive mana regeneration effect could continuously replenish his mana, ensuring that he remained in a full mana state most of the time. "What's the matter? Why so happy?" Zhou Yuan's relaxed expression and smiling demeanor caught the attention of Cheng Fei, the county lieutenant. "There is indeed good news. I just suddenly grasped some insights into the blood slaughter arrow technique and seem to have found a direction for my practice." "Really? It seems your talent for sensing qi is indeed extraordinary, but this may not be entirely a good thing. The blood slaughter arrow technique draws blood using qi, which can lead to blood loss. Be cautious. If you condense too much qi and excessively draw blood, one shot could leave you dizzy." "Thank you for the guidance, Lieutenant Cheng. I won't act recklessly." The two archers from the provincial government initially wanted to ignore Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei's casual conversation. However, upon realizing the topic concerned the blood slaughter arrow technique, they became interested and began discussing how much qi to condense and how much blood to draw without risking damage. It was then that Zhou Yuan learned that the blood slaughter arrow technique was quite widely spread, and the archers were not averse to the violent martial art that consumed qi and blood. While the 4 archers exchanged experiences on blood drawing, the warriors who had entered the inner hall of the courtyard also completed their exploration and brought forth a blue porcelain brush washer that resembled a bowl. The washer was filled with a red liquid with a flower resembling a sleeping lotus inserted within. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yuan identified the red liquid as ghost blood dew and the delicate white flower as crystal lotus. "Captain, this red liquid is likely similar to the cold black liquid and possesses some special effects. It seems that there are quite a few spiritual objects within this Yin Ghost secret realm." Zhou Yuan held the ghost blood dew in his hand, knowing it was a healing potion for Yin ghosts and a poison for living beings. While it could be used to nourish the soul, it was also an item certified by the attribute panel for alchemy and poison making. "Do not touch it. A ghostly residence produces nothing good. We should first find a death row inmate to verify it before determining whether it contains spiritual energy. Captain Jiang is prudent. That should indeed be the case." The warriors from the provincial government delivered the blue porcelain brush washer to the city gate, and the warrior team regrouped for another advance. Passing by the residences of the literary and martial scholars, they soon encountered a dilapidated 3-story wooden building where several level 12 Yin Ghost Flower Maidens lingered below. These Yin Ghost Flower Maidens were completely different from the previous Yin Ghost Scholars and warriors. Their attack capabilities were weak, yet they could cause a brief stun effect. Such a unique restraining ability was taken very seriously by the warrior team. The warriors took up defensive positions, waiting for the archers to clear all the Flower Maidens before moving again. Just as Zhou Yuan regarded these Yin Ghost Flower Maidens as control-type monsters, the level 14 Yin Ghost Flower Queen within the 3-story wooden building taught all the warriors a lesson. With no weapon in hand, it utilized a common skill from games to instantly disrupt the formation of the warrior team. "Damn it, you dare to attack me! Die!" The frontline advancing warriors from the provincial government never expected that a county warrior beside them would suddenly stab them without warning. Because everyone was forming a line to confront the enemy, he was completely unprepared for his closely allied comrade. Thus, when his comrade swung their blade at him, he could neither raise his guard in time nor had any space to evade. With a sharp tearing sound, the blade sliced through his winter clothing, inflicting the first injury on the warrior team that had adapted to the environment and was not wearing armor. The wound caused by the blade ran from the warrior's arm to his elbow deep enough to expose bone. This single strike not only caused pain to the provincial warrior, forcing him to drop his round shield, but also prompted him to swing his right-hand blade in a fierce counterattack. As a result, the formation that had been tightly united just moments ago was instantly shattered. The warriors from the provincial government instinctively rushed to assist their comrade, and Captain Jingan could not simply watch his subordinate get killed. This chaos did not only linger among the warrior team, it also affected the archers in the back row. Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei, along with the two provincial archers, almost simultaneously aimed their bows at each other. Fortunately, the archers were positioned a bit farther away, allowing them to maintain their composure, otherwise the four archers might have shot each other at close range, resulting in mutual injuries. "Stop. What are you doing? Is bringing us into the secret realm just to kill us? Calm down. The internal strife is likely instigated by that demon. Do not fall for its tricks. Quickly subdue the rioters and exit the secret realm before discussing right and wrong." As soon as Captain Jingan finished speaking, a provincial warrior attacked their companion beside them. This time the warriors were completely enraged, rushing forward and striking the rioter multiple times with their shields. Only after knocking them down to the ground did they restrain their hands and feet, preparing to retreat. Archers, lower your bows and draw your side blades. Do not be deceived by the demon. Shoot your comrades. A group of warriors ran ahead while a ghost flower queen pursued from behind. The charm skills commonly found in games revealed their formidable effectiveness at that moment. A confusion-type skill, functioning more as a crowd control technique within the game. Players understand their allies' predicament, thus avoiding major conflict or retaliatory focus against teammates. For players it is merely 2 or 3 strikes, easily remedied with a quick health potion. But ordinary humans are not so fortunate. Struck by a martial artist's blade, they bleed, sustain injury and risk permanent disability, especially if vital areas like eyes, ears or fingers are hit. Moreover, martial artists cannot simultaneously guard against their own comrades while battling demonic entities within the secret realm. Thus the Ergou flower consort shattered intra-team trust with just 2 confusion strikes, forcing the martial artists into an urgent retreat. Fortunately, the county administrative bureau's engineers and auxiliary troops performed admirably, transforming the secret realm's well-like entrance into a broad-stepped excavation. Otherwise, the simultaneous emergence of a 20-member martial team would have completely choked the narrow original shaft. Summon the battlefield physician immediately, to suture the wounds. Use rare secret realm medicinal treasures. My brother's arm must be saved at all costs. 6 provincial martial artists carried out 2 wounded men. One was gently lowered to the ground, the blood flowing steadily from his wound, nearly staining half his robe crimson. The county-level martial artist responsible for that wound stood behind Magistrate Zhao Yuan, his face bruised and swollen, his expression heavy with anguish and uncertainty over how to explain himself. Magistrate Zhao Yuan turned and placed a reassuring hand upon his shoulder, a silent pledge that no retaliation would proceed unchecked under his command. The impact of this disorienting skill proved catastrophic, not only compelling the overconfident martial team to withdraw but also threatening internal strife. Should the provincial martial artist's arm never fully recover, resentment toward the county-level martial artist who inflicted the wound would be inevitable. After all, provincial martial artists and Jing'an Command's martial forces belonged to entirely separate factions. At that moment the deep bone-exposing gash seemed to widen into an uncrossable chasm, driving the two factions inexorably apart. Zhao Yuan, we rushed here without regard for our own safety upon receiving your distress writ. And yet such an incident has occurred. Do you not owe us an explanation? Counselor Lu speaks truly. Old Jia's arm bears a blade wound down to the bone, no one knows when, or whether, he shall ever regain full function. Had he been injured by demons that would be grievous enough, but to be wounded by his own kin. How could he not harbor bitter resentment? The wounded provincial martial artist bore his agony with stoic resolve, clenched cotton between his teeth, submitting silently to the battlefield physician's hurried sutures. Yet his face flushed crimson, his jaw muscles trembled and sweat beaded incessantly upon his brow, clear testament to the searing pain he endured. Patience, for now let us await the completion of Jia Commander's suturing. Jia Commander is the injured party, any discussion of compensation must first honor his voice. Magistrate Zhao Yuan temporarily quelled the dispute. The two martial contingents withdrew separately, to deliberate in their respective barracks. In truth, neither side possessed much room for concession. The county-level martial artists answered solely to Magistrate Zhao Yuan, and naturally he would shield them once trouble arose. Otherwise, why would they leave the ease and autonomy of their own jurisdictions to provoke discord with provincial martial forces in Jing'an City? For the provincial contingent, however, a comrade's grievous injury demanded redress. If justice went unclaimed, how could they return with honor to their provincial garrison? Thus the Ergou flower consort proved far more formidable than even the Ergou literary or martial champions. With a single strike she pierced the martial team's most vulnerable point, leaving them trapped between duty and outrage. No sooner had he entered the barracks than Magistrate Zhao Yuan stormed in, voice thick with fury, "That soul-witching demon must be eradicated, otherwise this matter will never conclude. Only by slaying that demon can we claim moral vindication for Commander Jia. Should we fail, their bitterness will fester, and surely ignite future calamity. Compensation poses no insurmountable obstacle, we may simply offer additional spirit artifacts. Yet consider carefully what methods exist to expel chaos and restore fraternal unity among our ranks." The county-level martial artists furrowed their brows in contemplation, yet none could devise a countermeasure against the soul-swaying art. Only Zhou Yuan recalled the Yin fluid instantly. Its attribute panel offered meticulous description. Restores minor true qi, inflicts Yin cold status, while inducing gradual blood loss. It alleviates unconsciousness and charm-based debuffs. Its capacity to mitigate charm-based debuffs rendered it ideally suited to resist the Ergou flower consort's confusion technique, though its duration and required dosage remained uncertain. Still, it offered a viable path forward, and a potential key to completing the three champions technique. Zhou Yuan resolved to test it. "Magistrate, how did you describe the secret realm's grey mist? Might its spirit-awakening property, described as damaging the body yet benefiting qi-chilling yet clarifying the mind, counteract the demon's soul-witching art?" Now that you mention it, I do recall. This approach warrants trial. Magistrate Chen, retrieve a vial of cold black fluid from the armory stores. I shall personally ingest it to verify its mind-clarifying potency, and gauge its depth of chill. Understood. Magistrate Cheng Fei of Shangle County departed at once, and soon returned bearing a tall-necked porcelain vase half a meter in height. Magistrate Jiang Ren first dipped chopsticks into the fluid, tasting several drops. After 15 minutes he switched to a spoon, and drank a small measure. Meanwhile Zhou Yuan consumed one dose of Yin fluid via his inventory interface, assessing both its mind-clarifying effect and its toll on his vitality bar. Since the inventory-defined one dose vastly exceeded a spoonful, Zhou Yuan could not precisely gauge Magistrate Jiang Ren's subjective experience. To him it felt as though his brain had been plunged into glacial water, every fragmented thought dissolving instantly, leaving only a piercing cold that raced through his entire being. Glancing at his vitality bar, he observed an immediate 5 drop, followed shortly by another 1 decline, before the cold state gradually receded. Vitality loss remains controllable. This substance qualifies as a viable anti-confusion agent. Zhou Yuan possessed the advantage of an attribute panel, offering precise objective insight into the Yin fluid's efficacy and cost. Magistrate Jiang Ren, however, lacked such metrics. After 1 spoonful he waited a while, then drank another, treating it almost like a tonic. At last, after half an hour, 2 watch periods, he set down the spoon and opened his eyes. It is often said that antidotes grow beside poisons, mere folk wisdom long dismissed as baseless. Yet here within the secret realm even such rustic proverbs find startling validation. Esteemed colleagues, this cold black fluid proves effective. My first sip chilled my very brain marrow, if the second left me numb to all but cold. It stands a strong candidate to resist demonic soul-witchment. Since it works, let us test it forthwith, bearing shields alone, no weapons. Even should the demon ensnare us, we shall harm no comrade. Well reasoned. If this fluid indeed confirms its mind-clarifying power, Commander Jia's injury becomes not a loss, but a decisive contribution. Knowing the Yin fluid exacted physical toll, the county-level martial artists decanted it into numerous small porcelain vials for measured use. Upon re-entering the Ergou secret realm, archers Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei maintained a distance of roughly 100 meters from Magistrate Jiang Ren's shield formation, ensuring rapid support while minimizing their likelihood of becoming targets for the Ergou flower consort's confusion art. Approach the 3-story wooden pavilion, and drink the cold black fluid. As the fluid took effect, the Ergou flower consort's confusion technique faltered unmistakably. She remained motionless, bare-handed, but triggered no further chaos. Only one county-level martial artist experienced mild vertigo. Strike her down with shields. Those skilled in palmanfist techniques, seize your opening and advance. The county-level martial artists bore pent-up fury, and had no patience to ascertain the fluid's duration. They raised shields and surged forward in unison, swiftly subduing the Ergou flower consort. Zhou Yuan, I shall unleash blood-slaughtering arrows, you fire triple-star linked shots. Eliminate her swiftly. Agreed, I'll draw one arrow to strike a shield signaling them to clear space. The core ability of the ghost courtesan is to confuse. Once this skill temporarily fails, it becomes much easier to deal with. In the next moment, an arrow imbued with bloodthirsty aura along with 3 suppression arrows swiftly struck the ghost courtesan. Moreover, some even pulled the suppression arrows from the ghost courtesan's body to use as short daggers. At this point the warriors still found it hard to believe. What a pity! Had I known that the cold black liquid could counter its confusing ability, that officer from the prefecture Jia wouldn't have been injured. What are you saying? Officer Jia was just unlucky. We traveled this far and someone was bound to fall into a trap. It's our fault for being insufficiently vigilant, allowing this demon to take the initiative. As the county warriors conversed, Zhou Yuan and Cheng Fei stepped forward. He distributed the suppression arrows as emergency backup weapons while casually picking up the green orb dropped by the ghost courtesan. Ding! You have obtained 1 courtesan's confusion and 5 nether blood due. Skill: Courtesan's Confusion. Description: the courtesan, a puppet in the world of spirits, can confuse the mind, acting as a lure and skillfully hiding in ambush. The courtesan is a puppet that can disrupt the mind and confuse the heart, executing skills of divine allure and courtesan's movement difficult to avoid. Effect: after use, gain the skill Flower Confusion, which consumes spiritual energy to cast the art of mind confusion. The range is 10 meters at level 1 and 100 meters at level 10. Note: the effect of mind confusion is determined by the divine attribute difference. The higher the divine attribute compared to the target, the stronger the effect. If the divine attribute is lower than the target, no effect can be produced. The effect of Courtesan's Confusion is incredibly potent, even requiring divine attributes as a determinant. It remains a powerful interference skill. With this skill, whether in unknown combat or group battles, there will be more operational space. Of course, there are even more insidious uses. As long as the art of mind confusion is deployed at the right moment, it can easily undermine a group's foundation of trust. In comparison, the mind confusion technique resembles a hidden venomous snake, far more lethal than visible blades and guns. Faced with such a useful control skill, Zhou Yuan naturally chose to use it and invested his accumulated experience points to max it out. Thus he gathered the skills of Martial Courtesan's Concentration, Literary Courtesan's Gathering, and Courtesan's Confusion, subsequently activating the Courtesan Combat Method derived from maxed-out techniques. Skill: Courtesan Combat Method. Description: the heavens possess the Big Dipper. If the ladle carries the dragon's horn, if the courtesan rests upon the celestial pole, gathering the essence of spirits within combat and the essence of combat within spirits. Effect: after use, activate the fierce courtesan's evil state, increasing both offense and defense, while all attacks carry the effect of mind confusion. Note: during the activation of the courtesan combat method, it continuously consumes blood and blue energy. It can be turned off at will, or it will forcibly exit the fierce courtesan state when either blood or blue energy is exhausted. Courtesan combat method has no level markers, akin to an explosive transformation skill. The strength of this skill somewhat exceeded Zhou Yuan's expectations. Even though the continuous consumption of blood and blue energy after activation is extremely dangerous as a desperate fighting method, it is quite competent. With the appearance of the mind confusion technique and the courtesan combat method, Zhou Yuan's shortcomings were addressed. Now he can unleash explosive power and disrupt and control targets. Even without the protection of a frontline tank, he can attempt to solo dungeons. With teammates by his side, Zhou Yuan did not recklessly experiment with the effects of the courtesan combat method. He was concerned that this skill might carry some special effects leading to unnecessary misunderstanding, so he planned to wait until he exited the secret realm to find a quiet place for experimentation. After patrolling and being on guard for a while, the warriors exploring the 3-story wooden building also received the rewards of their hard battles. It was 2 purple clay pots, one containing sandy yellow soil and the other planted with 2 flourishing red flowers. Zhou Yuan took a closer look. The yellow soil was Wangchuan dust and the red flowers were manjasaka. Captain, there are only these 2 oddities inside the wooden building. The rest are rotting wood and decay. Should we retrieve our weapons to continue exploring, find the location of the demon leader and facilitate the assessment of danger by the prefecture's warriors? No further advance, let's stop here. One mind-confusing demon already caused us substantial losses. If the subsequent demon leader could be even more perilous. We embarked on this expedition to obtain spiritual items, not merely to attack for the sake of attacking. Now that we have reasons to appease the prefecture's warriors, we need not force our advance. Let's wait. When the prefecture's warriors can no longer resist the urge to advance, if another injury occurs, it will be their responsibility to explain it to us. Captain Jingon did not intend to take the lead anymore. He realized that the Yin Ghost secret realm was exceedingly dangerous and any misstep could lead to injury or death. In this situation he decided to relinquish command and await instructions from the prefecture, allowing them to bear the responsibility for the warriors' injuries. The efficiency of the Huai prefecture governor's actions exceeded Zhou Yuan's expectations. Various factors, including the injuries to subordinates, the exploration of the secret realm, and the toxic yet protective spiritual objects, had drawn the governor's attention. After the news from Jingon City was swiftly delivered to the Huai prefecture camp, the governor's special task force reached Jingon City in just 4 days. The leader of this expedition was the authoritative military officer of the Huai prefecture camp, the loyal martial officer Pei Ji. Upon arriving in Jingon City with 4 martial artists from the prefecture, he took command from the Jingon officer. With the addition of loyal martial officer Pei Ji, the martial artist team in Jingon City grew to as many as 26 members. Even after excluding the injured officer Jia, there were still 25 martial artists capable of continuing the fight. Thus the first thing loyal martial officer Pei Ji did was to select the best candidates for exploration. Zhou Yuan, a non-martial archer, was dismissed immediately and assigned to support roles. It was not surprising that loyal martial officer Pei Ji appeared arrogant. The mindset of martial artists being supreme was deeply ingrained. When the number of martial artists was lacking, utilizing a talented archer like Zhou Yuan was not an issue. Now that the number of martial artists was sufficient, and with the dangers of the Yin Ghost secret realm looming, every bit of combat strength was crucial, which naturally led to Zhou Yuan being excluded. Regarding this situation, Cheng Fei and others among the county martial artists had many grievances, believing their comrades were treated unfairly. The Jingon officer Jiang Ren quietly instructed Zhou Yuan to return to the camp and guard the military fort in his stead. Zhou Yuan, loyal martial officer Pei Ji, came from afar and would not excessively press the Jingon subordinates. However, he indeed has the intention to dismiss you. I not only did not argue against it but also tacitly agreed with his proposal. This is not me flattering those above while oppressing those below, it is simply that the number of martial artists in the prefecture is too great for me to manage. You are a non-martial artist with a low position. If you were to remain in combat, it would overshadow the prefecture martial artists. If you performed exceptionally well, and if you performed poorly, you would surely be reprimanded and dismissed. In that case, it is better not to participate in the combat commanded by the loyal martial officer of the prefecture. It would be unfortunate to exert effort and bleed only to be despised by them, which could affect future promotions. We are subordinates of the Huai prefecture camp. As long as we are still crawling within the military, we cannot escape the governor of Huai prefecture and the military officials of Huai prefecture. There is no need to show off or be humble in front of them. Showing off would only make them unhappy, being humble would only earn their disdain. The Jingon officer had already regarded Zhou Yuan as a trusted aide, hence he offered this rare heartfelt advice. His clear-sightedness was also related to Zhou Yuan's age. In his view, Zhou Yuan was merely a young lad, and without careful guidance he could easily become reckless. Yuan, thank you for your guidance. I will withdraw to the military fort and await good news. Moreover, the Yin Ghosts in the secret realm are fierce, and the Yin Ghost leader will be even more troublesome, so I hope the officer and the brothers remain vigilant. Zhou Yuan had already acquired the duel of command and the 3 commands, and he had no intention of recklessly challenging the Yin Ghost secret realm. He also did not believe that the martial artist team could defeat the secret realm boss without casualties. After all, the skills of the Yin Ghost 3 commands could form the duel of command, and it was likely that the secret realm boss possessed such skills as well. Furthermore, the boss would probably have recovery items like Skin of the Divine Guardian, making it difficult to defeat. Therefore, Zhou Yuan felt no dissatisfaction about being excluded from the assault team. At worst, he could find another opportunity to attack later if there was no need to serve under unfamiliar officials. Indeed, Zhou Yuan's speculation was correct. Within 2 days of returning to the camp, the Jingon officer and the county martial artists returned to the military fort together. They reported that the demons in the secret realm had human forms, likely the source of the painted skin ghosts. Although it was initially difficult to deal with, it was not unmanageable. After the martial artist team consumed the Yin cold black liquid to awaken their spirits and drive away confusion, they could engage in back-and-forth combat. Just when they thought they could secure victory with their overwhelming numerical advantage of 20-1, the demon leader suddenly went berserk and injured several martial artists. Undeterred, the loyal martial officer deployed the reserve members for another assault, but they were still repelled by the frenzied demon leader. Thus the plan to attack the Yin Ghost secret realm was temporarily shelved. Loyal martial officer Pei Ji took over the defense work for the secret realm, allowing the Jingan officer and the county martial artists to return to the military fort for rest. The Huai prefecture camp is too frustrating. If a true master were sent over, would my brothers have been injured? Do not speak carelessly. The governor of Huai prefecture oversees a wide area with numerous affairs and cannot afford to take risks in attacking the secret realm himself. The injured county martial artists complained incessantly, while the Jingan officer could only try to soothe them and report their achievements to the prefecture in search of some compensation. In this atmosphere of discontent several days passed, reaching the 15th of August, which is one of the most important festivals for the people of the Wei dynasty, the Water Moon Festival. Early that morning, Zhou Yuan saw soldiers in the camp collectively fetching water with various containers. Having never experienced the Water Moon Festival before, he was very curious about why everyone was doing this. The military scribe Kai Cheng thought he was born in a remote countryside and lacked the time and energy to celebrate festivals, so he patiently explained, "Legend has it that in the bright moon of the sky reside the jade rabbit and the golden toad, with the former skilled in medicine and the latter in wealth. However, they are usually very busy and observe the various aspects of the folk only on the full moon night of the 15th of August. Therefore, on the Water Moon Festival, the people use containers to hold water that reflects the round moon in the sky. They hope that the moon rabbit will leave some medicinal liquid and the golden toad will leave some wealth, blending into the water that reflects the moon to drink for health and apply for riches." Kai Cheng's explanation made a lot of sense, and just as Zhou Yuan thought this was a traditional festival of the Wei dynasty, he suddenly shifted to a mysterious tone. "What I just said are merely folk legends. Let me tell you something more practical. According to the records of the secrets of heaven and earth in the Wei book, on the 15th of August, by reflecting water on the moon, one can summon the secret realm of the Moon Palace, whose location is uncertain and whose timing is unclear, but it can be accessed when conditions are favorable. There have been martial artists and civilians who mistakenly entered it. Those who follow cannot borrow the path back and cannot enter again after returning. Within there are many medicinal rabbits and golden toads, each carrying medicinal liquid and wealth. Breaking them can yield rewards, while failing to break yields nothing." This was the second time Zhou Yuan had heard the name records of the secrets of heaven and earth, and he was quite curious about how much information regarding secret realms this book contained. "Kai, do you actually have the records of the secrets of heaven and earth? Could you lend it to me to have a look?" "Brother, you jest. The records of the secrets of heaven and earth contain information on secret realms, and it's far more important than national defense maps. How could I have such a thing?" What I said was also from the loyal officer, who does not have a compiled book of the Wei book. He only saw some simplified versions during training in the capital years ago. "No, aren't you curious about the Moon Palace secret realm? Why are you fixated on the national classic Wei book?" Saying he wasn't curious at all would be a lie. However, Zhou Yuan had a gamer's mindset. Such otherworldly matters felt more like festival activities to him. Since it was a festival activity, there was no sense of wonder or mystery, so he naturally didn't yearn for it too much. Nonetheless, in order to respond to Kai Cheng's expectations and to integrate into the traditions and enjoy with his comrades, he still cooperated and replied, "I am indeed curious. I will also find a few containers to hold water and reflect the moon. If I am fortunate enough to enter the Moon Palace secret realm, I will surely bring back some medicinal liquid and wealth for you, brother Kai." The symbolic significance of reflecting water against the moon far outweighs its practical implications. The soldiers in the camp would not naively believe that by reflecting water on the moon they could summon the jade rabbit's elixir or the golden toad's wealth. The Jingan captain and the local warriors would not think themselves fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of the secret realm of the Moon Palace and return with rare treasures. Yet this celebration focused on participation is a joyous festival for the common folk, a time for relaxation and reunion. Whether or not there are returns is secondary, the most important thing is to feel the festive joy. Therefore the Jingan captain not only invited trusted confidants and local warriors to drink, but also brought his own family members from the city. His concubine was not quite accustomed to the atmosphere of the camp. Although she wore a smile and occasionally responded to the greetings of the officers, she did not initiate conversation. However, the captain's young daughter, who was lively and energetic, was quite the opposite. The child, not yet 5 years old, had likely visited the camp a few times, and knowing her father was stationed there was no longer shy. She would often seek out familiar officers to ask for gifts, not forgetting to offer a few cheerful blessings which delighted the officers in the camp. Among them Jiang Yong, who managed the personal guards, and Kai Cheng, who oversaw the armored soldiers, were the most familiar with the child and had prepared quite a few gifts for her. Here, take this, it's a gilded copper sparrow. The captain's daughter is nicknamed Sparrow and doesn't yet have a formal name. Giving her a gilded copper sparrow will surely bring her joy. Kai Cheng was quite reliable. Even though Zhou Yuan had been busy with the conquest of the secret realm lately, this old friend hadn't forgotten to help him purchase some festival gifts. Otherwise Zhou Yuan, who was indifferent to festivities, would have had to settle for a token gift of money. Thank you, brother Kai, I'll pay you back later. Why mention such things? A gilded copper sparrow isn't worth much. If you're sincere, just invite me out for drinks later. No one will say you're haunted by evil spirits or disrupting the Buddhist rites this time. We can enjoy a good drink at home. It's a deal. When we enter the city again, we'll drink through the night. Just then the child named Sparrow approached Zhou Yuan, her big eyes wide, unsure of how to address him. Daddy, this general is so young. Should I call him brother or uncle? Huh. He is your father's comrade in arms. Just a few days ago we fought side by side, so he is naturally your uncle. The lively child chirped, calling out, Uncle, you are so brave, as she took the gilded copper sparrow from Zhou Yuan's hands. This round of greeting was not about receiving gifts, but rather to showcase the child and his wife to the officers in the camp, thus fostering camaraderie for future relations. After this round of greetings and blessings from the child, the Jingon captain began distributing gifts to the officers, ensuring everyone had a festive celebration without financial loss. Following this, the moon-reflecting feast commenced. Everyone gathered around the training ground, each with a table filled not only with exquisite food and wine but also a basin of clear water to reflect the moon. Come everyone. On this water moon festival, may the elixirs and wealth reflected in this cup be shared by us all. Cheers to health, longevity, fortune and wealth. While the officers enjoyed their drinks, the Jingon captain's personal guards began distributing festival gifts to the soldiers in the camp. What was distributed was practical regardless of rank. Each received a string of red cords holding 15 copper coins and 8 fist-sized sweet date cakes. This gesture elicited a cheer from the camp, and the sound reverberated with the bonfire's crackle and the full moon above, as if the whole world was celebrating. Huh. It feels great. We haven't celebrated like this in the camp since we took over the town and county. I didn't expect to share joy with everyone today. Even if we get a few injuries from the attack on the secret realm, it's worth it. The Water Moon Festival banquet was quite unique. After drinking, everyone would wet their palms in the moon-reflecting basin, hoping for a chance to touch the secret realm of the Moon Palace. The Jingon captain's daughter also wanted to do this, but was met with a scolding from her mother, who warned her that children who entered the Moon Palace would get lost and be unable to find their way home. In this joyful atmosphere, Zhou Yuan watched in astonishment as several basins reflected the round moon, transforming into constantly rotating portals to the dungeon. However, the portals were not fixed, vanishing like a fleeting dream. Strangely, as long as there were ripples in the basin or external disturbances to the moon-reflecting water, the portals would not appear. This corresponded to the phrase recorded in the Weishu secret records of heaven and earth that stated its position is uncertain, its time unclear, it may enter when it is full. Zhou Yuan carefully observed and was able to discern the basic information of the Moon Palace secret realm. Dungeon Moon Palace recommended challenge level 599, recommended number of challengers 1000. The Moon Palace dungeon is undoubtedly a festive event. This was Zhou Yuan's first time seeing a dungeon with such a vast scope. However, the capacity of the dungeon was somewhat limited, with only 1,000 people allowed. In Dawei, this was merely a drop in the bucket, not to mention other countries. No wonder the Water Moon Festival emphasizes participation. With this number limitation and the randomly appearing portals, it would not take long before the quota was filled. The possibility of multiple attempts simply didn't exist, making it something one could only encounter by chance. While Zhou Yuan was analyzing the situation of the Moon Palace dungeon, a portal quietly emerged in the moon-reflecting basin before him. How could he let such an opportunity slip? He immediately reached out towards the reflected moon in the basin. In the next moment he suddenly vanished, and the soldiers celebrating around him didn't even notice anything unusual. Only the Jingon captain's daughter Shao Kei, who was bored and counting the officers present, saw Zhou Yuan disappear in an instant. Daddy, that young uncle is gone. I saw him reach for the water basin and then he just disappeared. Did he enter the Moon Palace? Daddy, can you ask him to bring back a moon rabbit for me? The innocent child's words instantly drew the attention of everyone present. The officers fell silent, looking at Zhou Yuan's seat in disbelief. At that moment the entire training ground became eerily quiet, the previous laughter replaced by an ominous silence. My brother has entered the Moon Palace, I can't be dreaming, can I? Earlier while we were joking he mentioned that if he were fortunate enough to enter the Moon Palace he would definitely bring back some elixirs and treasures for me. He wouldn't forget, right? He must not forget. This is the closest I've ever been to the Moon Palace's elixirs and treasures in my life. The excited voice of military officer Kai Cheng shattered the stillness of the training ground. In the next moment the camp erupted with voices expressing good fortune, destiny and extraordinary luck, asking for a golden toad and mentioning that their children also wanted a moon rabbit. Even the Jingon captain was unsettled, pondering how to speak up so Zhou Yuan would share his gains, allowing everyone to partake in a bit of good fortune. Zhou Yuan is usually quite generous, he shouldn't mind sharing the joy, right? At worst I could trade a batch of treasures from the camp's treasury to offset his losses and ensure he doesn't come out empty-handed. Daddy, the moon rabbit. Remember, if Zhou Yuan can bring back a moon rabbit you must ask him for one for me. If he can't, don't be upset. You being fortunate enough to enter the Moon Palace is already a matter of destiny and one cannot force other things. Zhou Yuan had no idea that just as he entered the dungeon the officers in the camp were already eagerly awaiting his return to share the wondrous items of the Moon Palace. Oh, is this the divine medicine moon rabbit? This medicine pestle looks quite formidable. The scene within the Moon Palace dungeon is remarkably serene. Here numerous hills of varying heights and pools of water are interspersed with a dense growth of various flowers and grasses covering the hills and the fields. Some of the flowers, grasses and vines are taller than a person while others barely reach the ankles. Although there is no sun or moon in the sky, only countless stars as fine as dust, this place is not dark, instead it possesses a unique sense of cool brightness. In the low grassland a moon-white rabbit carries a small vine basket to gather herbs, while behind a large rock another rabbit stands on its hind legs holding a pestle to grind the medicine. The pestle is about 2 meters long, with the grinding end being the size of a human head. This object is indeed a blunt weapon, and striking someone with it would be similar to hitting a mole, quite ferocious. Quack, quack, quack. A gentle breeze sweeps across the grass, bringing with it a chorus of frogs. Not far from the water pool 3 golden toads as large as millstones and seemingly forged of pure gold are leisurely soaking in the water. They are adorned not with ugly poison sacs but with jewels embedded into their bodies, and each holds a large square coin in their mouths, truly displaying an air of wealth. At this moment Zhou Yuan finally understood why the legend spoke so highly of the moon rabbit and the golden toad. Their features are unmistakable, making it clear to any passerby that the moon rabbit is skilled in medicine and the golden toad is a master of wealth. However, this does not mean that the moon rabbit and golden toad are not dangerous, otherwise the dungeon information would not suggest a level range of 5 to 99. Level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbit, Level 10 Grinding Medicine Jade Rabbit, Level 10 Wealthy Golden Toad, Level 15 Prosperity Golden Toad. These are merely the levels of the moon rabbits and golden toads in front of him. Who knows how many higher level monsters lie ahead, including powerful elite monsters and bosses. Moreover, the moon rabbits have attack judgments. Zhou Yuan had only taken a few steps forward when several moon rabbits with vine baskets blinked their ruby-like eyes and charged toward him. To be honest, he had previously dealt with monsters of moderate or slightly larger size. Encountering such small and agile creatures like the moon rabbits was a first. Fortunately, he was not truly unarmed, for his inventory was filled with various weapons. He first used the heart confusion technique to turn one moon rabbit to his side, using it as a meat shield in the front line. Then he took out the tiger shooting bow and the spiked arrows produced from the Bullhead Village dungeon, shooting an arrow at the 5 chaotic moon rabbits. Since he did not use special arrows like the evil suppression arrow or blood evil arrow, the arrow did not kill the moon rabbit and left it with about 20 health. Moreover, the moon rabbit that had been confused by the heart confusion technique regained its senses after suffering a lethal attack and charged toward Zhou Yuan again with its companions. With no other choice, he once again used the heart confusion technique to disrupt the attack rhythm of the moon rabbits, finally killing them one by one. Ding killed level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbit 5, experience 500. This spiked arrow has too little lethality, I should just use the blood evil arrow technique. Indeed, when Zhou Yuan consumed one of his health to infuse the spiked arrow with blood evil, the level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbits could no longer withstand it and were all killed with a single arrow. The control-type skill entangles the target, while the tiger shooting bow and blood evil arrow technique stack high damage, allowing Zhou Yuan to gradually lure monsters and quickly clear them. However, this suppression tactic could only bully the level 5 Moon White Medicine Rabbits. Once Zhou Yuan brought the level 10 Grinding Medicine Jade Rabbit into his attack range, the heart confusion technique became less effective. Due to his divine attribute being only 2 points, the level 10 grinding medicine Jade Rabbit hit by the heart confusion technique only paused for a moment before continuing to swing its pestle to attack as if nothing had happened. The small rabbit swung its brutal pestle resembling a constantly swinging club, both comical and dangerous. The level 5 moon white medicine rabbit that Zhou Yuan had temporarily converted with the heart confusion technique was struck on the head, losing half its health before regaining its senses. Fortunately, the enormous pestle limited the agility of the grinding medicine Jade Rabbit, preventing it from quickly changing direction. Thus Zhou Yuan used the heart confusion technique as an interruption technique, waiting for the level 10 grinding medicine Jade Rabbit to become dizzy and stiff before unleashing a fully charged blood evil arrow technique. This high burst arrow technique, which consumed 10 of his health in exchange for power, directly emptied the health bar of the grinding medicine Jade Rabbit. Ding killed level 10 grinding medicine Jade Rabbit 1, experience 300. The level 10 grinding medicine Jade Rabbit not only provided experience but also dropped a green light orb. The drop rate is comparable to the elite monsters in the Een Ghost dungeon. It is indeed a special dungeon. Ding obtained grinding medicine pot, grinding medicine pestle 1, Jade Rabbit medicine liquid 1. Medicine Jade Rabbit medicine liquid. Description: Immortals dangle their legs. What a circular grove. When the moon rabbit grinds medicine, it asks whom to dine with. Effect: the medicine rabbit gathers flowers and herbs. The Jade Rabbit grinds spiritual liquid, quickly restores a small amount of health and mana after use. The Jade Rabbit medicine liquid surprisingly restores both health and mana, making it a highly cost-effective restorative item. In contrast, the grinding medicine pot and pestle are relatively ordinary, merely a decent set of grinding tools. However, they can also be used as weapons or sold as jade ornaments. With that, the grinding medicine Jade Rabbit became Zhou Yuan's prime target, rich as it was. In fact, once he understood the damage threshold of the level 10 grinding medicine Jade Rabbit, it became quite difficult for the rabbits on this hill to mount an effective attack. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan cautiously lured the monsters, avoiding drawing too many at once and being chased by the rabbits wielding pestles. When he killed the 5th grinding medicine Jade Rabbit, he surprisingly dropped a new item. Skill: Jade Rabbit grinding medicine technique. Description: Moon rabbit jade pestle connected to the pestle holder, kneeling to grind medicine, producing jade liquid, hoping for a soaring remedy and eternal youth. Effect: after use, gain the skill grinding medicine, allowing the extraction of jade liquid from medicinal materials using spiritual energy to create medicine. Note: the quality of the jade liquid is directly related to the medicinal materials and can also extract poison from poisonous herbs. This place truly harbors golden toads. Perhaps I've gained a bit of wealth. The Jade Rabbit grinding medicine technique is significantly better than the previous Jade Rabbit medicine liquid. One is merely a consumable, while the other can extract medicinal liquids and toxins using spiritual energy, making it a perfect auxiliary skill for both medicine and poison. After obtaining the Jade Rabbit grinding medicine technique, the golden toads croaking in the nearby water pool became even more worthy of attention. Zhou Yuan was very curious about what skills and items the golden toads would drop. Therefore, after patiently clearing the moon rabbits on the hill, he gradually approached the water pool, preparing to test the golden toads' attack methods. To his surprise, the golden toads turned out to be ranged attackers. After Zhou Yuan entered their attack range, the 3 golden toads showed no intention of pursuing. Instead, they opened their mouths and spat out the square coins they held. The coins were as large as basins, flying toward him at high speed, creating scars in the ground. In that moment, Zhou Yuan, as an archer, finally experienced the pressure of ranged attacks. While dodging, he activated the skill Martial Hero's Concentration to boost his defense and quickly ran to the rocks where the Jade Rabbit was grinding medicine for cover. Clang clang clang. The massive rocks were continuously struck by the square coins, layers of debris falling like powder. The attack range of the 3 golden toads is immense. Even crouching in the water pool, they resemble crossbows shooting continuously. Golden toads indeed possess wealth. Just collecting the square coins they spit out could lead to prosperity. Boom boom boom. After the hard outer shell of the rock shed, the relatively soft inner layers absorbed the impact, altering the sound of the stones shattering. Zhou Yuan peeked out from the side of the rock, calculated the position of the golden toad, and then shot a bloodthirsty arrow with the tiger bow. Clang. The crisp sound was very distinct amidst the dull thud. Zhou Yuan looked and found that the arrow failed to break the golden toad's shell and was instead snapped by the tremendous force. As a result, the bloodthirst attached to the arrow was wasted, having little effect, and it gradually dissipated in the pond. With long-range shooters and a body of indestructible strength, this creature is too difficult to deal with. Indeed, the Lotan's Blood Bowl assassins and armored archers are the most troublesome. Their configuration has no weak points if they can only trade damage continuously. Fortunately Zhou Yuan still had better bloodthirsty arrows and evil-suppressing arrows in his inventory, otherwise he would have had to retreat halfway. Considering that Cheng Fei from Shanglu County mentioned that the evil-suppressing arrows cannot carry bloodthirst, he chose the bloodthirsty arrows that share the same origin. This bloodthirst attachment indeed had a more pronounced effect. When he previously attached bloodthirst to the arrow, it only emitted a red glow with blood mist entangled. Switching to the bloodthirsty arrow and attaching an additional 10 life accelerated bloodthirst, the entire arrow glowed like red-hot iron, radiating an orange-yellow halo. Moreover, blood-colored flames condensed on the outside, resembling a long strip of golden-red flame. The arrow was shot out, soaring into the sky before plummeting like a meteor, truly beautiful and dazzling. Clang! The crisp metallic clash sounded again, but the bloodthirsty arrow embedded itself into the back of the level 10 wealthy toad. Due to the burning of the bloodthirst flames, the wound inflicted by the arrow gradually expanded, triggering a bleeding effect. A hissing sound issued from the level 10 wealthy toad as golden liquid oozed from the wound, dripping into the pond, transforming into round golden beans. Zhou Yuan leaned to investigate and discovered that this bloodthirsty arrow had depleted 28 of the level 10 wealthy toad's health. Estimating, he figured he needed to use the bloodthirsty arrow technique at full capacity 4 times to kill this toad, which would cost him 40 of his life. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan had a very ample supply of healing potions, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to outlast those 3 toads. Especially that level 15 fortune toad, which was incredibly tough and had thick blood. As a series of fiery arrows arched through the sky and fell, the first level 10 wealthy toad finally ceased its attack. Ding! Killed level 10 wealthy toad 1, experience 500. The experience from the toad was higher than that of the jade rabbit, but it was also much harder to deal with. After shooting a few arrows to clear out another wealthy toad, Zhou Yuan began to target the level 15 fortune toad. Unlike the wealthy toad, the level 15 fortune toad had a large golden ingot on its back, significantly increasing its defensive capabilities. Thus Zhou Yuan had to trial a few arrow shots to confirm he could hit its head and forelimbs before launching a bloodthirsty arrow with flames attached. Boom! A loud noise drew Zhou Yuan's attention. He peered out and was very glad he had chosen to attack from a distance. Because that level 15 fortune toad actually began to leap and move after taking damage. This alone wouldn't be a problem, but it was a massive chunk of red gold. The density of gold is very high and its weight is naturally incomparable to ordinary steel. The level 15 fortune toad merely leaping out of the waterlogged ground created a shallow pit in the solid earth. Given the weight of that landing blow, one would believe it was a close combat burst. Impressive. It has long-range attacks, thick blood, high defense, and excels in melee, doing everything well. Its only drawback was its lack of agility, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat. The fully charged bloodthirsty arrow only inflicted 11 of the fortune toad's health. This was still the damage caused by the combination of the maxed bloodthirsty arrow technique, the tiger bow, and the bloodthirsty arrow. Faced with such an opponent, Zhou Yuan could only adopt a circling strategy, rotating around the rock while looking for opportunities to strike. Each time Zhou Yuan hit the level 15 fortune toad with an arrow, the toad adjusted its position and leaped forward. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of its jumps grew closer, with shallow pits being smashed into the ground, causing Zhou Yuan's heartbeat to accelerate. When it was about 100 meters away, he used a heart confusion technique, but it failed to produce any effective interference. It wasn't until the fortune toad was about 60 meters away that the 10th fiery bloodthirsty arrow finally struck it down. Ding! Killed level 15 fortune toad, experience 750. Finally, peace. I hope it drops something good, otherwise fighting the toad would be too costly. I might as well go to another hill to farm the jade rabbit instead. Zhou Yuan left the rock's cover, approached the motionless fortune toad, and picked up a yellow orb at its feet. When he saw the dropped item, he realized just how worthwhile this toad was. Skill: Golden Toad Chi Cultivation Method Description: The golden toad locks chi like a lotus seat, standing amidst waves, nurturing chi with spirit, strengthening internal organs, regulating inner breath, sealing 3 critical points for chi, harmonizing inner and outer breath. Effect: after use increases chi attribute by 1 at level 3, gains passive skill, Circulation, increases chi attribute by 1 at level 6, gains passive skill, Zhou Tian. 10 level Divine attribute 1, gains active skill, Breath Regulation. Circulation: chi disperses in a mass difficult to control. After circulation, spiritual energy operates in an orderly manner, nourishing the body's veins, generating the spirit vein of chi. Zhou Yuan's spiritual energy circulates through the veins throughout the body, merging inner and outer qi, permeating the whole body, reducing skill blue consumption. Breath regulation can consume spiritual energy to restore life while also alleviating internal injuries and negative statuses related to chaotic spirit. The effects of the golden toad qi cultivation method exceeded Zhou Yuan's expectations. It not only helped him expand his blue bar and reduce skill consumption but also activated spiritual veins, regulated breath for healing, and alleviated negative statuses. Additionally, upgrading the golden toad qi cultivation method could add 2 points to qi attribute and 1 point to divine attribute, further enhancing his base attributes. This shouldn't be considered an ordinary skill, it feels more like a core technique. The warriors of the Great Way likely have similar techniques, which is why they can accommodate spiritual energy, enabling qi to permeate their entire bodies. Naturally, after acquiring the golden toad qi cultivation method, Zhou Yuan chose to use it without hesitation. However, the experience required was also astonishing: 500 for level 15000 for level 10, and it took a whopping 27500 experience to reach max level. Fortunately, he had saved over 20000 experience points previously, and he gained quite a bit from farming the moon rabbits, otherwise he might not have been able to max out the golden toad qi cultivation method. When the golden toad qi cultivation method reached max level, he suddenly felt an additional heartbeat within him, a vigorous pulse of his veins. Spiritual energy coursed through his veins, greatly enhancing his self-awareness. More crucially, the continuously flowing spiritual energy formed a new bodily drive, enabling him to exert assistance and amplify strength and agility with just a raise of his hand. The spiritual veins enhanced the resilience of his body and injected a new drive. While this strengthening is beneficial, it also comes with risks. If the spiritual veins wither quickly, the body, which has transitioned from excess to scarcity, may very well collapse. After the golden toad qi cultivation method reached its maximum level, Zhou Yuan's base attributes also underwent a change. Originally his base attributes were Essence 4, Qi 2, Spirit 2. Now, after an increase of 2 points in Qi and 1 point in Spirit, they changed to Essence 4, Qi 4, Spirit 3. Very good. The three attributes of Essence, Qi and Spirit have become more harmonious, and with the increase of 1 point in Spirit, my bewildering heart technique should be even more effective. The level 15 Advanced Treasure Golden Toad contributed a powerful skill. The 2 level 10 Wealth-attracting Golden Toads were also impressive, each dropping a green orb. Upon picking them up, Zhou Yuan discovered that the items within the 2 green orbs were the same: a pill. Medicine Ling Chan 1 description, created from Moon Rabbit's essence and Golden Toad's spirit, absorbing moonlight to replenish true yin, balancing yin and yang. Effect: after consumption it activates the Qi shield state, increasing defense and alleviating negative chaotic Qi states. Ling Chan 1 is a special medicine that enhances defense. Though it cannot compare to the Golden Toad Qi cultivation method, it is still very practical. The yield from the 3 golden toads was so abundant that it encouraged Zhou Yuan to continue exploring. He quickly descended the hill and saw 2 different paths to explore. One moved sideways while the other simply ascended forward. After walking a distance forward, he found that the monsters on the new hill were not only denser but also much higher in level. Level 10 Moonlight Healing Rabbit, Level 15 Alchemy Rabbit, Level 20 Golden Light Moon Rabbit. He looked at the level 20 Golden Light Moon Rabbit, dressed in golden armor, bearing a banner, wielding a jade hammer and riding a lively white deer. Zhou Yuan did not recklessly approach to test its attack range. That creature was clearly an elite monster, a cavalry type with high mobility, which would be too deadly for a shooter without a frontline tank. Thus he turned back and went towards the right hill. This time it was much more normal. The flourishing hill was filled only with adorable level 5 Moonlight Healing Rabbits and level 10 Alchemy Rabbits. This made him realize that the Moon Palace secret realm likely resembled a circular structure. The closer to the outer circle, the lower the monster levels, and the closer to the inner circle, the higher the monster levels. The recommended level for the Moon Palace instance is 5 to 99. Surely there won't be a level 100 boss at the center. That would be too brutal. Luckily, the entry time and number of people for this place are limited. Otherwise, if the rabbits here gain intelligence, it would be just like the last Moon Rabbit Uprising. After Zhou Yuan shot a few level 5 Moonlight Healing Rabbits, he gradually approached the level 10 Alchemy Rabbit, intending to harvest more rabbit medicinal liquid. At that moment he suddenly noticed a conspicuous depression in the lush grass ahead, which was over knee height. He cautiously shot an arrow in that direction to avoid any hidden monsters. After confirming there was no response from that direction, he cautiously approached to investigate. Upon nearing the depression, he found a person lying there, crimson blood continuously flowing from their head, staining the green grass stems. Given the shape of the wound, it was likely inflicted by an alchemy rabbit. Dressed in fine clothes with fair skin, they should be a young master from a wealthy family. Zhou Yuan took out a dagger from his inventory, flicked his wrist and picked up the deceased's waist token. The token was inscribed with the name Deng Yu from the Taishua Palace, and the back had a relief inscription Great Chus Zhongsu with culture to carry virtue. Aside from the waist token, there were no other valuable items on the deceased. After some consideration, Zhou Yuan decided to leave the token beside the corpse to avoid causing diplomatic tensions between the Wei and Chu states. As he cleared several nearby hills, he found different deceased individuals. Some appeared to be farmers while others were dressed like fishermen, and there was an unidentified woman. In addition, Zhou Yuan also saw a living person. That individual was kneeling on the ground, continuously bowing towards the moon rabbits and golden toads. Although they did not gain anything, they preserved their life. Just as Zhou Yuan was about to greet them, he suddenly noticed stars in the sky as fine as dust rapidly disappearing. He guessed that the activity time was coming to an end, so he quickly returned to the previously cleared hill area. He first used 2 alchemy pestles to carry over a dozen large coins, resting them on his shoulder. Then he found an alchemy pot and poured 3 portions of moon rabbit medicinal liquid into it, securing it between his elbows. Once he was ready, he waited a while longer. The sky gradually darkened, rippling like a disturbed lake surface. In the next moment the world shattered like a mirage, and he returned once again to the campfire-lit training ground. I'm back. Zhou Yuan is back, and he brought quite a lot of things. Wow, those 2 jade orbs are enormous. They could be carved into jade ornaments and fetch a good price. Those are jade orbs produced by the Moon Palace. How could they be casually broken down? Only in their pure form can they bring good fortune. Come brothers, lend me a hand and help me take the pestle off my shoulder. Be careful with the pot, there are truly good things inside. The Jingon prefect and the county warriors all approached to help. At this moment they were still somewhat incredulous that their comrade truly returned from the Moon Palace laden with treasures. Zhou Yuan, you say these are the pestle and pot? You didn't rob the valuable moon rabbit, did you? Not at all. We merely sparred and I won. The moon rabbit didn't object to me taking anything, so I just brought back some local specialties from the Moon Palace. Then what are these large copper coins? Could they be the wealth sent by the golden toad? That is true, but the way the golden toad sent them was rather unique. It sprayed several dozen of such coins towards the rock I was hiding behind. I initially wanted to bring them all back, but there were simply too many to carry, so I only selected some of the ones in good condition to bring back. Zhou Yuan spoke lightly, but the warriors could sense the danger within. If the moon rabbits and golden toads were easy to deal with, Zhou Yuan wouldn't have needed to hide behind the rocks, nor would he have selected coins based on their condition. Uncle, is this really the pestle used by the moon rabbit for alchemy? The little girl in Jingon prefect's arms did not think so much. Instead she stared intently at the jade pestle, which was even taller than her father. Yes indeed. Why? Do you want it? Uncle will give it to you. No, I don't want it. The moon rabbit is so adorable, how could it use such a large pestle? The little girl's fantasies were shattered. She simply could not imagine a strong giant rabbit using a large pestle for alchemy. Huh. It's good that you didn't bring a moon rabbit back, otherwise Queer wouldn't dare to celebrate the Water Moon Festival anymore. After the Jingon prefect handed his daughter over to his concubine, he asked Zhou Yuan if he could share some of the gains from the Moon Palace. Zhou Yuan had gathered these to share, so he readily agreed. This move earned Zhou Yuan a round of applause from the warriors, who all promised to return the favor and vowed not to let him suffer losses. Is this clear liquid which resembles blue jade the moon rabbit medicinal liquid? Yes, I have tried it. It can not only heal injuries but also replenish chi. Each injured brother should drink some to restore their health. I didn't expect the moon rabbit's medicine and the golden toad's wealth to be so real. What a pity that we are unworthy to witness it. I wonder if those who are destined can return laden with treasures. The matter of entering the Moon Palace holds more significance than Zhou Yuan had imagined. As dawn broke, Captain Jingon arranged for his personal guard Jiang Yong to lead 100 elite cavalry. They carried the mortar and pestle for alchemy along with 2 large coins as big as wash basins, rushing toward the Huai Prefecture's main camp. Zhou Yuan, the copper coins from the Moon Palace, although they can deepen camaraderie and bring some tangible benefits, it is inevitable that gossip will get out among so many people. Thus you should gift some of these gains to the governor of Huai Prefecture so that everyone can share in the joy and blessings together. Captain, I feel fortunate just to have entered the secret realm of the Moon Palace. Keeping some external belongings brings me no joy. It is better to share them with my fellow comrades for mutual happiness. Good, your intentions are enough. Rest assured you will not suffer any loss. I have had Zhang Yong bring along the merit documents regarding your achievements during this time in the secret realm. If all goes well, once the governor of Hui Prefecture receives the rare treasures from the Moon Palace, your promotion should follow. Traditionally in the Great Way, non-aristocratic descendants do not receive consecutive promotions. After obtaining an official title, there is usually a period of stability before each promotion. However, special situations can be treated exceptionally. For instance, if one has sufficient merit and extraordinary talent and also presents some rare items, the superiors will naturally act fairly. To express his gratitude, Zhou Yuan gifted the remaining mortar to Captain Jingan. Although the captain initially protested, he eventually accepted the 2-meter-high pristine white mortar with joy after several refusals. He stated that he would place the jade rabbit mortar and the golden-toed copper coins in the administrative hall of the captain's residence to nurture the financial and longevity energy of the military fort. As a result, Zhou Yuan was left with only one golden-toed copper coin as a keepsake. The craftsmen of the divine arms also borrowed the casting mold, saying they wanted to pour some copper juice into several golden-toed coins to bring wealth into their homes. The Xuanjia soldiers were the same, but they chose to borrow the golden-toed coin that Zhou Yuan had gifted to Kai Cheng. Due to the large number of Xuanjia soldiers, Kai Cheng was obliged to urge his subordinates to repay loans after each expedition into the secret realm and then lend the golden-toed coins to other soldiers. In the days following the Water Moon Festival, both the military fort and Jingan city remained quite stable. Zhou Yuan thus found some free time and continuously cleared the camp's dungeon, successfully activating the Jade Rabbit alchemy method and leveling it up to maximum. Since he did not lack restorative potions, he prioritized extracting a vial of poison intending to enchant the arrowheads produced in the dungeon. The source material he chose was the stalk of the camp's poisonous celery, which is indeed toxic. After extracting with the max-level Jade Rabbit alchemy method, Zhou Yuan obtained a bottle of transparent green liquid. Potion hooking poison juice. Description: slightly sweet, warm in nature, highly toxic. Extracted using the alchemy method, extremely potent. No medicinal effect can be used for weapon poisoning. Effect: upon hitting the target, it inflicts varying degrees of poison status based on the amount administered, causing the target to continuously lose health and triggering weakness effects. Since enchanting arrows with poison is also a skill, simply soaking the arrowheads does not allow for much poison to adhere. Therefore, Zhou Yuan went to the metallurgical section of the camp to seek help from a professional arrow poisoner. Upon hearing his request, the craftsman's eyes immediately lit up, displaying a look of understanding. Zhou Dufei, am not boasting, but our craftsmanship and archers are a perfect match. If an archer's arrows are not poisoned, it's like a sword bearer using a dull blade. The common methods for poisoning arrows in the camp are merely two: the attachment method and the high-temperature quenching method. Your batch of arrows is uniform in size and their shafts and fletchings are top-notch. They cannot undergo high-temperature heating and quenching in poison. I recommend you use the attachment method. To adhere more poison, soak the arrowheads in water and place them in a cool area to develop a thin layer of red rust. Then soak them in poison and let them dry in the shade. Once shot, no divine being could save them. Then, as you say, I will leave this batch of arrows for you to handle. Once done, there will surely be a reward. Alright, I will certainly return to you a batch of deadly weapons. Zhou Yuan provided the arrow poisoner with 3 jars of arrows, each containing 60 arrows totaling 180. These arrows from the Bullhead village, once poisoned, would become devastating weapons against flesh and blood beings. The large-scale modification of weapons by the camp officers was no secret. Not long after Zhou Yuan requested the poisoning of arrows, Captain Jingan received news. Reflecting on Zhou Yuan's precise and swift archery skills, he had to admit that poisoning the arrows was one of the best ways for Zhou Yuan to enhance his strength in a short time. Thus he not only refrained from asking too many questions but also instructed the military supply department to exchange the gifts of the Moon Palace mortar and copper coins for a batch of bloodthirsty arrows. When Zhou Yuan returned with the arrowheads from the Bullhead village dungeon had already been renamed. Weapon: rusty poisoned arrow. Description: arrowheads have a thin layer of rust and the gaps are soaked in poison, which adds a poison status to the target and has a certain chance of causing infection. This transformation made a significant difference. Even ordinary arrows could achieve great results. In light of this, Zhou Yuan extracted another batch of poisonous herbs such as willow leaf, peach, poisonous celery and castor beans from the military supply department, intending to extract a batch of mixed poison. This action made the camp officers shiver with fright, lamenting the disappearance of the passionate young man they once knew, wondering why he suddenly took an interest in poisonous substances. Captain, since Zhou Yuan joined the camp he has either been engaged in battles or on the path of slaughter leading to some radical thoughts. Perhaps when the martial artists from the subordinate counties return to their homes we should let him lead some soldiers to deal with the banditry. That's good. Leading a group is vastly different from fighting alone. Allowing him to become a renowned and capable officer could change his reckless mindset. Chongyu County has suffered frequent pirate attacks, so let him return with Hu Hua, the officer from Chongyu County. Coincidentally, Officer Hu Hua is injured and unable to patrol the waterways, so Zhou Yuan should go to eliminate those pirates and let them know the martial might of the Great Way. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, was still unaware that in order to prevent him from going down a wrong path and becoming a poison master in the camp, Captain Jingon was preparing to assign troops to him, making him a commanding officer. He learned of the proposal to command troops during his promotion banquet. After receiving gifts, the governor of Huai Prefecture chose to care for his subordinates and act fairly. With the seal of military authority, Zhou Yuan was promoted to Jingon Chu supervisor. Thus Zhou Yuan was only one level away from Kai Cheng's military post, and this rapid promotion made even the local aristocrats feel a bit ashamed. As the promotion banquet reached its conclusion, the martial artists from the various subordinate counties took the opportunity to present their gifts of Moon Palace copper coins, each giving Zhou Yuan 3 portions of jade true powder. Captain Jingon not only gave 6 portions but also presented a large jar of bloodthirsty arrows totaling 60 arrows. It was at this moment that Captain Jingon mentioned the matter of commanding troops in Chongyu County. Zhou Yuan, thinking about the opportunity to clear a new dungeon in Chongyu County, did not decline and directly agreed. Zhou Yuan. Chongyu County is near the Chu River, where the waters are vast and flow into the sea, often attracting thieves to navigate boats and raid near the riverside and coastal areas. During your trip to Chongyu County, consult Officer Hu Hua frequently to learn some defensive strategies for the region and how to suppress water bandits. If you are to govern an area in the future, these strategies will still be useful, otherwise you may end up in a predicament unable to fulfill your responsibilities of defense. Thank you, Captain, for your guidance. I will diligently seek advice and avoid being arrogant and reckless. The difference between leading troops into the field and going alone is quite significant. This was Zhou Yuan's first time commanding troops, and it wasn't just about organizing logistics. He felt somewhat at a loss when managing hundreds of men. The Jingon captain assigned him 100 soldiers from the Wuwei camp and 50 from the Xishan camp, along with 300 auxiliary troops. He didn't need to worry about logistics if the officials from the supply office accompanied the troops to handle the logistics. Zhou Yuan needed to pay attention to various issues such as the soldiers' stamina, where to camp, the water source, firewood, and preventing private brawls among the troops. Fortunately, the military camp had its own management structure. His subordinates included not only 2 duoboss but also several squad leaders, sergeants, and corporals. With these people around, his contingent of about 500, including clerks, medics, and artisans, would not fall into disorder. How does Zhou Chu supervise? He must have the authority of a commanding officer. Please don't mock me, Hu County Lieutenant. Gathering people does indeed exude authority, but it also increases my pressure. What's the matter? Are you afraid your soldiers will die in battle? How could I not be afraid? Once they leave the military fortress, they must obey my orders. If lives are lost on the battlefield due to my mistakes, how can I find peace? Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Chongyu, patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder, recalling his own first experience commanding troops. When soldiers called him general and fell on the battlefield, their blood soaking the yellow earth, he even felt that being a famous yet ineffectual general was a kind of fortune. Everyone goes through this. Once you've seen enough, the pressure diminishes. If you want to defend a territory, you must personally lead the troops and care for the deceased. I know a little about your background. For someone like you who has risen to prominence, if you wish to strengthen your family and benefit your descendants, the best way is to guard a territory. What you say makes sense, Hu County Lieutenant. Let's see how it goes. The group walked slowly toward Chongyu County, which is near the estuary of the Chu River. During this time, Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Chongyu, taught Zhou Yuan a lot about military command, giving him a certain understanding of the Dewei military system. In general, it was about clear rewards and punishments, and promises made by the commanding officer must be fulfilled promptly to maintain authority and bring blessings. After marching for about 10 days, Zhou Yuan's regiment finally reached Chongyu County. During this time they suffered 5 non-combat injuries, 2 from sprained ankles and the other 3 caught a chill while sleeping at night, and were treated by the auxiliary soldiers on the spot. Upon entering Chongyu County, Zhou Yuan discovered that the commercial model here was both simplistic and prosperous. The prosperity came from the numerous vendors, and the government granary was supplying goods. The simplicity stemmed from the fact that major transactions here consisted mostly of red dates and charcoal rather than a variety of goods. Is Chongyu County particularly suitable for growing red dates? It could be said both ways. You'll know when you see it in the camp. As Hu Hua spoke, Zhou Yuan guessed it must be related to the local secret realm. Indeed, the military fortress in Chongyu County was not only built within the city but was structured like a city within a city. Inside it resembled a farm more than a military camp. Zhou Yuan saw busy auxiliary soldiers carrying baskets of large red dates, spreading them out on the training grounds to dry. Many soldiers were pushing wheelbarrows filled with charcoal, continuously transporting them out through the small gate of the fortress. Zhou Chu, our Chongyu County may not be as wealthy as the Jinggan army, but we can still provide plenty of date paste cakes. Besides being hard on the teeth, they can also supplement the soldiers' food. At this moment Zhou Yuan understood why the Chongyu military fortress was not separate from the county town. Their output clearly relied more on commercial activities and needed to minimize transportation costs. Our secret realm is called Guanjue Temple, and the soldiers refer to it as Guanzhou Mountain. In the previous dynasty it belonged to a temple, but the monks chose the wrong side and were wiped out by our soldiers, who reclaimed the secret realm and built the fortress and city here. Traveling merchants coming here may not become wealthy, but they often carry excess wealth or exchange goods due to needing supplies. Thus water bandits and pirates have set their sights on the merchants coming and going, frequently attacking and looting. When I first arrived in Chongyu I wanted to eliminate them, but those guys are quite clever. They often attack in groups of 10 or more, striking from multiple directions, tiring the soldiers in the camp with fruitless running around. To address this I dispatched soldiers to patrol and defend along the waterways and seaports, and sent laborers to repair watchtowers along the official roads. Only then did we manage to halt some of the looting, but this also left our soldiers vulnerable to the sea bandits. In recent years there have always been groups of sea bandits attacking coastal towns, forcing me to lead patrols along the water myself. Defending a territory indeed holds power, but it must be managed by area. Places like Chongyu County near the estuary of the Chu River have both water bandits and sea bandits, and the county lieutenant is also kept busy with affairs. Zhou Chu, you are skilled with the bow and arrows and would be just right to help me attack the secret realm. I will share all the spiritual items we obtain with you. What you say is nonsense, Hu County Lieutenant. I came to Chongyu precisely to assist you. The secret realm of Chongjia's main camp is located in the storeroom, and as Zhou Yuan looked inside he saw prominent information about the instance. Instance Guanjue Temple recommended challenge level 5, recommended number of challengers 515. A level 5 instance appears to have a higher level than that of the Jinggan army, but its difficulty in clearing may limit resource output. County Lieutenant Hu Hua said that the spiritual item output from Guanjue Temple is very scarce, but the demon leaders are quite powerful. If it weren't for the court's requirement he wouldn't waste spiritual energy and lead soldiers into bloody battles. After entering the secret realm and taking a look, Zhou Yuan felt that the court's policy was correct. The interior of this secret realm was a dirt hill covered in date trees. As long as they keep harvesting red dates and cutting trees for charcoal, it could stimulate local economic activities. Everyone out of the secret realm we will re-enter after the Jinggan Chu leads the attack. Due to the continuous rain within the Guanjue Temple instance, fire attacks were impossible, and it would also affect the soldiers' combat effectiveness. Thus for Zhou Yuan's first attack on the Guanjue Temple instance he chose local armored soldiers instead of the inexperienced soldiers from the Wuwei camp. Clang clang clang. As he led the local armored soldiers into the refreshed Guanjue Temple instance they heard the melodious sound of bells. The monster's attack range was somewhat large. Not long after he and the armored soldiers set off they saw a group of unarmed monks rushing out of the temple, quickly approaching them. Level 5 Staff Monk, Level 5 Fist Monk, Level 5 Blade Monk. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and shot an arrow, finding that these monks had slightly lower health than the same level moon rabbits. With just a regular arrow he cleared the health bar of the Level 5 Fist Monk. Ding, killed one Level 5 Fist Monk, experience 50. Zhou Chu is mighty, perhaps a few more arrows will take them out from a distance. What's stopping us? You all raise shields and form a formation, let me show you how to shoot the enemies. The armored soldiers from Chongyu County could hardly believe that the instance which often caused them injuries could become so easy to attack. As Zhou Yuan continued to shoot, the incoming instance monsters fell one by one, dropping numerous light orbs. After clearing the more than 20 attacking monks he led the soldiers to continue advancing and took the opportunity to collect the dropped items. Ding obtained 8 Jisheng pills, 2 common iron rods, 1 blade. The drop rate of this instance is not low, the boss is likely to drop some good items as well. It seems that the instance's output is not scarce, rather the rewards in the instance's treasure chests are relatively few. The monks within the temple of the dungeon are not difficult to deal with as they are unarmored units and can easily be penetrated. As the armored soldiers from Chongyu County advanced towards the temple gate, they positioned their spears to the ground and stood upon their large shields. They then instructed the archers to launch projectiles into the temple to lure the monks inside to attack proactively. Using the sturdy walls and the narrow temple entrance, 2 rows of spear-shield soldiers firmly held the line. Even if the monks they lured in were at level 5, they could still be pierced by the sharp spearheads, rendering them unable to advance or retreat. Zhou Chu, the leader of the secret realm here, is hidden on the 2nd floor of the Buddha Hall. Once we enter the temple, he will leap down to launch an attack. He is adept at swift movements and grappling and has previously tangled with the county officials. We should surround him while he is distracted. Then we will press our shields against him to restrict his movement and stab at his head with our spears to damage his senses. Through the introduction from the Chongyu soldiers, Zhou Yuan understood that the boss here was a high-mobility single-target burst-type assassin monster. Such monsters fear being entangled and even more so being restricted in their movement. No wonder the county official Hu Hua is a melee sword and shield warrior. It is likely that the court considered which offensive method would be more effective when dispatching troops for defense. However, this information is of little reference value to Zhou Yuan. As an archer, he would not rush in to engage in close combat, instead he would strike first to deal high burst damage. After clarifying the boss landing point upon entering the temple, he consumed 10 of his life to draw a fully loaded blood slaughter arrow. Sure enough, at the moment the armored soldiers entered the temple, a monk in plain clothes leaped down from the 2nd floor of the Buddha Hall. Zhou Yuan, who was already prepared, would not miss this opportunity. He released the arrow, which was imbued with the blood slaughter flame shooting forth. Whoosh! The swift arrow struck the descending level 10 Guanjue master. Since he could not gain leverage in the air, the powerful arrow produced a knockback effect, disrupting the balance of the Guanjue master and causing him to stagger back 2 steps. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Yuan once again used the fully charged blood slaughter arrow technique, shattering half of the Guanjue master's neck. With the flesh covering gone, bright red blood gushed forth, instantly staining the arrow that was lodged in the neck and spine region. Zhou Yuan's first arrow struck the boss' abdomen while the second arrow hit his neck. Under the high expenditure burst attack that did not consider consumption, the boss' health bar plummeted by 72 in an instant, leaving only 28, which continued to drain. Such a ferocious critical attack also triggered a crippled state, significantly affecting the mobility of the Guanjue master. However, the Guanjue master did not give up. Struggling, with a leap he swooped over the frontline armored soldiers like an eagle hunting for prey, attempting to directly attack Zhou Yuan. Yet he was struck in the face by Zhou Yuan's arrow and fell to the ground. At that moment the agile boss faced the powerful arrows and was even subjected to a control effect. Even though the arrow Zhou Yuan rapidly shot did not carry the blood slaughter, it still took away 10 of the Guanjue master's health. Coupled with the continuous loss of health, he was now left with only 16. Seeing such a good opportunity, the Chongyu soldiers would not allow him to stand up if the front row turned to shield him while the back row thrust their spears down with force. Zhou Yuan took the chance to fire another blood slaughter arrow, completely emptying the health bar of the Guanjue master. Ding! Killed the level 10 Guanjue master, experience 300. Zhou Yuan felt that the Guanjue master was tougher than the level 10 moon rabbit and easier to defeat than the level 10 golden toad. But after all, he is a boss, and the rewards he dropped are indeed better than those of ordinary monsters of the same level. Ding obtained Guanli Fire Dates 3 T-Zone Technique 1. Ingredient: Guanli Fire Dates. Description: the essence of 3 cups of guan root bones. The dates enhance the warrior's appearance if the fire breath enters the body, igniting the aura, manifesting majesty at all times. Effect: upon use activates fire aura state, adding burn damage to melee skills. Note: the duration of the fire aura state is 6 hours and 45 minutes. Skill: T-Zone Technique. Description: also known as dragonfly skimming the water, galloping technique, moving beneath your feet, exploring the depths like standing on the edge of an abyss, as if treading on thin ice with inner stillness and determination. Effect: upon use increases movement speed and enhances jumping ability. When consumed actively, can eliminate some sound of footsteps and alleviate falling damage. Both Guanli Fire Dates and T-Zone Technique are very valuable. The temporary fire aura effect of the Guanli Fire Dates is simply a melee weapon. If only locals could pick up the dropped items, this Guanjue temple dungeon would undoubtedly become a treasure trove for melee warriors. As for the T-Zone Technique, there is no need to mention it. Increasing movement speed and reducing falling damage are both very practical effects. Zhou Chu, this is the treasure chest of the secret realm here. 2 armored soldiers carried out a copper-inlaid treasure chest from the Buddha Hall. Zhou Yuan opened it to find a martial arts manual, burning wood palm, and 10 doses of healing powder along with 2 doses of qi supplement ointment. Healing powder is a healing drug much better than the gold wound medicine. Zhou Yuan had used qi supplement ointment before. After he killed the skin-changing monster with the 3 talismans, the Jingon captain gave him a dose, which is a slow-replenishing spiritual item. No wonder the county official of Chongyu said that spiritual items are scarce, given the strength of this dungeon boss and the fact that there are only 2 doses of blue medicine in the treasure chest. It is indeed a loss-making deal for him. However, treasure chests in dungeons mainly reward skills, other medicines are merely supplementary. How is this martial arts manual? Have you all practiced it? No, the county official said this martial art requires spiritual energy to activate, but there are no recorded methods to trigger the fire aura. It's a well-known but practically useless item. Upon hearing this from the Chongyu soldiers, Zhou Yuan understood. The Guanli fire dates and burning wood palm are clearly complementary items. Taking only the martial arts manual without the Guanli fire dates to activate the fire aura would make the burning wood palm naturally ineffective. Zhou Chu, do you still want to inspect the secret realm? If not, we will withdraw and bring in auxiliary soldiers. They need to melt images to obtain copper and gather dates and wood. If these tasks could keep them busy for half a month. Chongyu camp clearly inherited the virtue of the Jingon army, scraping every resource, even melting the Buddha statues in the temple. It is likely that only after cleaning the secret realm will they discuss further attacks. No worries, the output of the secret realm has its set quantity, you just need to report normally. After leaving the Guanjue temple dungeon, Zhou Yuan found the county official Hu Hua waiting eagerly in the storeroom. Seeing him come out, Hu Hua quickly stepped forward and handed him a dose of qi supplement ointment and a martial arts manual. County official Hu, this martial arts manual is easy to copy and not particularly precious, so I will accept it. The spiritual tax mentioned by Hu Hua, county prefect of Chongyu, deepened Zhou Yuan's understanding of the Great Wei dynasty. Central authorities collected local spirit artifacts while impoverished regions relied on subsidies from the capital. Should this redistribution route falter, the very foundation of the state would tremble. No wonder transcendent martial cultivators did not organize themselves into simple sect hierarchies. Such lineage-based structures were utterly incapable of centralizing and reallocating resources at scale. Senior Captain Zhou, today I shall host a lavish banquet in your honor. You have rendered me an immense service. I cannot overstate how vital Guanzhou Mountain is to Chongyu County. Fully 2/10 of the city's population are engaged in jujube trading and processing charcoal production or charcoal transportation. Add to that the expenditures of merchants arriving from across the realm, purchasing granaries, farmland and estates, hiring clerks and laborers, and you see how this city thrives as a living, breathing economic organism. Thus, without the constant replenishment of our official granaries by the Chongyu garrison, half this city would disintegrate, and the other half descend into destitution. Chongyu was a quintessential resource-dependent city. Sustained output mattered above all else. Hu Hua, still recovering from his injury, sincerely thanked Zhou Yuan, not merely out of courtesy but because to safeguard the city's commercial stability he would otherwise have been forced to request aid from martial cultivators in neighboring counties. After the joyous banquet, Zhou Yuan forged connections with several local officers, laying a firm foundation for future cooperation. Upon returning to his newly refurbished residence, he activated the kindling wood palm technique and invested his accumulated experience to elevate it to its maximum level. Technique: kindling wood palm. Description: the 5 elements correspond to the 5 viscera. Fire of the viscera arises from the heart, manifesting in 2 forms, deficient and excessive. Deficiency breeds agitation and unrest, excess ignites the very wood of the body. Effect: condenses fiery qi to wound the surface, stirs up deficient fire to disturb the mind, inflicting both qi disruption and scorching debuffs upon the target. The kindling wood palm excelled not in explosive damage but in inflicting debilitating effects. The qi disruption debuff functioned much like a mage's silence. Martial cultivators whose power flowed through spiritual energy would suffer grievously once afflicted. This was precisely why Zhou Yuan had elevated the technique to its peak. Should an opponent underestimate his close combat prowess and launch a surprise assault, Zhou Yuan could first silence them, then unleash his full offensive might. The Qingsha River of Qiaoshi village is but a tributary of the Chu River, yet it conceals the lair of General Qingsha, a dungeon recommended for level 15 cultivators. Chongyu lies at the estuary of the Chu River's main channel, so it stands to reason that aquatic dungeons also lie hidden here. This presents an excellent opportunity. I may discover new dungeons and acquire even more potent techniques. For Zhou Yuan, abundance of accessible dungeons was the true path forward. otherwise he would remain trapped endlessly cycling through the same limited few. One of his primary objectives in entering Chongyu County was precisely to investigate this unique geomorphic zone, the estuary of the Chu River. Accordingly, early the next morning he proposed to Prefect Hu Hua that he himself lead a patrol along the coastal region while Hu Hua would command a separate patrol along the riverways. Prefect Hu Hua readily accepted this proposal, a sound strategy for defending against pirates and maritime bandits. He promptly drafted an official document authorizing Zhou Yuan to requisition troops stationed along the coast. Thus empowered, Zhou Yuan gained authority to deploy boats and patrol nearshore waters. After assigning his soldiers to 2 subordinate captains, he set off ahead with 20 cavalry toward waters frequented by pirates. En route he passed fortified villages resembling Wubao, some of which were sprawling city-sized strongholds. His accompanying Chongyu cavalry explained that these large Wubao were typically constructed by local aristocratic clans. These clans engaged in maritime trade and amassed considerable wealth within their walls. Young clan members and sworn retainers alike were disciplined, battle-hardened and fiercely loyal, enabling them to establish autonomous self-governing coastal fortresses. Moreover, Zhou Yuan observed that the density of Wubao intensified sharply the closer one approached the coastline, as if their inhabitants held no fear of pirate raids. Senior Captain: most of these Wubao offer rentable storage facilities. Sea merchants pay fees to stockpile goods while the Wubao provide armed protection and take a share of the profits. The county military secretary stations troops at the nearby seaport, maintaining constant vigilance against pirates landing ashore. To patrol the waters, Senior Captain, you must consult Secretary Wu to requisition vessels and assign skilled sailors. As Zhou Yuan gathered intelligence on local conditions, he suddenly spotted a Wubao under attack. His escorting cavalry instantly grew animated, urging a slow, silent approach, waiting until the pirates were exhausted and weakened before charging in to slay them and claim merit. Zhou Yuan voiced no objection. He too wished to understand why pirates would dare assault a fortress so naturally defensible. Yet as he drew nearer, he realized the situation was far more complex. Among the raiders stood both ordinary humans, and others whose health bars bore identity tags. Level 7 Lianhuan Wubao Pirate, Level 8 Lianhuan Wubao Archer, Level 10 Lianhuan Wubao Squad Leader. The Level 10 Lianhuan Wubao Squad Leader clearly held back, displaying none of his full strength. Under his command the bandits rained arrows into the Wubao, threatening to return every few days unless tribute was paid. In truth, the raiding party numbered barely 20, but the defenders, having suffered prior losses, dared not sally forth. After tense negotiations, they even tossed a sack of valuables over the wall to satisfy the pirates' demands. "Let's go, lads. This one knows better than to resist. We'll collect tribute from the next Wubao." Zhou Yuan showed no surprise at their effortless plunder, but his escorting soldiers, who had initially brimmed with excitement, now calmed their expressions, shifting subtly toward dread. "Senior Captain, these are likely no ordinary sea raiders. They're almost certainly Lianhuan Wubao bandits. They are true desperados, fighting without regard for life, ferocious beyond measure, the bane of several coastal counties." "Oh. How can you tell? Wubao masters are shrewd men. If these were common pirates they'd never yield so readily. Only the dreaded name of Lianhuan Wubao could compel such willing tribute." "Then let us meet them." Though fearful, the mounted guards obeyed, reassured by the speed of their horses. As the thundering cavalry closed in, ordinary pirates panicked instantly, yet the Lianhuan Wubao bandits remained eerily composed. Their leader, the Level 10 Lianhuan Wubao Squad Leader, strode forward 2 paces and shouted, "Who is this high-ranking official? We brothers merely seek temporary loans from friends. Might you kindly grant us safe passage home?" Zhou Yuan ignored the demand entirely. Drawing his bow, he infused his arrow with the perfected blood-slaughtering archery technique, and loosed it without hesitation. The arrow struck the Level 10 Lianhuan Wubao Squad Leader square in the chest before he could react, his health bar plummeting by 80%. A long-range martial artist. "Brothers, return fire. Don't let him draw again, or we all die today." No sooner had the Level 10 Lianhuan Wubao Squad Leader uttered those words than a chilling sensation pierced his spine, followed instantly by searing pain. He whirled around in disbelief, only to see his subordinate, the Level 7 Lianhuan Wubao Pirate, drawing back for a second strike. "How dare you wound me? I'll kill you first." Chaos erupted, utter chaos. Under the influence of the mind-confusing art, internal strife broke out among the bandits. Common raiders scattered instantly. Even the Lianhuan Wubao fighters hesitated only a moment before fleeing in divergent directions. Seizing the moment, Zhou Yuan inscribed ghostscript runes, capable of directional tracking, upon 3 fleeing Lianhuan Wubao bandits then halted the cavalry pursuing those 3 directions. Humans and monsters dwell side by side, yet monsters rule over men. Clearly the Lianhuan Wubao has already risen to power. After the level 10 bandit chief was slain, a weapon and a special item were dropped. Item by Bo Pearl. Introduction. There is a turtle in the Chu River named Shou, the grandson of the Jiao King, which decorates the water palace with valuable jewels, using by Bo pearls as a salary for the shrimp soldiers and turtle generals. Effect contains spiritual energy and moisture from the Bai Bo water, restoring a small amount of blue and stacking a damp status. The bandits of Lian Huanwu and the Chu River Turtle Show seem to be from entirely different factions. How could the Lian Huanwu bandits receive the salary of the Turtle Palace? Zhou Yuan weighed the light green moist pearl in his hand and his heart was filled with speculation. One possibility is that the Lian Huanwu bandits are receiving the Turtle Palace's salary under the control of Chu River Turtle Show. Another is that the Lian Huanwu bandits, having gained spiritual intelligence, discovered the Turtle Palace's secret realm and drove out people or invaded themselves to loot. Verifying this conjecture isn't difficult, you just need to defeat a few more Lian Huanwu bandits. Salaries like these are generally distributed widely. Valuable looted items, however, are likely to be pocketed by the leaders. Chu Du caught 2 informants. What do you think? Separate interrogations. If their stories don't match, then use some means. Zhou Yuan lost interest in personally interrogating them when he saw they were just ordinary bandits, not ranked Lian Huanwu bandits. As it turned out, the Chongyu cavalry had some measures in place. Within just half an hour the 2 bandits were eager to confess even the most trivial details of their past. Chu Dui clarified that their base is not fixed, they migrate according to the water level of the Chu River. The Chu River is sandy and gathers floating islands. When the water level is high it remains hidden, but when it lowers it reveals the ground, becoming a mud flat for the water bandits to rest. Many coastal pirates reside on isolated islands, and the Lian Huanwu bandits do the same, making it difficult to locate them for a large-scale encirclement. The mud flat where they reside was submerged by water a few days ago, so under the leadership of their chief they landed to loot and replenish supplies. They know nothing of the higher-ranking leaders. Indeed, the Lian Huanwu bandits who have gained spiritual intelligence do not allow ordinary bandits to acquire any confidential information. Even when subjected to means, the 2 ordinary bandits recalled many things but could not provide any significant intelligence. Are they long-standing bandits or newly affiliated ones? Both are long-standing bandits. They claim that the Lian Huanwu bandits frequently attack and assimilate scattered bandits, calling themselves the masters of the Chu River. They were conscripted into the Lian Huanwu during a skirmish among bandits. The testimony of the 2 ordinary bandits made Zhou Yuan realize that the approach of the Lian Huanwu bandits is entirely different from that of the disguised ghosts. The disguised ghosts are more hidden and closely tied to civilian life, if the Lian Huanwu bandits are more overt and closer to military organizations. They recruit and absorb bandits but do not completely assimilate them, disguising themselves as a major water pirate in the region, both reckless and cautious. Due to being split into multiple factions and roaming both land and water, they are difficult to eradicate. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan possesses a ghost script spell that can locate and transmit sound. The 3 escaping Lian Huanwu bandits will inevitably leave some traces. They've stopped. It seems they are not heading towards the coastal waterways but rather towards the town's fortress. It appears that these Lian Huanwu bandits have either become local tyrants or reached an agreement with the local tyrants. The ghost script spell's markings alerted Zhou Yuan to the unusual activities of the 3 Lian Huanwu bandits. As he prepared to check which fortress they entered, a dispute was already unfolding within the Chongyu Zhao family's fortress. Third Master, why didn't you come back with them? We encountered a tough opponent today. Third Master has fallen. What? If Third Master has fallen, what are you doing here? If the location of the fortress is exposed, my whole family will be in danger. I'm not like you, you can regain intelligence after death, but if I die it's truly the end. Rest assured, we took a long detour, not only shaking off those cavalry but also our own water bandits. Only after confirming that no one was around did we discard our weapons and change our clothes to return. Your courage is too little. Your family's patriarch once dared to gain intelligence for us and seek cooperation with us. Why have you become so useless in this generation? The Lian Huanwu bandits believe that Zhao Gong, the leader of the Zhao family fortress, is cowardly, while Zhao Gong thinks they are weak. In his view, these monsters have lost much of their courage. Back in the day, the Lian Huanwu bandits were fearless. Every encounter with the enemy was a fight to the death, not only earning a formidable reputation but also avoiding the issue of their lair being exposed. How many years has it been? Now they start to express sentiments like the next to gain spiritual intelligence isn't me. Isn't it just that memories cannot be inherited? A living immortal monster has actually become timid and values its life. Even with such dissatisfaction, Zhao Gong did not dare to reprimand the Lianhuanwu bandits. This is because he is strong and they are weak. To achieve the dream of creating a warrior family, he must maintain a good relationship with the Lianhuanwu bandits. Since there are long-range warriors patrolling, let's be a bit more discreet for a while. Just right, let's take this opportunity to consolidate our subordinates and launch another attack on the Turtle Palace's secret realm. Once I become a warrior and secure a position to defend a territory, we can truly establish ourselves and grow. You don't want to drift on the water indefinitely, do you? If my plan succeeds, you can all become major households in the city, enjoying wealth and glory. As Zhao Gong continued his usual comforting rhetoric, a house servant rushed in. Master, a knight just sped towards Chongyu County. What? They wouldn't be chasing after us, would they? What are we to do now? Nonsense, they are likely returning to the city to report. If they were truly pursuing us, they wouldn't have galloped without stopping. Regardless, we must hasten the advancement of the Turtle Palace's secret realm. We can no longer be so timid. The people within Zhao family fortress do not know that Zhou Yuan is indeed following the ghost script spell's location, riding back. The reason he passed near Zhao family fortress is twofold: to lock onto his target and to apply pressure. No matter how much of Zhao family fortress is human or monster, upon seeing the imperial soldiers they cannot possibly remain calm. Thus they should either stay quiet or quickly formulate new actions to catch his attention. As long as they make a move, Zhou Yuan will obtain more intelligence. If they do not move, Zhou Yuan will also find opportunities to provoke them into relocating. Chu Du, aren't we going to patrol the coast? Of course, I suspect these fortresses are not clean. Let's first meet up with the camp soldiers, then proceed with great fanfare to see which fortresses will expose themselves. This method is not bad, but the county magistrate has used it before and did not flush out the hidden bandits. That's different. Magistrate who follows the rules, I do not. Well, surround a few fortresses, not hitting, scolding or injuring anyone. The innocent may feel aggrieved by the abuse of power, but those with issues might be frightened into revealing themselves. Upon hearing this, the Chongyu cavalry felt that this superior's methods were somewhat sinister. After a round they feared they might gather a few carts of good gifts. The key is that he also has an excuse. If he achieves some results, it will be hard to distinguish whether he is genuinely gathering gifts or a diligent commander focused on punishing bandits. The Chongyu Zhao family is a clan filled with great ambition. Or rather, the late patriarch Zhao Hui was an ambitious man. In his lifetime he imparted his teachings early on, instilling his expectations in the future heads of the family. He disapproved of exchanging secret realms for wealth and glory. In his view, since the Zhao family had already escaped poverty, they should seek lasting strength for generations rather than fleeting riches for a single generation. Thus he invited martial masters to train the young and strong of the clan, leading them to hunt down invading bandits. After they gained courage from numerous bloody battles, he would select the strongest among them to enter the secret realm for conquest. However, reality was cruel. After one battle the dead and wounded fell, and they couldn't even defeat the first wave of demons within the secret realm. At this point the secret realm should have been handed over to the court in exchange for wealth. However, while transporting goods, a young man from the clan accidentally fell into the water, and at death's door caught a glimpse of the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. The temptation of two secret realms and the prospect of a family legacy was too great, leading Zhao Hui to ultimately choose to send people to the Lianhuanwu bandits for enlightenment, forming an alliance to jointly conquer the Turtle Mansion's secret realm. Since the Zhao family engaged in trade and the young and strong traveled across multiple cities, Zhao Hui was not afraid of the Lianhuanwu bandits secretly plotting against him. At worst, he would sacrifice his life to have a few of his sons from afar seek out court officials to report on the secret realm. With this fierce determination, the Zhao family collaborated with the Lianhuanwu bandits. One side engaged in commerce while the other participated in banditry, continuously enlightening the bandits within the secret realm through various means. Just when the Lianhuanwu bandits began to take shape and had a batch of expendable troops, Zhao Hui hurriedly passed away. The new patriarch Zhao Gong shared his father's ambitions but lacked his father's means. He could only barely maintain the alliance, but found it difficult to command the Lianhuanwu bandits to serve him. Moreover, to prevent Zhao Gong from offering up the secret realm for his own wealth, the clan elders and the bandits were all watching him closely. This left him with no other options but to become a warrior guarding the territory and seeking mutual wealth. Uncle, as you can see, it's hard to command the Lianhuan Wubu bandits. Can't we just offer up the Turtle Mansion secret realm for a single generation of wealth? Patriarch, this matter is absolutely out of the question. Developing the secret realm can bless all clansmen for generations. What return can we expect by offering it up? We are only a step away from becoming a prestigious family. We must not give up halfway. The Zhao family continued to urge the Lianhuan Wubu bandits to attack the secret realm while Zhou Yuan had already gathered his troops and began to besiege the fortress. This action drew complaints from some of the Wubu lords. If Zhou Yuan had not randomly selected and simply besieged, the Wubu lords would have gone to the county office to lodge complaints. Choose supervisor Y, return the valuable goods and only take some food and drink. We are here to intimidate the bandits and cannot truly become bandits ourselves. Since the troops surrounded the fortress, if they did not take some items, the lords would inevitably panic. Thus taking some worthless items was sufficient, which could later be logged in the county's public account for tax deductions. Zhou Yuan's group advanced steadily, and during the siege they did not notice any anomalies. However, as they approached the Zhao family fortress, the managers inside began to panic before the siege even started. Patriarch, it's bad. A battalion of soldiers is approaching from the west heading toward our Wubu. The sentinels were all trusted clan youths of Zhao Gong who were unaware of their family's dealings with the secret realm. They only knew how to profit from controlling bandits. Therefore, upon seeing the imperial army, they were filled with fear, believing that their crimes had been exposed and the soldiers were coming to hunt them down. What? How can this be? Quickly call the clan elders and a few brave men to discuss. The discussions within the Zhao family fortress were bound to yield no conclusive results. But it deepened the crisis awareness of the Lianhuan Wubu bandits, making them realize that they could no longer remain idle, or they would eventually be exterminated by the imperial army. Patriarch Zhao, do not panic. Our hands are clean. Those soldiers are definitely not here to capture us. You must keep the soldiers steady, and we will attack the Turtle Mansion secret realm in the next few days, quickly making you a warrior. After receiving the assurance from the Lianhuan Wubu bandits, Zhao Gong suppressed his anxiety and assembled the clan elders to line up outside the Wubu fortress to wait. It was not that he did not want to flee, rather if he did it would reveal their secret and those soldiers might choose to attack the fortress first and then ask questions. As the flag-waving army approached, Zhao Gong's anxiety lessened considerably. He could see clearly that there were only about 400 to 500 men, all infantry with only a few cavalry. Behind him inside the Wubu fortress there were nearly 50 Lianhuan Wubu bandits and over 20 fine horses. If a real fight broke out, the chances of breaking through the army and escaping were extremely high. Just as Zhao Gong was pondering how to deal with the soldiers and his escape routes, he suddenly saw movements in the army which split into 3 teams surrounding the Wubu fortress from 3 different directions. This sight terrified him to the core, and the clan elders behind him were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. If not for their younger relatives supporting them, they might have collapsed to the ground. It's over, Patriarch. Let's defend the fortress and fight. The books often say that when surrounded by 3, one must hold their ground to avoid losing morale. These soldiers are not leaving us any options for a retreat. They will likely surround us and kill us all. Stop saying such things. Now is exactly the time. We cannot be disordered. If we dare to act recklessly, within half a day the soldiers of Chongyu camp will arrive one after another for support. Currently, with 400 to 500 men surrounding the fortress, it seems manageable, but once chaos erupts the number of soldiers will only increase. At this critical moment it was still necessary for Zhao Gong as the Patriarch to make the decision. Under his command the Lianhuan Wubu bandits inside the fortress prepared for battle, while outside everything remained calm, showing no signs of desperation. Clop clop clop. A valiant general approached the southern gate of the Wubu fortress on a magnificent steed, accompanied by soldiers who quickly formed ranks. To the soldiers this was a drill, while to the Zhao family it felt more like a ruthless siege due to exposed crimes. General, why are you surrounding our fortress? Is it because you are short of food and supplies on your march here? Please allow us to present some food from within the fortress. The fortress lord is joking. How could we lack food on our own territory? However, we heard from spies in the camp that there are fortresses colluding with bandits, hiding their tracks, providing them with supplies and selling their loot. Seeing Zhou Yuan's serious expression, Zhao Gong instantly broke into a sweat. He constantly cursed the 3 Lianhuan Wubu bandits who had escaped, thinking, didn't you say there were no remnants? If it were truly clean, how could it attract soldiers here? This is an injustice, General. The coastal towns have unending banditry and we only established the fortress to survive. Our Zhao family has been innocent for generations and has never engaged in unlawful acts. If the general does not believe this, you may enter the fortress for a thorough investigation. Entering the fortress is out of the question. Zhou Yuan was unaware of how many Lianhuan Wubu bandits were hidden inside. In a densely constructed semi-militarized fortress, fighting with those bandits was not a wise option. His goal was to exert pressure and take the opportunity to mark several targets using ghostly writing spells, then follow the movement of these targets to find the hidden entrance to the secret realm. Thus, after routine questioning and allowing a team of soldiers to check inside, he led his troops to the next fortress. General, will this really draw out the hidden bandits? Perhaps it will. We will spread the word that today's besieged fortress is under suspicion in the camp. Give them a little time to react. There will always be those who cannot resist acting. The encirclement of the fort indeed had some effect. The scouts sent out that night quickly identified 2 suspicious Wubao. Unexpectedly, the Zhao family fort remained composed, not only refraining from sending anyone to warn others at night, but also the fort master Zhao Gong went to the county office early to prove his innocence. Choose supervisor, those Wubao are indeed unclean. Should we continue to encircle the fort to frighten the bandits? No, they were caught off guard before and panicked. By now they must have reacted, and it would be difficult to scare them again. Cultivating ties with bandits was not exclusive to the Chongyu Zhao family. In fact, many Wubao had connections with bandits. Some were only lightly involved, merely engaging in some fencing sales. Others were more deeply entangled, not only providing intelligence but also arranging for the strong young men in the fort to join. In this era, the powerful who forged forts by the sea could not be as pure as water if they all had some gray industries, more or less. Therefore, Zhou Yuan's unconventional encirclement action was indeed effective, but it could only be used unexpectedly and not repeatedly. It's a pity. I wondered why the Chongyu camp couldn't eradicate the bandits. It turns out they are the local snakes and the Chongyu soldiers are the outsiders. Send orders to attack the suspicious forts. Let's first create a stir to let them know that anyone who exposes themselves will be hunted down. The psychological pressure caused by encirclement and suppression is still different. Without the show of blood, authority cannot be established. Zhou Yuan, an outsider, did not care about evidence. As long as he discovered something unusual, he dared to encircle first and investigate later. Understood. Under the guidance of the scouts, 500 soldiers quickly returned and surrounded a suspicious Wubao. This time all the soldiers were armored and armed, clearly coming with serious intent. The Wubao master, feeling guilty, attempted to resist but was shot in the arm by Zhou Yuan and fainted from the pain. After the archery unit launched 2 waves of arrows, the panicking servants, fearing being implicated, banded together to open the gates of the Wubao. The second Wubao was the same if the servants inside lacked the courage to fight against the soldiers. When Zhou Yuan shot through the main gate with a blood arrow, they surrendered. Subsequent interrogations went very smoothly. Both families disclosed their involvement in fencing and selling grain, as well as their connections with certain bandit groups. Afterwards, Zhou Yuan redirected the soldiers to patrol the coastal area, pretending that the bandit suppression had already passed, no longer applying pressure. During this time he learned swimming and diving under the guidance of the sailors. Once he had skillfully mastered swimming and diving, he used his accumulated experience to max out the ability. Skill: water treading. Description: the waters of Tsanglan can wash my tassels, if the waters of Tsanglan can wash my feet as I play in the tide as if wading through a shallow beach. Effect: increases swimming speed and stealth time in water. Upon reaching max level, activates the water breath state, allowing one to consume spiritual energy for breathing underwater. Zhao Gong was unaware that Zhou Chu, who came from the prefecture, had already set his sights on him. Yet he cautiously chose to travel during the day, escorting normal goods and putting on the appearance of trading. However, every time he moved, the mark of the ghostly rune would shift, drawing Zhou Yuan's attention. Since Zhou Yuan chose to track alone and kept his distance, he relied on the direction of the ghostly rune for long-distance tracking. Thus Zhao Gong delivered goods normally, testing the waters several times without detecting any abnormalities. When he thought the crisis had passed, he replaced his assistant with a member of the Lianhuan dock bandits during one delivery. This time their movement direction was identical to the previous instances. However, after entering the waterway they stopped in one area. Zhou Yuan arrived by the riverbank, first donning the bishop's skin, which possessed the ability to restore health and mana, transforming into a kindly elder. Then he rented a fishing boat along the water's edge, rowed into the waterway, adjusted the distance and began to wait patiently. As night fell, he sensed a marked target rapidly descending, so he abandoned the boat and submerged into the water. Before long he saw a very conspicuous blue-black vortex beneath several ropes tightly pulled by the ship's anchor. Instance Frog Soldier's Nest Recommended Challenge Level 10 Recommended Number of Challengers 10-20 He submerged into the aquatic grass gradually approaching and discovered that only 10 of the Lianhuan dock bandits had disembarked from the ship. The limit for the Frog Soldier's instance is clearly 20 people, yet they only dispatched 10. Do they think that fewer people are enough, or are there 10 people stationed inside the Frog Soldier's instance? Also, the name of this instance does not match. According to the name, there should be frog soldiers inside. How could it relate to the tortoise longevity of the Chu River? Although Zhou Yuan was puzzled, he still marked all 10 Lianhuan dock bandits with ghostly runes. The bandits had not been in the instance for more than 15 minutes when some exited and new members entered, taking turns to fight. After several waves of replacements, the Lianhuan dock bandits gradually found themselves unable to keep up and decided to halt their attack. The ship has been docked long enough for today, let's leave first and switch ships to fight tomorrow. As the merchant ship set sail, Zhou Yuan quickly approached the Frog Soldier instance. The next moment the world shifted and he transitioned from the flowing river channel to a pockmarked water-filled area with puddles and silt. Here there were 9 humanoid turtle soldiers bearing shells along with a larger crocodile turtle warrior. One of them had already lost its health bar and 3 others had significantly damaged health. Level 15 Longevity Tortoise Soldier, Level 20 Longevity Tortoise General. In addition, not far away on the silt there was a throne piled with jewels, but the Longevity Tortoise General was not sitting there, instead it was patrolling back and forth. Where are the frog soldiers? The Frog Soldier's nest has no frog soldiers but instead has 10 turtles. What is going on? Wait, the Lianhuan dock bandits entered with 10 people and there are also 10 turtle soldiers here, adding up to exactly the maximum number for the Frog Soldier instance. I seem to have discovered something incredible. Could it be that the Chu River's longevity tortoise killed the frog soldiers and borrowed their shells to lure people? Zhou Yuan realized that if his guess was correct, the problem would be serious. This would mean that the aquatic monsters relied on environmental advantages to form their own predatory rhythm. They deliberately created opportunities using treasures that were close at hand and a small number of monsters to entice explorers to continue their search. In this way, the fortunate ones supported by their families would become their source of spiritual nourishment. The solitary wanderers without family support would likely be trapped after a couple of attempts. Even if the authorities discovered them, they would not fear, as the local garrison could not infiltrate the water to hunt them down. Verifying this hypothesis is not difficult. One only needs to clear out the turtle soldiers here and see if frog soldiers will respawn. Zhou Yuan did not know that while he was observing the turtle soldiers, 2 level 15 longevity tortoise soldiers were also pondering. What's going on? Didn't that group of water bandits know that our patrol routes would change? If we leave someone in the instance, it won't be long before we are surrounded. Could it be a lucky old man accidentally wandered into our fishing ground? If so, we should kill him. Those water bandits are the real threat. We can't let this old man disrupt our plans. 2 level 15 Shofu turtle soldiers planned to change their patrol route, taking the opportunity to eliminate anyone who stumbled into the secret realm. Suddenly the individual drew a precious bow, knocking a blood-red arrow and igniting it with golden-red flames. This is bad. We might be dealing with a reckless warrior who dares to challenge us alone. His arrows look difficult to intercept. Should I retreat into my shell for safety? One Shofu turtle soldier hesitated, but seeing its intelligent companion swiftly retreat into its shell without hesitation, it couldn't help but curse silently and quickly pulled its limbs into its own shell. This scene naturally caught Zhou Yuan's attention. Without needing to think, he realized that the 2 Shofu turtle soldiers that had withdrawn into their shells were likely to possess intelligence. Otherwise, why would the other Shofu turtle soldiers remain fearless while these 2 were so exceptional? However, he chose not to prioritize attacking the 2 intelligent Shofu turtle soldiers. Instead, he targeted the mindless ones that were foolishly patrolling. Whoosh! A fully charged blood-killing arrow ablaze with flames accurately struck one Shofu turtle soldier right on the head. The blood-killing arrow carried immense force, entering through the turtle soldier's eye socket, exiting through the back of its head and getting lodged in its skull. The blood-killing affixed to the arrow unleashed secondary damage, continuously tearing at the wound while causing the Shofu turtle soldier to bleed profusely. This arrow dealt a critical hit to its weak point, causing the Shofu turtle soldier to lose 46 of its health. Since it was already at low health, having been previously battered by the wave bandits down to just 72 health. Thus, with Zhou Yuan's arrow, it nearly cost the creature its life, causing its health to plummet rapidly to 26. However, the Shofu turtle soldier was clearly different from the other monsters Zhou Yuan had encountered. After receiving the critical damage, it did not lock onto its attacker for a counterattack. Instead it suddenly discarded its hammer and shield, retreating into its shell like the two intelligent turtle soldiers. The other 5 Shofu turtle soldiers and 1 Shofu turtle general were immediately drawn to the threat, advancing toward Zhou Yuan with determined steps. The turtle general was a short-range shooter wielding a chain mace adorned with numerous sharp spikes. However, the movement speed of the Shofu turtle soldiers was quite ordinary. They simply couldn't keep up with Zhou Yuan, who employed the art of leaping. Especially in this area filled with puddles and muddy terrain, it greatly favored amphibious beings that could leap. Thus Zhou Yuan created distance with several leaps, knocking another arrow and preparing for a kite-fighting strategy. The 2 intelligent turtle soldiers, witnessing the scene, silently lamented that today's events might not end well. Number 23. Should we retreat? We can't command these mindless foolish kin. No way. Lord Shou tasked us with watching over our kin to open their minds. If we let them escape, how would we explain this to Lord Shou? Instead, let's rely on our shells and move forward slowly, looking for an opportunity to ambush that person. That sounds nice, but we have to wade through muck and water. How can we catch up to him? Before the 2 intelligent turtle soldiers could reach a conclusion, Zhou Yuan noticed another anomaly. Normal Shofu turtle soldiers would retreat into their shells and slowly recover health when their health dipped below 30. If it weren't for the blood-killing arrow being infused with blood-killing flames, they might have been able to heal themselves. This was formidable, possessing a shell for defense and the ability to regenerate health. If not for their shells not covering their entire bodies and their slow movement speed, this group of Shofu turtle soldiers could have truly engaged in a war of attrition. As Zhou Yuan skillfully created distance and dealt damage, the 2 intelligent turtle soldiers could no longer hold back. Number 23. You distract him. I'll go call for reinforcements. You coward. Don't run. If you do, you'll only expose your back. It's only natural to get hit by an arrow. Listen to me, that person is a martial artist. He doesn't have much chi left to use. He can't kill us. At most he'll make a few of our kin retreat into their shells. Alright then, I'll guard the exit and won't let him pass. The turtle soldier named number 23 was correct. Human martial artists indeed couldn't outlast them. But what it didn't know was that Zhou Yuan was an exception, and thus it was destined to miscalculate. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Yuan remained vigorous, constantly leaping and searching for opportunities to counterattack the pursuers behind him. Number 23. He's wasting spiritual energy. Why does he still have any left? Just wait a bit longer. Once he weakens, we'll charge in. 2/4 of an hour later, Zhou Yuan had forced all 5 pursuing Shofu turtle soldiers into their shells, with only 1 Shofu turtle general still in pursuit. Number 23. Can the turtle general outlast him? Don't let it get countered. Impossible. How could a turtle general outlast a human martial artist? Just be patient, it'll be soon. Zhou Yuan continued to create distance, dodging the short-range attacks from the turtle general and looking for opportunities to strike back. After another 2/4 of an hour, the turtle general also retreated into its shell, leaving only a field of turtle soldiers in their shells. He's coming. He's about to leave the secret realm. He must be out of chi. Now's our chance, let's charge. As they spoke, 1 turtle soldier picked up a shield, holding it over its head as it charged forward, not looking back as it rushed toward the exit of the secret realm. Zhou Yuan, witnessing this, sidestepped and leaped instantly, unleashing a barrage of arrows at the fleeing turtle soldier. The immense pain caused the fleeing turtle soldier to retreat into its shell and collapse. Just as it managed to react and attempted to endure the pain to escape, it poked its head out again, only to be struck by another fully charged blood-killing arrow in the back of its head, causing it to retreat once more. Number 23. I've been fooled by you. He doesn't run out of chi at all. When I return to Shofu, I'll definitely smash your head. The turtle soldier pursuing Zhou Yuan could no longer hear what its companion had to say. Now all it could think of was to kill the human martial artist in front of it. It did not believe that the other party could keep using spiritual energy indefinitely. It assumed that the other party was already at the end of their rope. All it needed was to put in a bit more effort and the opponent would fall. However, until it was reduced to below 30 health and uncontrollably retreated into its shell, entering the turtle rest state, it still did not see the other party's spiritual energy depleting. Lord Shou, I was wrong. This must be some ancient monster that came out of a secret realm, definitely not a human martial artist. With a whoosh 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 as one fully charged blood-killing arrow after another was fired, Zhou Yuan began to clear the field. He started clearing from the closest turtle soldier to the exit, draining the health of both intelligent and mindless alike. Ding! Killed 8 level 15 Shofu turtle soldiers, experience 1800. Killed 1 level 20 Shofu turtle general, experience 500. It wasn't that Zhou Yuan didn't want to communicate with the two intelligent turtle soldiers, the key was that he didn't understand the language they spoke. Thus he could only kill them to restore the instance and see what the true appearance of the frog's nest instance was. The 8 Shofu turtle soldiers dropped 3 pieces of turtle shells, 10 pieces of bow pearls, while the Shofu turtle general dropped 1 piece of turtle spike armor and 1 piece of turtle rest technique. Additionally, upon the muddy bank in a throne made of piled jewels there were 20 bow pearls, the rest were ordinary pearls without any information tags. After rummaging through, Zhou Yuan also bagged some ordinary pearls before exiting the frog's nest secret realm. When he entered again he heard a chorus of frog croaks and saw various frog soldiers wielding multiple weapons. Level 10 trident frog soldiers, level 10 sword and shield frog soldiers, level 10 poison frog soldiers. Indeed, the frog's nest secret realm has nothing to do with the turtle soldiers. The turtle and river turtles are benefiting from the secret realm in the water. In a place filled with the croaking of frogs there were hundreds of frog soldiers of various colors. They possessed excellent jumping abilities, making them exceptional hunters in confined spaces. However, the Shofu turtle soldiers with their high defense and ability to regenerate could directly counter their combat strategies. To them the Shofu turtle soldiers, the chain hammer bandits and Zhou Yuan were all outsiders. Indeed, both humans and monsters were clearing dungeons, with humans seeking valuable resources while monsters desired continuous challengers to their domains. One question remains: how did the Zhou turtle sovereign manage to transport the mindless turtle soldiers and generals to the frog soldiers' nest? Zhou Yuan pondered while using the turtle breath technique obtained from the Shofu turtle general through the attribute panel. Skill: turtle breath technique. Introduction: although turtles have noses, they breathe through their ears. Named turtle breath, it ensures great longevity for turtles, enabling them to breathe and regulate their breath like turtles, surviving without food or drink. Effect: after use, gain the turtle breath state, inhaling energy into the abdomen and sustaining a long breath for an hour, capable of resisting poisonous mist environments. Note: when used with turtle shell equipment it can activate the hibernation state, retreating into the shell to reduce various consumptions and enhance defenses while slowly regenerating health. The healing effect of the turtle breath technique was not as efficient as the golden toad chi cultivation method in regulating breath. However, the turtle breath technique consumed less energy and could temporarily heal during combat when used with turtle shell equipment. The key was that the prolonged turtle breath state was particularly useful in certain environments like poisonous mists or riverbeds. Since the Zhou turtle sovereign sent turtle soldiers and generals to challenge humans, they wouldn't neglect the turtle soldiers and generals they dispatched. When to fight and when the water bandits would arrive was hard to predict. Perhaps they would come at fixed times to check the frog nest's secret realm. Zhou Yuan did not want to be ambushed from both sides by the turtle soldiers outside the secret realm and the frog soldiers inside. Thus he exited the dungeon first, activated the turtle breath state and hid among the aquatic plants to monitor the dungeon entrance. He was right. Approximately an hour and a half later, around 3 or 4 in the morning, a seemingly normal turtle appeared in the dungeon area. Level 12 Shofu Swift Turtle. After poking its head around, the turtle dove straight into the frog nest's secret realm. 23-24 I hope none of my kin were lost today. Has the chain hammer turtle general still not gained intelligence? Quack quack quack. The swift turtle's calls did not elicit the response of 2 intelligent turtle soldiers, instead it heard a chorus of croaking frogs. Those numerous mindless frog soldiers, despite their mechanical croaking, appeared to mock the swift turtle in disdain. Quack quack, I knew you would croak. Just wait until I return and summon a few turtle generals over, you won't be able to croak again. Disaster. Not only did the turtle general fail to gain intelligence, but 2 intelligent turtle soldiers were also lost in the frog nest. Those water bandits were utterly clueless. Wouldn't it be better to quietly take a few jewels and leave safely instead of causing such disasters? When I report this to the turtle sovereign, the generals will directly slaughter you in the water. After entering the secret realm, the swift turtle quickly re-emerged. However, this time it left at an astonishing speed, darting through the water like an arrowfish, leaving a long narrow trace behind. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuan cast a positioning ghost script on it and continued to wait patiently. He did not pursue as he could not catch up with the swift turtle in the water, and was also concerned about the Zhou turtle sovereign establishing a patrol squad in the water. Since these turtles had both soldiers and generals and possessed awareness of management and communication, they could not be regarded as an ordinary force. At the very least they should be seen as regional warlords acknowledging their patrol and defense awareness. As expected, the Zhou turtle sovereign who began to lure humans has a mature communication method. They likely have countermeasures for unexpected situations. I will wait a bit longer to see how they will act. While Zhou Yuan concealed himself in the aquatic plants patiently waiting, both the chain hammer bandits and the Zhuha turtle sovereign took significant actions. The chain hammer bandits reported their combat experiences, roughly describing the combat strength of the turtle soldiers and generals. This move made the level 12 boss, the chain hammer leader, realize that the turtle soldiers and generals were not as dangerous as they seemed. As long as he led a few big and small leaders into the fray, a secret realm with only 10 turtles would undoubtedly fall into their hands. At that time he could let the innocent Zhao Gong become a warrior, delivering various jewels and spiritual items to gain the position of changiest defender. These secret realm water bandits would truly be free. Even if they lost a few, they could quickly gain intelligence using their privileges. This is the strategy for long-term survival. We must give it our all. The chain hammer bandits were still unaware that 10 turtles had already been secretly cleared. The frog nest secret realm had once again become a gathering place for the frogs. On the Zhuha turtle sovereign side, after receiving the swift turtle's urgent report, they were extremely furious. Well, I thought they were somewhat reasonable. Often sacrificing useless bandits would be better. I even occasionally sent a piece of bow pearl as payment. It turns out they are ungrateful, daring to harm my kin. They shall not be spared. Bivalve General, lead the intelligent bivalve soldiers to transport 10 mindless turtle generals into the frog nest. Crocodile Turtle Chief, you will bury the intelligent turtle soldiers in the riverbed mud, and when those water bandits re-enter the frog nest you must ambush them from both sides, leaving none to escape. Additionally, the lucky Zhao family is no longer useful. Let our controlled bandits submit the Zhao family's evidence of wrongdoing to the county office. The Zhao Gong, who knows the location of the frog nest secret realm, must die. Send 2 intelligent swift turtles to follow their merchant ship. When he boards the ship, we will breach the hull to cause panic and take the opportunity to kill everyone on board, creating the illusion of a sunken ship. We will faithfully obey the sovereign's command. Relying on the advantages of the water domain, the Zhuha turtle sovereign was not afraid of the Great Way Court's extermination. The Great Way Court could not possibly issue a document stating that there were monsters lurking along the river, sealing off the Zhuha waterway that spanned multiple states. Therefore it acted even more recklessly, merely to suppress panic and avoid intelligent beings fearing the river, choosing instead a slow and steady approach. However, this time the alliance between the Chongyu Zhao family and the water bandits clearly overturned its fishbowl, prompting it to plan a cleanup and replace it with a new batch of lucky individuals. Both the chain hammer bandits and the Zhuha turtle sovereign took action, and Zhou Yuan, who was lurking, quickly noticed the unusual activity. Level 20 Shofu Bivalve General, Level 15 Shofu Bivalve Soldiers, Level 20 Shofu Turtle Generals, Level 15 Shofu Turtle Soldiers. 20 turtle soldiers were tethered by ropes guiding the bivalve soldiers. In addition to their own health bars, the bivalve soldiers had 2 additional health bars of turtle generals above their heads. So they rely on bivalve soldiers to transport mindless turtle generals. If that's indeed a clever method. As long as they control it, they can undoubtedly transport them to other areas. After sending 10 turtle generals into the frog nest secret realm, an intelligent turtle general led 9 turtle soldiers in after them. About half an hour later, the intelligent turtle general emerged from the frog nest secret realm with the turtle soldiers, then dug a pit on the spot and concealed themselves in the river's mud. Zhou Yuan watched the intelligent turtle soldiers hidden in a circular formation, recalling the 10 turtle generals within the secret realm and that level 20 intelligent turtle general. At this moment he suddenly felt that the chain hammer bandits were in danger if the turtle generals and soldiers did not intend to let them leave. Monsters battle monsters, humans battle turtles. If both land and water possess intelligence, then there must be nations on land and in water as well. The waiting time was excruciating, but fortunately Zhou Yuan had a few turtle shells at his disposal. After using the turtle shells, he entered the hibernation state of the turtle breathing technique, which made him feel much more comfortable. After waiting for several hours, around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Gong and the Lion Huanwu bandits finally arrived by boat. With a thud, the heavy anchor sank to the riverbed, drawing the attention of Zhou Yuan and the lurking turtle soldiers. At that moment the water bandits aboard the merchant ship were busy opening the secret compartments of the ship to retrieve various weapons. My lord, this time the brothers will put in a lot of effort. Once we secure the secret realm, Zhao Gong will surely reward us handsomely. That is for later. Let me tell you, Zhao Gong, even if you become a martial artist, it is impossible for you to conquer the water mansion secret realm alone. Remember, our relationship unity brings mutual benefit while division leads to mutual loss. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts. My lord, you jest. Zhao Gong knows his own limitations. It is impossible for me to gather even a single trace of spiritual energy to become a formidable fighter. With a splash, a few Lion Huanwu bandits jumped into the water patrolling around. After finding nothing unusual, they surfaced and shouted for others to enter the water. As the second batch of water bandits approached the riverbed with heavy objects, Zhou Yuan realized that the Lion Huanwu bandits were truly investing heavily this time. Level 11 Lion Huanwu Big Boss, Level 10 Lion Huanwu Small Boss, Level 12 Lion Huanwu Leader, especially the Level 12 Lion Huanwu Leader whose identity information was marked with a blood-red skull. Goodness, the boss is personally coming to clear the dungeon. The Lion Huanwu bandits are truly ruthless. If anything happens to him, they will all be wiped out. Zhou Yuan glanced at the turtle soldiers who continued to lurk, feeling that the Level 12 Lion Huanwu leader was unlikely to escape now. Even though he was a boss, he was ultimately in the water, which was the battlefield of the turtle soldiers. As 10 Lion Huanwu bandits entered the frog nest secret realm, they noticed something was off. The turtles had clearly transformed, all becoming robust alligator turtles. I've never heard of secret realm monsters being able to change their form. Our mindless brothers have been the same for years. Can these turtles grow and change form after a certain amount of time? What do you mean? Are you stupid? Our leader is most likely being plotted against. What should we do? Without thinking, the Level 12 Lion Huanwu leader knew they couldn't afford to waste time. The turtle soldiers in the secret realm had clearly been deliberately positioned. Even if they wanted to wait, the turtle soldiers would patrol over. Send one person to scout the situation. If it's safe, come back and report. If we don't hear back in a quarter of an hour, we'll have to fight with all we have. As soon as the chosen Lion Huanwu bandit poked his head out, he was tightly embraced by a turtle soldier and struggled as he sank into the muddy riverbed. Another turtle soldier quickly surrounded him, repeatedly striking with its copper hammer. After a quarter of an hour, the Lion Huanwu bandits who had engaged with the patrolling turtle soldiers finally realized their predicament. Stop hitting. Let's go. If we stay in this secret realm any longer, we'll be worn out. Only by exiting the secret realm and getting back on the boat do we have a chance to survive. Under the command of the Lion Huanwu leader, the bandits disengaged from combat and quickly headed toward the secret realm's exit. They all understood that since they were blocked, they had to continuously surge out of the secret realm. Only in this way could they escape while their opponents were still reacting. However, this time they miscalculated. The enemies lying in ambush were not human but over 20 water turtles. As soon as they went out, they were entangled by the turtle soldiers, with the water's resistance and buoyancy severely affecting their attack power and balance. Thus the Lion Huanwu bandits who were fierce on land were being toyed with by the turtle soldiers in the water. Only the boss, the Lion Huanwu leader, could still resist a little, but he was also found by the turtle general, who seized the opportunity to entangle him with a chain hammer, preventing him from surfacing. At this time the people on the merchant ship still did not know that the Lion Huanwu bandits had fallen. They lamented that the leader and the small bosses personally took action, which was different. Even after a quarter of an hour they had not called for replacements. Some were even laughing, believing that the Water Mansion secret realm was about to fall into their hands. Zhao family head, this matter is likely settled, but do not forget your promise. I won't forget. Once I become the guardian of a territory, the displaced merchants, prisoners and laborers will be at my disposal. While the bandits on the boat were still discussing how to continuously utilize the local population, the Lion Huanwu bandits underwater could no longer hold on. As the boss health bar dropped below 30, he suddenly opened his mouth wide as if to roar. Even though he couldn't produce sound underwater and had swallowed 2 mouthfuls of sandy river water, the effect he intended still occurred. The few surviving Lion Huanwu leaders and the bandits on the merchant ship suddenly felt a surge of strength and were eager to rush into the water recklessly. Not good, the leader is gathering strength in the water, he's in danger. With splashes, several Lion Huanwu bandits could no longer suppress their impulses and jumped into the icy river water. Raise the anchor, set sail, lower the small boat. You 3 come with me. Zhao Gong did not hesitate at all. Upon seeing something was off, he immediately ordered to set sail, taking 3 young clansmen onto the small boat, attempting to escape quickly. The nearby Shofu speed turtles would not let him have his way. A few collaborated to overturn the small boat, biting at the clothing of those who fell into the water and dragging them under. Although Zhou Yuan noticed that Zhao Gong was being dragged into the water, he did not move at all. He was not prepared to save Zhao Gong, who likely knew the entrance to the Lion Huanwu secret realm. Because those who knew the location of the secret realm would certainly not be limited to him alone. Otherwise, if the Lion Huanwu bandits killed him, they could eliminate the hidden danger of exposing the secret realm. Moreover, there was a group of turtle soldiers swimming in the water. Trying to snatch someone from their grasp was still quite difficult. However, he did not do nothing. Instead he cast a positioning spell on the Lian Huanwu leader, providing assistance. Ding killed level 12 Lian Huanwu leader. Well, the assistance from the spell didn't grant any supportive experience, but he still received a kill confirmation. Afterward, Zhou Yuan used the spell on the intelligent turtle soldiers to conveniently lock onto their positions. Let the big boat go, everyone follow. After we pass this waterway we'll sink it. We must not let it sink near the frog nest's secret realm. The turtle generals and soldiers left, and several shofu speed turtles sped ahead of the merchant ship, acting as scouts. Once they swam far enough, Zhou Yuan emerged from the waterweed, quickly retrieved the fallen glowing orbs, surfaced rapidly and reached the shore. Ding obtained Gathering Righteousness 1 Lianhuan Blade Technique 1 Gui Yuan Sen 5 Skill Gathering Righteousness Description: Heroes gather across the world to pursue great endeavors, united in life and death with hearts aligned in the Hall of Righteousness. Effect: after use causes allied units to gather spontaneously, slightly increasing their attack power and triggering a protection state. Note: the higher the skill level, the larger the range, the higher the divine attribute, the stronger the skill effect. At full level the skill range is 500 meters. This skill seems to imply some form of forced protection. If used well, wouldn't I gain many true friends who share life and death bonds? The skill Gathering of the Righteous dropped by the level 12 Lianhuan Wharf Chief was intriguing. To Zhou Yuan it resembled a taunt skill, except its target was not the enemy but his own allies, compelling them to instinctively shield its user, a tactic colloquially known as summoning a living tank. Naturally, Gathering of the Righteous could also serve as a training tool. Repeated use would instill in soldiers an unshakable sense of loyalty, to whom they served and toward whom they must rally. Moreover, the Gui Yuan powder and the Lianhuan saber technique, both looted from the boss, were likewise highly practical. Gui Yuan powder restored spiritual energy, far superior to the Yuzhan powder commonly issued by the Jingan camp. The Lianhuan saber technique meanwhile was an aggressive offensive defense martial art. Skill: Lianhuan saber technique. Description: /chop, thrust and parry, each strike ringing like a clear bell. Consuming spiritual energy, accelerates blade speed at maximum rank, strikes flow without pause, blades weaving into seamless circling arcs. After organizing his spoils, Zhou Yuan did not re-enter the Frog Lair dungeon, now occupied by 10 level 20 shofu turtle generals. Instead he tracked the ghost script-marked turtle soldiers and generals across land, pinpointing the approximate location of the sunken ship and the waters along which they sailed home. Thereafter he shed the Fengshan hide and resumed his true appearance before returning to his military camp. Upon seeing their direct superior return, the two Dabo officers hurried forward to inquire. "Commander Chu, you've been away investigating for 2 full days, did you uncover anything?" "Indeed. A great catch. Have the men assemble swiftly." "Understood. If we crush the most audacious bandits, the Lianhuan Wharf pirates, we shall earn merit and return to camp. This Chongyu County is splendid in every way, except that eating too many jujube paste cakes leaves one cloyed. Many soldiers have even begun complaining of toothaches." "Ha. Very well, let us swiftly quell these rampaging bandits and return to the Jingan camp." When word spread that the bandits would be pacified and the troops would return to camp, morale surged. Soldiers immediately donned armor, readied weapons and prepared for decisive action. After all, the Wuwei and Xishan camp troops had long grown accustomed to elite standards. Garrison duty in local counties no longer satisfied them. A deep resonant horn call echoed across the camp. Fully equipped soldiers marched once more toward the township wharf fortresses. Along the march numerous fortress lords trembled inwardly, fearing their own illicit dealings might be exposed, and their fortresses surrounded by the prefectural camp's armored soldiers. Only when Zhou Yuan's forces encircled Zhao family fortress did their suspended dread finally subside. Inside Zhao family fortress chaos had already erupted, its patriarch had vanished without trace, and the Lianhuan Wharf bandit station there had likewise disappeared without warning. "Uncle, where have those righteous warriors suddenly gone? Are they men, or ghosts? Disaster has struck. Both the secret realm and our patriarch are surely lost. All the Zhao family's decades of labor have crumbled to dust. Uncle, second grandfather, those soldiers surrounding the fortress have returned. They're now donning armor and forming battle arrays, they'll surely storm the gate." "What? Carry me to the ramparts, I must speak with that general myself." At his command several young men hoisted the elder and sprinted, fearing any delay would provoke an immediate assault from beyond the walls. Fortunately they arrived just in time. When they reached the ramparts, the soldiers below remained arrayed in disciplined formation, no assault had yet commenced. Seeing this, the Zhao clan elders gestured urgently to the youths beside them to shout down, "General, why have you returned? Has the Zhao family erred? Name your terms, sir, we beg you to spare bloodshed." Upon hearing the cry, Zhou Yuan instructed his soldiers to respond with the prearranged words. He himself knocked an arrow gathered murderous intent and drew his bow, loosing a shaft squarely into the seam of the fortress's heavy wooden gate. "Listen, Zhao family. Your collusion with the Lianhuan wharf bandits has been confirmed. Open the gate now, surrender without resistance and none shall die. Defy this order and your crime escalates. Once the gate falls, slaughter shall know no bounds." Tum. Tum. Each arrow wreathed in crimson mist slammed into the gate's iron bar, its thunderous impact hammering fear deep into the hearts of all within. Amplified by the soldiers' chants below, the realization dawned upon them: the Zhao family's fate was sealed. "General, might you show mercy? We offer all our wealth, only grant us commoner status free from rebellion." The clan elder knew it was already too late. These armored soldiers from the prefectural headquarters answered to no county-level connections. Having launched the campaign, they demanded tangible results. Thus he sought to satiate their greed with the fortress's entire treasury, but received only the relentless percussion of arrows against wood. By then the first bar had shattered outright, if the second groaned ominously under repeated impact. "Tell him, if he does not open the gate now, I shall unleash blood-slaughter arrows." Blood-slaughter arrows are treasured within the camp. Once loosed, full-scale bloodshed begins. The soldier's relayed proclamation shattered the elder's last illusion. Trembling voice choked with sobs, he finally turned to the youths beside him. "Announce it, Zhao family surrenders the hidden realm as atonement." Without the Lianhuan wharf bandit support, Zhao family fortress, long relegated to logistical duties, possessed neither the will nor the courage for desperate resistance. Moreover, Patriarch Zhao Gong was absent, leaving them utterly incapable of uniting in defense. Creak. The massive gate swung inward from within. Several elders leaning heavily on the youth's arms emerged slowly. The encircling soldiers watched, disappointed yet exhilarated. Disappointed because they would not storm the fortress and slay its poorly trained retainers, thus missing the chance to accrue battlefield merit. Exhilarated because they had secured intelligence on a secret realm, ensuring the Jingon commandant would certainly recommend them for imperial rewards when petitioning the court. Indeed, Commander Zhou's rapid promotion stemmed not only from extraordinary valor, but from astonishing fortune. Fighting under such a lucky commander promised smooth advancement for all who followed. Under the soldiers' fervent gaze, the Zhao clan elder approached the senior officers and bowed deeply. "General, if I reveal the route to the secret realm, may my family be spared." Military law decrees revealing the secret realm's path grants personal prosperity, but not familial immunity. Such a principle defies reason, otherwise kinship alone would entitle an entire lineage to state sustenance. "If I seek no riches, only justice for the guilty and safety for the innocent. Then the matter falls to the prefectural office for adjudication." Fortunately, a cohort of newly appointed energetic junior magistrates has just joined, eager to scrutinize complex cases. "General, you are overly stern." "Not stern, merely unsparing. Had you surrendered before the siege began, reward would have been certain. But now, with blades at your throat, you seek redemption through last-minute revelation. Even if I agreed, these 500 soldiers would not." Zhou Yuan spoke truthfully. The secret realm's route revealed under duress counted only as surrender, or as battlefield capture. And captured spoils demanded division among many claimants. After a moment's hesitation, the clan elder handed over both the secret realm's map and the list of family members who had consorted with bandits. Those inside the fortress remained unaware of the outcome, believing naively that a single map could guarantee the entire clan's exoneration. Only when fully armored soldiers herded them out did they realize their final talisman of survival could not save them all. Dispatch this letter at full gallop to the Jingon camp. County magistrate who will likely turn green with envy. Escort them to the Chongyu County camp, let magistrate who share in the credit. The face of Hu Hua, the county lieutenant of Chongyu County, turned green. Upon learning that Zhou Yuan had captured the accomplices of the serial bandits and seized the secret realm map, he even began to doubt his life. He, as a martial artist and county lieutenant, had guarded Chongyu County for nearly 6 years, yet he had neither resolved the bandit problem nor discovered that a secret realm was hidden within his jurisdiction. This not only indicated his lack of ability but also suggested his bad luck. The combination of these deficiencies instantly shattered Hu Hua's defenses. "Zhou Chu, have you sent word to the Jingon camp?" "Yes, I have. After all, I am a senior officer in the camp leading the soldiers there. Encountering such a significant matter, if I did not report it to the camp immediately, it would indeed raise suspicions of seeking personal credit. Sigh, it's good that I sent word, otherwise I would feel uneasy and might do something reckless. Although Hu Hua the county lieutenant said, "It's good that I sent word," his heart was still filled with regret. He even secretly blamed Zhou Yuan for not informing him of the truth earlier, allowing both of them to lead troops to wipe out the Zhao family fortress and share the credit for discovering the secret realm. What he thought in his heart was also the reason for Zhou Yuan's decisive action. Zhou Yuan was not worried that County Lieutenant Hu Hua would harbor thoughts of monopolizing the credit and would take the opportunity to attack him. He was concerned that he might not be able to control himself and shoot the rebellious Hu Hua with several arrows, thereby triggering a strict investigation from the Huizhou camp. "Zhou Chu, perhaps you are truly suited to guard a territory. With your luck you are bound to achieve great things." Hu Hua's sentiment was not flattery. At that time the Jinggan captain far away in the county office had similar thoughts. The Jinggan captain never expected to receive two completely different documents within a single day. The first letter was from the county office stating that someone had reported the Zhao family of Chongyu colluding with the serial bandits, rampaging through the countryside and committing all sorts of evil. Just when he was about to write to instruct Zhou Yuan, who was stationed in Chongyu, to investigate and eliminate the bandits, a document from Zhou Yuan arrived. This document was even more astonishing, stating that the Zhao family of Chongyu had been completely detained by the bandits and that a hidden secret realm map had been seized. After reading this document, the Jinggan captain was momentarily stunned. What is going on? I have yet to issue the military order for investigation, yet he has already quelled the bandits and even seized a secret realm. What does this mean? Is County Lieutenant Hu Hua incompetent, or is Zhou Chu Yuan truly capable? This is troublesome. I just sent a gift to the governor promoting Zhou Yuan to the position of Chu supervisor. If he is promoted again, the governor of Huizhou will probably believe that I have attributed all the merits in the camp to Zhou Yuan. The Jinggan captain had never encountered such a situation where merits flowed like water. For a moment he did not know how to report it. He feared that if he continued to report truthfully, his superiors would think he was foolish. However, he ultimately chose to report it truthfully, hoping that his subordinates could soon rise in status and support each other. When the Jinggan captain arrived at Chongyu County with his team, Zhou Yuan and County Lieutenant Hu Hua had already confirmed the location of the secret realm and explored the internal situation. Copy Serial Bandit Water Fortress. Suggested challenge level 8, suggested number of challengers 10-20. The unwilling County Lieutenant Hu Hua also dragged Zhou Yuan to attempt an attack, but he could not withstand the beating from multiple serial bandit fighters, so he abandoned the plan to achieve credit. Zhou Chu, Hu County Lieutenant, what is the situation inside the secret realm? Reporting to the captain, there are many demons in this secret realm, approximately 200 to 300 of them, but they are not as strong as the Yin Ghost secret realm, making it suitable for martial artists to attack quickly. Good, I will enter to take a look. The entrance to the serial bandit secret realm was located at a small silted area at the bottom of the river, which was completely covered by water, making it very hidden. After inspecting the interior, the Jinggan captain confirmed the value of the serial bandit secret realm. Inside there were many weapons, military boats connected to wooden fortresses, and there were fish and ducks in the water, likely with piles of grain stored, making it very suitable for supplying a water-based camp. You have truly made a great contribution. Once I report the details of the secret realm to the court, your rewards will be issued swiftly. In the following days, martial artists from the state government arrived first, and after confirming the authenticity of the secret realm, they grouped together to challenge the serial bandit instance. Aside from being thrown into disarray by the boss skill gathering heroes of the serial bandit leader, they successfully completed the attack on the secret realm. When they opened the treasure chest of the secret realm and obtained 10 blood-stopping powders, 5 return-to-origin powders and 1 serial blade technique, they finally confirmed the value of the serial bandit secret realm. Not long after, rewards were sent from the Huizhou camp promoting Zhou Yuan to the position of military censor, and all his subordinate officers were also promoted. Just when Zhou Yuan thought this matter was settled, rewards from the court also followed. Hearing of Jinggan Zhou Yuan, since entering the military he has fought countless blood battles and displayed extraordinary valor. He has conquered the Bull Head Stockade, assisted in settling the ghost troubles in Jing'an, fought fiercely in the Yin Ghost secret realm, quelled the serial bandit forces and seized the secret realm map. With such accumulated merits, the military position and rewards cannot reflect his might, and the official titles and rewards cannot express his martial prowess. A special decree for the new Yuan spiritual test has been issued, and the official document has arrived requiring immediate travel to the capital for the new Yuan spiritual test. A letter from the court thoroughly solidified Zhou Yuan's achievements. It turned him from an ordinary martial officer into a local new noble. However, there was a term in the court's official document that Zhou Yuan could not understand: New Yuan spiritual test. Captain, isn't the court's spiritual test held every 4 years? What then is this New Yuan spiritual test? The New Yuan refers to the end of the year and the first day of the new year. On that day all the officials of the court will celebrate and His Majesty will take the opportunity to reward some meritorious individuals. Thus the New Yuan spiritual test differs from the court's public test. The public test is for recommendations while the New Yuan is for rewarding merits. This is done to accommodate those who have made special contributions if they cannot wait for the public spiritual test held every 4 years. The difference between the two is significant. Even if one fails the merit reward spiritual test, they can still participate in the public spiritual test. Moreover, the participants in the merit reward spiritual test are fewer and the success rate is higher. After hearing this explanation from the Jinggan captain Jiang Ren, Zhou Yuan understood that the public spiritual test is a unified recruitment and national competition, while the merit reward spiritual test is a single recruitment with limited competition. The merit reward spiritual test, which can narrow the competition range and increase opportunities, indeed has a higher chance of success. How should I proceed? First, change the official seal, then meet with the other participants at the Huizhou camp led by the martial officers of Huizhou and enter the capital together. Due to Zhou Yuan's accumulated merits being too abundant, others needed the opportunity to achieve credit more than he did. Thus the subsequent follow-up work in Chongyu County was handed over to other officers. When he returned to the Jinggan military camp, the news had spread and his fellow comrades rushed to congratulate him, while Kai Cheng was particularly envious. "Brother, you joined the camp for just a few months, yet you have matched my nearly 10 years of hard work. Now you are also a military censor and so am I, but you are still young while I am nearing middle age. Moreover, you might still become a martial artist while I have little hope left. I truly feel both envious and jealous. Brother Kai, if I am fortunate enough to become a martial artist, wouldn't that give you another ally? We are comrades and brothers and we should support each other and share both fortune and misfortune. That's the logic. In fact, I have already come to terms with it. How exhausting it is to work hard by oneself. You and the captain should put in a bit more effort. I await your assistance." Sentient turtle soldiers and generals. A hidden underwater palace realm submerged in the riverbed. It remained unclear how such discoveries had been made. Moreover, Zhou Yuan's accumulated merit was already substantial. Revealing yet another secret realm would draw excessive attention. Thus he withheld from Jinggan Lieutenant Jiang Ren all knowledge of the frog soldier lair and the turtle palace realm. Yet even so, the atmosphere within the entire Jinggan army began to shift. Ordinary soldiers marveled at Zhou Yuan's valor and extraordinary fortune, using his example to inspire themselves toward meritorious service. In contrast, the martial officers of noble lineages harbored far more complex emotions. Once they had held superiority over Zhou Yuan by virtue of birthright, and now he had secured the coveted spirit trial quota, a prize they themselves had long yearned for, leaving them unable to maintain composure. Yet imperial edicts had already been issued. All matters were settled beyond appeal. They could only suppress their resentment and force themselves to find solace. At least Captain Zhou is our fellow comrade in arms. His ascension to martial cultivator status strengthens our own network, far preferable to any outsider. Still deep down unease lingered, an awkward tension between the desire to curry favor and the reluctance to lower their station, between the urge to distance themselves and the unwillingness to concede ground. Upon noticing his peers' growing estrangement, Zhou Yuan withdrew into the lieutenant's residence to focus solely on martial cultivation, minimizing external contact. Only after receiving his new official seal did he host a farewell banquet for his comrades, to bid them farewell and to reaffirm enduring bonds of brotherhood in arms. For this banquet Jinggan Lieutenant Jiang Ren specially returned from Chongyu County. "Lieutenant, I hear your wife and children reside in the capital. Do you have letters or tokens you wish sent? I'd be honored to deliver them, and it would give me just cause to pay respects at your esteemed residence. You're most thoughtful. I'll gather them tonight and hand them to you tomorrow morning." Zhou Yuan, parting ways today. None can say whether you'll return home or assume a regional garrison command. Your capability gives me full confidence. You'll quell even the most unruly local elements with ease. But heed this one warning: the capital teems with nobles and power brokers beyond count. Tread carefully, offend no one lest your career suffer irreparable harm. Thank you, Lieutenant, for your counsel. I shall hold it close to heart. The cultivator title was vital to Zhou Yuan. Without it, even possessing cultivator-level strength would bar him from accessing secret realms reserved exclusively for martial cultivators' combat training. Equally important were the privileges that accompanied the title, for only upon attaining sufficient rank could he effectively harness the vast resources of the Great Wei Empire. The farewell banquet stretched late into the night, and many scions of noble houses overcome by drink broke into tearful sobs. That youth seated at the chief position to the left seemed both to fulfill their deepest aspirations, proving this path truly viable, and to carry those very hopes away far beyond their reach. This sentiment rippled through the officer corps, leaving many hearts hollow. Even at Dawn's departure they remained dazed, yet still gathered en masse to see Zhou Yuan off. "Captain Zhou, do not look back. Once you depart, never turn, else your return will invite scorn, branded as squandering a celestial opportunity. As General says, departure now is charged with anticipation, return would mean retreat in disgrace." Zhou Yuan's escort was Lu, a staff officer from the Huaizhou Grand Camp with whom he had previously cooperated during the assault on the Yin Ghost Realm. Though not intimately acquainted, they were no strangers, capable of easy familiar conversation. Under Lu's guidance, Zhou Yuan mounted and rode forth from the Jing'an military fortress, bound for the broader, more prosperous prefectural capital. Both men possessed formidable physiques, enduring the fatigue of rapid horse relays. Thus in merely 4 days they arrived at the Huaizhou Grand Camp. Unlike a single-purpose military fortress, the Grand Camp resembled a satellite city, complete with shops catering to soldiers and auxiliaries and orderly residential districts housing troops' families. Save for its heightened patrols and unusually strict discipline, it bore little difference from an ordinary county town. Zhou Yuan's curious glances drew Lu's notice. Mindful that this young man might soon become a cultivator officer, Lu volunteered an explanation. "Captain Zhou, do you harbor questions about the Huaizhou Grand Camp?" "Indeed. Why does the city wall abruptly terminate midsection only to resume with a second wall? Is the northern sector deemed more critical, requiring double-layer defense?" The Grand Camp's fortress followed a sun character layout, its central axis bisected by an additional wall, though 3 arched gateways remained open for troop movement. No strategic distinction exists between north and south sectors, both are vital. Lose one and the other falls inevitably. This design accommodates 2 secret realms within the camp. Only by expanding the city's breadth could both be fully enclosed. "Ah, I see. I'd forgotten that fortress siting prioritizes secret realm locations above all else. Still, since 2 realms exist here, might I contribute to the Huaizhou Grand Camp's efforts? It would afford valuable combat experience." Lu, guiding him along, momentarily doubted his own hearing. Was there truly such a rare breed of warrior, eager to leap into perilous assignments while on official duty, unafraid of injury or hardship? No wonder Captain Zhou had risen so swiftly, even securing the Imperial Grace Trial quota. He was no ordinary man, but a martial zealot, a battlefield berserker, a born star of slaughter. In principle it is permissible, though most candidate officers decline. "Captain Zhou, consider the risk of injury should it compromise your spirit trial results. Would you not regret it for life?" "No concern, I am a long-range archer. So long as formations hold firm I remain unharmed. I seek only to observe diverse secret realms and cultivators' combat techniques, lest I falter under pressure during the trial." Before arriving at Huaizhou, Lieutenant Jiang Ren had already briefed Zhou Yuan on the spirit trial structure, normally decided across 3 tests. The first, spirit sensing, required candidates to consume equal portions of spirit-infused substances and demonstrate superior spiritual energy extraction. The second, spirit control, tested mastery of a newly learned martial technique within a strict time limit, evaluating efficacy and refinement. The third, spirit application, randomly assembled teams to assault a secret realm, assessing real-time tactical coordination and combat prowess. Hence his request to observe varied secret realms. Captain Zhou raises a valid point. I shall report to the Grand Commander for personal deliberation. As an officially accredited spirit trial candidate, and nominally subordinate to the Huaizhou Grand Camp, Zhou Yuan's proposal earned serious attention from the Grand Commander. After reflection, the Grand Commander reasoned that granting modest patronage would marginally improve Zhou Yuan's selection odds, and thus approved the request. Accordingly, after resting one night in barracks, Zhou Yuan was met by the Grand Commander's personal guard. Fellow Huaizhou candidates residing in the same quarter rose early to converse, and witnessed this unusual scene. "Captain Zhou, where are you bound? Has the Grand Commander summoned you?" "No summons yet, likely because not all candidates have assembled. I petitioned the Grand Commander for participation in a secret realm assault to hone my battlefield coordination." Zhou Yuan spoke candidly. Hearing this, the 2 candidates stirred with excitement. yet recalling their clan's stern admonitions quickly suppressed their impulses. Captain Zhou, though we compete we share Huaizhou roots. Pray take care, avoid injury lest you unwittingly aid outsiders from other prefectures. It is quite common in the Great Way for compatriots to support one another. The most prevalent faction in the Great Way is the local party. From small towns to large prefectures there are simply countless. Therefore Zhou Yuan's entry into the capital from Huaizhou cannot truly be considered as coming in without any support. Even if he did not join the Huaizhou faction, as soon as he enters the capital he would inherently carry the label of a Huaizhou scholar. It can even be said that as long as he does not explicitly distance himself from the Huaizhou faction, the people in the capital will implicitly assume he is a member of that faction. After all, he was born in Huaizhou, grew up in Huaizhou and served in Huaizhou, a staunch Huaizhou person through and through. Thus, even though he is in competition with the candidates from Huaizhou, they still regard Zhou Yuan as one of their own in the larger context. Thank you for your advice, my brother. I am a ranged attacker, not a close combat warrior, and I have the protection of the soldiers in the camp, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. The two spiritual trial candidates saw that Zhou Yuan had made up his mind, so they ceased their attempts to persuade him, exchanged polite bows and returned to their accommodations. After Zhou Yuan left, the two gathered again. Gu, why not take the opportunity to perform? What use is it? I am already proficient. It's that Zhou Sima who seems a bit impulsive. Engaging in last-minute battles is ultimately a loss. That is indeed true. Zhou Sima is likely from a humble background without any heritage or secret realms in his family, and he must seize the opportunity to experience the secret realm. That makes it even more remarkable. A humble background can gain merit and opportunity for the spiritual trial either by extraordinary fortune or sheer bravery. Moreover, he is a ranged attacker, likely a sharpshooter with precise aim. As the two candidates analyzed Zhou Yuan's situation, Zhou Yuan had also arrived at the entrance to the South City secret realm. The entrance was located in a spacious storage room where a blue-purple vortex was continuously swirling. Dungeon Twin-tailed Fox Kingdom recommended challenge level 10, recommended number of challengers 10-20. The South City secret realm is easier to attack, but it still requires warriors to lead the way. The North City's secret realm has a higher injury rate, so the commander has only opened the South City secret realm for you. The demon leader in this secret realm is a twin-tailed fox which needs to be defeated twice to eliminate it. You must be careful. Although Lu Kanjun believed that with Zhou Yuan's archery skills attacking the Fox Kingdom's secret realm would not be a problem, he still routinely conveyed some information to avoid the new generation of candidates from Huaizhou getting hurt in their own military camp's secret realm. Zhou Yuan was very grateful and thanked him before joining the strategy team. The team leader, a very burly bald man, had a scar on his head that indicated his background. That young man, let's make this clear. I know that obtaining a spot for the spiritual trial is not easy for you, but what we do is a deadly business. If you do not perform well and endanger the lives of the soldiers, you must obey orders and withdraw. Otherwise, I do not care if you are a confidant of Jiang Ren or a descendant of a prominent family, military law will be strictly enforced. The name of Captain Jiang Ren from Jingan was somewhat ineffective in the Huaizhou camp. This monk captain was clearly unhappy about being temporarily reassigned, but had no choice but to accept it due to the commander of Wei's orders. Rest assured, the soldiers of Jingan also understand military law and there will be no childish tricks. Good, if you can keep pace with us once we enter the formation, I will continue to bring you along in the following days. Gaining approval meant fighting side by side. Without approval he would naturally be sent away. Zhou Yuan did not say much. He had no reputation and could only prove his ability through actual combat. Huaizhou, who Ben, follow me into the formation. With a command from the monk captain, the heavily armored soldiers holding large shields were the first to enter the secret realm, followed by the archer team. The Huaizhou camp lived up to its reputation as the provincial military. The arrows provided for the archer team were all bloodthirsty arrows. The armor worn by the soldiers looked extraordinary, not only exquisitely crafted but also with a large defensive area, even protecting their faces with only 2 holes left for observation. As soon as Zhou Yuan entered the Fox Kingdom's secret realm, he understood why the Huaizhou soldiers placed such great importance on defense. Because on the short wall in front of him there were many fox archers standing, each about 1.5 meters tall. Level 10 Fox Kingdom Thrower, Level 10 Fox Kingdom Archer, Level 12 Fox Kingdom Vanguard. Zhou Yuan roughly estimated that there were about 100 fox soldiers on the short wall. Moreover, these fox soldiers mostly engaged in ranged attacks, and even as the Huaizhou soldiers continued to advance they remained steady and unmoving. It was only when the Huaizhou soldiers entered their range that they began to attack. Raise shields, archers counterattack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of arrows flying filled the battlefield in an instant. Each archer took cover behind two large shields, engaging in a war of attrition in the most rudimentary way. Among them, Zhou Yuan's performance was particularly outstanding, drawing the attention of the monk captain multiple times. However, even so, the Huaizhou soldiers were still excessively suppressed, struggling to advance under the rain of arrows. After about 5 minutes of standoff, the monk captain ordered the soldiers to withdraw in an orderly manner, allowing another batch of armored soldiers to enter the formation. Zhou Yuan noticed that the injury rate of the Huaizhou soldiers was somewhat high. Almost every rotation resulted in several injuries. After rotating 10 squads like this, the archers finally cleared the fox archers from the wall. Even so, they still said that today's progress was smooth. Usually they needed to rotate 12 or 13 squads to finish. With no more suppression from the ranged fox archers, the fox throwers on the wall were quickly eradicated. Just when Zhou Yuan thought they would breach the gate and attack the city, the monk captain suddenly acted unreasonably. Switch to engineers. Zhou Sima should return as well. Come back tomorrow. Captain, what are you planning to do? Dig trenches and set fire, otherwise relying solely on soldiers to advance will incur too much loss. The buildings under the low wall were mostly wooden structures and quite cramped, making them quite suitable for setting fires. When Zhou Yuan arrived the next day, he found that 2 trenches had been dug beneath the low wall and flammable materials had already been laid inside. The soldiers responsible for setting the fire wrapped their mouths and noses with wet cloths and tossed burning materials into the city in succession. Once the city caught fire, they also ignited the flammable materials in the trenches. As the fire spread, fox soldiers were occasionally drawn out of the city, slowing down after falling into the first trench, then tumbling into the second trench, where they were stabbed to death by the armored soldiers wielding spears. Under such ruthless attacks, even the ranged fox archers could not exert their advantages. Because the distance of the first trench just happened to fall within their shooting range, causing them to fall into the trench and wildly shoot arrows with no precision in the fire. The sound of drums echoed continuously as the Jinggan army used their flame-boosting drums, enhancing the intensity of the flames in the 2 trenches. The fox archers that fell into the trenches became new fuel for the fire, and their health continued to drop. As the flames gradually rose and more fox soldiers died, the boss in the city finally jumped out on its own. Level 15 twin-tailed fox boss. A boss with a fox head and a human body appeared, swinging 2 huge tails that looked like flaming whips ignited by fire. Melee warriors prepare to engage. Once the demon leader transforms, prioritize controlling its limbs and tails. The humanoid form of the level 15 two-tailed fox is not difficult to deal with. The warriors entering the secret realm possess rich combat experience and quickly restrained the 2 long tails of the fox, greatly diminishing its agility. From a distance, the two-tailed fox was entangled by defensive warriors at the front, while its 2 tails were being dragged in opposite directions by 4 powerful warriors. This rendered the two-tailed fox a kite, unable to float, as every jump or lateral dash was impacted by the control of its 2 long tails. A mindless boss would not sever its own tails, and a wise warrior would never cut the control lines in hand. Thus the magnificent two-tailed fox quickly fell into crisis. The archer squad seized the opportunity to strike, with Zhou Yuan also finding an angle to shoot the 3-star pearl arrow into the crook of the two-tailed fox's arm, causing it to lose some of its attacking ability. Subsequently, they focused on targeting crucial areas such as its eyes, ears, mouth, nose, arms, and knees, continuously suppressing the two-tailed fox's health bar and inflicting debilitating effects. Tail binding group. Be aware the fox has been severely injured and will soon transform into a beast. The monk lieutenant could not see the health bar and could only estimate the demon lord's condition based on experience. However, his estimation was quite accurate. About 3 minutes after he spoke, the health bar of the two-tailed fox was completely emptied. In the next moment, one long tail fell off and the other expanded as the downed two-tailed fox emitted a large amount of red-gray mist. Howl! The sharp beast roar was urgent and loud as a fox the size of a water buffalo suddenly charged out from the demon mist. Its eyes turned pitch black with black patterns adorning its silver fur, while pink fox fire surged from its mouth. Ding ding! At the same time, a melodious bell rang out, enveloping the beast-transformed fox with a copper bell made of spiritual energy. This confined the surging fox fire to a very limited space, first burning a portion of the beast-transformed fox's health bar. Then with a loud bang it exploded violently, taking away another segment of its health. At this moment the importance of intelligence was highlighted. The warriors sent from Huaizhou were not ordinary fighters but specialized warriors capable of pinpoint explosive attacks on the beast-transformed fox. All generals attack quickly. If the fox will unleash fox fire again after 100 breaths, we must control its mouth and nose beforehand. The boss skills have a cooldown time and cannot be used continuously without interruption, providing the warrior squad with ample time to react. 2 warriors held a chain with a cage in the middle, swiftly rushing to the sides. With the help of entangled warriors, they seized the opportunity to cover the beast-transformed fox's large mouth. Next, the iron chain continued to wrap around, further compressing the struggling space of the beast-transformed fox. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuan knew that the beast-transformed fox would not be able to stir up any trouble if the control strategy developed by the Huaizhou warriors was sufficient to wear it down. As arrows struck accurately, the struggling beast-transformed fox quickly had its health bar emptied. Ding killed the level 15 two-tailed fox, experience 450. Stop, don't shoot anymore. Try to preserve the fox's body, as its flesh, blood and bones are all valuable materials. After the death of the two-tailed fox, the other minor monsters could not pose a threat, being drawn out and killed in waves by the spreading flames. During this process, Zhou Yuan took the opportunity to collect the blue orbs dropped by the two-tailed fox. Ding obtained skill, Desperate Resurrection 1, Spirit Fox Pill 5, Twin Blades Fox Tail Pen 1. Skill, Desperate Resurrection. Description: the fox has 4 precious types: Pure Fox, Chaste Fox, Tu Shan and Su. A pure fox has multiple tails. The knight strikes with tail fire and will become a monster. One must worship the Northern Dipper with many tails, and as long as the many tails do not fall, life will return from death. Effect: after use, gain passive skills, Desperate and Resurrection. Resurrection: upon death, consume 1 attribute point from any of the essence, chi or spirit attributes to immediately revive and restore health and mana. Desperate: after resurrection, clear all negative states and gain the desperate state, greatly increasing attack and defense for a duration of 2 hours and 45 minutes. It turns out to be a resurrection skill. I didn't expect a dungeon boss could drop such skills. In games, resurrection skills are not uncommon. It's quite normal to be revived by a healer after falling during a dungeon run or using resurrection items to come back to life. However, this is a more realistic world, and a resurrection type skill is sufficient to change many things. Not to mention, this resurrection skill also carries the desperate state for a duration. 1 hour equals 2 hours, and a quarter of an hour is 15 minutes, therefore 2 hours and 45 minutes is quite a significant duration. Nearly 3 hours is indeed not a short time. Such a long duration of the desperate bonus is sufficient for counterattacks or escape. The only downside is that the skill, Desperate Resurrection, consumes not health or mana but the most precious base attribute points. Zhou Yuan's current attributes are Essence 4, Chi 4, Spirit 3, making it impossible for him to waste them. This counts as filling in my shortcomings. The 2 most important aspects for a player are gaining experience to level up and having the ability to resurrect for trial and error. Now I also possess the ability to resurrect even if the number of times is limited. As long as I can stack up my base attributes, those limited uses can increase. Just as Zhou Yuan was calming his excited and exhilarated emotions, the monk lieutenant suddenly approached him. Zhou Samar, your archery is quite good, but that bow seems somewhat unsuitable for attacking demon lords. If I'm not mistaken, this bow should be a tiger shooting bow designed for breaking stealth, right? Indeed, this bow was given to me by the Jingon lieutenant when dealing with the ghost problems in the county. The tiger shooting bow is usable, but its applicability is somewhat limited. If you are to enter the capital for the new Yuan spirit test, you cannot rely solely on one bow and arrow. When the governor summons you, you may borrow a treasure bow from him, preferably a fire attribute bow that will bless you for the test. Yuan, thank you, Lieutenant, for your guidance. It seems I must shamelessly ask the governor for a good bow. The lieutenant's words opened a new path for Zhou Yuan. It doesn't matter if I can't find suitable equipment, we are organized and can apply to borrow from superiors. No need for false modesty. I see you are capable enough to give advice. You are a warrior of Huaizhou and the governor oversees Huaizhou. As long as you speak up and have a reasonable excuse, the governor will not be stingy with a treasure bow. If you can pass the new Yuan spirit test, the governor might even gift you several treasure artifacts. Zhou Yuan nodded involuntarily. He learned another trick after passing the spirit test: don't rush to listen to the court's appointment, but must return to the camp to visit former superiors. If they are pleased, they might even gift a few treasure artifacts or powerful martial arts manuals. This way, not only do you gain tangible benefits, but you also solidify your connections and might earn a reputation for not forgetting old friends. Lieutenant, hearing you say this, it seems the capital's spirit test does not allow private weapons. Won't this be somewhat unfair? What unfairness? Since the establishment of the Great Way, it has always been this way. One must know that family blessings are also part of strength if the court recruits not only those with exceptional talents but also those with profound backgrounds. Both can achieve results, and as long as they can achieve results there is no difference to the court. I see. It seems the court spirit test is not friendly to those like me without family backing. You can forget about it. You have the support of the Huaizhou camp. At least you receive the treatment of a normal gentry. Those without connections or from humble backgrounds face the real hardships. The martial monk captain was quite right. Zhou Yuan has a considerable amount of resources at his disposal. Although he may not compare to the direct descendants of noble families, catching up to the offspring of regular families is certainly within reach. The only difference between him and the offspring of established families lies in their connections. The aristocracy relies on blood ties while he relies on his position. He hails from the Jinggan army camp, officially a subordinate of the governor of Huai Prefecture. Though there is a Jinggan captain Jiang Ren in between with this title, the governor of Huai Prefecture is still willing to support his subordinates. For the governor of Huai Prefecture, supporting his own subordinates is always more beneficial than assisting the so-called offspring of noble families. By supporting his subordinates he can not only enhance his own reputation but also demonstrate to more junior officers that he cares for and is willing to help them, thereby increasing the cohesion among the officers in the camp. Thus the military equipment application written by Zhou Yuan was smoothly approved by him. Lu Zhangjuan, this kid is quite interesting. He knows to ask when he lacks something. I like subordinates like this. What the governor says is true. Daring to speak means treating the camp as home and the governor as a family elder. This is good. What worries me are those who remain silent while complaining behind the scenes about the camp not providing equipment. Those are the ones who misunderstand the hierarchy and harbor resentment without nurturing relationships. Lu Kanjun accurately pointed out the rules of the Huai Prefecture camp. To obtain something one must apply to the governor. The applicants seek tangible benefits while the governor of Huai Prefecture seeks opportunities to bestow favors. This way the relationship of gratitude is clarified, and even if the investment yields no results, a grateful subordinate can still be gained. If resources were distributed fairly, everyone would feel momentarily grateful, but with time they would come to believe that what they received was rightfully theirs. Thus it is inevitable that kindness goes unrecognized and obligations turn to resentment, resulting in losses for both parties. Jinggan Zhou Yuan, I remember him. The medicinal pot and pestle from the Moon Palace were gifts from him. Well then, since he is a considerate family member, let's give him an opportunity to choose. Lu Zhangjuan, take him to the armory in the logistics department and let him choose a good bow for himself. Tell him that if he passes the spiritual test and becomes a martial artist, I will personally attend his promotion banquet. Understood. Zhou Yuan, upon receiving this news, was still somewhat incredulous. In the end he not only was not dismissed casually after borrowing the bow but was also offered better treatment. Lu Zhangjuan, can I really choose freely? Of course, since the governor has given his favor he won't dismiss you casually. If he says you can borrow a prized bow, he will naturally provide you with the most suitable one. But don't go wild, don't pick the best one, choose the most suitable one. Don't end up with a bow too heavy to draw and miss out on your selection. Rest assured, I have been through many bloody battles and understand the principle of choosing what is most practical. As Zhou Yuan entered the bow store, he discovered it housed over 100 various prized bows, most of which shimmered with spiritual light. However, some had vibrant spiritual light while others concealed it, appearing dim and elusive. Such an abundance of prized bows rendered him momentarily dazzled. If he could select more than one, he would have liked to take one of each. This one will do. If this bow is agile and explosive, perfectly enhancing my lethality. The Liuhua bow indeed remarkable. Your arrows are quite precise and there's no need for a wind-attributed bow to guide your aim. The fire-action bow enhances lethality, making it an excellent choice. Zhou Yuan was quite satisfied with his new bow, and Lu Kanjun successfully completed the task assigned by the governor of Huai Prefecture, also feeling pleased. Before leaving he told Zhou Yuan not to worry about the armor issue. Since he had submitted a military equipment application, the governor would grant some practical equipment at his discretion. The outcomes of borrowing and gifting are similar, but the implications are entirely different. Zhou Yuan borrowed a bow from the governor of Huai Prefecture, who indicated that after granting approval he would still add some benefits. This truly confirmed what the martial monk captain had said: as long as he treated the Huai Prefecture camp as home, it would not let him enter the capital with a broken bow and clad in iron armor. Weapon: Liuhua bow. Description: the heart of the west sinks the Liuhua vermilion bird. In July there are those flowing westward, the star of fire, knowing it will bring cold. Effect: increases the holder's heart resident status and adds vermilion bird status to arrows. Heart residents, also called Ming Tang, belonging to wood and fire, can channel one's spiritual energy outward to ignite, causing burning damage to the target. Vermilion bird red signifies fire and bird signifies urgency, which can enhance the speed of arrows with fire attribute spiritual energy and cause explosive damage to the target. The Liuhua bow is a 5-stone bow that accumulates attribute statuses with a lethality far surpassing that of the broken shadow tiger bow. With this weapon, Zhou Yuan could become a fire arrow marksman and a high-damage marksman with explosive arrows. Since the Liuhua bow was issued by the camp, Zhou Yuan could not hide it in his item inventory. Therefore, when he returned to the barracks with the bow, he was predictably seen by the other 3 candidates for the spiritual test. "Zhou Samar, where did you get this prized bow?" The 3 candidates were quite surprised. They had assumed Zhou Yuan was just a youth from a humble background. They did not expect that after merely venturing out once to attack a secret realm, he could bring back a bow shimmering with red spiritual light. Such preferential treatment in upgrading equipment must not belong to a child of some grand family right. It shouldn't be. We have no prominent Zhou family in Huai Prefecture if the most famous Ningkang Zhou family is just an ordinary gentry. Could it be that Zhou Samar has a good relationship with the governor and received the governor of Huai Prefecture's favor? Who would have thought that the Huai Prefecture camp is so unfair, only taking care of that Zhou person while ignoring us 3 candidates for the spiritual test? The initially cheerful atmosphere was abruptly killed by a dark-faced youth. The 2 descendants of noble families felt a bit speechless. If the 3 of them were not Huai Prefecture officials, so why should the camp upgrade their equipment? Moreover, if you encounter difficulties, you should voice them. Must you act aloof and wait for the governor of Huai Prefecture to personally come and offer his concern? Seeing that the dark-faced youth was about to say something else, the 2 noble descendants hurriedly found excuses to leave, no longer daring to engage with this resentful youth. Strangely, although the 2 of them headed in different directions, they both circled around midway before heading toward Zhou Yuan's barracks, one after the other. "Zhou Samar, I hope you are well. It is truly good that you are unscathed. We came to inform you of some bad news. Before entering the capital, we have already lost some combat strength on our side. In the left 3rd barracks, the descendant of the Yilin Chen family harbors resentment and is unlikely to be a support. He might even plot against his fellow townsmen." Zhou Yuan initially thought the 2 noble descendants were establishing an enemy and organizing a team, so he refrained from expressing his stance. Only after they explained the situation did he speak up to inquire, could that be? Are the noble families so casual in selecting heirs? They haven't even reached the capital yet and are already making enemies of the soldiers of Huai Prefecture. Do they not fear being unable to leave the Huai Prefecture camp? Zhou Samar, that person is the 2nd son in the family. His elder brother attained martial status with the family's spiritual artifact, and he has carried a lot of resentment since childhood. Different rice raises different people. Let's wait and see. If he truly is a tyrant, he can still be useful for us to probe.